#C505 announced, Feather God Realm. This time I accepted the Divine Feather sect, which seems to have offended the Tianbo dynasty, but in fact, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Without the Yushan Pagoda, even if I won the Eastern Chu Divine Sword, it would not be able to sacrifice. Moreover, there are many masters in the Yushan sect. It's very important to me. It has been 5 days since Xuanhuan sat in the forbidden area of the Yushan sect. He looked at the medicinal pills refined in the Taidan furnace, and his eyes suddenly condensed. The Tianbo dynasty has begun to attack. God Feather sect will be broken today. Outside the Yushan sect, countless armies of the Tianbo dynasty appeared densely like locusts. In front of the army, there were 2 supreme beings, one male and one female, both of them were supreme gods. That is Tianbo dynasty Nangong Han, she has actually broken through to the supreme god. Someone looked at a young woman and said in shock, "It is said that the Tianbo dynasty has obtained a lot of treasures in Xinshan this time, and the fall of the ancestors of the Divine Feather sect has something to do with them, and this Nangong Han was the peak of Xianshan a few years ago. Breakthrough this time." Yu Shenzong and Tianbo dynasty have been enemies for many years. Compared to the Tianbo dynasty, the country's fortunes were flaming and thriving. The Yushan sect had been in decline for so many years, and even the only supreme god had fallen. Nangong Han, He Jingyang. In the blood god sect, a supreme god wearing a blood-colored robe appeared, and said with a light smile, "This time, your Tianbo dynasty is bound to defeat the Feather God sect. Scarlet Blood Demon Venerable, are you also here to join in the fun?" The supreme god named He Jingyang said coldly, "This time, the place where your blood god sect has passed is almost barren. My Tianbo dynasty is attacking at the front, and your blood god sect is taking advantage of it in the back, but I don't care. This time to break the God of Feather sect, it still needs to be attacked. You do your best." "Haha, of course we have to contribute." Another supreme god appeared, the Jingquan ancestor of Jinkanmen, and said, "If we don't do our best, we are embarrassed to continue to divide up the benefits, but the people of the Dao dynasty are also here, you should also be careful." Them. The Great Wu dynasty came here, because it wanted to take advantage of it. He Jingyang didn't care much. At this time, there are too many people who think about the benefits of melon, and there is no Divine Feather sect. It's like a big piece of fat, and everyone wants to share a piece. Kill. Break the Divine Feather sect directly. Nangong Han looked beautiful and moving, and she was also a ruthless master. The army she brought was ready to attack. "Your Majesty, they are about to start." When Yu Shengguang saw this scene, his face was solemn. "When fighting, take this medicine pill." Chu Yuan suddenly took out a bottle of medicinal herbs, and the blood was shining brightly. "This is Divine Blood Pill. Emperor-grade Divine Pill." Yu Shengguang was shocked and said, "The blood of the gods contains extremely pure energy, which can not only restore injuries, but also consolidate the cultivation base." "I understand, your Majesty wants me to directly cast the blood-burning secret technique, and then use the blood of the gods. Dan makes up for the consumption." Divine Pill. These divine blood pills are all good things for cultivation, but now they are used for explosions. Now there are only a few divine blood pills, you and Yu Jianmei will take them. Chu Yuan revealed another piece of news, "After this battle, I will use the divine pill, the power of my great martial arts to help you and Yu Jianmei. Breakthrough to God." This seemed to be said casually, but Yu Shengguang was shocked. Suddenly, when Chu Yuan watched the countless armies launch an attack on the Divine Feather sect, he noticed that he had an infinite stalwart aura, stepped out of the sky, and appeared in front of everyone. The Yushan sect has become the Yushan realm, and it belongs to the jurisdiction of our Great Wu. The people in this realm are all our people. If we continue to attack, we will be enemies with us and Dao. Mighty, like Tianyin, Xuanhuan's magnificent voice was transmitted. The offensive of the army suddenly slowed down. What happened? When did the Divine Feather sect belong to the Great Wu dynasty? That man is not Emperor Dao, why did he come here? If this is the case, Emperor Wu's movements are too fast. Everyone was shocked. The change in things caught them off guard. Really surrendered to Dao? He Xingyang said. Yes, since then there will be no Yu Shengguang, and I, Yu Shengguang, are already a person of great martial arts, and everyone has taken refuge in great martial arts. Yu Shengguang showed up with a large number of masters and officially announced it. The voice was passing, and seeing Yu Shengguang admit that everyone knew that this matter was true, and that the entire sect had been merged into the Dao dynasty. The people who killed the Tianbo dynasty would not have thought that they gathered a large army to besiege the Yushan sect, but were directly taken advantage of by Dao. Even if you take refuge in Dao, it will not save our determination to destroy you. Dao is nothing but a supreme god, scarlet blood devil, Jinquan patriarch, don't you want to divide things up? I promise, Tianyu mirror belongs to Jinkenman. That is the blood corpse of the beheaded powerhouse belongs to the blood god sect. Although they beat the Tianbo dynasty this time, it is not enough, but they will not give up. With us here, the supreme god of the great Wu dynasty can't make a move. The scarlet blood demon Venerable smiled lightly. He didn't care that much about the divine artifact. The great Wu dynasty, the whole army prepares for war. Seeing that His Majesty was in the Divine Feather sect, Hianbo coldly ordered, and the people of the legion showed their weapons, ready to take action at any time. Emperor Dao, we don't want to be your enemy, but this feather Shenzong must be destroyed. Nan Gonghan said. You can't destroy this Divine Feather sect. Chu Yuan said. Then let's try, how can you stop us? Nan Gonghan waved, attack, Yushan sect. Kill. 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 The Tianbo dynasty had a strong national power. If the God Feather sect had not been suppressed by the ancestors before, it would have been no match for the Tianbo dynasty. This time, the Tianbo dynasty also brought a large number of masters, many of whom were at the peak of the Xianxin. Counterattack. At this moment, Yu Shengguang was extremely dazzling, and his power was soaring in an instant, and the billowing energy exploded. Blood-burning secret technique. Nan Gonghan laughed when he saw it. Yu Shengguang, you are in a desperate situation, you just use the blood-burning secret technique, but unfortunately, the strength you gain from this method is always as false and cannot last. Nan Gonghan, let's try. Yu Shengguang is an existence that is extremely close to the mysterious god, and he is also a strong person in the peak of the mysterious god. After he casts the blood-burning secret, he carries the Tianyu mirror, which is enough to fight against the existence of Nan Gonghan, who is broken through to God soon. A war began. Boom! Several blood-colored beams shot out. Yu Jianmei and several others also displayed the secret technique of burning blood. It's all about using the blood-burning secret technique to work hard. It's very good. I see how long you can fight for your life. After He Xingyang saw it, he waved the flag, and countless powerhouses collided directly with the Feather God powerhouse. His purpose is also very simple. Although the blood-burning secret technique can increase to several times the strength in a period of time, once it ends, it will fall into a period of weakness, and this period of time is enough to kill them. But what he didn't expect was that they all took Daipen Shendan, Shenshua Dan. Hashtag C506 anticlimactic. Kill kill kill. Kill back. It is absolutely impossible for the people of the Tianbo dynasty to kill us. If you fight with them, you will have to pull a few backs. Yes, even the elders are working hard, what reason do we have not to work hard? The powerhouses of the Divine Feather sect rushed out of the sect. Seeing the elders use the blood-burning secret technique to inspire everyone, they also went crazy and did not care about their own lives. The two sides fought together in an instant. They are all strong men cultivated by supreme god-level forces. In this rush, an extremely tragic scene immediately appeared. People on both sides were strangled together, and often one desperate man could kill several. Yu Xingguang was fighting with Nangong Han with Tianyu mirror in hand. Although he was at the peak of the profound god, and Nangong Han had only broken through to the supreme god not long ago, under the blood-burning secret technique, he actually resisted the bombardment of the supreme god, showing his unparalleled combat power as a former great elder. I see how long you can sustain the outbreak just by relying on the blood-burning secret technique. Nangong Han thought that Yu Xingguang was a trapped beast still fighting, and he didn't want to fight with him to consume his explosion. The supreme god of Dao, it is impossible for you to make a move. Scarlet Blood Demon Venerable and Jinquan Sect Master stared at Hianbo, preventing him from taking action. Are you going to be my enemy? As soon as Hianbo's words fell, the big military army pressed up step by step, and they flashed their weapons in unison. The Legion of Darkness and the Legion of Destruction are also gaining momentum. The other standing legions also showed their divine lightsabers, activating them and cutting the void. A large number of battleships hovered in the sky, and it was clear that this battleship had changed from a battle of plunder to a battle of guarding, and the God of Feather sect had been merged into Dao, not an outsider. Scarlet Blood Demon Venerable and Jinquan Sect Master also looked a little stiff, but you still can't pass. Blockers kill without mercy. The army shouted slogans in unison. They were fearless in their eyes, and they only had the will to fight. Although the Blood God sect and Jinquan sect also brought many strong men, they all retreated to the side when they saw the terrifying appearance of the great martial army. The Legion can pass, but you can't pass. Scarlet Blood Demon Venerable and Jinquan Sect Master also didn't want to offend Dao too much. If Tianbo dynasty couldn't resist the attack of this army, then there was no need to fight. Hianbo did not go over, staring coldly at the two supreme gods. Kill, kill, kill. The slogan is shocking. The Dao army entered the Tianbo dynasty. The battleships were interspersed vertically and horizontally. Immediately, the Tianbo army suffered an extremely heavy blow, and the countless Tianbo army could not resist the power of the Dao army in the fight. The Scarlet Blood Demon Venerable's expression changed. The fighting power of Dao's legion is too fierce, even more fierce than the Tianbo dynasty, and you look at their equipment, it is too powerful, and the cooperation of the battleship is not something that an ordinary army can resist. Not only the Legion of Dao, but also the powerhouses of the Divine Feather sect are rushing to kill. Although they are dead, don't forget that their mysterious power is still well preserved. The Master of Jinkinmen was terrified. His Jinquan gate is far inferior to the Tianbo dynasty, and he is the supreme god. The war is troublesome. The Tianbo dynasty did not expect that Dao would intervene in the battle this time. Although he was the supreme god, he did not dare to act rashly when he looked at Chu Yuan in the Divine Feather sect. He is now waiting for Yushengang's blood-burning secret technique to disappear, giving Nangong Han a chance to kill him. Stand on with all our strength, in a defensive posture. He Xingyang ordered. He could see that the combat effectiveness of the great martial army was too fierce, and the powerhouses had been supplemented many times, and they were no longer just relying on equipment as before. He can only take hold. However, even if they stick to it, they are still under great pressure. Nangong Han, when will Yu Xingguang be killed? As time passed, He Xingyang gradually became anxious. If he didn't kill Yu Xingguang and release a supreme god's combat power, his army was about to be unable to bear the double attack of the Great Martial Legion and Yu Shenzong. Hateful, I don't know what happened. Yu Xingguang's mana is still strong. According to reason, at this time, his mana should enter a weakening period, but it is strange that it does not. Nangong Han's heart was full of fire, and he was a god. He couldn't repel Xuanhuan, but instead became entangled with him. "Sir, we are the same." Not only Nangong Han, but also several profound god masters also encountered such a situation. Yu Jianmei took a willow leaf-long sword. She was at the peak of the mysterious god, broke out the blood-burning secret technique, and ate the extremely precious emperor-grade pill. If she wanted to suppress her power, she had to be suppressed by two powerhouses of the same level. However, that's fine. That Dao and Yeshenzong's legions had already defeated the Tianbo army in a row. Could it be because of the Emperor Wu? He Xingyang looked at Chu Yuan, whose face was not fluctuating, and his heart jumped. He knew how much he knew about the Divine Feather sect, but with the addition of a great martial artist, he was a little unpredictable. Looking at Xuanhuan again, he was extremely violent at this time, and he was not worried about the consumption of his own blood. The situation of this divine light is strange. He Xingyang saw the clue and said in surprise, "It's not that Xuanhuan didn't consume his own source, but every time he consumes his source, there will be a force to replenish it, so that he is still at his peak. The Emperor's divine pill can win the world. The divine blood pill is not digested directly, but will be like a heart, beating powerfully, delivering a lot of energy every time to make up for the consumption of the outbreak. Go, the army retreats." With the participation of Dao, He Xingyang clearly knew that the Divine Feather Slayer sect was impossible to complete this time. If the battle continued, the losses of his army would be too heavy, and even the Scarlet Blood Demon Venerable and the Jinquan sect master would turn against them. Just go like this? Nangong Han was unwilling. Not long after she became the supreme god, she was in high spirits and was thinking of doing something earth-shattering, but right now, the first battle of the supreme god, she was about to leave in a daze, and it was really hard to accept in her heart. Yes, let's go. He Xingyang is decisive, nothing can be done, and it is stupid to continue fighting. Retreat. The two supreme gods ordered that the Tianbo dynasty army abandon the opponent in front of them. They fought and retreated outside the Yushan sect. The Tianbo dynasty is retreating. The Scarlet Blood Demon Venerable was a little surprised. He also believes that the war will be stalemate for some time. But this time, the Tianbo dynasty came aggressively, and passed by quickly, just like an anticlimactic. Since the Tianbo dynasty has retreated, let's go too. Seeing that there is no profit to be made, the Scarlet Blood Demon Venerable is also very uncomfortable. Without the intervention of Dao, the Divine Feather sect will undoubtedly be destroyed, but at this time, it is very likely that Dao will retaliate. Both the Blood God sect and Jinquan sect withdrew. #C507 Chaotic Ministers and Thieves, get them and kill them. The Tianbo dynasty retreated. Blood God sect and Jinquan sect also retreated. Looking outside the sect that had become empty, the Feather God sect experts also breathed a sigh of relief. They survived this time, and although they also suffered a certain amount of damage, they also killed enough to express their malice in their hearts. The Dao Legion didn't look like it was fun to kill. The end was too fast, and it wasn't fun at all. Your Majesty's army is really powerful. Xuanhuan sighed. There are a lot of them who are strong, but if they play Legion Charge with Dao, they will not be opponents. Their equipment is too strong and suitable for the battle of the army. Your Majesty, the Tianbo dynasty has withdrawn. Xuanhuan took the divine pill this time. After the war, he was still full of vitality and did not suffer much loss. Without the divine pill, he could not compete with Nangong Han at all. It's a pity. He also knows that the divine pill is too difficult to refine, and the number is even rarer, and His Majesty's body must not be much. Count the people who were injured this time, make a list and register them, and the Great Martial Arts Association will issue a healing medicine to quickly restore their combat power. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. Now that all the members of the Divine Feather sect belonged to him, he was naturally not stingy. What he had to do now was to transform and digest the power of this sect into his own. "It's your majesty," Xuanhuan said. "Your majesty, although the Tianbo dynasty has been repelled this time, the Yushan realm has not been completely settled. The Yushan sect previously controlled the two dynasties, the Su dynasty and the Dayou dynasty, and the Su dynasty was the first to be attacked by the Tianbo dynasty. He was slaughtered by the blood god sect again, and the losses were heavy." Chu Yuan nodded. "This kind of supreme sect will control several dynasties and help them do things that sects are not good at, while they hide behind the scenes, use the dynasties to expand the population and absorb geniuses. The Great Feather Dynasty has betrayed." Xuanhuan said coldly. "The traitor Yu Tianfeng came from the Dayou dynasty, and the Dayou dynasty was also the most powerful dynasty in the Yushan realm. This time, taking advantage of the opportunity of the Tianbo dynasty's attack, I want to get rid of the God of Feather sect forever and become an independent country. It's all a group of white-eyed wolves. Without the Divine Feather sect, how could the Great Feather dynasty grow? Without the support of the main sect, how could it grow and develop? Hua Qirong has the most irascible and angry way. What I hate most is betrayal." Chu Yuan's face turned cold. Anyone who knows the history of Dao knows that in the 30th year of Dao, the first emperor died, foreign enemies were surrounded, and domestic prime ministers and generals were also plotting rebellions to seize the best interests for themselves. This scene is very similar to the situation of the Divine Feather sect. He was moved to kill. The disciples of the Yushan sect were changed to the Yushan army, temporarily led by Xuanhuan, and sent troops to immediately clear up the rebellion, pacify the Yugid realm, and leave Su Chongli behind to quickly integrate the forces of the Yugid realm, restore order, and formulate the great martial law. Chu Yuan said, "Hianbo, this time you will lead the army to cooperate with the Yushan army to send troops to the Dayou dynasty, clean up the royal family, and betray the civil and military of the Manchu dynasty. Emperor Dayou, I will personally behead him and present his head," Xuanhuan said coldly. In addition, after the rebellion in the Feather God realm is resolved, the connection between this realm and the mainland of Dao will be quickly opened up, so that the national fortune can flow unimpeded. Chu Yuan continued, "Now, various policies can be implemented first, such as the college system, welfare system, recruiting system, etc. The Yushan sect took the initiative to seek refuge, and also donated 2 emperor-grade artifacts and the resources accumulated by the sect. Of course, Chu Yuan's policies towards them were different. Everything obeys His Majesty's orders. Xuanhuan led the newly formed Yushan army and Huyanbo to attack the Dayou dynasty a few days later. Xuanhuan, I have already sent the masters of the Golden Winged Upang clan to block the Dayou dynasty first, to prevent them from getting the news and running away. Since you want to kill the Dayou emperor, I will give you this opportunity. Stabilize the Feather God realm as soon as possible." Huyanbo said, "The Lord doesn't have much time to spend his power here. The world of Shinshan is very chaotic, and the Lord's troops have to be put there." "I know." Xuanhuan nodded. He could see that the relationship between Hianbo and Chu Yuan was not as simple as a monarch and a minister, but more like a master-servant relationship, which shocked him, and Hianbo must have been surrendered. Great Feather Dynasty. Backed by the Yushan sect, half of the land in the Yushan realm is ruled by them, and they have the genius of Yu Tianfeng. The Su dynasty was full of beacon fires and ruins everywhere. However, the Dayou dynasty was well preserved and was not affected by the war. The main reason was that the Tianbo dynasty also knew Yu Tianfeng and gave him this face. The Feather Shenzong encountered the Tianbo army, and the sect was destroyed. It was supposed to be the time when the Dayou dynasty showed off its strengths, and with the help of Yu Tianfeng's power, set up a portal and broke away. But the news of the Divine Feather sect made them panic. Xuanhuan led the entire army to surrender to Dao, forcing back the Tianbo dynasty, the Blood God sect, and the Jinquan Gate. The crisis of destroying the sect has been lifted. And there is also the Dao dynasty behind it. This behemoth is the backing. Inside the Great Feather Imperial City, there was panic everywhere. The Great Feather Temple, the place where the court meeting is held on weekdays. Just a few days ago, the ministers were still talking about it here. I imagined that after the demise of the Divine Feather sect, they finally had no shackles. They could be independent, display their ambitions, and prepare to expand and build the reputation of Dayu. But now, the temple is dead silent. All the ministers stood here, cowering, looking at a tall old man in imperial robes on the throne. This old man is the emperor of the Dayu dynasty. He is lying on the throne at the moment, and he no longer has the high-spiritedness and arrogance that he used to swallow mountains and rivers. There is a dead air on his face, his complexion is bad, and his eye sockets are sunken. Your Majesty, we can't escape at all, we have been trapped in the Imperial City. The ministers cried out in grief. They regret not being in line so early. They could have imagined that Xuanhuan would fight to the death for the sect, but they would not have thought that Xuanhuan would play such a hand, sacrifice the sect, and ask for the support of Dao. We shouldn't have defected so early, everything has to wait until the dust settles. A minister said, then Dao sent the golden-winged Dupeng to guard the road to escape from the Imperial City. Once you go out, you will encounter endless bombardment. Shouldn't you be rebellious? Although the old man was depressed at the moment, his words were extremely cold. I mentioned it that day, all of you were not rejoicing, but now tell me that you shouldn't betray? And there is a matter of Tianfeng, Xuanhuan. That old thing will let us go? Can. These ministers are remorseful. Yu Tianfeng is a member of your royal family, they are not. If you don't betray, even if Xuanhuan kills you, you can immediately rein in your horses. Ha ha ha, the chaotic ministers and thieves are all caught and executed. Now the Great Elder has led the army to kill the past, Great Feather Emperor, your death time is up, the Great Elder will not let you go, and will kill you. Several people were tortured with scars all over their bodies and knelt on the court. These were the inspectors established by the Yu Shinzong in the Dayu dynasty, and some people who were loyal to the Yu Shinzong and would rather die than join the mutiny. The chaotic ministers and thieves must indeed be captured and executed by everyone. Xuanhuan is here. #C508 National Transport through. Feather Xuanhuan, Yu Jianmei, Hu Qirong and other experts from the Feather God realm descended into the Dayu palace, all with strong killing intent, looking at Emperor Dayu with cold and cruel eyes. Yu Tianfeng came from the Dayu dynasty and belonged to the Dayu imperial family, but he stole the heart of Yushan and broke through to God himself, putting his Yushan sect in danger. And when the Divine Feather sect was at its most dangerous, the Dayu dynasty declared its independence and broke away from the Divine Feather sect, which undoubtedly stabbed them again. Obviously, all this had been planned for a long time, and the Dayu dynasty had been planning it for a long time, and they would not submit to the rule of his Divine Feather sect. You are finally here. Emperor Dayu seemed very calm at this time. Come on, kill you, a chaotic thief, a rebellious person. Xuanhuan looked at Emperor Dayu, both hated and complicated. If Yu Tianfeng's betrayal had nothing to do with his Dayu dynasty, he wouldn't believe it if he was killed. Obviously, it was for Yushan's heart and he planned it. I don't think I am a chaotic minister. First of all, I am the lord of a country and control a dynasty. What qualifications do you have to order me? Emperor Dayu retorted. People who are dying dare to call themselves me. I want to catch you and cut you with 1,000 swords, and it will be difficult to vent 1/10,000th of the hatred in my heart. The fire red melts and drinks fiercely. It's all about winning the king and losing the bandit. If I lose, of course you can say what you say, and if I win, the history books will also record it. The so-called justice is just a tool used by the victors to praise themselves, Xuanhuan, and the establishment of the Diao dynasty. You just want me to be your slave, you know this better than anyone else. Emperor Diao laughed, you didn't enshrine the divine feather sect and let yourself survive. Speaking of which, there is no difference between us. You're right, the winner is the winner, and the winner controls everything, and this time it's you who lost. At this time, Xuanhuan had no complicated emotions in his eyes. Elder, let us go, we are all persecuted by the great Feather Emperor and have to listen to his words. In fact, we are all loyal to the Divine Feather sect. A minister knelt down and begged Xuanhuan for mercy. Boom! Emperor Diao smashed the head of the surrendered minister with one palm. Calmly said, the half-hearted grass on the wall, Xuanhuan, I will clean it up for you first. Big Feather Emperor, you are crazy. Elder, forgive us for our sin this time. We are willing to abandon the darkness and return to the Divine Feather sect. The ministers were shocked. Look, this is your minister, he has no backbone at all, and the walls are down on both sides. How can things be done with such a person? Seeing such a scene, Xuanhuan looked down on this so-called minister of great feather even more, and had no backbone. You're right. Emperor Diao seemed to be crazy, and he beheaded those who roared the most fiercely. Xuanhuan, haha, although I lost this time, Tianfeng has become a god, so it doesn't count as a complete loss. I still won you once. Emperor Diao smiled and rushed towards Xuanhuan. Although he is also the strongest among the profound gods, how could he be Xuanhuan's opponent, and slap him flying with one palm? I'll take your head off myself. The palace exploded and was reduced to rubble. Xuanhuan took action and took off Emperor Diao's head. There was only a headless corpse in an imperial robe on the ground. Forgive us. Don't kill us. Wrong, we were wrong. The officials of the Diao dynasty banged their heads, begging Xuanhuan not to kill them. Clean up the Diao dynasty from top to bottom. I don't like this kind of stubborn stuff, and neither does His Majesty, so I killed them all. Xuanhuan held Emperor Diao's head and said mercilessly, if you are wrong, you will have to pay the price. There is no regret in this world. What happened has already happened. Blood stained the imperial city, mourning everywhere, killing people everywhere. The royal family of the Diao dynasty, and the families of all rebellious people were pushed to the guillotine. Countless people had their heads chopped off. The Diao dynasty was purged from top to bottom, leaving no one who betrayed. Xuanhuan was very clear about the Diao dynasty. Xianbo did not do it, and let him do it himself. Huyan Jishan, the Diao dynasty has been cleaned up. The next step, according to His Majesty's will, is to open up the connection with Dao's native land, so that the luck will be connected. Feather God Light Road. Yes, you are right. When you purged the Diao dynasty, I sent one step forward to open up the national transport channel. Huyanbo Road. The iron horse is Jingge, the army is conquering, and the momentum is menacing. There are countless forces between Feather God Realm and Dao. But how powerful is the Dao dynasty now, with the Supreme God leading the army and the elites of the Feather God Realm? The forces along the way will either surrender or just flee. There is no good or evil in imperial conquests, only interests are eternal, and the interests of one's own dynasty will always come first. In a short period of time, whoever passed by the army was not afraid of the wind, making the power of Dao more and more powerful. The national fortune has grown again, and the kingdom of the emperor has expanded again. Chu Yuan had been guarding the Feather God Realm for a while. He could clearly sense that the growth of the national fortune was too strong, mainly because the entire Feather God Realm had returned to him, and the many strong people and the people of Dao had become people of Dao. However, during this period of expedition, his emperor's kingdom expanded several times. He also obtained Xuanhuan from the Feather God realm, and more people and gods were born in the Emperor's kingdom, allowing more people to enter and practice. Your Majesty, the Feather God realm has been settled, and the passage between the dynasty and the Feather God realm has been opened. This is the head of Emperor Tiao. Xuanhuan knelt down, holding a brocade box in his hand. I have already felt that the huge national fortunes are gathering. You have done a good job, and the powerhouses of the Feather God realm have also done a good job. All credit points have been recorded by the court, and they will be distributed according to the situation of credit points, which can be exchanged in the treasury. Treasure. Xuanhuan nodded. Employers should be both majestic and deterrent, but also to give sufficient benefits. In his treasury, the exchange of Emperor-grade divine pills has now been added, which is enough to drive these people crazy. Fight for the dynasty. What happened during this time has transformed Xuanhuan from a great elder to a member of the dynasty. 3 main cities are built in Yushan realm: Yushan City, Diyu City, Daxu City, and Yushangang is the realm master of Yushan realm. Xuanhuan assists in managing all the tedious matters in Yugad realm, and recruits the powerhouses of Feather God realm. Entered the Dao Academy as a resident tutor. Xuanhuan said. In addition, the 4 elite corps of Shenwu, Demon God, Divine Retribution, and Phoenix Army will recruit troops in Yushan realm to supplement their elite combat power. There are many strong people in the Feather God realm. With this addition, the combat power of the 4 elite legions will be greatly improved. Yu Jianmei, fiery red melting, enter the army of gods, obey my direct dispatch. Xuanhuan first added some strong people from Yushan realm to join the army of gods. I am the world master? Xuanhuan nodded. Your Majesty also asked him to let him dominate the affairs in the Feather God realm. In fact, under the leadership of the national fortune, he would be aware of any changes in the Feather God realm, and the national fortune of the Feather God realm had already been linked with Dao. The power of national fortune is infinite. The Su dynasty has been plundered, and it needs to be rebuilt in the shortest possible time to appease the displaced people. We have already made people do these things. Xuanhuan said, I will take you to a place. #C509 I look at your practice. Where is this place? Xuanhuan's eyes flashed, and he found himself disappearing into Yushan realm and appearing in an unfamiliar place. In this place, the bright and colorful colors are flowing, it seems to be a paradise, and the airflow has turned into a stream of heaven. This place is the secret territory of Dao. This time you have fought well, and you have taken the initiative to join the dynasty and reward you with the qualifications to enter the secret realm. Xuanhuan said. Xuanhuan can enter the kingdom of the emperor from anywhere in the place where the national destiny is located. This is? Xuanhuan took a breath, and the human emperor's aura washed down like a rolling waterfall. At this moment, his body underwent a huge change, and some parts of the flesh and blood that could not be cultivated were stimulated by the impact of the human spirit aura. And his soul has entered a rare state of pure spirit at this moment. This is a strange and powerful breath. How do I feel that after I breathe this aura, the bottleneck that has been trapped for a long time has a sign of loosening? Yes, I feel my potential is being stimulated. Could it be, this is the source of the dynasty's power? After the people from the Feather God realm came in, they breathed in the spiritual energy of the gods, and their expressions became incredible. This is the spiritual energy of human beings, and it is most suitable for the cultivation aura of human beings. Xuanhuan said, you can feel the beauty of cultivation here. No wonder your Majesty doesn't need Yushan Tower, it turns out that there is a better secret realm. Yushangang secretly said. Xuanhuan, Yu Jianmei. Xuanhuan called by name. The two walked out. The two of you are the peak of the profound God, and you are only half a step away from the supreme God, but I know that this half step is enough to trap you for life, and you will not be able to break through until you die. but in the secret realm of Dao, I have a way to make you break through the obstacles. Xuanhuan said, during this time. The task of the two of you is to break through to God with all your strength, and you don't need to worry about other things for the time being. There is only one supreme God in Dao, which is far from enough. Only Yu Shengguang and Yu Jianmei are the closest. I will reward you with the divine pill of Emperor grade. Xuanhuan shook his hand, and several bottles of divine blood pills fell to the two. Is this all divine pill? The moment they received the divine pill, the hearts of the two of them were also twitching when they looked at the heartwarming medicinal pill. Your Majesty was so generous, and he directly rewarded them with the divine pill. I will reward those who have meritorious deeds. At present, Xuanhuan doesn't have many divine pills on his body. The materials for refining the imperial pills are too precious, and ordinary medicinal materials cannot be refined. If it weren't for the fact that he had obtained a lot of magical medicines in the sacred mountain during this time, and collected some from the feather god realm, he would not be able to refine a few. But even so, the medicinal materials are almost consumed. It will not disappoint His Majesty's hope. Only Yu Shengguang and Yu Jianmei knew what was lost and harvested in the east. With these divine pills and the spiritual energy of the people and gods in the secret realm, the hope of the two breaking through to the Supreme God has greatly increased, and if they don't rely on Dao, let alone hope, they are likely to have died in the hands of the Tianbo dynasty now. At this moment, the two were wildly guessing in their hearts. His Majesty was able to come up with so many divine pills, it seems that Dao's strength in front of them is only part of it. Others saw that the two elders received such great benefits, and their hearts were also turbulent. They all knew that this was because the two elders had made too much contribution, and they decided to send a large sect. And His Majesty also said that if you have merit, you will be rewarded. Others have been practicing in the secret territory for a period of time, obeying the arrangements of the imperial court, and gradually adding to the world of the sacred mountain. Xuanhuan took their hearts away with this one hand. Everything obeys His Majesty's orders. All the strong knelt down. Hianbo, you have a reward too. Hianbo is a monster, and the aura of man and God is not suitable for him. Xuanhuan took out a few bottles and said, these imperial elixirs will be used for cultivation, and then they will sit in the world of Shanshan. The dynasty needs countless precious medicinal materials to refine more elixir. If you have merit, I will not be without you. Divine pill. Hianbo's eyes also became fierce, and he nodded fiercely, my lord, I know what to do, I will definitely grab more medicinal materials for the dynasty. He was holding the divine pill, his hands were shaking, and he had already smelled that these were several kinds of divine pills suitable for the demon race. And there are quite a few. His Majesty valued him very much, and told him that if you want more divine pills, go to the world of Shanshan and take them. Dynasty has the means to refine imperial pills. Hianbo was also shocked. In the sacred mountain, I predict that there will be a war soon. I want to know every move in the sacred mountain, especially the movement in the core of the region. Go ahead. Xuanhuan asked Hianbo to return to the mountain. Dao does not need him to guard. After ordering things, everything will depend on time to run steadily. He did not return to the mountain for the time being, but sat in the kingdom of the emperor. The boundless and majestic national fortunes continue to gather from all walks of life. As the newly conquered feather god realm, it has the greatest potential. Almost every day, the fortune is skyrocketing. In exchange for credit, people in the feather god realm are desperately earning credit. Immediately, the entire dynasty was prosperous, radiant, and people's hearts stabilized. In the process of cultivation, Xuanhuan transformed the energy of a large amount of the national fortune mixed god stone into more spiritual energy of people and gods, which is better than simply using faith to cultivate. On the top of his head, a large number of emperor-grade divine pills and a few emperor-grade divine pills were as bright as stars, and the energy that was transformed was intertwined like a waterfall, impacting Xuanhuan's body. His realm, his power, is also fast. At this time, his body was like a big furnace, capable of swallowing up all power, and the torrent of power was rolling and unstoppable. The second half of the 43 years of Tiao. The Eightfold Heavenly God. Under the dual blessing of the divine pill and the spiritual chi of the human god, Xuanhuan's strength has soared, and he has risen to the 8th level of the heavenly god. Very good, the spiritual energy of human beings and gods, and the double blessing of the Emperor's divine pills, the cultivation speed is very fast, and some fate points can be saved. Xuanhuan is consolidating his realm. He is monitoring the operation of the country with the national fortune, and he is also paying attention to the news in the mountain. Recently, the mountain has been relatively calm, and both the Holy Heaven Empire and the Qingmu Chongqing Empire have entered a relatively quiet period, and they seem to be making the most adequate preparations for entering the core of the region. The core of the eastern region, influenced by the central region, is still shrouded in a powerful and mysterious force. However, the strength is gradually weakening, and it is already possible to slowly enter. There are more resources in the core, and there are not enough divine pills and divine medicines. Xuanhuan took control of the overall situation of the entire dynasty and said, Yu Shengguang and Yu Jianmei will not move until they break through to the Supreme God, and they don't need to waste their time. He thought, and teleported to Shangguangxian. Shangguangxian is also cultivating at this moment. With the resources of Tiao, her aura is getting stronger and stronger. The fairy-like face and the light of the fairy are dazzling colors, all of which set off her fairy aura. But Xuanhuan knew that this immortal transformation divine light was a magic art, and its beautiful appearance was deadly. His Majesty. When Shangguangxian saw Xuanhuan, he was shocked at first, and then laughed. Thinking of her witch-like heart and looking at her fairy-like face, people felt a special feeling in their hearts. I'm here to see how your cultivation is going. Xuanhuan walked towards her. #C520 Death Doll. From spring to autumn, the wheel of time keeps rolling, and now it has arrived at the beginning of the 44th day of Tiao. This time is extremely short for the eternal great world. But the masters who have fallen in the past few years are incomparable in the past millions of years. With the supply of Daipen Shendan, Hianbo has broken through to the 3rd level of the Supreme God. He was extremely crazy in the sacred mountain, and took advantage of the Golden Wing Dupang's unparalleled speed to seize the magic medicine in the sacred mountain again and again, which caused a lot of headaches for many forces. During this period of Tiao, he was able to obtain a lot of magical medicines, and Hianbo was very credited. Although the territory of Tiao is peaceful, the world is not peaceful. Xuanhuan's Kingdom of Emperors can be instantly teleported to any place in the dynasty. The world has risen to peace, and the entire dynasty has a terrifying centripetal force. Everyone is upward, bravely cultivates martial arts, and the folk martial arts are prosperous. But under a strong order, no private fights are allowed, otherwise the death penalty will be imposed. The main Great Wu is now in the rising period of national fortune. Everyone has goals, everyone knows that the dynasty is in a period of expansion, there are too many opportunities, and they are all making contributions. Inside the Feather God realm. This is the biggest realm of Tiao. The scars from the war have been gradually healed, and with the help of De Wu, a new order has been established. People in this world know that if there is no great martial arts and the Tianbo dynasty is broken, I don't know how many people will die tragically, and how many people will be destroyed. Most of the powerhouses in Yushan realm are now in the world of Shinshan, fighting for the country. The Great Martial Arts Academy was also established in this world. At this time, Xuanhuan was like a god above the gods. He was located within the national fortune and inspected the Feather God realm, walking in this realm like the ruler of the gods. The major legions of the dynasty are recruiting to supplement the world of Shinshan, and we also want to join the elite army of Tiao. Yes, it would be great if I could join His Majesty's Divine Army. Yes. The Divine Army is not mobilized by the Ministry of War. It is His Majesty's pro-military and directly obeys His Majesty's orders. The benefits are also the best. However, the threshold for the Divine Army is too high, and it has been expanded many times. You can't stay in Feather God Realm, you still have to go to the battlefield to get the most credit. Everyone is busy, and joining the Legion is a great honor for them. Because only in the Legion can get more contribution points. There is so much that can be done with a contribution. Xuanhuan was very satisfied when he saw it. Now everyone put their efforts on earning and contributing, not only in the Feather God Realm, but also in other circles, and there was an atmosphere of courage and improvement. Inside the Dao Academy. This month, the Academy got another batch of candidates to enter the Sacred Mountain. Now those who meet the requirements, come to me to register, and the college will pass the screening to decide who will enter the Sacred Mountain. In the Dao Academy, the teenagers also entered the Sacred Mountain under the leadership of various mentors. Children, when you arrive at the Academy, go to school well and listen to the instructor. This day has changed. It is the day of Dao. You have encountered the best era. There is a good majesty. As long as you work hard and contribute enough, you can enter the school. In the secret territory, wash the marrow and cut the bones, and change the fate against the sky. There are parents who send their children to academies. These parents are very grateful to Dao. Because in the past, cultivating was a very luxurious thing. Ordinary civilians are not qualified to practice martial arts. After all, the road of martial arts requires too many resources, which cannot be afforded by ordinary people. After all, Divine Feather Sect recruits only a few people, and it needs dazzling talents. Although the Su dynasty and the Dao dynasty also had academy systems similar to Dao, they couldn't practice martial arts like Dao. It's a cycle. It seems that these teenagers can only consume resources now, but when they grow up, they can join the army, grab resources for the dynasty, and then supply them to the next generation. Moreover, the geniuses cultivated in these academies, both civil and military, are most grateful to the dynasty, and those who grew up under the patronage of the dynasty are also the most loyal. Dynasty is fighting, these people will have no worries even if they die in battle, and the dynasty will be responsible for the things behind them. This is very good. Everyone has a goal for credit and contribution. I don't lack talent, I don't lack resources, but I am loyal to the dynasty. After Xuanhuan inspected all walks of life, he was very satisfied. He has been on the throne for some years, and most of the first batch of college students have been added to the army and began to contribute to the dynasty. Back to the Imperial city. The foundry department is very busy and has added a lot of manpower. Feather God Realm took refuge, and their crafting masters also supplemented Dao, and Dao's reputation also attracted many outsiders. Ding! The host completed the side quest to build 100 star warships, obtained 60,000 fate points, the advanced card of the Imperial artifact, the supernatural power fruit X16, the Xuanhuan X2, the random lottery chance X1, the Xianchen puppet creation progress 10%, the current progress 90%. After annexing the Feather God Realm, the number of Xuanhuan Xingkong battleships exceeded 100. Now, there are 50 ships of the balanced version, 30 of the defensive version, and 20 of the offensive version. No matter how many warships there are, it's not too much. It's useful for exploring beyond the realm and exploring the Sacred Mountain. Xuanhuan said, in exchange for 60,000 fate points in exchange for the first realm. His realm instantly reached the 9th level of the gods. 16 magical fruit raised the great cutting technique to the 6th level. Start random lottery. Xuanhuan said. Ding. The host will start a random lottery and get a dead baby X3. Death Doll, a special puppet that encounters a fatal blow and can move flowers and trees to block the next blow for the host. Xuanhuan looked at this doll for death. It was only the size of a palm, it was carved from wood, and there was no appearance on its face, but as long as it was contaminated with his own breath, it would turn into the appearance of the host, blocking the next blow at a critical moment. For the dead baby, specializing in defense against assassination. Xuanhuan said. He knew that in fact, powerful forces were afraid of not attacking from the front, but stabbing them in the back. Just like the Empire, it would be a headache when it encounters Shadow Valley. If the ancestor of the Divine Feather sect had a doll on his body, he might not have died. Lord. On this day, Huyanbo rushed back from the Xuanhuan world in an emergency. What happened in Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan asked. The Lord is wise, the world of Xuanhuan has undergone great changes. Huyanbo said, during this period of time, the core forces in the eastern region have gradually dissipated, and many forces have gradually entered. Just yesterday, that force completely dissipated, and the major forces were rapidly pressing the army into the core region. The core area is closely connected to the area in the Xuanhuan world, and it is also the most mysterious place. It is no exaggeration to say that the treasures in the core of the eastern region do not add up to half as much as the rest of the eastern region. All the forces in the core area call it the origin of the sacred mountain. I have been to the origin several times, and there are indeed treasures everywhere. Huyanbo Road. Origin. Xuanhuan also had a strong interest in the source, and after thinking for a moment, he said, except for those who need to be guarded, the army is gradually transferred to the source. It is said that the ancestor of the Feather God sect died in the source. I am also very interested in that place, and I can't be left behind. Others, the source of the sacred mountain is an area that must be set foot. #C521 Source. With the opening of the source, all the forces gradually put the struggle in the core of the eastern region. There are too many treasures in the source area, which will allow many forces to accumulate a deeper background. Xuanhuan is also planning to enter the source. I'm going to take a look at this source. Xuanhuan also attached great importance to the source, and could not just sit in the Imperial city. See Your Majesty. Xuanhuan went to the source of the sacred mountain, all the troops lined up neatly to welcome His Majesty's arrival, and a reverent voice broke out, raising his weapons and hitting his armor. Your Majesty is the heaven of Dao, the heaven that shelters them. The core of the eastern region, within the source. Xuanhuan observed the core source at this time. There is an extremely strong force in the core place, which has turned into a sacred energy. He knew the terrain. The source of the eastern area was not a circular area, but a fan-shaped area, which was close to the central area, and spread out. In the source land, the strong ability has turned into a dazzling haze, like a mist. There is a powerful divine aura here, surpassing the divine veins of the emperor. Xuanhuan felt it carefully. Your Majesty Xingming. Following the holy car, a middle-aged man called Zhou Xiantong, a strong man in the Feather God realm, said, after investigation, the origin of the entire eastern region is a sacred vein, and there are countless sacred stones that the Empire must dig up. Divine veins. The sacred veins surpass the imperial veins, meaning the sacred stone. A divine vein does not mean that it can be extracted like a keel spine. But in a huge area, there will be huge pieces of divine stone everywhere in the ore, and the stars are densely distributed. With a bang of his palm, a huge deep pit suddenly appeared on the hard ground. In the deep pit, traces of mineral veins appeared, and there were several divine crystals, the size of human heads. This god is crystal clear, flowing with sacred liquid, and it is a rare treasure. Holy stone. Very useful. If Dao's equipment can be activated by the holy stone, the strength can be directly upgraded to a large level. This is a fan-shaped map. The more you move forward, the more treasures you can get. Huyanbo Road. Starship battleship patrols and guards, the army advances, and enters the core of the source. Xuanhuan looked at the central area of Xuanhuan, and was shrouded in mystery, and said, "And I speculate that the central area will be a bigger source, and this is just the outer source, and the power here is now dissipated. The explanation is there are also changes in the area, and the time to enter the middle area is very close." The order was given, and the army began to move forward. The further you go, the narrower the source becomes. After advancing to a certain position, it was very close to the middle area, and the army stopped, set up camp and set up defensive positions. "Your Majesty, you are looking at the area, you are shrouded in thick power, and if you forcefully break into it, you will be blocked by an extremely powerful force, consuming a huge amount of mana, as if you are walking in a swamp, and even gods cannot enter it." Zhou Xiantong pointed forward. "I'll take a look at the central area." Xuanhuan instantly flew to the extremely high sky, looked down, and opened the eyes of God. The moment he turned his eyes to the front, a very strong force came back, and it was about to shatter his soul, but when he ran the great devouring technique, he saw a mysterious scene. In the middle area, as if the heaven and the earth had just opened, an upside-down bowl, endless airflow enveloped it, and it was impossible to step on it. "This is the middle area." Xuanhuan said in his heart, "If I use the great devouring technique, can I devour this power? Artificially create a passage and step into it? Maybe it is feasible." He didn't focus on the middle area first, but at the moment. The legions use this as a base to spread their territories, clear surrounding forces, mine sacred stones, collect treasures, and count them as contributions. Xuanhuan ordered to go. The army immediately acted. There were many divine stones in the source area, but they were all hidden in the ground or in the mountains. However, under the carpet-like search of a large number of people, the sacred stones were still piled up like mountains. Some of these divine stones, Xuanhuan, are used to enrich the treasury, and some are used to distribute them to the Light Legion to equip the Great Shield of Light. This is a sturdy line of defense. The holy light is used to stimulate the protection of the holy stone, and even the powerful mysterious gods cannot break through. The great martial army has advanced to the forefront. This is to seize the most precious treasure. Dao is very ambitious. That Emperor Wu is a peerless hero. Even the Feather God realm has taken refuge in them. Together with the powerhouses of the Golden Wing Dupeng family, they are very powerful. Don't get too close to this great martial artist, their desire to conquer is too strong. The arrival of Dao also made many forces in the source feel great pressure. In the past, Dao was strong in equipment, but there were not many strong ones. However, now that Dao has annexed the Feather God realm and surrendered Hianbo, the number of powerhouses has increased, and he has equipment that makes other forces envy and covet, so he doesn't want to have a conflict with them. The great martial army has arrived, and Emperor Wu is guarding here in person. The Holy Emperor also received news that Dao had reached the core of the source. Dao's strength is now so strong that the empire has to be careful to win over. In this way, most of the empire does not border Dao, so as to avoid conflicts when fighting for treasures. In addition, prepare for Xiao Zihua to visit Emperor Wu. Shengfei Ji Shendao, tell Xiao Zihua that they are not going to compete with Dao for treasure, but to unite with Dao and at the same time oppress the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. The strength of that Dao is so strong that the empire cannot ignore it. In the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, many strong people have also gathered at the source. The strength of Dao is good news for the Holy Heaven Empire, but bad news for them. De Wu has swallowed the Feather God realm, and there are Golden Wing Dupeng clan strongmen. His strength cannot be ignored, and Emperor Wu is domineering. The Holy Heaven Empire has asked Xiao Zihua to lead troops, and wants to oppress the empire on this side. The supreme commander of the empire in the world of Xuanhuan. The Holy Heaven Empire will unite, so Dao has no enemies? There is an empire to the gods. I have already learned that there are also old antiques who have woken up from their slumbers in the eastern Forbidden Land. They even recruited the Forbidden Land to awaken the spirit. In addition, Shadow Valley is also plotting to assassinate Emperor Wu, and the situation of Dao is also very troublesome. Let the source land become as chaotic as possible. In short, the Emperor will sweep everything after his return. The major forces entered the source. The area of the source area is smaller, and so many forces have entered. In order to compete for resources, countless wars have broken out. After months of opening the source, a big change has finally taken place. Boom! In the middle area, the divine light was turbulent, as if the sky and the earth were beginning to open, and a big explosion was generated. With the breath of divine light, the airwaves that exploded, and the hurricane was carried. Countless things were swept from the central area to the outside world with the big explosion, densely packed, I don't know how many. #C522 Kamiyama shock. Divine light surged, and thunder struck. When you open your divine eyes, you will find that great turmoil has occurred in the middle area. The divine light erupts like a volcano, and the entire middle area is a volcano, erupting infinite divine light. The area in the middle of the mountain is shaking. What's going to happen? Is this something that has never happened before? Is the middle area going to be opened? When the various forces stationed in the source area saw such a movement, they were all shocked, knowing that there would be a great opportunity to appear in the world, and quickly mobilized the strong to be ready at any time. Some people even became bold, combined with some ancient records, and suddenly rushed over, but they were all repelled by an extremely powerful force, and the whole person was blasted away by the explosive force. Can't go in. It's not that the middle area is opened, but there are other changes. The major forces are speculating about what this change will bring. Boom. It was like a scene of extinction. When the world collapsed, a huge mushroom cloud exploded when the mountain was in turmoil. Then, within the mushroom cloud, hundreds of millions of divine lights seemed to hang down in a primitive color similar to chaos. The most shocking thing was that countless things erupted like magma. The hurricane of divine light was circling, and it could be seen that countless rubble fell, and the power was so terrifying that some even the gods could be smashed to death. Defense, the Legion of Light holds up the Great Shield of Light. On the side of the Great Martial Army, there were also countless pieces of gravel falling towards this side, and the giant shield was immediately supported. The rubble smashed down with the force of the eruption, and the power was so great that the giant shield slammed, and even some masters had to take the initiative to hold up the mana shield to protect the army. These stones. Some masters were observing these stones and said in surprise, "Your Majesty, these stones are mixed with extremely cherished mines, which were brought from the central region, and there are also pieces of sacred stone, and even pieces of source stone." After stabilizing, some masters collected the gravel and sent it to Xuanhuan. The light flickered, very dazzling. Most of these stones are mines, as if there was a big explosion in the middle area, and then they were brought here by a hurricane, like a tsunami hurricane in the ocean, which swept the fish from the depths of the sea. Not only that, those circling in the sky are plants of divine medicine. My God, each plant is extremely precious, and can be used to refine Imperial-grade pills, even Emperor-grade pills. There are too many, how can there be so many? These masters are amazed. The change brought the treasures that all the forces in the central region longed for. Your Majesty, I originally thought that the treasures in the source area of the eastern region were naturally there, but now I understand that they were brought out from the central region. Although they also appeared in the ancient times, there is no record of this mutation. Hyunbo exclaimed, "This time is very different from the past." This kind of change in the middle area is indeed unusual, and it may also be an opportunity to enter. Xuanhuan said, "The major legions are ready. Hyunbo, you are the fastest, lead the army, collect the treasures in the central area, and give me so many magical medicines and materials. I can create countless equipment, many the magic medicine, the dynasty's strength will be greatly improved. Yes, I know that the golden-winged Dupang family is unparalleled in speed, and they are also monsters with strong physical bodies. This time, the Lord is optimistic about my performance. Hianbo instantly transformed into the real body of Dupang, and the huge body flew into the air, ignoring the smashing of the boulder, and with a roll of wings, he collected a large amount of treasures. The closer you are, the greater the advantage, and you can loot treasures recently. At this moment, countless figures have already flown out, frantically snatching these treasures. The Dao Legion is also attacking, the Light Legion is guarding, the major legions follow closely, and under the leadership of a master, they collect a lot of treasures in a snare way. The movement in the middle area has not stopped at all, but it is getting bigger and bigger. Even a mountain has been impacted. Great devouring technique. Xuanhuan saw a dazzling giant mountain revolving with an extremely terrifying storm, and the great devouring technique was running. Suddenly, a huge vortex appeared, shrouded the giant mountain, and pulled it in front of him. Boom! The giant mountain fell, and Xuanhuan slashed it with one palm. The mountain was broken, revealing a dazzling color. It was filled with all kinds of rare ores, and there were also many magical medicines on it. Seeing that Xuanhuan had captured a giant mountain in one fell swoop, the army burst into cheers. At this time, Xuanhuan also saw that the powerful mana was intertwined and turned into a net of heaven and earth, and all the treasures that were brought out by the scrolls were caught in the net. With the power of devouring, Xuanhuan stepped onto the extremely high sky, and his whole body began to surge. With him as the center, he formed a swallowing domain and spread wildly around. At this moment, he is like a huge magnet. The power of the expansion of the domain, no matter what treasures, are actively attracted by him, and then fall into the camp of the great martial army. Damn, that person is Emperor Wu. What kind of magical power did he use? Even the speed of plundering treasures by the Supreme God is not as fast as him. This man is horrible. He has topped several Supreme Gods by himself. No, there are more. Don't have a conflict with the Emperor Wu, there are still many treasures in the mountain. Many powerhouses saw the presence of a stalwart, and he did not move, just stood there quietly, but attracted countless treasures. The Lord's means are even more powerful than mine. Huyanbo was shocked when he saw the speed at which Xuanhuan plundered the treasure. At this moment, in Dao's camp, many materials like giant mountains are piled up together. These materials are rare in the eternal world. Xuanhuan just glanced at it and found that some of them can be directly used to refine sacred artifacts, but there is no such expert to refine them. And what he cared about most was the magic medicine. Enough medicine. The plunder this time is almost half of what Dao has obtained in the sacred mountain in the past few years. Moreover, the movement in the middle area continues. Beacon fires are everywhere, and people are fighting everywhere. Now some people are fighting together for some extremely precious treasures, and even the most powerful people are fighting in the air. In the Aoki Chongqing Empire and the Holy Heaven Empire, they are not only robbing treasures, but also sending some people to study the central area of Xinshan. They are exploring the reasons behind this huge turmoil, and whether they can use this change to enter the central area. Just the change in the explosion brought out so many treasures. It is difficult for them to imagine how much there will be in the middle area of Xinshan. This time is really different from the old times. Boom! Like the sound of an explosion in the sky, Xuanhuan stood in the air, his eyes blazed, and he suddenly saw temples being blown out due to the explosion, rolling in the air. #C523 with the power of devouring. Temples rolled out of the central area. I don't know what happened in the middle area. There were explosions, and the air wave blew the temple that existed in the middle area. Temple. Xuanhuan's divine light was fierce, and when he grabbed it with a big hand, a temple was drawn in front of him. The treasures present in the temple are obviously of higher quality. After he opened it, he found that there was a washbasin-sized, blood-gold divine gold floating on a divine pillar made of source divine stone, absorbing the power of nature. The system said, scarlet blood god iron, rare and precious, can be used to create imperial artifacts. Very good. In order to build the magic lock tower, Xuanhuan is also collecting various artifacts, and this divine iron can be integrated into it to enhance the quality of the artifacts. Boom! There were great changes in the middle area, and more temples were blown out, fell into various areas, and were captured by a master. Everything belongs to my Dao. The real body of the Dapeng that Hianbo transformed into is also fiercely plundering. He is extremely fierce. Relying on the powerful body of his Dapeng bird and the divine blood pill rewarded by His Majesty, he is not afraid of being injured at all. Seize. It's hateful, this Dapeng bird is too fast, it can't match him at all. This Dapeng bird is too fierce, few supreme gods can't hold his speed at all. Dao has grabbed too many resources in this wave. The numerous forces in this area saw that Hianbo was rapidly plundering, and they hated it, but there was no good way to do it. Divide the source of the eastern region into 5 regions. The Holy Heaven Empire and the Aoki Longevity Empire each occupy one piece, and in this region where Dao is located, other forces cannot compete for it at all. Xuanhuan stood in the air, he didn't need to grab it as quickly as Hianbo, he could absorb more treasures than Hianbo with his great swallowing technique. Treasures are limited, and Dao captures so much, which means that the harvest of other forces will be reduced. And so much power. Boom! Suddenly, the middle area was like a volcanic eruption, causing great turmoil. A large temple rolled out, immediately attracting the attention of countless people, causing them to shift their targets. The treasures enshrined in the great temple are 10 times more precious than ordinary temples. The meaning of the existence of these temples? When Xuanhuan saw the great temple, he kept guessing in his heart, in the world of Shinshan, apart from the creatures of the eternal great world, I haven't seen other creatures. What are the functions of their existence? And the treasures inside are all heaven and earth. Treasure, it is not artificially refined, is it because of some ancient sacrifice? He felt that his guesses were inseparable from 10. There must have been some kind of change in Kamiyama. Guess what, he still wants to capture the great temple. Devour the realm. Swish. A black hole appeared behind Xuanhuan, swallowed it out, and formed a terrifying vacuum environment, which was more powerful than any other environment. Your Majesty's great devouring technique is getting more and more terrifying. Ning Shouchen was horrified. With the current strength of Xuanhuan, even a star can be swallowed up. Swallow the black hole. The sensational swallowing black hole instantly enveloped the great temple. Can't let him take it away. There are strong people who use mana to prevent Xuanhuan's capture. But when these mana fell, it was swallowed up by the swallowed black hole, and there was nothing left. It was like a mud cow entering the sea. The power he swallowed became stronger and stronger. The growth of the Emperor's kingdom also greatly enhanced Xuanhuan's strength. In the blink of an eye, a great temple disappeared in front of everyone and arrived in Dao's camp. Mighty! The soldiers were excited. Little gold and silver absorbed the power of the temple god stone. Xuanhuan blasted away the great temple with one palm, and the divine light inside was dazzling. He was surprised to see that there was also a divine pearl 10 times larger than what he had obtained before, and there were more than a dozen small ones around. God Pearl. It can be used to decorate the Imperial city, like a searchlight, to make the Imperial city a truly sacred city. Xuanhuan was very satisfied. Damn, another great temple was taken away by Emperor Wu. At least half of the treasures in this area fell into De Wu's pocket. We can only drink some soup behind them. The next great temple appears, and Emperor Wu can no longer get it. We must join forces to fight against Great Wu. Yes, they are too domineering and powerful. There are also several god-level forces in this area, but the treasures they have obtained are not more than half of Dao, and they are all angry. The great temple has appeared. Just as they were talking, a great temple in the mountain was blown up again, like a wave of shattering the heavens and the earth. Join us, and fight against Emperor Wu first. The mana of these people turned into Xuanhuan, and they confronted Dao in unison. Xuanhuan moved a little, and the vast power turned into a vacuum by swallowing the realm. The mana of these people collapsed and disappeared in front of him, and a huge black hole shrouded the great temple again, and it was to be captured in the same way. Emperor Wu, a supreme god, glared at Xuanhuan from a very long distance. You have already acquired a great temple. Do you still want to take it? Let go when it is time to let go. Let go? Let go of what? Xuanhuan said coldly, there is no owner of treasures, and everything is taken by strength. You can't take me, so just yell in front of me, and you can also take them from me. You. These people are angry. Xuanhuan's devouring domain is too strange and powerful, and if the power of the supreme god hits it, it will disappear instantly. And now the strength of Dao is not what it used to be, and it has annexed a divine feather sect. If they really use their troops to fight, they will undoubtedly suffer heavy losses, which will make others take advantage of it, and the gain will outweigh the loss. Cut off Emperor Wu's mana. They didn't directly conflict with Xuanhuan, but the mana gathered together and bombarded the black hole fiercely. No matter how strong the black hole is, there will always be a limit, and if it exceeds it, an explosion will occur. The kingdom of the emperor, the aura of the gods. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, it is the power of a country, and the spiritual energy of the people and gods swirls in his hands, filling the black hole vortex, and suddenly the black hole becomes bizarre, showing all kinds of inconceivable. What kind of energy is this? The faces of those who took action changed dramatically. They felt the spiritual energy of the gods, and felt that this kind of supreme energy far surpassed their mana, as if their mana was a dragon. However, the aura of man and God is the ancestor dragon, the ancestor of man's power. His mana is so weird that even I feel oppressed. This group of people was horrified, looking at Xuanhuan, not like an emperor, but more like the emperor of the human race, the supreme existence. Boom! The aura of man and God was washed on the great temple. In just a moment, those masters watched the great temple fall into the hands of Xuanhuan, and their plan failed again. #C524 Xiaozihua. After this great temple was taken away by Xuanhuan, the explosion in the middle area gradually stopped and gradually became stationary, and only sporadic treasures were carried out by the airwaves. Hianbo, Xuanhuan said. Lord, I am here. Huyanbo Road. You will lead the various legions to collect resources scattered around the source. This opportunity is a rare opportunity. It is a good time for the dynasty to accumulate heritage. Whoever dares to stop it will directly lead the army to push it across. Although most of the treasures have been collected, there are still a lot of treasures scattered everywhere, and these cannot be ignored. I see. Hianbo is interested. His eyes penetrated the infinite void at this time, and looked towards the middle area where calm was restored. The chaotic divine light was still thick, forming an absolute forbidden area. There are some supreme gods surrounding there, and there is no way to get in. He opened the door of the great temple he had just obtained. Inside is a piece of divine gold that is transparent like a crystal, flawless, and contains an extremely special power, divine gold that he has never seen before. The system said, Heaven Tears God Gold, a very special kind of God gold, like the eyes of God. It is not born when the world is opened, it only appears when the world is destroyed, such as a person walking towards the end of life and shedding the last eye, the value is precious and can be used to refine sacred artifacts. Divine gold that can be used to refine sacred artifacts. That alone is too precious. There will not be a few sacred artifacts in the entire eternal world. Not only do they need extremely advanced masters, but also extremely precious materials. This is just a treasure lifted by the airwaves. If you can enter the middle area, how many treasures will there be? Not only Xuanhuan wants to enter the middle area, but other forces want to. Now it depends on who can step in first and get the most benefit before other forces enter. After Hianbo led the army to sweep for several days, he also got a lot of things. There are countless kinds of minerals, there are hundreds of millions of sacred stones, millions of source stones, and even hundreds of thousands of sacred medicines that can be refined to the emperor. The income this time is enough to raise the dynasty to a level. Xuanhuan is also very happy to sort out this harvest. Your Majesty, Xiao Zihua of the Holy Emperor is asking to see you. Someone told Xuanhuan. Xiao Zihua? Xuanhuan did know some of this Xiao Zihua, the supreme god powerhouse. He was a god of war in the Holy Heaven Empire, and he had beheaded countless powerhouses in the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. See. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty Dao. Xiao Zihua was dressed in white, with a refined face, like a Confucian scholar in the world, a gentle and polite young man, but who could see that under this refined appearance, he was called a devil by the Aoki Eternal Life Empire. Xuanhuan saw his strength, the third level of God, and he was very young and had great potential. Xingtian friends are here, please sit here. Xuanhuan smiled and said, come here, serve tea. Xiao Zihua also saw Xuanhuan for the first time. He observed Xuanhuan, very young and domineering. If he is an iron-blooded god of war who kills countless people, then Xuanhuan is the hero who dominates the world. He is not a great man, but the emperor who rules the great man. For Emperor Wu, the Holy Heaven Empire held numerous meetings recently to discuss how to win over De Wu. Great martial arts have supreme gods, and there are so many strong men in the Divine Feather sect who are loyal and powerful. Thanks for the hospitality, Your Majesty. Xiao Zihua was gentle and polite, and said with a smile, as for the middle area, I have also researched some situations in the Holy Heaven Empire. The middle area is shaking. We suspect that there is a peerless divine artifact that is nurturing, and it is related to the secret of the mountain, but before entering it. I couldn't guess before. I also have this guess. Xuanhuan said. Extremely polarized, the mysterious power in the middle area is stronger now than before the shock, but this instead reveals a message that the opening time of the middle area is not too far away. Xiao Zihua deliberately waited until this shock was over before coming to see Xuanhuan. Only the waves roll. So many treasures can be brought out. Indeed, there are many treasures in the middle area, which is difficult to calculate. Xuanhuan said. After the central area is opened, Xingtian is willing to join forces with Dao to explore the secret realm together. Your Majesty also knows that if the central area is opened, not only the forces from the east area will come in, but the other three forces will gather together. Xiao Zihua understood very well. In the eastern region, there are two imperial forces, the Holy Heaven Empire and the Aoki Longevity Empire. But once the forces of the four major regions converge, there will be more. I understand too. Xuanhuan knew better that the competition in the middle region would be more intense and cruel. The Holy Empire also needs help. He needs it too. The wealth of the middle region cannot be eaten by an empire. The world is in turmoil, the turbulent times are coming, and the ancient times were lonely as the 5 emperors took the initiative to leave. In this era, a hero like Your Majesty appeared again, and the 5 emperors will also return, and the power of the Imperial dynasty will also experience ups and downs. Xiao Zihua said calmly, I am here today to remind your majesty that there are people who want to deal with Dao, and the Dongchu Forbidden Area is one. They also invited the spirit-activating Forbidden Area, and they have to guard against it. Now many forbidden areas have been born one after another. Enlighten the Forbidden Land. Xuanhuan said. The Forbidden Land of Qiling is older than my holy heaven. It flourished in the ancient times. At that time, the empire founded by the 5 emperors was too strong. At the beginning, the Forbidden Land of Qiling was an emperor-level force. Xiaozihua said, now their old monsters are gradually awakening. Indeed, the appearance of the mountain not only brought wealth, but also brought slaughter. The major forbidden places appeared one after another, and the Holy Heaven Empire was also under great pressure. When the soldiers come, they will block the water and cover with the soil, and there is no way out. Xuanhuan behaved very calmly. If others want to deal with me, I will not let them go. Only in troubled times can we rise up, and there will be no opportunities in peaceful and prosperous times. Your Majesty said it well. Xiaozihua said with appreciation, heroes in troubled times are multiplied. This is the current situation. Whoever controls the current situation will control the luck of the eternal great world. Your Majesty has one more point. I also want to remind you. Say. Xuanhuan said. I'm leading the troops here. In fact, I also intend to guard against some hostile forces, for your Majesty. The forbidden area of Dongchu is not the most difficult, but the most difficult one is the Shadow Valley. I heard that the 3 elders appeared, just in the core of the source area. Xiaozi painted the road. The people of Shadow Valley are daring, because no one can find their nest, and even the powerhouses of the empire dare to assassinate them. The 3 elders appeared, and the purpose can be guessed. It is very likely to assassinate the emperor. It is not the first time that Shadow Valley has done something like assassinating an emperor. There was once a dynasty of supreme gods, and they followed their path. When the emperor was patrolling the country, he was assassinated on the spot in front of countless people, causing a dynasty to collapse. Shadow Valley doesn't look for me, I will look for them too. Xuanhuan was indifferent. No one else can find the lair of Shadow Valley, he can. Moreover, the 3 elders dared to use the means of assassination. Xuanhuan still controls a trump card, enough to make him regret for life. #C525 Protagonist of the Era. The world of Xuanhuan has rarely been calm for a few days. The major forces are speculating that the middle area will continue to change, and continue to bring out the treasures inside. Sure enough, a month later, the turmoil in the mid-region began again. The huge power is almost causing major turmoil in the entire Xuanhuan world, and the energy accumulated for a month is poured out without reservation at this moment. The divine light in the middle area was shrouded like an eggshell, as if some peerless divine object was about to rush out. The turmoil this time is actually more powerful than the last time. Great! This time the power is stronger than the last time, which means that this time there will be more treasures from the deep core to be brought out, exceeding the number last time. Yeah, the treasures in the sacred mountain are very precious and coveted. This time, I can't let Dawu get so much. The turmoil in the mountain has made the major forces gear up. Last time, they were caught off guard. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. This time, they were fully prepared and had to fight. The whole army is ready to seize the treasure. Don't act without authorization, obey His Majesty's instructions. This time, the dynasty will get more treasures than last time. The big military corps lined up in unison. Other forces are ready, and Xuanhuan is also ready. Because of the large amount of source god stones and holy grade god stones obtained last time, Xuanhuan used some of the source god stones for the protection of the holy light great shield. It seemed wasteful to do so, but I was reluctant to let the child catch the wolf. In the camp of the Eastern Forbidden Land, there are many masters. Many of them have just entered the sacred mountain, and they look old and decayed, and those who emerge from the tomb seem to be sitting down at any time. Everyone, the sacred mountain is a treasure, it is related to the background of the Forbidden Land. This time I am going to seize a large number of source god stones, holy stone god stones, and various magic medicines to supplement the background. The Great Wu dynasty is our enemy in this area. The stronger they are, the more we do not benefit. It was an old antique that made the sound. His hair was dry and sparse, and his whole face was like a wrinkled apple. He was very thin and would collapse when the wind blew. But this old antique is a real god. There is also an old woman beside this old antique. She is also very old, and she is also a god, holding a cane and looking at the middle area. Two ancient antiques of the supreme god level. For the sake of this middle area, Dongchu Forbidden Land has awakened a large number of sleeping old antiques. Although these old antiques will not live long, each of them is not as vigorous as Xiao Zihua, who is at the peak of his life. But there are benefits to using old-fashioned pieces too. Old antique is not afraid of death, they all know that after being awakened from a deep sleep, it is impossible to live. Therefore, they will work harder and fight for their lives, so that their lives will have greater value. We can't go back to the Forbidden Land, and we can't go back there in Xinmian. Our final destination is to be buried in this sacred mountain, but before we die, we must win the best interests for the Forbidden Land, and kill the strong men of Dao. Clear out the enemy from the forbidden area. The old woman was very indifferent to death, not showing any fear. Let's die and kill the powerhouse of Dao. This time, Dongchu Forbidden Land sent a legion of old antiques as a death squad, and did not plan to go back alive. Inspirational Forbidden Land. This is a former emperor-level force. In order to avoid the sharp edge of the 5 emperors, they lived in seclusion in a forbidden area. They were also born. These old antiques in Dongchu Forbidden Land are going to work hard. The powerhouse of the Forbidden Land said lightly. At the peak of the Eastern Forbidden Land, although it was not an emperor-level force, it was still very strong. The Ruthless are afraid of the horizontal, and the horizontal is afraid of dying. The group of old antiques in the Dongchu Forbidden area are desperate. It is the real injustice that the people who are about to die will die. The Dongchu Forbidden area can no longer sit back and watch Dao continue to threaten them. In the Forbidden Land of Enlightenment, there are old antiques and supreme gods who are at their peak. The Forbidden Land of Dongchu will not replenish its foundation anymore. It will be destroyed, and they understand this truth. There is the divine way. The birth of the Forbidden Land this time, I also know that the subsequent situation cannot continue to be hidden. The empires of the 5 emperors are also emerging. When they return again, they will sweep the forbidden places one by one, and no forbidden places are allowed in the eternal world. Killing Forbidden Land is precisely to avoid the 5 emperors' empire in ancient times. In ancient times, they were indeed unbeatable and swept the world, but now times have changed. No matter how strong the 5 emperors are, they can't become as unstoppable as the ancient times. In every era, there are protagonists of each era, and the protagonists of this era are not them. Dao is very mysterious. Emperor Wu seems to be the protagonist of an era. If he destroys his dynasty, it means that the protagonist of this era will be killed, and luck will be transferred to the body of the Forbidden Land. Dealing with Dao is also the purpose. After the world of the sacred mountain disappears, it is the time when the Forbidden Land of Enlightenment reappears in the eternal world again. Now all the forces are sending troops, no one can miss the treasures of the Xuanhuan world, otherwise, they will definitely not be able to compete with others in the following time. Enlighten the Forbidden Land. Xuanhuan looked at the Forbidden Land, and felt the threat from them. Many people regard Xuanhuan as the protagonist of this era, that is, the emperor of this era, who wants to kill him, seize the luck, and turn to this era by himself. He knows all this, and understands it. And Xuanhuan's ambitions are also very big. Dao is still only a dynasty. He needs to be promoted to the Imperial dynasty in the shortest time, and he has the strength of the Imperial dynasty, so that he is enough to fight against those Emperor-level forces. This time, he wants to get more magical medicines from Xuanhuan, refining them into Emperor-grade Shindan, and enhance the national strength. Your Majesty, the situation is not good. Lu Qianfu said, the army in the eastern Forbidden Land is gradually moving towards us, and the Spirit and Lightning Forbidden Land over there is also aiming its edge at us. Not only that, but some other forces are constantly squeezing our position. This time I don't want to. Let's get more benefits. Those forces suffered such a big loss in Dao last time, and they were already prepared this time. Don't you want to capture more treasures, so they will compress your activity space, trap you in a small area, and see how you can show off your skills? One or two forces naturally dare not collide with Dao head-on. But this time is different. A large number of strong men were sent to the forbidden area of Qingling and the eastern forbidden area to specifically block the Great Martial Army. What they have to do is to cooperate from the sidelines and assist the forces of the two forbidden areas to oppress Dao even more. This time, Dao will get nothing. Their abacus is very shrewd. Block Dao first, so that Dao can't get anything out of the outbreak in the middle area, let alone talk about similar background. Xingtian Empire wants to deal with Qingmu Chongqing Empire, except for Shaozihua, who can move freely. It is impossible to send more powerful people to help Dao. There are enough people who want to trap me, but they are all a mob. The only thing that needs to be confronted head-on is Dongchu Forbidden Land. At this time, Qiling Forbidden Land may not necessarily send many troops to fight. Chu Yuan analyzed the situation in an instant. #C526 Verdict of the Trial. The tide of the world, the protagonist of the times, the focus of countless eyes. Many people's eyes were focused on Chu Yuan. The strong stay strong, and the weak get weaker. The future direction is actually seen. The eternal world will usher in a chaotic era, and all the forces will be reshuffled. The weak are swallowed up by the strong, and the strong will be swallowed up by the stronger. This is the law of the development of the times. The division and combination will always usher in a unification. Commander, the Great Wu dynasty is surrounded by strong enemies. If the Emperor Wu does not move, the war may not break out, and Emperor Wu has a great appetite. He will not sit by and watch others block his chance to seize the treasure, and a war will definitely break out. Beside Shaozihua, a powerful figure of the peak of the mysterious god said, "What should we do?" It's easy to do. Dao has a lot of pressure, and he can share some of the pressure, but the target must be chosen well. There are many old antiques in the forbidden area of Dongchu, and you are not afraid of death. Don't fight with them. Shaozihua will not put himself in danger. Forbidden Land is now more of watching a play, using the power of others to test out the details of Dao, and more will gradually squeeze out Dao's war potential. At this moment, the various forces were tacitly aware of their intentions and fell into a strange calm, but the collision of momentum and the friction of weapons had accumulated the smell of gunpowder more and more. I don't know how long it took. There was a rumbling sound in the middle area, like a thunder blasting, and the infinite fluctuation sent a signal. The treasure was blown away. Densely packed, countless treasures, like raindrops all over the sky, fell to various areas of Xuanhuan like a storm. This time, the vibration was more violent, and more treasures were swept out, and there were more treasures than before. The treasure appears, everyone quickly snatch it. Yes, some forces beware of the Great Wu dynasty, and some forces fight for it. Haha, this time Dao's strength has been blocked. In this small area, our people have already robbed all the treasures before they reach them. This time, let him know what pain is. In this area, the major forces have taken action one after another, and the mana has been snared in the past. Lock the Great Wu dynasty. These old antiques, who are not afraid of death, are also staring at Dawu. Army attack. Of course, Xuanhuan would not watch the treasure slip away in front of him. Kill, kill, kill. The weapons of Dao's soldiers lit up, and the cold light swept through, making a strong killing sound. The armor on their bodies made a sonorous collision sound as they walked, and at the same time, terrifying power erupted. Dao's legion is about to be dispatched. This time in the forbidden land of Dongchu, all the powerhouses can stare at Xuanhuan, and there are many other forces waving their flags and shouting. The Legion of Light. The flag is shaken, such as the coming of light, the coming of the divine. The neat giant shield of light of the light army turns into a shield wall, and the power of the guardian of the holy light is stimulated, like a rectangular light shield, connected together. The top one is equipped with the source stone. The bright army of Dao, the power of the giant shield. Some old antique shouted, and immediately many masters stood up. They mobilized their mana to the extreme and turned into countless beams of light that blasted on it fiercely, and many of them were made by mysterious gods. Boom! Muffled sound. These powers hit the giant shield, and still did not break the giant shield of holy light. After all, the equipment was at least the holy stone, which stimulated the defense to the extreme. Promote. The bright legion was high in fighting spirit, drinking neatly, shouting, and slowly advancing forward. How are these giant shields made, and why are the defenses so strong? Look at the flickering light on the giant shield. That Dao is actually motivated by the sacred stone, or even the source stone. Extravagant, too extravagant. Where did Dao's equipment come from? Not only the forbidden area in the east, but other major forces saw the advance of the great Wu Guanming army. There was also a startled voice. And in Dao's position, countless huge artillery is also pouring artillery fire violently, as a cover. Containing the power of the great martial arts, making them unable to seize the treasure. Dongchu Forbidden Land, old antique shouted. In the forbidden area of Qiling, their power was divided into 3 parts. One part was staring at Shaozihua, part was robbing treasures, and part was exercising, starting activities around Dao, looking for opportunities. Since Dongchu Forbidden Land had promised to deal with Dao, Qiling Forbidden Land would not really have to be a spectator. The Forbidden Land of Qiling is about to be born. The soldiers in the Forbidden Land have not experienced war for too long. This time I will use the powerful enemy Dao to train soldiers and practice blood. Qiling Forbidden to the Strong said. They also recognized that Dao's soldiers and horses are strong and well equipped, and they are not afraid of death, very bloody, and they are rare opponents. Although the Dao Legion is strong, there are too many people staring at them this time, and their bright legion has a strong defense, but don't be afraid, we will fight back with even more ferocious power. The old antique of the Forbidden Land in the east is very calm. It's good that they don't fight for treasures, but if they do, it will be troublesome. The Legion of Light is more than that. Xuanhuan leads the overall situation. The Spear of Judgment is ready. Holding a spear in the left and a shield in the right, the Regiment of Light in heavy armor looks like a temple knight. They suddenly put the shield on the ground fiercely, and the Spear of Judgment appeared, very slender and sharp. The power of the divine stone burned, and the power of the bright judgment was thrown at the forbidden land of Dongchu in an instant. It was a throw of judgment, blazing with holy light. This is also the strongest long-range strike method of the Light Legion. Boom! Countless, I don't know how many spears of judgment were thrown out at the same time. The god of judgment was judging, and the spear of judgment fell into the position of the eastern forbidden land, and the torrent of holy fire swept over immediately. Ah! The scream sounded in an instant, and I don't know how many people were pierced by a spear, and some unlucky ones were chained together, and then their bodies burned and turned to ashes. One round of throwing the spear of judgment, I don't know how many strong opponents have been killed, and their morale has been destroyed. This. People from many forces were terrified. Dawu had never used the Spear of Judgment before, and this was his first battle. But the achievements they showed had frightened these people. If they were thrown at them, they would be even worse than the Eastern Forbidden Land. What other means are they not using? Those forces were terrified, and the soldiers and horses who blocked Dao unconsciously stepped back a little, far away from the range of the Spear of Judgment. What a powerful legion! This is the power of judgment, ruling everything, the Light Legion. They are similar to the Holy Light Legion of our Holy Heaven Empire, wearing heavy armor and holding a giant shield, but their equipment is better than ours. Xiao Zihua was also a little shocked when he saw this scene. This is just the combat power of their Light Legion. #C527 Super Large Temple. The war continues. Although Dongchu Forbidden Land suffered a big loss just now, it was not too flustered. After fighting with Dao many times, they knew that they were difficult to deal with, and they often broke out in ways that you could not imagine. Stop their offensive and don't give them a chance to capture treasures. People in the Eastern Forbidden Area also understand that it is difficult to completely destroy the Great Martial Army with their strength, and it is more to restrict their actions. Now some supreme gods have not taken action. That is because Emperor Wu has not yet taken action to snatch the sacred objects, and is guarding against him. The Dark Legion is pressing. Under the protection of the Light Legion, the Dark Legion, which is dominated by destruction, killed the past. Your Majesty, on our right, the soldiers and horses of the Tianbo dynasty are also here, looking for opportunities. The Flame Demon saw the Tianbo dynasty soldiers and horses in action, and reported. The Tianbo dynasty was not in this area, but the last time Dao made their plan to destroy the Divine Feather sect failed, and they also held grudges. God Feather Army. Xuanhuan ordered. Exist. The Feather God Army appeared. This is an army prepared by the powerhouses of the Feather God realm. Seeing the army of the Tianbo dynasty coming, there is hatred in his eyes. Let you defeat the Tianbo army. Xuanhuan said. Abide by His Majesty's decree. The decree was issued, and the Yushan army could not hold back their hatred for the Tianbo dynasty. They knew something. Although the fall of the ancestor of the supreme god was a traitor, it could not escape the Tianbo dynasty. The army is mighty. The Yushan army and the Tianbo dynasty have been enemies for many years, and the two sides have fought countless times. Xuanhuan, go and help the Feather God army. Hianbo asked a peek of the mysterious god from his family to help Yu Shenjun. After all, Yu Shengguang and Yu Jianmei were both in retreat in Dao. After Xuanhuan left, he immediately transformed into Dapeng's real body, swallowed the blood pill, and burned out his combat power. The army of the Dao dynasty has moved, and their purpose is the Tianbo dynasty, which is aggressive. Don't get in their way, let them and the Tianbo dynasty kill. It's best to kill them both. Yes, give way quickly, don't be hit by the army. Although the major forces are blocking and besieging Dao, they are tacitly aware of each other, and they all think that they will not be able to work hard and wave their flags. When they see that the Yushan army is going to fight against the Tianbo dynasty, of course they have to watch a show. Destroy their Feather God army. This time, the other corps of Dao have been restrained. Let's see what this Feather God army can resist us. The Tianbo dynasty, still led by He Yang and Nangong Han, sneered when they saw the Yushan army rushing forward, not afraid of the Yushan army at all. Swish swish. The Feather God army was equipped with a divine lightsaber, which was flashed all at once. At the moment of the collision, the armor worn by the Tianbo army was cut by the lightsaber, and everyone was broken in two, and the spot was instantly stained with blood. Daiwu Corps equipment. Nangong Han's eyes narrowed. She saw that the Feather God army was different from before, with different momentum and different equipment. The kingdom of the Emperor, the aura of the gods. At this moment, Xuanhuan used the human sovereign sword as a medium, and a torrent suddenly appeared. In this airflow, it was composed of thick spiritual energy. The strands of dazzling human and divine aura were wrapped around each of Dao's soldiers, causing them to be shocked, as if they had been beaten with blood. Their combat power increased a lot in an instant. The spiritual energy of human beings and gods can stimulate the potential in the body, and the vitality can run faster. Everyone can see that the combat power of the Dao Legion has increased a lot. This great martial artist really has infinite means. Xiao Zihua was surprised. On the battlefield with the forbidden area in the east, the Bright Legion had already smashed through their line of defense, and the giant shield in their hands had smashed countless people into meat patties. Rumbling. More treasures were blasted out by the airwaves. Okay, Dao has already fought, the combat power is limited, we have more opportunities to shoot. Many people laughed. While we were at war with Dao, this group of people began to plunder treasures, hateful. Nangong Han is extremely dissatisfied. Shouldn't all the powerhouses come out at this time to destroy Dao in one wave? Do you really think that they will fight against Dao? He Yang had long thought of it, the army will contain the Yushan army, and we will lead some people to loot treasures. If those people dare to rob, we will lead Dao's army over there. A thunderous boom resounded. This time the turmoil was really violent, and more temples rolled over. Great capture technique, heaven and earth are one. He Xingyang has a huge mana and a huge hand. He saw many treasures flying over, and he violently performed a big grabbing technique to put many treasures in his pocket. The power of the emperor. In Chu Yuan, he was suppressed in the Dao army. In the kingdom of the emperor, countless gods appeared, brilliant power pervaded, and colorful people and gods flowed. His great devouring technique turned into a vacuum black hole, like a giant mouth opening and whistling, trying to swallow everything into it. He performed the devouring technique again. Such a ferocious devouring technique, if he is sucked away, how much will he get now? Destroy his mana. What this group of people is guarding against is Chu Yuan's great devouring technique. But Chu Yuan was also prepared. At the moment when the mana arrived, the human Dao River was washed away, and those treasures were accommodated in the human Dao River. Immediately, everyone saw many fetishes rising and falling in a long river, and they disappeared in an instant. They were only prepared to see the great devouring technique, but they didn't expect to use the great river of humanity. With the human sovereign sword unsealing the attribute 5, the current human Dao River is much more powerful than before, and there is already a faint power of the world, and the aura of the human god has also intensified the power of the human Dao River. Damn, he succeeded again. The faces of those forces were ugly, and they were on guard. This time, they were not guarded, and Chu Yuan got a big advantage. Humph, don't try to stop my lord. In front of Chu Yuan, Hianbo also transformed into a real body, appearing in the form of a golden-winged Dapeng, spreading his wings. The golden light was dazzling. This mistake, learn from this lesson, there are more treasures in the middle area, don't worry, then Emperor Wu can't continue to benefit from the same method. At the moment, the major forces also recovered, and at the same time they were even more afraid of Chu Yuan. This person's realm is somewhat mysterious, but his strength is beyond doubt. Boom. It sounded like a world-destroying explosion. There was turmoil in that area, and the treasure that Dabo existed in it was blown out, and within the treasure that was blown up, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. A temple, extremely dazzling, interwoven with sacred runes. And what makes people unable to take their eyes away is that this temple is bigger than they have seen before. #C528 finally appeared. Huge temple. The size of this temple is 10 times larger than the great temple I have seen before. The larger the temple, the higher the specification of the sacrifice, and the higher the level of the treasures enshrined in it. Chu Yuan also saw that this kind of super-large temple blew up several times and landed in several areas. Some are in the places controlled by the two empires, and in this position where he is, there is only one super temple in front of him. Capture the super temple. When the powerhouses of the major forces saw this huge temple, they also gave up the competition for other treasures, and the magic power was glued to it. The super temple, what's in it? Xuanhuan is not clear. But he knew that in every super temple, there were quite a few origin divine stones alone. A devouring hand suddenly fell on the super temple, and he did not show weakness in the slightest. He wanted to take the super temple away, force it to his side, and obtain all kinds of materials needed by the dynasty from it. Hey, you still want it? The powerhouses of the major forces blasted their power into the hands of devouring. There is also a master who casts magical powers in the distance, directly attacking Xuanhuan's deity. This kind of competition for the super temple, ordinary masters can't use force at all, only the existence of the supreme god is qualified to win. Xianbo shuttled quickly and wanted to take it directly at his speed, but just as he approached the super temple, a force after another fell on him, directly forcing him and blasting him out. Xianbo, you are not qualified to snatch the super temple. All the gods in this area moved. For a time it was spectacular, and all kinds of magical powers and spells whistled, all of which were supreme gods, enough to traverse the world and control the existence of countless lives and deaths. Their battle unfolds in front of the gigantic temple. I will meet the Emperor Wu. The ancient eyes of the ancient god in Dongchu Jindi were horrified, and he suddenly stepped forward. His supreme power grabbed Xuanhuan, and a large piece of void was smashed by him. This kind of old man is weak and blood is declining, and it is difficult to break out some ultimate moves, but they are all experienced. The old antique from the Forbidden Area in the early East has begun to deal with Emperor Wu. We will give him a face, and give them more for other treasures. Some people laughed when they saw old antique dealing with Xuanhuan. Some of them didn't want to fight against Xuanhuan, but there was no problem in sharing some treasures with Dongchu Forbidden Land. Boom! The old antique's power killed Xuanhuan. His expression changed slightly, he only felt that his power seemed to be slammed into a quagmire. It seems to be close to Xuanhuan, but in front of him, there seemed to be countless layers of void. This is the power of the Emperor's kingdom. Xuanhuan exists as a stalwart at the moment, he does not move, but also punches away, his great fighting skills are in motion, and his strength is infinite, and he fights against the old antique ruthlessly. The old antiquity's vitality was already weak, and he directly blocked Xuanhuan's domineering punch, and his footsteps also continued to retreat. You can't deal with him alone. It's interesting. The protagonist of the era. The protagonist of the previous era was the 5 emperors. There is also a supreme god in the forbidden area of Qi-Ling. As soon as he points it out, the rolling energy is infused, it is a kind of brilliant divine light, where the power is washed away, the power will die directly, as if it will never exist. Xianbo didn't dare to move, he had to guard against other supreme gods. The 2 supreme gods attacked Xuanhuan at the same time, with a clear purpose, not to let Xuanhuan have the opportunity to get the super temple, and to try out some of his moves. Emperor Dao has fallen into the quagmire of battle, surrounded by 2 supreme gods, and it is not easy to escape. Only by trapping him in this way will he be unable to capture the temple. Haha, yes, every time a treasure appears in the future, I will use this method to trap him. The stronger we are, the less he can get resources. Indeed, you see that their legion is so powerful, and the equipment is inlaid with holy stone, the source of the stone. Without these things, it will be returned to its original shape. At the moment, other forces all made happy voices. After all, the speed at which Xuanhuan's great devouring technique seized the divine object was too fast, which was shocking. Xuanhuan is also very calm at the moment. Although his current strength is not able to kill the gods, but all kinds of means erupt, the power of a country is on him, and it is impossible to hurt him. It's just that the battle ahead is a bit stalemate. His mind also quieted down. Suddenly, a shocking divine light shot out from his eyes, and within the chaotic void, he suddenly saw a shadow turn into a meteor flash, and the supreme majesty of an imperial artifact erupted. This power is very deadly, and it is directly directed at Xuanhuan. Kill. This power had been hidden for a long time, and finally found an opportunity to kill Xuanhuan from the shadows. Assassination of god-level power. The faces of the two supreme gods surrounding Xuanhuan changed dramatically, their bodies were cold, and they instinctively retreated to the side. Boom! Where Xuanhuan stood, the void turned into a shattered chaos, and a force exploded, a bit similar to the sound of ceramic cracking. Have you got it? A man with a black mask, who was not tall, but rather short, held a dagger in his hand and made an old voice. Shadow Valley to God. This person seems to be the third elder of the Shadow Valley. He is assassinating Emperor Wu, and he wants to assassinate an emperor-level powerhouse. Seeing the masked man, even the supreme god is trembling with fear. The power of the assassination of the three elders can kill a supreme god. 3 elders, the strongest in the realm of the gods. Xiao Zihua's face changed drastically. Xuanhuan had disappeared, as if he really had to be assassinated by the elder master. I told Emperor Wu to be careful about the third elder before. He really did it. Did he really succeed in his conspiracy? No, it's not that easy. Did Emperor Wu die? This is everyone's doubts. Even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. The third elder was also a little uncertain. Although his attack was powerful, it was Emperor Wu who was assassinated, so he was still a little uncertain. Suddenly, his body froze, and he suddenly saw that Xuanhuan appeared on the spot. He was completely unharmed, and there was no sign of injury, as if the previous assassination did not exist at all. You're not dead. The third elder's pupil shrank. You're not injured. The killer in the realm of the gods can't help him. Xiao Zihua was amazed. You finally showed up. Xuanhuan looked at the third elder. He was unscathed, and he used a surrogate doll to help him block the blow. Haha, Emperor Wu is really embarrassed. I saw it today, and we will have the opportunity to compete in the future. Seeing that the 3 elders could not do anything to Xuanhuan, they would leave immediately if they missed a hit, planning to make the next shot. I'll just cut you off. When the third elder escaped into the void and left, Xuanhuan also chased after him one step at a time, and wanted to use an ace in his hand. #C529 Mysterious, Unmanageable. Emperor Wu chased after him. What is he going to do? Is he going to hunt down the 3 elders of Shadow Valley? How is it possible? The third elder is a powerhouse of the 3rd level of the Supreme God. If you want to kill him, it is as difficult as going to the sky. No matter how strong the emperor is, it is impossible to kill him. But he obviously has no intentions of chasing him out, and he may use some means we can't imagine. Go and see his real purpose. From the 3 elders' sneak attack on Xuanhuan, to Xuanhuan chasing out, in fact, it only took a few breaths. Many strong people saw this change, and the Super Temple didn't care, and at the same time, they chased out. For them, they are more related. What is Xuanhuan going to do? Fast, too fast. Xuanhuan disappeared in an instant. The Emperor Dao? The third elder is proficient in the technique of the void, and he travels very fast in the void, but his brows are also wrinkled, and there is a terrifying aura chasing after him. Want to chase me? Interesting, I'll see how fast you are. The 3 elders were illusory and invisible. And his route is not straight, like walking in a labyrinth, left and right, difficult to trace. But the aura was like a shadow, and it couldn't get rid of it, making the third elder's complexion even more difficult to look at. With his strength in the realm of the gods, he couldn't get rid of a single Xuanhuan. Humph. The third elder simply stopped and didn't run away. He just waited there quietly for Xuanhuan, and when he saw him appear, he said lightly, Emperor Wu, you're chasing after me, you want revenge. Xuanhuan looked at the void, looked at the third elder indifferently, did not speak, just took out a transparent pocket knife. Seeing this knife, the third elder laughed. You want to kill me with this knife, my life is not so easy to take. Slaughter God 3 knives. Xuanhuan suddenly held the knife and aimed it at the third elder, and then a force exploded from it. A blade of light slashed out, and the void instantly split in half, and the power directly locked the third elder. Hee, it's just a power of the ban. The third elder didn't care at all. The dagger in his hand was also an Imperial artifact, called the Dagger of Beheading, and he fought against this sword light. But the next moment, this sword light penetrated his mana and slashed directly in his chest. What? This was the first scream he made. It came from the pain in his bones. The knife light deeply left a bloodstain that could be seen in the bone on his chest, and he flew out of the whole person. Immediately afterwards, the second knife fell. The ferocity is more than 10 times that of the previous one. The third elder couldn't react at all, and saw the second sword light slashed on him. The whole person passed through it, showing a state of fragmentation, slashing his face away, and an old face appeared. The power to cut to the gods. The third elder trembled, and his face was full of fear. He would never have thought that Xuanhuan would take out such a terrible thing and kill him. I can't die here. The 3 elders cast a secret technique in an instant and were about to escape from here. He was scared to death. Slaying immortals and slaughtering gods. The third knife. The pocket knife in Xuanhuan's hand was gone. The power of the 3 knives, the first 2 knives are used to inflict heavy damage on the enemy, and the last knife is used to kill. Don't want. The 3 elders were desperate. He can't run, no matter he runs to the ends of the earth, this knife will hit him. He wants to hold on, but unfortunately he can't hold it. There's already a war breaking out there. At this time, the supreme gods all chased after them, because the power of the 3 swords of the slaughtering gods had turned into chaos, and the killing intent swept through the sky, making them unable to see what was going on inside. What? The last scream of the third elder came out, and then his life breath was completely news. That is the scream of the third elder of the Shadow Valley. These supreme gods trembled in their hearts. Too horrific. Anyone can hear the piercing heartbreak in that roar. You are here. The murderous intent dissipated, and the terrifying scene they saw made them all tremble. One held a dagger in one hand, and in the other a corpse. The third elder is dead. They all know that the third elder of Shadow Valley was beheaded by Emperor Dao Wu. And they were only 3 shrill screams. In a very short time even Xuanhuan did not see what method he used, and the 3 elders died, tragically. Shadow Valley hasn't fallen to God for many years. They all know very well that Shadow Valley is difficult to deal with. Who would have expected that the third elder would die before he was successful in his apprenticeship, and he died without accomplishing a single feat. Xuanhuan didn't talk nonsense with them. He carried the body of the third elder and walked towards them step by step. These supreme gods retreated to the sides one by one in fear. Ignoring them and directly carrying him, Xuanhuan returned to the core of the eastern region and stood on top of the super temple. 3 elders of Shadow Valley. Xiao Zihua didn't chase him out, and when he saw Xuanhuan brought back the dead body of the third elder, he couldn't help but be shocked. He also reminded Xuanhuan to be careful of this person, but now he has directly cut off this hidden danger. I want this temple, do you have any opinions? Xuanhuan's voice was calm. At the moment, the atmosphere was dead silent, and these supreme gods did not speak. The old antique who has the eastern forbidden land said, "Don't be afraid of him, this is just a foundation of strength, he must have been used up, this is deliberately scare us, we shot together, he thinks there is no way." But the old antique's voice came out. These supreme gods fell into thought. Is it to bet that Emperor Wu still has the background to kill the gods, or should he avoid its edge first? The supreme gods cherish their lives, and it is very difficult to cultivate into the supreme gods. They didn't dare to gamble with their own lives. After all, they didn't know how many trump cards Xuanhuan had in their hands, and whether they could still break out. The third elder was easily beheaded, which really scared them. They felt that they couldn't force this person too tightly, otherwise they would be unlucky. There is no doubt about one thing, Emperor Wu himself is also very strong. One or two supreme gods can't kill him. If he is forced to the level of desperate efforts, then everyone will not be able to win. You old people who are dying are not afraid, they are at the peak of the most fearful. No one dared to answer at will. The purpose of Xuanhuan's choice of the three elders to kill was also to deter them, so that they would not dare to deal with themselves at will during this period of time, and to establish a mysterious and invincible impression in their minds. Seeing that they were silent one by one, Xuanhuan knew that his goal had been achieved. The super temple was captured by him, and instantly fell into his system space, with the hand of devouring. He carried the bloody corpse of the third elder and walked through the source step by step. No one dared to shoot him casually at this time, but he could only watch him return to his army. C530 Enter the middle area. This time, the mid-region shock stopped. The various forces originally wanted to join forces to block Dao to obtain resources. But the tragic death of the third elder was enough to frighten some forces that were not firm at all, and dared not mobilize their power to fight against Xuanhuan in a short period of time. No one dares to take their own life to test the existence or non-existence of others. What else is in the super-large temple? At this time, Xuanhuan was also looking forward to it. After he pushed it away, some incomprehensible language was conveyed into divine sound. He saw a mountain peak, which was completely different from what he had before. This mountain is a sacred color, and you can also see emerald-like jade on the mountain. The charm of the great Tao has been transformed into Tao marks, and it has become the law and the secret sound of Tao. The system said, the ancient jade of the Holy Spirit, when the saints and the gods cultivate, their power of the saints is transformed into real mana, and the laws escaping from the cultivation form the ancient jade, which can hear the holy sound and feel the power of the saints, like meeting a saint. Holy Spirit ancient jade. Xuanhuan's eyes converged. He did not intend to deprive the ancient jade of the Holy Spirit from the mountain peak, but planned to bring it back to Dao to carve it into a huge stele and stand in the Imperial city as a very special symbol. This time I got a lot of things. At this moment, Xuanhuan is sorting out this harvest. Dao got parts when the treasure blew up. Another part is obtained from the three elders. The strength of the three elders and even the gods, this time got a lot of good things, and there are not many of them. In particular, his Imperial dagger is a treasure of the Shadow Valley. It kills unknown masters and uses their blood to sacrifice day and night. It is most suitable for killers who walk in the dark night. This is the shadow dagger of the killer, an assassin's coveted treasure. Xuanhuan doesn't need it, it doesn't mean that the dynasty doesn't need it. Qin Jian is the commander of the shadow-killing army. During this time, shadow-killing army is a bit lonely because of Dao's rapid and powerful, but it does not mean that shadow-killing army is not important to Dao, it is very important. With the help of Xianqin Dan, Qin Jian's strength has reached Xianqin, and this dagger was given to him. Xuanhuan placed high hopes on him, hoping that the shadow-killing army could become Dao's assassination corps. Just like Shadow Valley, everyone heard their names. Even Emperor Chao would be frightened when he heard it, and he had to pay attention to his head at all times. This power is going to be destroyed, not only to complete the branch line, but Xuanhuan values their inheritance more. Your mystery is like a ghost exposed in the daytime, with nowhere to hide. It's easy to find you. Xuanhuan smiled. The next period of time. Kamiyama entered the quiet period again. The major forces have obtained a lot of treasures, and their strength will enter a period of rapid growth. But no one was as fast as a great martial artist. The Tai pill stove gave Xuanhuan the greatest help, and the emperor-grade pills were continuously delivered to the country and distributed. Xuanhuan is very close to the supreme god. Even if Xuanhuan is in the sacred mountain, he can see that in the kingdom of the emperor, there are strands of the law of the supreme god intertwined on Xuanhuan's body. He supplied a lot of divine pills to Xuanhuan. However, Yu Jianmei was much weaker, much worse. Transformed into more people and gods. Xuanhuan got so many divine stones, and he developed very lavishly. A month has passed. 2 months passed. The major forces are waiting for another turbulence in the central region, but what confuses these forces is that the mountain has been very calm during this time, and there is no turbulent vision. It seems that the mutation has stopped. But the major forces are clear. Extremes must be reversed. This pole has not yet reached its limit and is still in the brewing period. The longer you wait, the stronger the next turmoil, and deeper treasures will appear. But I just don't know when this time will be. 3 months have passed, and there is still no eruption. Resources are running short again. The 3-month window period has consumed a lot of Dao's resources. After all, it is facing the supply of a strong country. In particular, the magical medicines used to refine the various emperor-grade pills, and the source god stones were consumed too quickly, and more than half of them had already been used up, and they would run out after another month. Although the resources are consumed quickly, the benefits are also great. Lu Qianfu, Ning Shouchen and the others have all broken through several realms, and one of the Yushan realm and the Golden Wing Dupeng clan has broken through to the peak of the profound god. That's the benefit of having resources. The reason why the powerhouses above the Xianshan are slow to cultivate, apart from the problem of talent, is always the resource that restricts them. With a lot of resources, a pig can also be a god, but the cost of this consumption is calculated by 10 times. Here in Xuanhuan, emperor-grade divine pills were distributed to them, so how could they not be fast in their cultivation? The people in the feather god realm are rejoicing that they made the most correct choice. These people have never seen so many divine pills in their lives for so long. They also know that after eating the divine pill, when the next war begins, they will all have to work hard to contribute to the dynasty. On Xuanhuan's side, the speed of construction of star warships is accelerating, and the total number has exceeded 130. And this time, I got a lot of more cherished minerals from the mountain, and I approved a stronger armor. Next, use the most cherished materials to build several main ships, the main ships named after the names of all walks of life, and even build a battleship Shenwu for Dao. During this time, Xuanhuan was planning to use the most cherished materials to build several of the most powerful fleet main ships. The strength of Dao is improving rapidly as a whole, and Xuanhuan is also very pleased. This period of time is a rare period of tranquility. The mountain has been turbulent many times, and treasures brought out are treasured every time. This will make other forces send more masters to compete, and the battle will be more difficult than any time. Yushengguang must break through in the shortest time, adding a supreme god's strength, and my strength must also break through to the mysterious god. Xuanhuan now has the divine body of the third elder, and he stayed in the oven of heaven and earth and did not swallow it immediately. It is not difficult to break through the 10th level of the gods, it is very simple. In the realm of the Xianshan, he is still short of a divine body that is in the realm of the gods. You can't waste time here. Who knows when the next outbreak in the middle region will be? Xuanhuan knew that it would be useless to sit in the sacred mountain to suppress himself. It is too calm now, and there is no war between the various forces, and it is difficult to find an opportunity to hunt and kill a supreme god. What is hidden in the middle area? Xuanhuan wanted to enter the middle area. During this time, I don't know how many people researched the middle area and tried to enter. Some people did enter a little bit, but in the end they failed to break through the barrier of the middle area and were pushed out. Try to see if you can enter the middle area. If you can enter, the benefits are immeasurable. Xuanhuan got up and quickly approached the middle area. Arriving at the periphery of the middle area, an incomparable force suddenly slapped him. This was a kind of repelling that repelled all things. Inside, there was billowing energy erupting, creating a natural barrier that was difficult to enter. It's not impossible to get in. Xuanhuan moved a force and stepped into the middle area. #C531 First person to enter. In the middle area, many people dream of going in, but they can't enter the treasure land. Rumor has it that there are treasures everywhere. Xuanhuan has now stepped into the chaotic divine light in the middle area. As soon as he stepped in, Xuanhuan felt that the space in front of him became thick like magma, as if a person was walking in solidified cement, and every step had to pay great mana. Even if the Supreme God walks here, it will cost a lot of money. If he can't go far, his strength is exhausted and he has to be rejected. Xuanhuan secretly said. And in the central area of Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan also felt that the space here was extremely chaotic, upside down, indistinguishable from left and right. There was no concept of time and space, there seemed to be millions of passages, and the correct route could never be found. This power is terrifying, and it touches the origin of a world. No wonder it's hard to get in. Xuanhuan runs the Great Devouring technique. Immediately, the devouring domain spread out, and when the repulsive energy arrived in front of him, it was swallowed into a black hole by a terrifying suction. Yes, if someone can see Xuanhuan walking, they will see a huge black hole, swallowing the source of light incessantly, forcibly opening up a passage that can accommodate people. Since there is no channel in the middle area, Xuanhuan opened it up by himself. And after these energies were swallowed, a huge mountain appeared in the system space. This divine mountain is incomparably splendid, the divine light is crystal clear, emitting a clear light, it is a mountain like the crystal of the gods. This is the energy transformed after Xuanhuan devoured it. The energy contained in this sacred mountain is more pure than that in the sacred stone. After the transformation of the Great Devouring technique, it has become a kind of energy that can be absorbed. Impurities are removed and turned into a special ore. The Great Devouring technique devours everything, even the energy of chaos. This is the basis for Xuanhuan's confidence to enter the middle area. After entering for a period of time, Xuanhuan roughly figured out the terrain of the middle area. The middle area is actually not big, but rather small. But the space here is like an upright egg, layer by layer, with countless space break marks. This kind of terrain is more difficult to explore, because there are too many space interlayers here, and sometimes a shuttle is to other space interlayers. Boom! Deafening sound. When Xuanhuan gradually explored the middle area. Suddenly, the lightning of infinite thickness of the water tank filled the color of mysterious creation, each of which could be powerful enough to smash to God, and directly hit Xuanhuan. So much, even the Supreme God would be in a hurry. Chaos God Thunder. Xuanhuan looked over. When the thunder and lightning arrived at his side, it disappeared naturally. Instead of running the Great Devouring technique, an ancient portal appeared in front of him, absorbing the power of thunder and lightning. Thunder Gate. A special fetish born from the source of thunder and lightning. Can absorb the power of manipulating lightning. He continued to move forward, and there was a sea of thunder in front of him, which had turned into a substance like the water of thunder, and was swept up by the hurricane, which was very unstable. Xuanhuan didn't take a detour. He used the gate of heavenly thunder to absorb all the thunder and lightning in this sea of thunder. See the temple again. After he seemed to have penetrated into the outermost position of the central area, the scene before him suddenly changed. Although it was still a thick divine light, there were temples in front of him, accompanied by countless other treasures. Every time there is a turmoil in the middle area, the treasure is blown out, but a large part of it is actually left inside, and there is not enough energy to take it out. Xuanhuan stretched out his big hand and swept these treasures out again and again. The speed of his shots was really like a gluttonous one. He swallowed the vortex and swallowed these things in one fell swoop. The space in the middle area is weird. Xuanhuan has come to the present, and found that the central area is not the same as what he sees in the outside world. The space here is chaotic, the time and space are broken layer by layer, and some are superimposed like 1,000 layers of cakes. It is difficult to tell how big it is. Fantastic. Xuanhuan felt this time and space change. Continue to explore, this should be the core location of the middle area. Xuanhuan saw huge mountains. Before they were divided by the incomparably thick ocean of divine power, somewhat similar to the stars he lived in before, the ocean divided the continent and divided it into pieces of territory. Although the time and space were chaotic, Xuanhuan practiced the great cutting technique and was sensitive to the power of the void, so he kept the map in his mind and knew the direction. Swish. He came here to collect treasures and accumulate information. With so many good things appearing at the moment, Xuanhuan naturally couldn't let it go. Every time he passed a sacred mountain, the sacred mountain disappeared as a whole. Comfortable. The area in the middle of the mountain is an area that no one has stepped on. Now only Xuanhuan has set foot on it, that is to say, the treasures here are all his. Moreover, the quality of minerals in the middle area is much higher than that outside. Just like some of these sacred mountains contain sacred stones, and there are many other cherished treasures floating around with the ocean of divine power. With this one charge, the Light Legion can use the Holy Light Shield equipped with the Holy Stone, and these medicinal materials are enough for me to refine a large number of Imperial pills. Searching here is much more comfortable than in the outside world. Xuanhuan secretly said. Boom. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's eyes changed again, and he saw the ocean of divine power surging. In the chaotic divine light, he saw some corpses, including the corpses of the mysterious gods. Died in the middle zone. Someone wanted to forcibly break into the central area, but after breaking into a part, they were consumed to death inside or struck to death by the Chaos God Thunder. The Supreme God Powerhouse is fine. After entering, if you notice something is wrong, you can exit immediately. The research of the major forces in the central region is still unclear, but it is bound that with the delay of time, an old antique wakes up and may gradually advance to this place, but I have already taken the lead. Xuanhuan laughed. Just when he was about to leave this area, he stopped suddenly, and a corpse floated here. This corpse has become a dry skeleton, like a mummified corpse, the divine energy in the body has been lost. The energy and laws in this corpse have been lost. Xuanhuan shook his head. Without energy and laws, even the corpse of the Supreme God is of little value. At most, the bones are stronger than others, and it cannot be compared with the god body of the third elder he killed. And this corpse is indeed a supreme god who died here. It can be seen that this is an old man with large bones. On his mummified corpse, there were scars everywhere, especially on his forehead, there was a blood hole pierced by a dagger-like weapon. This is a supreme god who was besieged by the crowd and died. Wrong. Xuanhuan observed the clothes the person was wearing, combined with some previous guesses, and came to a conclusion. Could it be that this person is the ancestor of the supreme god of the Divine Feather sect? #C532 Chaos God Silkworm. Seeing this corpse, Xuanhuan guessed that it was almost the same, that this was the corpse of the ancestor of the Divine Feather sect. Looking at it like this, after an extremely tragic battle before his death, he died a bit miserable. A supreme god died here, and all the divine energy in his body disappeared, floating with the ocean of divine power. If it wasn't for Xuanhuan, who came here and met by accident, there would be no one to collect the corpse. It was also his luck to meet Xuanhuan. Let him hand over to you, Xuanhuan, it's his wish. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, a large stone was carved into the shape of a coffin, and he was installed. Continuing to search in the middle area, Xuanhuan got too many treasures this time, almost countless. In his system space, mountains containing countless minerals are everywhere. Huh? What is this? After 3 days in the middle zone, Xuanhuan suddenly stopped. He suddenly saw a strange fluctuation in the thick divine light, looked over, and then found hundreds of things that were only the thickness of a thumb, similar to silkworms. These silkworms live in the divine light, devour pieces of the original divine stone, and treat them as mulberry leaves. The patterns on their bodies are very ancient, dark golden colors, and can survive in the divine light. The chaotic god silkworm, which opened up the world, the special god silkworm born in the chaos, can only be born in the source core of the world universe. The system made a sound, and it knew almost everything, saying, the chaotic god silkworm eats the source god stone, and the chaotic air flow can spit out the chaotic silkworm, which is a special material. There are ancient powerhouses who raised the chaotic god silkworm to spin silk. Chaos god silkworm. Xuanhuan's eyes were bright. He also saw such a good thing in the mountain. Listening to the introduction of the system, this chaotic silkworm is even more precious than the various treasures he has obtained before. It is only possible to find it in the origin of the universe, and there is no other place. Come on. He suddenly condensed his mana big hand. Grab the chaos god silkworm. The chaotic silkworms still want to resist, but their power is really weak in front of Xuanhuan. Although their origins are extraordinary, it is a pity that they have no strength. He pinched the chaos god silkworm and was surprised. It's so hard, like divine gold, but it's special, it can disperse energy like a spring. Even if an Imperial artifact slashes its scars, it's hard to leave scars. Xuanhuan said, let me see the silk you spit. He was not in a hurry, and took out a few fist-sized origin divine stones for a chaos god silkworm to eat. About half an hour later, the chaos god silkworm spit out a string of silk. This silk is the color of chaos, ancient and mysterious, grasping in the hand, tough and indestructible, and burning with the fire of the Buddha. And it is extremely silky and supple, like an eternal substance, immortal and eternal. He could see that the silk spit out by the chaos god silkworm was the best material for weaving clothes. It is no wonder that there are ancient powers who want to raise the chaotic silkworms. These chaotic silkworms are of great use to me. Xuanhuan laughed loudly, we use their silk to weave an imperial robe. If the powerhouses of the dynasty wear the clothes worn by the chaotic silkworm, without overwhelming power, they can't be killed at all. And he also knows that this requires a lot of origin divine stone. Little fellows, devour more origin god stones and spit out more silk. Xuanhuan put away the chaos god silkworm and was in a good mood. For a month, Xuanhuan had been staying in the central region for a month. Wherever he went, what he saw in his eyes was taken directly by him, and there were countless good things that he had obtained. When a power like the Empire saw it, he would be greedy and could not help his own greed. Pity. Xuanhuan jumped first. In the future, even if they find a way, they won't get so many treasures when they enter the middle area. There is the infinitely dazzling divine light, even the supreme God cannot directly look at it with the naked eye. He saw that in front of him, the whole world had turned into extremely brilliant colors, and the incomparably thick divine light gathered together, forming a thing like an egg, and the thick energy condensed into a mass. The thing is still spinning, and the force is tightly absorbed. Lightning and thunder, divine light roars. The inside of this thing is not stable. Xuanhuan sees that it is extremely violent, all kinds of chaotic gods and thunders, world-destroying winds, and countless disasters are brewing inside. Scenes of chaos creation and destruction. Xuanhuan was also shocked when he saw such a scene. This is the real core of the entire mountain. Xuanhuan knew that just such an egg-like thing was the core of the mountain, and the two explosions he saw outside were caused by this core. The outside world is still waiting. Xuanhuan has seen with his own eyes that there is more violent energy brewing inside. Each turbulence is equivalent to a process of releasing energy. It's like a kingdom inside. Xuanhuan could see that the temple was swept out by the explosion in this big cocoon, and the source stone was also driven out from it, but he didn't know what was the reason behind the turmoil. Is there really something terrifying in it? Xuanhuan guessed. He shook his head. The interior was too violent, and in the current state, even if the gods entered, they would die inside, unable to withstand this world-destroying force. Now is not the time to go in. However, when Xuanhuan discovered this place, he had already taken the lead. He searched around this big cocoon, and sure enough, he found a lot of good things. Every time there is a shock, the treasures will be scattered around the cocoon first, and he has found one after another in the temple, and no matter what is inside, he will collect it first. Is it here? He suddenly felt a strong energy around the cocoon. In front, there is a lake that stretches for thousands of miles and has crystal clear water. On top of the lake, there are pieces of matter that are similar to flows floating on it. The lake transformed by the source god stone is full of source god crystals, which is purer than the energy in the god stone. Xuanhuan was overjoyed. The source of divine power is what he has been looking for. The lake in front of you is a lake transformed by the power of the source. How many gods of the source are needed to gather? It was hard for him to imagine, but the origin divine stone that Tiao had obtained during this period was nothing compared to the chance here, as if a grain of rice in a rice jar was too insignificant. The advantage of taking the first step: if you wait until all the forces can come in, this lake will appear in the world, and the empire will be crazy. I don't know how many forces will cause chaos and killing, and how many people will be killed before they can occupy it. Xuanhuan was excited, but now all this belongs to me, and I ask for it alone. He stepped into the source lake in one step, sat upright in the middle, and a devouring force radiated out. #C533 Grateful. He entered the source lake in one step, and the power that swallowed the source strengthened himself. Shaojin, let's go to practice the Chaos God Silkworm. He released Shaojin and Chaos God Silkworm to draw energy in the lake. Although Shaojin and Shaoyin had eaten a lot of divine substances before, and their strength had reached Shanshan, whereas the source of water here is pure, like the power of chaos, everything is born from chaos. After the Chaos God Silkworm absorbed this power, it spit out more silk. I believe that soon, more silk will be spit out, allowing him to weave Imperial robes, special pieces of clothing. It's been half a month. Every time he breathed, he devoured a large amount of energy into his body, and at the same time, took the divine pills. The divine pill has the power to shake the world. 10 layers of gods. Xuanhuan's realm has reached the 10th level of the gods. The next step is the profound god realm. Looking at the divine body in the oven, Xuanhuan's eyes kept flickering. Cultivating the Human Sovereign Sutra and controlling the Human Sovereign Sword allowed him to control the power of the country's fortunes at will, and at the same time made his promotion 1,000 times more difficult than others. One drink and one peck, there are trade-offs. He saw that the color on Shaojin and Shaoyin was even brighter. Knowing that this kind of special biological cultivation is very special. Although they do not have any special realm, nor do they have any talent for understanding the laws of the universe, but precisely because of their simplicity, they can absorb a lot of energy and strengthen themselves quickly. Now that Xuanhuan has swallowed the water of the source lake for half a month, the power is comparable to that of a high-level mysterious god. If you continue, you will have the power of the Supreme God. However, this thing can only explode the power of the Supreme God, and it has a special effect, and it does not have the mystery of mastering the supreme law of the supreme God. Follow me by my side. With my methods, they can have a greater effect. Special creatures are strong in their special roles. Can't stay here and waste time. Suddenly, he stood above the lake, the swallowing black hole appeared behind him, and an extremely terrifying swallowing force was running. The big swallowing technique swallowed all the source lake water into the system space and stored it, and after the lake bottomed out, he also dug 3 feet into the ground to dig out the mud in the lake and take it away. This is not ordinary mud, but divine mud soaked with the power of the source. Give it to concubine Ling, and she can use these muds to grow magic medicine by herself. After all, the mountain is going to disappear, and in the future, it will depend on the concubine Ling to grow more precious medicinal materials. The country is now calm, and there is no turmoil in the middle area. Xuanhuan is not in a hurry to go back. He surrounds this area and continues to search for treasures. Not letting him down, he found a few more places in the source lake. Although not as large as the first discovery, the scale is also about 100 miles. The next time it erupts, treasures will continue to be brought out from the core, and it will also bring more source power. Xuanhuan was sitting on a mountain at this time, sorting out this harvest. He found more than a dozen large temples, dozens of large temples, and hundreds of other small temples. Huh? Xuanhuan is about to break through to God, and it's the most critical moment. His eyes flashed suddenly. Xuanhuan finally began to impact the realm of God. His body lengthened and he returned to Dao. In the kingdom of the Emperor. At this moment, Xuanhuan's head has a beam of light reaching the sky, densely interwoven with the laws of the Supreme God, and he is undergoing a huge transformation. The breakthrough of the Supreme God is extremely difficult. It is also a top power in the Imperial court. It is like a pillar and cannot easily fall. The danger of the breakthrough of the Supreme God is that the unnoticed inner demons will magnify 10 million times, giving you a fatal blow, and it also requires a lot of energy to break through all and transform the level of life. Yu Tianfeng took the heart of Yushan, and what he needed was the energy inside. If it is said that the gods are gods, then the supreme gods are nobles among gods, and they have moved to the high-end level. Breakthrough is good. Xuanhuan descended into the kingdom of the Emperor. Xuanhuan's state at the moment is very critical. If there is a slight difference, the breakthrough fails. I'll help you this time. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, a huge lake appeared in his human sovereign kingdom, and the source energy and beliefs radiated immediately mixed together to form a higher human god aura. A large amount of human and god aura was instilled into Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was shocked. There is a human emperor's spiritual energy, this most suitable power. His most feared heart demon is wiped out by the spiritual energy. His head has always been sober, and he knows what to do. 2 days have passed. All the energy was suddenly absorbed into Xuanhuan's body. He turned into a butterfly, broke out of the cocoon, and sat there, but his temperament was completely different. This is the power of God. To the realm of God, I broke through. Xuanhuan saw Xuanhuan, who was standing beside him watching his breakthrough, and quickly came over and knelt down. I have seen your majesty, thank you your majesty for the opportunity. Although he made a breakthrough, he became the supreme god. But he still didn't dare to overstep a little when he met Xuanhuan. He knew that without Xuanhuan, his breakthrough would not have been so smooth at all, and he would be in agony as soon as the demons passed, not to mention the spiritual energy of people as energy support. Xuanhuan sensed Yu Jianmei at the other end of the emperor's kingdom. She is a lot worse than Xuanhuan, and she has not made a breakthrough yet, but it doesn't matter. Xuanhuan has a lot of resources, and can supply her in large quantities. Now let Yu Jianmei consume resources, and when the supreme god, you can grab more resources for Dao. Without your majesty, I cannot break through. Feather God Light Road. Meet him, this is what I met in the sacred mountain. Chu Yuan waved his hand, and the coffin fell in front of him. This is? Yu Shengguang felt something in his heart, and some did not dare to open it, but he gritted his teeth and opened it, and saw the skeleton. Ancestor. Yu Shengguang recognized at a glance that this was the ancestor of the supreme god of the Divine Feather sect, with a sad expression and some water mist in his eyes. Even if the Divine Feather sect encountered a crisis of sect extinction, he never shed tears and was not afraid of death. He surrendered to Dao, not because he was afraid of death, but because he didn't want so many people in the Feather God realm to be slaughtered and find a way for them. Old ancestor, I really fell. Yu Shengguang knew it for a long time. But before seeing the corpse of the ancestor, he always hoped that the ancestor was seriously injured, hiding somewhere to heal and not die. I found him in the sacred mountain. Chu Yuan said, he did experience a tragic battle, before he died. These scars are the blood divine art of the blood god sect, which made the ancestor's divinity dissipate. These are the Tianbo art left by the Tianbo dynasty, and the blood hole on the forehead. This is the most deadly scar that encountered an assassination. Yu Shengguang looked ferocious and analyzed these bloodstains, the assassination from the Shadow Valley, the Emperor's artifact, a dagger, that is the dagger of the shadow, and some scars. The ancestors encountered at least 5 or more supreme gods besieged and killed, otherwise with the tyrannical ability of the ancestors, he will not fall. The ancestor of the Divine Feather sect had a very high realm. His Majesty. He knelt down facing Chu Yuan and slammed his head on the ground. This knock is not a monarch and a minister, but gratitude, thanking Chu Yuan for bringing back the corpse of the ancestor. #C534 Tianfeng. Yu Shengguang has a deep affection for the ancestor of the Yushan sect. When he was a child, he was brought back to the sect by the ancestor of Yu Shenzong. It was his mentor who gave him the surname Yu and guided him on the road of cultivation. Without the great kindness of the ancestors to him, there would be no him, and he would not have become the great elder of the Divine Feather sect. Chu Yuan brought back the bones of the ancestors of the Divine Feather sect, fulfilling his greatest regret. This kneeling is the kneeling of gratitude. If it was said that he had taken refuge in Chu Yuan before, it was entirely a helpless act to protect the Yushan sect, then now he is sincere, and with this kindness, he can live and die for Chu Yuan. This kind of grace to Yu Shengguang is even thicker than that of Tian's grace. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. Yu Shengguang is very affectionate and righteous. He admires such people. The old ancestor died too miserably. When he encountered the assassination of the Blood God sect, the Tianbo dynasty, and the Shadow Valley, the traitor Yu Tianfeng also calculated the old ancestor once, otherwise he would not fall with the strength of the old ancestor. Yu Shengguang hated the sky. He hated the traitor Yu Tianfeng even more. He put the source of his divine power into the body of the ancestor of the Feather God sect, and the shriveled corpse suddenly swelled up again, returning to the appearance of a majestic old man, as lifelike as before. The most fatal blow is that the Shadow Valley Supreme God left a blow on the forehead of the ancestor, which severely damaged the soul, otherwise the ancestor might not fall. Feather God Light Road. It was done by the 3 elders of Shadow Valley, but he is already dead. Chu Yuan waved his hand and let Yu Shengguang see the corpse of the 3rd elder in the oven. Death by His Majesty's hands. Yu Shengguang was shocked. He had been in retreat, and he didn't know what was going on in the source. When he saw this broken corpse, he looked at Chu Yuan with horrified eyes. I give you a chance. Do you want revenge for killing Yu Tianfeng? Chu Yuan suddenly said. Kill Yu Tianfeng. Yu Shengguang said with a strong killing intent, I want it, I dream of it, but after Yu Tianfeng won the heart of Yu Shen, I didn't know where to go, and now I have become a supreme god, I want to find him too. Difficult. It's not difficult, Yu Tianfeng has too much aura from the Divine Feather sect, he can't run away. Chu Yuan waved his hand as a mysterious force, endless origin, tracing of origin. Tracking Yu Tianfeng's breath with endless origins, even if he fled to the ends of the earth, Chu Yuan would not be able to escape Chu Yuan's tracking with the origin of Yu Shenzong's breath, and suddenly the power of the origin changed into the vague appearance of a young man. His breath is very far away from Dao. Yu Shengguang's eyes widened when he saw this scene. I found it, and it's also in the sacred mountain, but not in the east area. Chu Yuan said slowly. Where did he run off to? Yu Shengguang asked eagerly. The breath is in the south, and the exact location is in the south area. Chu Yuan said. The southern area, he ran far enough. Yu Shengguang frowned. If you want to go to the southern area, the location of the sacred mountain here cannot be reached, and you have to go a long way to get there. This traitor must also know, my divine feather sect has not been destroyed, I escaped here. I will take you to the southern region and kill him. Chu Yuan immediately went to the mountain again. Yu Shengguang didn't understand, and followed Chu Yuan. He was shocked to find that although he had broken through to the realm of the gods, his speed was not as fast as Chu Yuan, and the other party seemed to be walking in the deepest part of the void. Your Majesty, do we want to pass directly through the southern region from the central region? Although Yashengang Divine Mountain has never entered the mountain, he also knows that the middle area is a forbidden area, and it is impossible to pass through it now. Chu Yuan didn't answer him, but went in directly. Yu Shengguang followed. After he entered, he was shocked to see that Chu Yuan enveloped him with a force. Although the surrounding rejection was great, they could not reach him. It was like walking in the back garden of his own house, leisurely walking, very relaxed. Your Majesty is amazing. Yu Shengguang was in awe. Before Yu Shengguang broke through to God, Chu Yuan did not completely explore the middle area. When entering the southern area this time, every treasure on the way was collected by Chu Yuan. Yu Shengguang was also stunned. His head is also a little muddled. When did it become so easy to collect treasures? The southern region is here. Chu Yuan's voice woke him up. This time, Chu Yuan was not trying to collect treasures, but just to hurry, so the speed of crossing was very fast. He looked at the southern region, which was not much different from the eastern region, but the forces that existed here were different. Follow me. In the southern area, Chu Yuan has already determined where Yu Tianfeng is by tracing the origin. The southern region has now entered a period of calm. There is a place where countless powerhouses are stationed, many forces, and powerhouses are continuous. This is the 10,000 sect alliance in the southern region, led by several powerful supreme god-level forces, condensing tens of thousands of large and small forces together, adopting the system of alliances, and jointly seizing their own interests among several great emperor-level forces. Alliance of the weak against the strong, this is a very common practice. There are no alliances in the eastern region. In fact, there are two major reasons. One is that the two empires are at war, giving everyone a chance. The other is the great martial arts of Chu Yuan. In the place of the Wanzhou alliance, there is a secluded place, and a young man is sitting here. He constructed the formation with the source stone and practiced silently. The realm of the highest gods is truly amazing. This young man looked a little feminine, and said coldly, "The heart of the feather god has allowed me to break through to the supreme god, and I have saved years of hard work and used it to consolidate the foundation. It doesn't take long for me to break through to the second level of the supreme god. He is Yu Tianfeng. I am the peerless genius of the divine feather sect, and the position of the great elder belongs to me." What qualifications does Yu Shengguang have to occupy the position of the great elder? He was also a little crazy when he said this. Unfortunately, the Yushan sect was not destroyed, but Yu Shengguang was decisive. He even joined the Great Wu dynasty and was willing to be the servant of the Great Wu Emperor. It was really degenerate. I still didn't expect this. Yu Tianfeng also knew that the eastern region was too chaotic, and he could not get much benefit, so he came directly to the southern region. When he arrived in the southern region, he directly joined the Wanzhong Alliance. The Wanzhong Alliance also welcomes a supreme god to join. After all, although the Wanzhong Alliance is still in a weak position in front of the Empire, a supreme god can greatly enhance the strength of the background. Not long after he broke through to God, it was the time when he needed a lot of god stones. Elder Yu, the leader of the alliance, asked me to invite you. There will be a meeting soon to arrange the next turmoil in the central region and how to obtain greater benefits from the hands of several emperor-level forces. Someone came to inform Yu Tianfeng. Okay, I get it. Yu Tianfeng let the man leave, and said coldly, "It's really troublesome, it's useful to hold so many meetings? There's nothing to discuss, but after all, I still have to rely on the power of the Wanzhong Alliance, and it's not appropriate to contradict the leader of the alliance." Yu Tianfeng is very smart, knowing that he still has to rely on the Wanzhong Alliance. But just as he was about to leave, two people suddenly appeared in front of him. #C535, come fight. Just as Yu Tianfeng walked out of the retreat, he suddenly saw two people appearing in front of him from the void. He frowned, thinking it was some old antique from the Wanzhong Alliance. But when he saw Yu Shengguang, he was shocked. "Yu Shengguang, how could it be you?" "Of course it will be me, Yu Tianfeng." At this time, Yu Shengguang became calm when he saw Yu Tianfeng. This time, His Majesty led him to slash Yu Tianfeng, and he found him, making him even more in awe of His Majesty's divine power. When he looked at Yu Tianfeng in his eyes, he felt that he was already a dead person and could not survive. "I didn't expect you to find me." Yu Tianfeng turned his eyes to Chu Yuan and said, "This must be the great martial emperor." Chu Yuan's radiance was too dazzling. Even if he stood there motionless, Yu Tianfeng could still feel a powerful force oppressing him. At first glance, this person was an extremely domineering person. His domineering has also created the folk customs of Dao, which is the same domineering as him. "Your Majesty found you." Yu Shengguang said coldly, "Yu Tianfeng, if you want Yushin's heart, I can give it to you, but you should never take it away, and the death of the old ancestor has nothing to do with you. You are a sinner. To put it nicely, I have the strongest talent, and the supreme god can hope. If he gave me the heart of the feather god early, I would have broken through to the supreme god with my talent, but he refused to give it to me, so I wasted it in vain. Time." Yu Tianfeng shouted, very dissatisfied, "If I break through to gods and achieve more than him, I will lead the Yushin sect to glory in the future." He was buried in vain, and he also ruined his own life. "I have no way. It was the ancestor who raised you." Hearing Yu Tianfeng bite back, he blamed the old ancestor for the mistake. Yu Shengguang also said angrily, "You should know that Yushin's heart can only be used when there is no god in the sect. Stand still, give it to me earlier, it is a double god, how good." He looked at Yu Shengguang disdainfully. "Tell me, you found me today, not for my nonsense. You deserve to die." Feather God Light Road. "You want to kill me too?" Yu Tianfeng was very disdainful. He is the supreme god, and Yu Shengguang is just a mysterious god. Yes? Yu Shengguang radiated a divine power. "You are the supreme god." This time, Yu Tianfeng was also shocked. He knew too much about Yu Shengguang's weight, but in just a few short years, he had reached the realm of the gods, which made him very uncomfortable. He calculated so much, the ancestor of the god of feather sect fell, and he robbed the heart of the god of feather to reach this realm, but the other party reached it directly. The power of God. What a strange power of the supreme god, which supreme god came to my Wanzhong alliance. It seems that he is not a strong person in the southern region. In Elder Yu's place. In the Wanzhong alliance, there are many strong people sitting in the town, feeling the breath of the most gods, and immediately rushed over. What happened to Elder Yu? Greetings from the Supreme God. Who are you, and why did you come to the site of my Wanzhong alliance? These people shifted their gazes, and could see that the young man was an emperor, and Yu Xuanhuan was the emperor's subordinate. This matter has nothing to do with you. My Majesty and I are here for Yu Tianfeng. Yu Xuanhuan said indifferently when he saw this group of people arrived. We don't care about the festival between you and Yu Tianfeng, but this is in the territory of my Wanzhong alliance, and it is impossible to do it. Yes, although it's just an alliance, Elder Yu is a member of the alliance after all. If everyone makes trouble, how can the alliance exist? If you don't leave, we will start to expel you. Of course, the strong men of the Wanzhong alliance could see that the two had a deep holiday with Yu Tianfeng, and they didn't want to interfere in their affairs, nor did they want to make trouble with Chu Yuan and the Wanzhong alliance, destroying the unity of the alliance. Your Majesty Dao is here, and you will be welcome. Suddenly, a kind-hearted old man flew out. He was wearing a white robe and recognized Chu Yuan's identity. He quickly said with a smile, Your Majesty is in the east area, why did you suddenly come to the south area? No one else recognized it at a glance, but he recognized it. Perhaps you have seen the name of Emperor Wu, but how many have not heard of him? His reputation rolled over like a hurricane, especially the death of the third elder of the Shadow Valley in his hands, which added to his fierce reputation. What, he is the great martial emperor. If you want to come from the east area to the south area, you need to bypass a long way. It's too sudden. Hearing that the leader of the 10,000 Sects Alliance named Chu Yuan's identity, the people who were still aggressive just now retreated to the side. Your Majesty Emperor Wu, you are a guest from afar, and you have come to the southern region from a long distance, and this old man welcomes you. The leader of the alliance spoke very succinctly and did not offend Chu Yuan. He also knew that Chu Yuan really wanted to do things in the southern region, and it was very likely to subvert their alliance. Master of the Wanzhong alliance, today, Your Majesty and I are here for Yu Tianfeng. I, Yu Xuanhuan, belong to the Yushan realm. This person robbed me of the Yushan's heart and ran to the Wanzhong alliance, and plotted to betray him. The people of the sect caused the ancestors to fall. Chu Yuan did not speak, but still stood with his hands behind his back, very calm. Yu Xuanhuan opened his mouth and said, This traitor, everyone gets it and kills it. I am here to kill this traitor. The matter of the Divine Feather sect. The leader of the alliance also had some understanding of the matter of the God of Feather sect, because of De Wu. I'm cleaning out the traitors in Yushan realm, so does the leader want to stop me? Yu Xuanhuan said coldly. It turned out to be such a thing. Yu Tianfeng's ability to break through to the Supreme God is due to the heart of the God of Feathers of the Yushan sect. I understand this. However, after all, Yu Tianfeng came to the Wanzhong alliance and belongs to the alliance. Do you really want to sit back and watch Dao do it? It's hard to stop it. Others are cleaning up the traitors, and they didn't intend to go against my Wanzhong alliance. What qualifications do you have to stop them? The minds of these people also changed. Traitors are the most shameless thing in every sect country. Everyone hates traitors and can use their own power for their own interests. However, the Wanzhong alliance is only a loose alliance after all. It was temporarily gathered for common interests. Since Yu Tianfeng is here, if Dao is forced to take action, they will be beaten in the face. But when they stopped, they offended De Wu. Let's sit down and talk about this matter. The leader of the alliance spoke quickly. He didn't want to offend Chu Yuan, and said, There may be a misunderstanding between the two, but this is within the Wanzhong alliance after all. Chu Yuan raised his hand gently, and these people jumped in their hearts, and then saw him pointing at Yu Tianfeng, and the meaning was very clear. Yu Tianfeng, dare to do it or not? Do you want to be a tortoise? Let's fight. Yu Xuanhuan knew this kind of alliance too well. If there is benefit, everyone will share it together, but if there is difficulty, they will not fight together. If you start, no one will help you. Tianfeng. #C536 Gap. Xuanhuan looked at Tianfeng, the killing intent in his eyes was overwhelming, the whole person suddenly disappeared, and he was killed in the next instant. Boom! The battle of the Supreme God instantly caused a turbulent turmoil in the Wanzhong alliance, and just the release of breath caused the boundless continent to sink. No, the Great Wu dynasty has started. This is ignoring the majesty of my Wanzhong alliance and not taking us seriously. Leader, do you want to stop them? But people are cleaning up traitors, and they don't mean to go against my Wanzhong alliance. It's reasonable. After all, whoever has a traitor will clean up, and it doesn't make sense for us to take action. Lord, what should we do? All kinds of voices came out, and no one dared to stop it at will. After all, this is a battle between supreme gods, and in the entire 10,000 sect alliance, only those old antiques in the supreme god realm are qualified to intervene. Better not to interfere. The alliance leader looked calm and indifferent, but revealed the boundless and domineering Chu Yuan. He hesitated, not daring to test it at will. If Emperor Wu is only here for you Tianfeng, we will not stop it, but if he has other actions, we're talking. Even if he has the means to kill the supreme god, he is also afraid. After all, Yu Tianfeng is not a local sect in the southern region. He has not come here for a long time, he has no foundation, and he does not have much connection with them. The alliance leader does not want to offend Chu Yuan because of this. We listen to the leader of the alliance and do it like this, only dealing with Yu Tianfeng and not interfering. Some people also breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the leader of the alliance proposed the righteousness of the alliance, so that they had to fight against Tiao. These people are really unreliable. Yu Tianfeng faced Xuanhuan's hands-on kill, his eyes were cold. Xuanhuan, even if you break through to the supreme god, so what? Today I will show you my strength. There is too much difference between you and me. As soon as his body moved, the sky was filled with his shadow, and every shadow was extremely real. And even more bizarrely, the magical powers and spells displayed by each shadow are different, and there are 10,000 spells, as if there are 10,000 unique skills. Pantheism. After Xuanhuan saw it, he was not surprised, and said indifferently, the 10,000 gods technique is obtained by the ancestors from a ruin. Although I have not practiced it, I understand something. Yu Tianfeng, I know very well what means you have. The art of all gods, the magical power of all ways. Thousands of shadows cast thousands of magical powers at the same time. This kind of weird, magical powers in all directions makes people very sad, and they don't know how to deal with them. Xuanhuan, you are not worthy. The cold killing sound was clear, and the power of the pantheon was instantly killed, showing the strength of his powerful demon. I only use one move. The divine mana was condensed, and divine light erupted. Xuanhuan started and returned to the original. A huge hand of divine light shrouded down, covering the sky, and bombarded Yu Tianfeng's myriad shadows. With this one move alone, Yu Tianfeng's ascetic practice of all gods was broken. The strength of Xuanhuan's hand continued to fall, hitting Yu Tianfeng's body. Boom! Yu Tianfeng was knocked out instantly. Stronger than him, he was also vomiting blood at the moment. His eyes showed shock, and he shouted, "No, Xuanhuan, how can your strength be so strong? I have refined Yushan's heart, and the strength will not be weaker than you." He didn't understand why Xuanhuan, who had just broken through, showed stronger strength than him. He does not know. The cleansing of the divine aura stimulated the potential in Xuanhuan's body, as if a fish had leaped over the dragon gate to become a real dragon, and the level of life had changed much more than he had. This is what has been instilled and washed by the aura of the emperor. If you cultivate with this kind of spiritual energy day and night, you will be the favored son of the sky, the dragon and the phoenix among the people. And the source of the stone and the Emperor's pill have consolidated his foundation. In Dao, the benefits he got were too great. The great Dao becomes the wind, the world's ultimate move. The pride in Yu Tianfeng's heart did not allow him to lose to Yu Shengguang. He strode out, his body was like an avenue, he stepped on the wind, waved his palms, and a huge power surged, forming a killing move in an instant. You must die. Yu Shengguang cast the blood-burning secret technique in an instant. Shengguang's blood was red, and his strength increased rapidly. He started to use his ultimate move so soon. This Yu Shengguang is going to kill Yu Tianfeng, his will is too firm, and he completely ignores his own consumption. The ultimate move is a chain, the battle of the god level destroys the sky and destroys the earth, both of them have been red-eyed. Hurry up and let the people of the Wanzhou Alliance retreat, we use mana to seal this fluctuation and prevent it from spreading too far. Fortunately, we didn't intervene in it. Interesting, they were originally from the same clan, they should work together, but now, they are madly trying to claim each other's life. The two performed their ultimate move at the same time, so that the people from the Wanzhou Alliance were watching the show. At this time, two destructive storms collided and swept away, and Yu Shengguang showed his powerful strength at this moment. Perhaps his talent is not as good as Yu Tianfeng's enchanting, but he is very solid, unlike Yu Tianfeng who is opportunistic and grabs Yu Shen's heart to break through. Boom! Yu Tianfeng was completely suppressed by Yu Shengguang at this time. Are you going to work hard? I will too. In Yu Tianfeng's chest, his heart was beating powerfully. The power of Yu Shen's heart was not completely consumed, and it continued to provide him with power. At all costs, he fought madly with Yu Shengguang, and the fluctuation of power caused the earth they were in to sink, turning into nothingness, unable to resist the power of the Supreme God. The Son of Divine Light. Yu Shengguang performed another great magical power. His divine light gathered, and a sacred sun appeared above his head, bright, and the fire of holy light was burning. He slammed into Yu Tianfeng with a palm, and Yu Tianfeng's huge qi and blood power was ignited in an instant, and the whole person was also burned, especially the more he used the power of Yu Shen's heart, the faster it burned. Hateful, you are deliberately targeting the power of Feather God's heart. Yu Tianfeng gritted his teeth and hated to the extreme. In the sect, he was suppressed by Yu Shengguang, and now he has become the Supreme God, and he is also suppressed by him. Since I want to kill you, how can I fail to leave a little behind? The ancestor admires you, your talent is strong enough, but you are not right in your mind, cruel and selfish, you can only use it as a powerful combat force, and you cannot entrust it. The worst thing I did was to underestimate your selfishness and ruthlessness. I didn't expect that you have no nostalgia for the sect that nurtured you, and today, you must die to make up for this mistake. Yu Shengguang's words were filled with hatred. Tianyu mirror appeared, and a divine light suddenly shot out from the white mirror, which sublimated to the extreme. That force attracted Yu Tianfeng, making him turn to ashes. Boom! Passing through, Yu Tianfeng's chest penetrated a blood hole, and he saw the beating heart. He trembled and realized that he had lost to Yu Shengguang. He refused to accept the people he despised and had the ability to kill him. Tianyu mirror restrains the feather magic you practiced. The Tianyu mirror was made by the founder of Yu Shen sect, and possesses extremely powerful abilities. I haven't lost yet, if I don't die, I will win. Yu Tianfeng roared loudly. Although he was defeated by Yu Tianfeng with a head-on crushing method, he did not admit defeat. As long as he did not die, he would not lose completely. Blood-burning secret technique, the ultimate sublimation. Yu Shengguang's blood-burning secret technique has been raised to the limit, and in the end, the whole person has been sublimated to the utmost. #C537 Heartbreak. The secret technique of burning blood, burning the potential in the body, burning the flesh and soul into power, in exchange for the strongest power in a short period of time. The ultimate sublimation, this is burning to the extreme. The faces of the strong men of the Wanzhong alliance have changed color. Xuanhuan has been sublimated to the extreme. Is this planning to fight Yu Tianfeng desperately? His fist of divine light slammed down, the world was turbulent, and it was torn to Yu Tianfeng in one fell swoop. You are crazy. Yu Tianfeng was furious, and the sublimated Xuanhuan was too strong, completely surpassing him, suppressing his mana to the death, and Xuanhuan knew him too well and knew what means he had. Don't force me. Yu Tianfeng roars. As soon as he came into contact with Xuanhuan, he was blasted out by his fist of divine light, with a heart-piercing pain that made him grit his teeth, and his entire face was twisted into a ball because of the hideousness. Xuanhuan attacked again, his hands were shrouded, the sun rose slowly, and a brilliant sky appeared, which was suppressed by Xuanhuan. Buzz. The rays of light radiating from the sun were too intense, to the point of being unpredictable. Yu Tianfeng was already seriously injured, but as soon as this light shone, it seemed that he was fried in a frying pan, and the pain was extreme. You have to work hard, I won't play with you. Yu Tianfeng didn't want to continue fighting with this lunatic. He still has a long life and a good life. But Xuanhuan descended from the sky, and a force suppressed it. He saw Yu Tianfeng's means of resisting, his eyes were very cold, and Yu Tianfeng was beaten all over by shaking. I am a god. Yu Tianfeng roared, how could it be so easy to kill me? He is also beginning to erupt, similar to the ultimate move of the blood-burning secret technique. God Lord Divine Fist, the gods and demons are coming. Boom. Yu Tianfeng's move broke the sun of the gods. Directly in front of Xuanhuan, at this moment, his face was extremely hideous. Xuanhuan didn't move, he just exploded his sublimated power to the extreme, slammed a palm on Yu Tianfeng's body, slapped himself to the ground, and an area suddenly fell and disappeared. This palm, I got it from my ancestor. Xuanhuan's light is too bright at this moment, it seems to be a kind of feathering power. Cultivation, taking everything from the sky to the ground, I'm not wrong. Yu Tianfeng is desperate. I'm younger than you, and I have refined so much energy. I work hard to see who can beat who. Yu Tianfeng intends to consume Xuanhuan with the strongest power. But his plan went wrong again. After Xuanhuan was fully sublimated, the energy seemed to be endless, and there was no sign of sluggishness at all. On the other hand, Yu Tianfeng's breath gradually weakened. What's the matter? How can the Xuangang blood-burning secret technique last so long? It's so weird. Logically speaking, it's almost the end now. I don't have the strength to fight, but I feel that Xuanhuan can still erupt for a long time. Could it be because of Dao? The great martial artist is very mysterious, and the eastern region is about to fall into trouble because of a great martial artist. I'm afraid this Yu Tianfeng is really difficult today. The powerhouses of the 10,000 Sects Alliance took action to seal the fluctuations, and they all looked at it with puzzled eyes. Puff. Encountered by Xuanhuan's shot, Yu Tianfeng couldn't consume the opponent, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, his eyes also showed despair and grief. His current state can be said to be escaping and unable to escape, and unable to fight, which is extremely miserable. Am I really going to be buried here today? Yu Tianfeng was sad and angry, and was very unwilling. He became a god for a short time, and he was willing to die here. Boom. On Xuanhuan's body, the infinite divine light appeared again, and the divine sun was incorporated into his body. He stood there, and he was a star, blooming with endless bright light. His breath was so strong that Yu Tianfeng couldn't breathe. Yu Tianfeng betrayed the sect, and although he became the supreme god, he was like a rootless plant, without any backing. Xuanhuan is supported by great martial arts, sheltered by the power of national fortune, and nourished by the spiritual energy of someone. Fighting alone has the advantage of fighting alone, doing things unscrupulously and without worries. But there are benefits to being integrated into a country. When his power was knocked down, he completely trampled Yu Tianfeng, suppressing him so hard that he couldn't move, and countless divine lights washed over him. Heaven and Earth Oven. Seeing that the time had come, Chu Yuan waved his hands, and the oven appeared. No. I don't want to be put in this oven, and I don't want to die. Yu Tianfeng couldn't see where it was. If the oven was installed in this world, he would be completely refined, and his ascetic cultivation would become someone else's wedding dress, which was even more miserable than the ancestor of the Yushan sect. You go in. Xuanhuan swayed, suppressed Yu Tianfeng, and slapped him with one move. Yu Tianfeng rolled in the sky, and a raging flame burned in the oven of heaven and earth, and he put him in at once, and then the lid of the furnace was closed. Bang bang bang. Yu Tianfeng struggled and roared, slamming into the oven of heaven and earth, and there was a heart-piercing, hysterical roar. This sound is frightening. Everyone knows that Yu Tianfeng has suffered inhuman torture. Yu Shengguang gradually returned to normal after sublimating to the extreme. He took the Emperor-grade divine pill, given by Chu Yuan, and recovered some of the energy that had been consumed. At this time, Chu Yuan also waved a wave of human spirit energy into his body. Originally, it would cause great harm to oneself after being sublimated to the max, but with the nourishment of human spirit energy, there is no such hidden danger. After the feather light has been fully sublimated, there is not much hidden danger. It's terrifying, that Emperor Wu has unimaginable means. Fortunately, we didn't intervene in the entry. If we offend Emperor Wu, my Wanzhong alliance will definitely turn the world upside down, and there will be no peace. That Yu Tianfeng is sure to die. Although Emperor Wu has not spoken a word or made a single shot since his appearance, the depression he brought to the Wanzhong alliance is far above Yu Shengguang. That boundless domineering makes no one in the alliance dare to do it easily. After Yu Shengguang sent Yu Tianfeng into the oven, he breathed a sigh of relief. The last obstacle in his heart disappeared, the knot in his heart was disintegrated, and he respectfully came to Chu Yuan's side. With a wave of Chu Yuan's hand, the void passage showed a colorful change, and he and Yu Shengguang disappeared here. He's finally gone. After many alliance powerhouses saw Chu Yuan leaving, the depression in their hearts dissipated. Alliance leader, Emperor Wu, is even more powerful than the rumors we heard. I can understand why the eastern region is so chaotic. The two empires are fighting for hegemony, and there is Emperor Wu. It's hard to think there is chaos. A supreme divine Tao, in comparison, our southern region is much calmer. It is true that the southern region has not fallen to the gods until now. Yeah, this Emperor Wu can't be offended. Emperor-level forces must be afraid of him. This time, when he goes back, it will be interesting in the eastern region. The alliance leaders have seen the increasing chaos in the eastern region. #C538 Eternal Exile. After killing Yu Tianfeng, Chu Yuan first returned to the world of Shinshan. The Divine Feather sect is a bit of a doorway. Chu Yuan sees Yu Tianfeng's use of myriad magical powers. This magical power is not stronger than itself, but stronger than the magical powers under your control. With powerful spells, you can use multiple magical powers at the same time. Your Majesty, the myriad god's art is obtained from the ancient ruins of the ancestors. It is very difficult to cultivate. We have not completed it yet. Yu Shengguang also has the cultivation method of the Pantheon, and he respectfully offered it up. Chu Yuan looked at it. The cultivation method was indeed extremely complicated, and it seemed to be powerful, but the cultivation was not good. At the same time, using other supernatural powers weakened the power of each supernatural power, and it was very difficult to control the power within. Advantages and disadvantages. However, Chu Yuan could see that if he really cultivated to the top, multiple magical powers would explode in an instant, and the power would be extremely terrifying. The magic of the gods can be practiced by the powerhouses above the Xianshan of the dynasty. Xuanhuan said. You Xuanhuan, temporarily sit in the world of Xinshan. Xuanhuan issued an order. And he returned to the Imperial city, within the kingdom of the emperor. The energy of the two supreme gods is sealed in the oven of heaven and earth. This time, he was in a hurry to kill Yu Tianfeng, also to seize his energy and help himself break through to the realm of the profound god. It's time to break through. Boom. Two terrifying essence powers were integrated into his body. The difference between the corpse of the supreme god and other energies is that they have a higher law. The law is what Xuanhuan needs most, and the most important thing, to break through the great realm. Use the great devouring technique to transform everything into the energy you need. Mysterious God Realm. The energy of the two supreme gods was swallowed and absorbed by him, and he reached the realm of the mysterious gods. The realm of the gods. Mastering the realm of mysterious and mysterious, from ordinary gods to gods, if ordinary people become poor people, they can be regarded as powerful. He raised his hands, his life level was even higher, the breath of the Supreme, shocked the eight wilderness, majestic all over the world, and all the great dynasties were dominated by him. Ding! The host completed the side quest to break through the mysterious god, and obtained 70,000 fate points, the advanced card of the Imperial artifact, the supernatural power fruit X32, the advanced version of the three swords of slaughtering the god, the gate of the void X1, the eternal banishment of the supreme supernatural power, random lottery chance X1, profound god puppet creation progress is 10%. It's 100%. Xuanhuan said in his heart, synthesize it immediately. Ding. The host synthesizes the profound god puppet and obtains the sacred puppet X1. Sacred puppet, a puppet that attacks the peak of the profound god, defends the pinnacle of the profound god, and has the pinnacle of the speed of the profound god. In Xuanhuan's system space, there was an extra sacred puppet, which was similar to the previous one, but its strength was at the peak level of the profound god. Since it was a puppet, there was no pain, and the supreme god usually had a headache. And this sacred puppet also has a skill, that is, jade and stone are burned. Activate the power of jade and stone to burn, and burst out with combat power comparable to the gods, but it will also disappear. The current fatality point surplus is 91050. Ding. The current branch has been released, breaking through to the realm of the gods. Each level of profound god requires 70,000 fate points in exchange for it, the system reminded. Everything was as Xuanhuan expected. Xuanhuan used 70,000 fate points to raise his realm to the second level of the profound god. 32 divine ability fruits were raised by Xuanhuan to the seventh level of the Great Devouring Technique. All his magical powers, the Great Devouring Technique, are the core of eternity and have irreplaceable effects. Next, look at other rewards. Advanced version of the three swords of slaughtering gods, contains powerful power, slaying immortals and slaughtering gods, and can cut to the peak of gods. It is still a transparent pocket knife, but the power contained in this knife is much stronger than the previous one. The intermediate version, Xuanhuan estimated, can only be cut to the existence of the fifth layer of God. The advanced version can be cut to the peak of the gods, which is terrifying. There are a few people who can withstand this kind of beheading. Void Gate, a special sacred object, containing the power of infinite void, extracting the power of the void river, possessing the void gate, increasing the power of void supernatural powers, launching void torrents, and performing spacetime manipulation. The torrent of the void can open the portal of the void and absorb the power of the long river of the void. This is a divine object similar to the Gate of Thunder, but with different magical powers. The Gate of Void appeared, which was different from the Gate of Thunder. This is a portal that is closer to invisible. It is integrated into the void, and almost no one can find its existence. After summoning the torrent of the void, it can also become the color of the void. He clearly knows that the power of a portal is far stronger than giving an Imperial artifact directly. Because of this special portal, with the improvement of Xuanhuan's realm, it will draw and expand more powerful power from it, and there will be no situation where it can't keep up with his strength. Eternal exile, the supreme ancient supernatural power, with powerful power, opens the channel in the depths of the void, carries out eternal exile, and exiles everything. The power of eternal exile. Xuanhuan suddenly saw that an infinite force exiled everything into an eternal void, as if it was an eternal expulsion, and he would never find the way back and was lost. This is similar to the danger in the void. Going deep into the void, the most fearful thing is to get lost in it and not find the way back. And eternal exile is to open up the power of the depths of the void with its own power, and forcibly exile. Eternal exile, combined with the gate of the void, the power is multiplied and superimposed. The deeper the understanding of the power of the void, the more terrifying the exile. Xuanhuan knew deeply. Eternal exile may not be as powerful as a moment of brilliance, but it also has a unique effect. If you encounter a strong person who is tyrannical and difficult to solve within a period of time, open the exile of the eternal void and force him into exile, so that even if he finds a way back, it will be too late. The Heavenly Thunder Gate has created a Scourge army with strong frontal attack and killing ability. The Void Gate can be used to strengthen the Shadow-killing Legion. All of them are proficient in the power of the Void, assassinate in the Void, and kill without shadows. In the kingdom of the Emperor, Xuanhuan controlled the movement of the dynasty, and said indifferently, "Now my strength, Yushengguang, and Hianbo are all supreme gods, and the overall national strength is in line with the 9-star dynasty." 9-star power. He wants to start destroying the 9-star forces to improve the level of national power. Vulcan Cave Treasure Map 4. Xuanhuan looked at the direction indicated by the treasure map in his hand. There are rumors in the Shadow Valley that there is a divine artifact born from the origin of the eternal world, so it is impossible to find their place. And Shadow Valley is vicious and vicious, even he dares to assassinate him, it is simply courting death. If he hadn't mastered the 3 swords of slaughtering the gods at that time, and let out their 3rd elder, after he assassinated himself, he would have been able to go away, and there was no way to take him. A dark force that is good at assassination and is always shrouded like a poisonous snake will give everyone a headache. This time he killed the 3rd elder of the Shadow Valley, and with the revengeful character of this force, he will not let it go. This force is not taking revenge now, but is actually waiting for an opportunity. He is not afraid of the assassination of Shadow Valley, but there is this threat. The army walks in the eternal power, and it is necessary to beware of their threat at all times. Obviously, he is not afraid, and his strength is clear at a glance. But if you come in the dark, it will be troublesome, and you can't be on guard against them all the time. To become a 9-star, after all, you must use a supreme god force to operate. Xuanhuan was cold, with a treasure map placed in front of him, and said indifferently, "If you don't use the knife, who else will you use? It should be destroyed and removed from the eternal world." #C539 Expedition to Shadow Valley. In the world of Xuanhuan, something big happened. The Dao Legion suddenly withdrew from the mountain and left the eastern area. This makes many forces puzzled. The next turmoil looks like it will appear again soon. At this critical time, it is not necessary to continue to increase the force and prepare. Why did Dawu leave? Some people are also speculating whether Emperor Wu knows. Recently, many forces have been conspiring against them, so they chose to stay away from the edge. The Holy Heaven Empire also sent people to inquire, but Dawu just replied, "They have other things to do, and they don't have the mentality to stay in the mountain for the time being. Let's go." Boom. From the withdrawal of troops to the preparation, about a month has passed. Huge star warships flew up, and the sky warships also followed the fleet. Countless powerhouses and countless armies were also densely packed around the warships. This scene is like a legion that travels through the universe, traveling through the universe. Huge warships were launched from Tiao. Big move. The Tiao battleship core is moving together. They are going to go out. What are they going to do? See if their purpose is not to enter the mountain. I knew for a long time that Tiao's sudden withdrawal from the world of Xuanhuan had a purpose. You see so many battleships flying out, and there are so many legions, obviously there is a big move. So aggressive, are you going to go out? Who is the purpose? Although Dawu withdrew from the sacred mountain, the more strange and abnormal his behavior was, the more cautious he became. In the Battle of Xuanhuan, Emperor Wu was extremely domineering. From various actions, he was definitely an extremely decisive emperor. Boom! The battleships crossed the void and were imposing. The route they walked was very strange, and they didn't know where they were going. They were on an expedition whose purpose was unknown to others. Xuanhuan looked indifferent, sitting on the main ship. Lead the fleet to the destination. The treasure map on his palm has been flashing to indicate the location. This Shadow Valley is extremely hidden, and no one has been able to find their location for many years. The movement of such an expedition naturally made the forces that passed along the way frightened, and everyone was afraid, for fear that Xuanhuan was attacking them. Stop. After the battleship sailed for many days, Xuanhuan issued an order to fly out of the main ship and stand at the forefront. The light of his treasure map is getting more and more dazzling, and he has found the location and exists in this void. Void door. He immediately used the gate of the void, the rolling torrent washed out, and the infinite void was shattering. Although the army didn't know what Xuanhuan was doing, the battleship stopped neatly, and the countless soldiers were murderous, and they all guessed that the location of their expedition had arrived, and there would soon be a brutal battle. Heaven and earth were torn apart, and a space-time that did not exist appeared. Within this space and time, Xuanhuan saw ancient castles, gloomy and dark, with many people walking around. Suddenly, I saw countless large armies in the outside world, stretching to the sky, and huge warships aimed their muzzles at them. Where is Shadow Valley? Xuanhuan held the treasure map and found the location of Shadow Valley. This is Shadow Valley. Xuanhuan was shocked when he saw these ancient castles. He didn't know before that Xuanhuan's goal was the Shadow Valley. What made him even more shocked was that His Majesty had found the Shadow Valley that even the Empire could not find. Our location has been discovered. Those battleships, those legions, that's not Dao's army. How did Emperor Wu discover us and send a large army to expedition, and his purpose turned out to be us? The Shadow Valley, which had been hidden in the darkness, was suddenly lifted up and exposed to the light, and the people inside panicked. Unexpectedly, their most secret base will one day be discovered. It can be seen that when Dao found their hiding place, the people in the Shadow Valley were very uncomfortable. They were used to assassinating in mystery, not this kind of head-to-head combat. And Xuanhuan also saw it. Shadow Valley is not actually within the void. They are a special world with a huge space inside, and there are many people in it. They hide themselves, and the secret that others can't find is this special world, and it is also the source of rumors that the Shadow Valley has destroyed Shadow Valley. Xuanhuan's simple sentence spread to the army. A battle has begun. Xuanhuan mobilized the army. The purpose is to destroy the Shadow Valley in one fell swoop, forging his supreme prestige. Under the crushing situation of this huge army, how can he give the Shadow Valley a chance to turn over? The martial arts army was so strong that even the Imperial forces had to admit it. The Light Legion presses in, and the Dark Legion keeps up. The forces of light and darkness fought directly towards Shadow Valley in a head-to-head confrontation. Shenwu, the demon god's left side will attack the fortifications, God's Scourge, the Fengjuan's right side will attack the fortifications head-on. The 4 elite corps also killed the past. The Dao Legion was aggressive, and the killing intent was terrifying. They showed no mercy, lit up the butcher knife in their hands, and smashed into the Shadow Valley in unison. Immediately, wherever the army passed, there was blood and rain everywhere, and there were screams everywhere. The passage of the whole world was opened, and the battleships flew into this world one by one, starting a terrifying massacre. The screams were repeated, and the people of Shadow Valley were arrogant and presumptuous. Relying on the original fetish, they dared to assassinate anyone. Where have they encountered such a situation of being besieged? Original divine power. In the depths of the Shadow Valley, there is a tyrannical old antique who suddenly manipulates the origin of the world's sacred artifact, as if it is closely linked with the origin of the eternal world, mobilizing a huge force. This power is the turmoil of a world. Void Torrent. Xuanhuan stands above the Shadow Valley world. The gate of the void swept out a dark blue force, which collided with the original divine power of Shadow Valley. Boom! The huge explosion swept through the boundless fluctuations in the Shadow Valley world, and countless buildings collapsed, encountering the destructive fluctuations. God Army. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, Dao's most elite divine army was killed. All of the divine army are elites, and after replenishing them again and again, there are quite a few mysterious gods, and even the weakest ones are very close to the realm of true gods. It is a massacre to enter this time. There are many strong people in the Shadow Valley, but they are good at assassination. When they encounter the means of frontal rushing, they can't play their best fields at all. Bold. There were extremely angry voices in the Shadow Valley. In a short period of time, the great martial army rushed out and carried out boundless killings in the Shadow Valley world. The foundation of their hard work for countless years was rapidly collapsing. This made the powerhouses of Shadow Valley unbearable. The Supreme God finally appeared under the protection of the divine power of the Source God. #C540 Dominate the Void. The flames of war are burning, and beacon fires are everywhere. The Dao Legion was unstoppable and rushed in directly. When the Supreme God of Shadow Valley saw such a scene, he also made a roaring sound of anger. They were always the only ones who dealt with others. When were they beaten directly at the door? The death of the third elder did make them honest for a while. Originally, they planned to wait until the major forces launched a comprehensive siege of Dao, and then send strong men to assassinate the commanders of Dao's armies in revenge for the things in the world of Xuanhuan. However, Dao's expedition directly hit their world, which caught Shadow Valley a little by surprise. Don't do it. There is also a quick conversation in Shadow Valley. An existence wearing a dark gold mask looked coldly at the battlefield. He was the Valley Master of Shadow Valley, and calmly said, "The military force is too strong. I am not suitable for a head-to-head battle, although I don't know how to expose our position, but I guess it has something to do with the 3 elders. Maybe I spied the Shadow Valley from him, but I still can't figure out how to find out. Gu Master, how should we deal with it?" Almost all the masters gathered around the Shadow Valley Master. Abandoning here, the eternal world is not safe. Give up the foundation here, and temporarily avoid the edge of Dao. The Shadow Valley Lord is extremely calm. You can only do this, you can't beat Dao in a frontal battle. But this loss can't be ignored. We will come back, and put all the people of Dao on the must-kill list. Yes, kill them, but not now. With the arrogance and domineering of this Emperor Wu, the future situation, the eternal world will enter an era of competition among heroes and nations competing for hegemony. If Dao wants to be promoted to the Imperial dynasty, many forces will not agree. We can only escape first and make use of our advantages. As soon as the Shadow Valley Lord proposed, the group immediately nodded in agreement. Shadow Valley is an assassination force after all. They are not good at head-to-head combat, and their peripheral foundations can be abandoned at any time. Okay, I will mobilize the power of the eternal fetish to escape into the void source of the eternal world. The Shadow Valley Lord wears a mask. Although he can't see his face, his voice is enough to hear his monstrous hatred and biting hatred. Hate, who doesn't hate, this time being killed by Dawu, their strength is greatly damaged. Can hit and hit, can only run. Suddenly, an eternal ray of light shot out from the core castle of Shadow Valley, filled with eternal and immortal power, turned into a meteor, showed a peerless vision, and was about to leave here. The endless fog obscured them too. Where can you run to? Xuanhuan was indifferent. When the castle was about to escape, the torrent of the Gate of the Void swept out, and it was also the power of the world. It suddenly turned into a blockade of heaven and earth, and the castle was involved in the torrent. What's the matter? With the power of the eternal fetish, we can't even escape. It's the treasure in his hand, a portal. It seems to be the portal that dominates the power of the void, trapping us. Damn, how could this Emperor Wu have such a treasure? In the Shadow Valley, cursed voices came out. They were furious and terrified. Originally, the power of the divine object was enough to let them directly enter a secret place, but Xuanhuan broke their illusion. The Gate of the Void is set in the air. Xuanhuan's eyes pierced the castle fiercely, his power exploded in an instant, turned into a meteor, and bombarded it with the most violent attitude. Boom! The castle shattered and many people were killed there. Emperor Dao. The slender shadow of the Shadow Valley Master suddenly appeared in front of Xuanhuan. His dark golden robe was turbulent, and his eyes looked at Xuanhuan coldly. If you take off the mask, you will see that his face is extremely solemn. Although Xuanhuan stood there, it gave him the feeling that he was not alone, but a piece of sky, an infinitely majestic sky, suppressing them. Xuanhuan also felt his realm, the fourth level of the Supreme God, mastering the power of shadow assassination, was more difficult than other Supreme Gods. You are really amazing. Since the establishment of Shadow Valley, I have never been discovered by outsiders, and I have never fallen to God, but in your hands, I made a mistake. Maybe I shouldn't have sent someone to assassinate you. Shadow Valley Lord said coldly. He suddenly disappeared on the spot, faster than an instant, appeared behind Xuanhuan, and an assassination force killed Xuanhuan. The realm of yin and yang. In a flash, the black and white air currents are intertwined to form yin and yang, representing the power of life and death. Great Onmyoji. The assassination of the Shadow Valley Lord was unsuccessful. He suddenly saw the power of the Great Onmyoji technique, and immediately stepped aside, knowing that this field was so powerful that if he fell into it, it would be difficult to escape quickly. He is not afraid of the opponent's strong defense, but is afraid of the speed-limiting field. With such a fast speed, Xuanhuan also vaguely guessed that it was the power of that divine object that was carried by the Shadow Valley Master. The powerhouse of Shadow Valley saw Gu take the initiative, and at the same time flashed, used the void method, and suddenly disappeared, running the supreme assassination method to kill the great martial power. Boom! Still the means of the Void Gate. The Void Gate did not directly bombard, but the torrent swept out from inside, limiting the attack and killing of this group of people. Kill. There are also many strong men in the great martial arts. The Shadow Valley had 4 supreme gods, but Xuanhuan had one of them beheaded. Hianbo and Yushengguang slaughtered out and directly attacked the other 2 supremes, with the Gate of Void at the side to restrain the fluctuations in the void. Shadow Valley can't be destroyed. Boom! Infinite power emanated from Xuanhuan's body. He directly locked on the Shadow Valley Lord, teleported to the opponent, and was shocked by the boundless domineering, and a punch came with the most violent force. The Shadow Valley Lord was shocked. But after all, he is a powerhouse at the 4th level of the Supreme God. That divine object not only gave him the ability to travel quickly in the void of the eternal great world, but also enabled him to use the boundless power of a great world to bless him. He also knows that head-to-head confrontation is not what he is good at, so he is also traveling fast, looking for opportunities from the movement. But Chu Yuan's punch was really too violent, and the mere momentum caused a large area of void to collapse violently. Originally, under the blessing of the human emperor sword, his combat power was not inferior to that of the supreme god, and the various magical powers and secret techniques he controlled were not comparable to the Shadow Valley Master. He is the master here, the master controls the whole world. The rapid movement of the Shadow Valley Master seemed to be a joke, his eyes just flickered, and the power of the punch hit the Shadow Valley Master. The shadow robe worn by the Shadow Valley Master is actually an Imperial artifact, but even so, the aftermath of the impact made him feel unbearable, and the whole person would vomit blood. The power of eternity. #C541 Eternal Heart. There was a flash of divine light on the body of the Shadow Valley Lord. That's the power of a fetish. He inspired the power of the divine object, and suddenly his breath seemed to merge with the entire eternal world, and he could borrow power from the whole world. This fetish not only gave him the ability to hide himself in the eternal world, but also allowed him to manipulate some of the source power of the eternal world. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound resounded, and within the void, a boundless force swept in, overwhelming the sea, crushing everything, and suddenly flashed into a boundless tide. Eternal bright light. This is the source power of the eternal great world. How big is the eternal great world, and when viewed from the outer universe, it is a huge galaxy. Even a supreme god appears very small in front of him, and even a little power appears huge and vast. Eternal power. A force of eternal divine power bombarded. This power is extremely strong in the eternal world. Emperor Tiao, in the eternal world, manipulating this power, even if the strength is stronger than me, it is difficult to resist. Shadow Valley Lord's dark gold robe flutters. He manipulated this eternal divine power with the power of a divine object, and washed directly on Chu Yuan. The ferocious bombardment was like a joint strike of a dozen supreme gods, creating a wave that destroyed the sky and the earth. With the power of devouring, Chu Yuan stood proudly in the sky, unmoved. His swallowing domain spread out, and the vacuum vortex immediately swallowed this power directly. After rising to the title of 7th level, the speed of devouring the transformation is getting faster and faster, and the eternal power is replenishing him. Great devouring technique. The Shadow Valley Master screamed in anger. It's not that he has never seen the power of swallowing, but Chu Yuan's swallowing is too terrifying, he can swallow everything. It seems that there is nothing in this world that he cannot swallow, and even a world will be swallowed by him. Chu Yuan's divine light was fierce, and in an instant, he stepped in front of the Shadow Valley Lord, and unleashed his supreme supernatural powers to unleash glorious power. Although the Shadow Valley Lord has boundless divine power to protect his body, he still collapses directly after suffering this blow. The power penetrates into his body, and the whole person will be bombarded and collapsed. Hateful. But the master of Shadow Valley is also a peerless powerhouse, who created Shadow Valley with one hand. He jumped up and disappeared in an instant, and the afterimages of 10,000 swept away quickly, waiting for an opportunity to find an opportunity. The most uncomfortable thing for the Shadow Valley Master is that Chu Yuan's power is too versatile, and there is no flaw. The domain restricted by the Yin and Yang domain surrounds him, causing him to flash again and again, but he can't find an opportunity to shoot. And Chu Yuan would not give him a chance to react. He started arrogantly, and every magical power was displayed, revealing the aura of the gods, and the pressure of the supreme power came down, so that the mana of the Shadow Valley Lord was suppressed. How to start? The Shadow Valley Master has never encountered such an opponent until now. Boom! With the domineering power of the boundless emperor, Chu Yuan came to the 4 seas and stepped over, and he suppressed the Shadow Valley Lord with a force. What? The first and second elders of Shadow Valley also screamed. The void assassination method they were good at was restrained in front of the void gate, and in the head-to-head fight, they lost the biggest advantage, and they were not the opponents of Hianbo and Xuanhuan at all. Inside the Shadow Valley world. At this moment, Dao's expedition has already broken through this world. Great Sealing Technique. Xuanhuan controls the overall situation, and everything is under his control. The power of a seal came out of nowhere, and the second elder just jumped up, with an extremely frightened expression on his face, and the hundreds of millions of sealed lights instantly turned into chains and tied his body firmly. I was sealed. The second elder's face was ashen, and the power in his body was sealed by Xuanhuan and could not be used. This seal is the seal of eternity. Unless he is stronger than Xuanhuan, he can still forcibly break through. No, I can't be sealed by him, otherwise it's over. No matter whether it's an assassination or a head-to-head fight, I'm not his opponent. This person is perfect and has no weaknesses. Even if I give up the entire Shadow Valley, I have to leave here. After several fights, the Shadow Valley Master also knew that he was not Xuanhuan's power. As the supreme means of controlling assassination methods, the Shadow Valley Master is extremely clear-headed, and understands that the other party is the Emperor who controls a dynasty after all, and he can mobilize boundless power, but he must not entangle himself. He was about to flicker. But Xuanhuan's eyes widened, and the divine light erupted like a waterfall. He saw through the location of the Shadow Valley Lord's shuttle, and cut it with a big cutting technique. Click! The main mask of Shadow Valley was broken into two halves, revealing a pale and young face, and a bloodline appeared on his face. Eternal Divine Heart, Eternal Divine Power. An extremely splendid power, the Shadow Valley Lord's heart is ruthless, and there is an extremely dazzling light on his chest. Emperor Dao, you let me use the essence and divine power that I have accumulated in Eternal God's heart for countless years, and destroyed my Shadow Valley. I swear that the great generals will be my enemies forever, and I will never die with you. After stimulating the energy in the fetish, you can finally see the hated face of the Shadow Valley Lord. The Shadow Valley has existed for millions of years, and it took him countless efforts to get to the scale it is today, but now it has all been destroyed by Xuanhuan. This time he escaped, and he has become a lonely man. How can he not hate it in his heart? He swears. After escaping this time, he will specifically assassinate the powerhouses of Dao. If a top killer like the Shadow Valley Master launches a ruthless assassination, the Empire will also suffer heavy losses. This time, Xuanhuan could easily find the location of Shadow Valley, a treasure map that he could rely on. This Shadow Valley Master is not an escape method, but uses the power in the fetish to move himself to the boundless distance, the most mysterious area of the eternal world. He fled this time, and even the Gate of the Void could not restrict his movement. Suddenly I saw that the Lord of Shadow Valley turned into a splendid halo, abandoned the foundation of Shadow Valley, broke through the Gate of the Void, and was about to leave here forever. Can't go. Xuanhuan was not flustered or surprised, he started to swept out a supreme force. Eternal Exile. Xuanhuan stepped in pursuit of the Shadow Valley Master, and caught up with him in an instant. The power of his eternal exile swept over the halo, opened up a space of exile, and forcibly banished the halo into it. Where is this place? The Shadow Valley Lord was horrified to discover. At this moment, he has entered an extremely mysterious and strange void. It is pitch black everywhere, and there is no breath of life. No matter which direction he leaves, it is difficult to find the way back. It was as if he had been exiled into a space where no one had walked. Suddenly, there was light in this dark space, and he saw a stalwart existence looking down at him, a colorful, supreme hand grabbing at him. #C5429 9-Star Dynasty. The Shadow Valley Lord was banished for eternity, banished to a mysterious space, and caught by the big hand of banishment. He was embarrassed all over, and at this moment he was no longer as calm as before. Eternal Seal. With the seal of eternity, Xuanhuan completely imprisoned the Shadow Valley Lord, so that his mana could not burst out. He was caught on the battleship, and the whole person knelt down in front of him. A king of assassins, pulled from the shadows, has lost his advantage, and will be greeted with an extremely cruel trial. Cough, I lost. At this time, the Shadow Valley Master also knew that he was completely defeated by Xuanhuan and was sealed, and he could no longer escape. However, his performance at this time was completely calm, as if he already knew the fate that he was about to face, and calmly said, "The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. I lost, and I lost in your hands. I don't lose. If you are wronged, if you want to kill it, you will kill it, if you want to cut it, you will cut it." As the king of assassins, he was ready to die. However, Xuanhuan did not intend to kill him so easily, and a whip appeared in his hand. Whip. The Shadow Valley Lord's pupils shrank, and then calmed down again. He, Emperor Tiao, it seems that you still want to subdue me, you destroy my foundation, and I hate you so much that it's not enough to cut you with 1,000 swords. Yes, I won't give in to you. As long as there is a chance, I will assassinate you all over. But as soon as his words fell, the whip fell. He made a heart-piercing sound, roaring in his mouth, letting Xuanhuan kill him. It's easy to die, but hard to live. Xuanhuan handed the whip to the Wraith Demon Venerable, and said indifferently, "Wuza, I will leave it to you to deal with, your magic art, learn from the power of resentment and torture him to the extreme, and then kill him. Not only him, but the entire Shadow Valley will be handed over to you." He did not intend to conquer Shadow Valley. Instead, he knew that the stronger the master tortured by Wraith Demon Venerable, the faster he practiced, allowing him to torture all masters above the gods in the Shadow Valley and quickly improve his strength. "Thank you, Master." The Wraith Demon Venerable went mad with excitement. This is the Supreme God Powerhouse. Usually pinching him to death is almost like pinching an ant, but now he is allowed to be whipped and tortured. Hearing this sentence, the Shadow Valley Lord's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that Xuanhuan would be so cruel, handing him into the hands of others and torturing him to death. And it is a mysterious god who is not knowing how much weaker than him. His face was bleeding with anger from the humiliation. But before his roaring voice came out, the Wraith Demon Venerable whipped his whip frantically, so excited that he was going crazy. The masters who were not beheaded in Shadow Valley were all caught, handed over to the Wraith Demon Venerable, and slowly tortured. At this time, Xuanhuan stepped into the broken Shadow Valley world and opened a space with a treasure map. Immediately, a shadow came, and the cold wind blew. He saw a shadow-like divine fire that merged with the darkness. Shadow Divine Fire, a divine fire with gloomy properties that can be transformed into the power of shadows, penetrate the soul, and burn from the inside, which is very strange. The God Fire of the Buddha devoured it. Now the power of the Buddha's fire is strong enough to burn to the gods, very powerful. Back to Tiao. At the end of the expedition, the Shadow Valley was smashed, and the battleship sprayed hot rainbows and returned to the position of Tiao. Shadow Valley is gone. Oh my God, it threatens many forces, and the Shadow Valley, who once assassinated the Supreme God, was just trampled through. It turns out that Emperor Wu retreated from the mountain to destroy the Shadow Valley. It is an unimaginable fact that a Supreme God-level force has been trampled down like this. De Wu, don't be humiliated. The Tiao expedition was very moving, and many people followed from a distance. Seeing the withdrawal of the battleship, the Shadow Valley world has turned into dust in the torrent of the void, and the faces of this group of people have changed. You must know that the Shadow Valley is more difficult to deal with than the general Supreme God forces, and they have not been found for millions of years, so they were trampled by Tiao. The news spread, causing turmoil in countless forces. Inside the expedition battleship, You can always hear the shrill screams of the Shadow Valley Masters after being tortured by the Wraith Demon Venerable, like the roar of hell. Is this the fetish in Shadow Valley? At this time, Xuanhuan had a crystal-clear, prism-shaped object on his palm, like a transparent crystal, the length of his thumb. The Lord of Shadow Valley calls him the Eternal Heart of God. It is with this eternal divine heart that the Shadow Valley can be hidden in the eternal world, so that no one else can find them. With this eternal divine heart, let the people in the casting department refine it into the magic lock tower. Although Xuanhuan is not going to leave behind a Shadow Valley master this time, he has also obtained countless assassination magical powers from the Shadow Valley, as well as a lot of intelligence materials. He plans to upgrade the shadow-killing army and build it into a force like Shadow Valley. Everyone is afraid, and everyone will tremble when they hear it. Ding! The host completes the side quest, destroys the Shadow Valley, and obtains 70,000 fate points, the Imperial Artifact Advance Card X1, the Magical Power Fruit X32, and the Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding! It has been detected that the host's current national prestige is sufficient to promote the 9-star dynasty. Do you choose to promote to the 9-star dynasty? Option 1. Promote the 9-star dynasty and get 2,000 fate points. Option 2. Don't be promoted to the 9-star dynasty for the time being and get 2,000 fate points. 2 consecutive ding-ding sounds made Xuanhuan's most anticipated moment come. The 9-star dynasty was the last star of the 9 stars of the dynasty, followed by the Emperor dynasty, the real emperor-level power. Promoted to the 9-star dynasty. Ding! The host makes a choice and gets 2,000 fate points. National Strength has been promoted to 9 stars, obtained 90,000 fate points, Supernatural Power Fruit X32, Imperial Artifact Advanced Card X1, Supreme Pill X2, Eye of the End of Magic, Random Lottery Chance X1, Main God Strength Experience Card X1, Vulcan Cave Treasure Figure 5x1. Master God Strength Experience Card. After using the Master God Strength Experience card, the host can have the first-level realm of the Master God for half an hour. During this period, various magical powers and powers will be increased to the Master God Strength. Remarks: after the time has passed, the power will disappear after the experience card, the host will not have any side effects, and it will not be superimposed with the human Emperor Sword. The Strength of the Lord God. Xuanhuan's eyes shone with dazzling brilliance. Above God is the Lord God. The Lord God, the full name, is the God who dominates the heavens and the earth. If you want to be promoted to an emperor-level force, the most important basic condition is to have a main god. Moreover, 1 or 2 main gods are not enough to be rated as emperor-level forces, and they also need a series of extremely harsh conditions such as sacred artifacts to suppress the background. The promotion to the imperial power is very strict. The emperor-level forces in the eternal world are also extremely rare, very few. Some ancient supreme gods, although possessing the main gods, still cannot be considered as emperor-level forces if certain conditions are not met. And even in the emperor-level forces, the main god will not, all of them are old antiques who suppress the world. Above the main god is the Holy Spirit, the holy and magnificent God. #C543 Change, Benefit. With the Master God Strength Experience card, Xuanhuan has the means to fight against the Emperor-level forces. This alone will bring great benefits and will become a trump card. Next, look at other rewards. Eye of Apocalypse, a special artifact, which can be opened and destroyed, the world will sink, and the world will be destroyed. At this moment, a pitch-black object, like an eye, appeared in his hand. But once this Eye of the Apocalypse is opened, it will pierce through the falsehood, and it will launch an extremely terrifying blow, extinguish the mana of one person, and enter the state of the end of the law. The 5th Treasure Map. Xuanhuan clicked on the 5th treasure map and immediately saw that it was in a place with infinite holy light. Holy Heaven Empire, Holy Heaven Capital. It actually exists in the Holy Emperor capital, a capital of imperial power. Xuanhuan knew the location of the fifth treasure. With 2 mission rewards, Xuanhuan obtained 160,000 fate points and raised his realm to the 4th level of the Profound God. The supernatural power fruit got 64 twice. Xuanhuan used 32 to raise the Great Combat Technique to the 7th level, and used 32 to raise the Great Cutting Technique to the 7th level. With an advanced card of an Imperial artifact, Xuanhuan upgraded the grip of the God of War to an Imperial grade. The God of War's grip after the Emperor's rank, the sacred light is extremely bright, and the fighting power is extremely bright. If Xuanhuan stands outside the territory, a star will be crushed by him, which can be called a real star-picking hand. Moreover, the God of War pond has evolved again. The commanding strength of the God of War army is as high as the 5th level of God. Up to now, Xuanhuan has only obtained 2 special arms from the system. It can be seen that each system arm is precious and rare. Xuanhuan had already thought about who to give to the 2 most divine pills. Xuanhuan didn't use up the 3 lottery chances he had accumulated, so he stayed first. 9 stars of the dynasty, the benefits are not only there. Boom. Xuanhuan felt that the great luck after the 9 stars blessed each of Dao's subjects, a glorious glory that made them all know that the dynasty he belonged to had been promoted to 9 stars. To the realm of God. Yu Jianmei was originally very close to Zhishan. After the national fortune was upgraded, it directly broke through to the realm of the gods. The changes in the national fortunes are not only here, the 9-star dynasty, the long river of humanity, nourished by the spiritual energy of human beings and gods, and the scale of the human emperor's kingdom will gradually expand to the size of a small world. The future dynasty will usher in a big era, a strong blowout, the great era. Xuanhuan is well aware of the changes that have taken place in every part of the dynasty. Back to the imperial city. Countless people are cheering the return of the expedition army. One is prosperous and one is lost, and all the people are part of the great Wu dynasty. I didn't expect that the realm that we hadn't cultivated in Divine Feather sect reached it in Dao. I really didn't expect this. Unfortunately, I broke through with the help of dynasty promotion and luck, and I didn't see the Shadow Valley battle. Yu Jianmei broke through to the gods, and saw Xuanhuan returning with the army. Your Majesty's divine power is too terrifying. If you have to make meritorious deeds, there will be many opportunities in the future. Xuanhuan nodded. The 2 clearly knew that without the help of Dao's resources, it would be almost impossible for them to break through to the realm of the gods, and Dao gave them all this. Although they gave the Divine Feather sect, they also understood what a Divine Feather sect was to Dao. This time they took the big advantage. Jianmei, don't think too much. What we have to do now is to obey the mobilization of the imperial court. We will fight wherever we want to. Thinking about other things is useless. Xuanhuan said, Your Majesty is the god of great martial arts. His Majesty. In the kingdom of the Emperor, Xuanhuan met Xuanhuan. She put away the fairy light, looked at Xuanhuan, and felt that the man in front of her was domineering again. Since she came to Dao, she has also gained unimaginable benefits. First of all, the man who took her as an immortal concubine gave her a lot of divine pills. And this time, he actually used his troops to directly destroy the Shadow Valley, and promoted the dynasty to 9 stars. Profound God is 10th level, yes, your talent is good. Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan. With this woman's talent, she doesn't need him to break through to the supreme divine pill and supply her with a large amount of divine pill, and she can break through this realm by herself. Without your Majesty, I can't break through so quickly. Xuanhuan was telling the truth, and suddenly smiled at Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, do you want to see your concubine training again this time? With His Majesty's help, not only did the concubines reach the 10th level of the Profound God, they were about to break through to the gods. Dao 45 years. The strength of the 9-star dynasty spread. This time, the forces were not shocked. They seemed to think that everything was normal. Dao should have this strength long ago, but it has not been made public. The 9-star dynasty is the last star of the dynasty, followed by the Imperial dynasty. Now that the refining Holy Land has obtained countless treasures and its strength is at its peak, it is time to recruit talents. With the background of the dynasty, it can attract enough experts to refine the Imperial artifact. Coming. Xuanhuan said, the 9-star Imperial banquet should also be held, and everything should be mentioned on the agenda. The more famous a country is, the more it will attract experts. For a force like the Holy Heaven Empire, even if they don't deliberately recruit them, by virtue of their fame, there will be countless masters who take the initiative to join them. The Shadow Killer Legion has also been upgraded. The Shadow Killing Corps was established very early, when Xuanhuan was still in Dongxianyu, and it also established great achievements. But as the dynasty became stronger and stronger, the shadow-killing army could not keep up with its strength and gradually became lonely. But this time, Xuanhuan wants to strengthen the shadow-killing army. There are too many assassination methods in the Shadow Valley, and there are also ways to train killer assassins. Obtaining these materials is more precious than the Imperial artifact, and directly transmits it to the Shadow-Killing Legion. The Shadow Killer Legion didn't have many formal training methods before. It's a big change now. Assassins, hidden in the dark night, if they miss a hit, they will retreat immediately. Xuanhuan used the Gate of the Void to summon the Torrent of the Void, and trained and selected members of the Shadow Killing Corps in the same way as training the Scourge Army. See Your Majesty at the end. In the Torrent of the Void, Qin Jian was training, constantly flickering and teleporting, and various assassinations emerged one after another. When he saw Xuanhuan's arrival, he hurried over to see him. Trained very well. Xuanhuan watched the shadow-killing army training. Many people train their kana in the Torrent of Void. The shadow-killing legion will inevitably become a feared existence for others. Qin Jian is very confident. Your Majesty has placed too much importance on the Shadow-Killing Legion this time, and has invested too much in the Shadow-Killing Legion. First of all, after the destruction of the Shadow Valley, a large number of masters refining energy was delivered, and there was even a Supreme God's energy law, which was dedicated to supporting the Shadow-Killing Legion. The Shadow-Killing Legion needs to be trained all the time, in the most cruel way. For this legion, I will not blindly pursue the number, but it must be an absolute elite. You are different, you are the ghosts on the battlefield, the shadows in the hearts of all forces, specially responsible for the task of carrying out the assassination. Xuanhuan's language is sincere. He has no shortage of frontal troops, but the Shadow-Killing Legion, which performs special tasks, is much weaker. He chose to destroy the Shadow Valley. Not only did the Shadow Valley offend him, but also wanted the other party's complete means of training assassins. I will understand at the end that I will not fail His Majesty's entrustment. #C544 Dao is here. The foundry is very busy. Every day is in a state of extreme operation. One of the most divine pills, Xuanhuan, was given to Ouyang Ming, and when he cultivated to the 10th level of the mysterious god, he would be able to break through to the extreme gods by taking this pill. One was given to Lu Qianfu, and he needed to direct all kinds of wars and small battles. His Majesty. Ouyang Ming met Xuanhuan. How was the construction of the magic lock tower? Xuanhuan asked. After our preliminary negotiation, the magic lock tower has 9 floors, 9 is the ultimate, 9 is the extreme, 9 is a very special number, the 9-story lock magic, the tower as a whole is 1/10, which is equivalent to breaking the limit. Ouyang Ming took out a blueprint and said, Your Majesty, please take a look. Xuanhuan glanced at the blueprint. The magic lock tower was majestic, in line with his vision, and nodded. What materials are needed, make a list, and go to the treasury to draw. In terms of materials, we are actually experimenting. There are a lot of introductions about various materials and the true solution of the refining tool. We are choosing. The main trouble is stuck on this, but please rest assured, Your Majesty, the magic lock tower will be soon. It can be done. Ouyang Ming is very confident. This fetish is embedded in the magic lock tower. Chu Yuan took out the eternal divine heart. This is a special divine object bred from the origin of the eternal great world. It can absorb the power of the origin of the world. In this way, the power is endless, and it can suppress the monsters that are imprisoned in it. The magic lock tower not only shuts down monsters, but also shuts down many wicked people. We know, the casting department will come up with the most perfect plan. The foundry department ordered things. Chu Yuan summoned the ministers again, planning to deploy spies one by one in the eternal world, listing a separate agency for collecting various intelligence. All these things are very complicated, but someone does it for him. In the blink of an eye, time passed, and it was the 45 years of Dao. The mountain is still lively, but Chu Yuan has not sent a large number of troops into the mountain. This makes many forces feel strange, but no one can relax. The more abnormal Dao's behavior is, the more unusual it is. After all, everyone knows that the more Dao does not move, the less they know what they are doing. In the Hall of Divine Martial Arts, the court will be held. Your Majesty, according to our spy's investigation, Xuanhuan has shaken more than a dozen times in 3 days, and a large-scale outbreak will occur in these few days. Those forces have sent a large number of strong people to prepare for this big outbreak. Huyanbo Road. Indeed, those forces all know that the energy of this eruption has been brewing for so long, it will exceed the past, and the number of treasures will be several times more. Your Majesty, what's the next deployment? Lu Qianfu asked. The matter of the mountain is really important. You do this, and you will send more troops than you did in the mountain before, but without my will, you must not move without authorization, and you don't need to find other people to fight, you just need to be stationed there and let those people know. It's good that Dao is here. Chu Yuan pondered for a moment and said. Faced with this somewhat strange order, the ministers did not understand. Chu Yuan naturally has his plans. This time, he sent the army into the sacred mountain to use blindness, confuse others, and carry out a plan to hide the sky and cross the sea. He knew that the brewing time in the middle region was too long this time, and there were many strong forces from all sides. Dao would definitely become the focus of attention and encounter countless targets. He can enter the middle area with a big phagocytosis, and when it erupts, he can directly collect a lot of treasures. But if he did this, the treasures in the middle region could no longer be seen. What would other forces think? If he didn't go to Dao at this critical time, some people would think that Dao had the means to go in and collect it directly. And when he put the army there, no one would think of him. Also, I am planning the next war, you all have to be prepared. Chu Yuan said. The next war? When they heard the word war, everyone became interested. The emperor influenced the people of a country. After being in Dao for a long time, they all wanted to make contributions in the war. The next battle is scheduled for the Forbidden Area in the early East. During this time, the commanders of each army have to train and prepare. The time will be after the end of this sacred mountain outbreak. Chu Yuan had long wanted to take action against Dong Chu's Forbidden Land. Now is the chance. If the Eastern Forbidden Land is destroyed, the main quest is completed, and Dao's prestige will rise again. 9-Star Dynasty, a huge army, the main God Strength Experience card, the advanced version of the 3 Swords of Slaughtering Gods. That's right, it's time for Dong Chu Forbidden Land. Xuanhuan came out first and said, Dong Chu Forbidden Land has done wrong to us many times, we must destroy them and forge our supreme prestige, and soon the dynasty will be promoted to 9 stars. We need to fight a big battle to inspire the whole country. I, Yu Jianmei, would like to lead the Yushan army to fight this vanguard. Yu Jianmei walked out. She had just become a god, and it was also when she wanted to make merit. Feng Jun is also ready. Zhu Fengfeng in a fiery red leather armor walked out. Feng Jun is a bit special in Dao. There are not only strong people from the human race, but also elites from the monster race in the Feng army. This is why Chu Yuan specially set up the Feng army. As for the first battle in the Eastern Forbidden Land, I have already prepared. Later, the military aircraft office will discuss a plan for each legion to fight, and send it to your hands. Chu Yuan announced the Battle of the Eastern Forbidden Land at the court meeting. Immediately, the entire dynasty was ready. This time, I only told the important officials of the next battle target. The military has not yet spread it. The purpose is to prevent Dongzhiban from getting ready in advance. And all the troops are training and preparing, vaguely knowing that there will be a big battle to fight. The various legions of Dao began to gradually enter the world of Xuanhuan, blocking their sight as a blindfold. The great martial army is finally here. I thought they weren't coming. When the major forces saw that Dawu came, they were relieved, and they were more worried if they didn't come. I guess that they retreated before to destroy the Shadow Valley. They only entered now. They must have destroyed the Shadow Valley not long ago. They were consuming the heritage of a supreme god's power. Shadow Valley, this is a huge headache. The Emperor-level forces have not been destroyed, but they are actually planted in the hands of Dao. The current Dao dynasty can be said to be in the limelight for a while. The Battle of Shadow Valley was too shocking, so that all these forces saw the tyrannical strength of Dao, and they were vigilant in their hearts. It is a powerful dynasty that can be wiped out to the power of the gods. Who dares to underestimate it? Dawu's visit this time is obviously fully prepared to capture more treasures. If Dao does not come, it will be difficult for these forces to deal with it. Now that it's here, it's easy to deal with. Dawu is here again. Seeing Dao, the powerhouse in Qiling Forbidden Land also said solemnly, Dao is too elusive, and suddenly he sent troops on an expedition to destroy Shadow Valley. No one thought that Dongchu Forbidden Land would be under great pressure to target Dao this time. The two empires have entered into a tacit peace for the time being, and they will not engage in great martial arts for the time being. But now, the mighty name of great martial arts is so powerful. With the strength of that martial emperor, I don't know how many treasures will fall into their hands. The old antiques from the Eastern Forbidden Land also saw the arrival of Dao, and said solemnly, invite the powerhouses of the Forbidden Land to discuss how to deal with the eruption of this treasure. #C545 Thunder and no rain. As soon as the Dao army came, it immediately became the focus of attention. Dongchu Forbidden Land and Qiling Forbidden Land hit it off, and the two forces began to unite and decided to stare at Dao. After all, they all know that the two empires have no time to pay attention to Dao at this time, and Emperor Wu is so fierce, if they don't contain it, they won't be able to get any benefits in this area. The Dao Legion saw the eyes of those people, and coldly drew out their weapons. The swish sound made the hearts of the powerhouses of these forces tense again. They were all keenly aware that although Dao had only left for a period of time, the promotion of the national fortune had enhanced the strength of this dynasty again, making it much more difficult than before. After the 9-star dynasty, it was the Emperor dynasty. Dawu has reached the pinnacle of the dynasty. The Dao dynasty is only 1 star away from the Imperial dynasty. With the speed of their development, I even suspect that it will not take them much time to advance to the Imperial dynasty. Yeah, the speed of Dao's development is too fast, so fast that it makes people tremble. However, the promotion of each Imperial dynasty represents the weakening of other forces, especially now that the Qingmu Chongqing Imperial dynasty is the most powerful, and will not watch Dao continue to unite with the Holy Heaven Empire and cause strong oppression to them. The major forces looked at the elite soldiers of Dao, and various calculations emerged one after another. Dawu is finally here. At this moment, there is also a kind of relief in the Holy Heaven Empire camp. It seems that they will not feel at ease if the great martial arts are not coming. Perhaps for them, if Dao is promoted to the empire, it is not a very good thing for them, but for now, the stronger Dao is, the better it is for them. Dao's current strength, they can't ignore it completely. I don't know where Emperor Wu is now. Xiao Zihua is facing the Holy Fa to the Divine Way. I didn't see it either. The Holy Law is the most divine way, perhaps Emperor Wu also knew. Many powerhouses were staring at him, so he put himself in a mysterious state, looking for opportunities to give them a sudden blow. At this time, the turbulence of the mountain is getting more and more violent, like a volcanic eruption. Everyone can see that the energy this time is 10 times stronger than before. Gearing up, the major forces are waiting. And the Emperor Wu, whom they were thinking about in their hearts, had already come to the mountain at this very moment. However, he is not within the origin of the eastern region, but in the central region, above the egg-like core. The stronger the cultivation base, the more you can see things that ordinary people can't see. Xuanhuan looked at the egg, his eyes were extremely sharp, the turmoil, the power of countless chaos was brewing, as if he was creating a world. The huge fluctuations make people misunderstand that this is destroying the world. In fact, it is more like there is something extremely terrifying inside, which is born with the help of this explosive and turbulent power. It's going to explode. Xuanhuan said lightly. He looked at the core, and countless turbulent powers spread out, pattern after pattern, and the extremely rich divine light completely wrapped the scene inside, turning into chaos, and the turbulence was going on. Boom! Countless energy vented out. Chaos divine thunder, turned into a sea of thunder, endless hurricane, condensed storm. All kinds of auras of destruction spread wildly. But Xuanhuan's face was calm as usual, and the devoured black hole absorbed the violent energy. The fluctuation of this explosion lasted for about half an hour, and the chaotic egg suddenly seemed to crack. It was because the energy inside was accumulated to the limit, and it could not be cracked, and some energy was ejected. Existing in the interior, countless treasures were like raindrops, and they flew out. The treasure finally appeared, and this is the first benefit of being able to enter the middle area. Xuanhuan's smile grew thicker and thicker. He looked at these densely packed treasures, and suddenly a boundless swallowing black hole appeared above this chaotic egg, and the incomparably terrifying suction swept over it. The countless treasures would have fluctuated, forming a circle and blasting out towards the 4 major areas. But at this moment, Xuanhuan's swallowing black hole has almost reached its limit, and with his realm combat power, all these treasures will be wiped out. The aura of the gods, with the power of the great devouring technique. Xuanhuan's great devouring technique was so ferocious, he directly blocked the passage for these treasures to fly out, and all entered his system space. He didn't even look at the treasure, but saw the system space, countless treasures piled up, and the brilliance of the temples. If he didn't make a big breakthrough in his realm, he wouldn't be able to achieve such perfection, and there would definitely be a lot of omissions. But it was different now, he blocked the passage for these treasures to go out. Transform the Sea of Thunder with the Gate of Thunder. Turn the Void Gate into a Void Torrent. All kinds of means, let all the treasures belong to him. He was simply playing a desperate plan, and the people outside were still watching, but Xuanhuan was eating meat and soup here, and didn't leave them even a little leftovers. In fact, Xuanhuan also saw it. Those Emperor-level forces will soon be able to find a way to get in. Taking advantage of this time, he must maximize his interests. And this moment. Outside, in the 4 major areas. Those forces are all ready to look at the increasingly fierce movement in the central area, when they are about to snatch, but they have waited for a long time, but they can't see the appearance of the treasure. In this way, there is only thunder and no rain. The movement looks great, but there is nothing at all, and I don't know what is going on inside. What's the matter? What happened in the mountain? Where are the treasures? Where are the temples? I don't know, can't see a trace of treasure? Is there no treasure in the central area? It's impossible, something must have happened. Is it the same situation in other areas? The faces of the forces in the 4 major regions turned gloomy. For this sacred mountain explosion, they had been preparing for a long time, not hesitate to wake up some sleeping old antiques, but this time they were greatly disappointed. They don't know what's going on in the middle area. In this situation, it is impossible to send a strong person to investigate. Time just passed bit by bit. Those who waited became more and more anxious. They had nothing, and they paid such a huge price that they didn't even care about many things in their own territory. Qiling Forbidden Land and Dongchu Forbidden Land were planning great martial arts, but this time their preparations were of no use. The unrest continued for a few days or so. The fluctuations in the middle area gradually calmed down and tended to be static again. This shock in the mid-region is over, we have nothing to gain. What's going on in there? You must open the barrier in the middle area and go in to investigate. #C546 Expedition to the Eastern Forbidden Land. The matter of Xuanhuan has come to an end. The major forces have suffered a dull loss this time, and they have not gained any benefits. They have all communicated with forces in other regions, and came to a common conclusion that this time it is very likely that no treasures were blown up in the sacred mountain. But the more this is the case, the more they look forward to the mountain, and everyone is guessing that the mountain has really changed a lot this time. Spring and autumn come, and the time has come to the beginning of the 46th year of Dao. The legions that Dao had originally been here suddenly withdrew, and there was not a single one left. The army was withdrawn again, which made the hearts of some forces tense. What are they going to do? Are you going on an expedition again? During this period of time, many forces had quietly entered the territory of Dao to investigate intelligence, but Xuanhuan intertwined a huge net with the national fortune, and arrested all these spies. During the preparation period, the atmosphere was unusual, and no one was allowed to find out domestic intelligence. During this time, Dao had 2 more supreme gods. One is the pinnacle of the profound god of the Golden Winged Dapeng clan, Xuanhuan. Under the leadership of Xianbo, the Golden Winged Dapeng clan had outstanding military exploits, and Xuanhuan did not treat them badly, and provided them with the body of a supreme god in Shadow Valley. And one supreme god is Xuanhuan Xian. She broke through. Xuanhuan is not only as simple as checking her cultivation, but as his imperial concubine, boundless energy is instilled in the body. Her own woman will not be treated badly, and she will also give her the divine body of the Shadow Valley Lord, so that she can absorb the power of God. Your Majesty, are you going on an expedition? Shang Guangxian was beside Xuanhuan, looking at this tall man. It's about to go out, it's all ready, it's time to start. Xuanhuan nodded. The last time he monopolized the exploding treasure and brought it back to Dao, he did not act immediately, but let the dynasty develop again for a while. After the preparations were fully completed, the decision was made to go on an expedition in 46 years. This time I will go on an expedition with your Majesty. Shang Guangxian raised his slender neck and said. It is good. Xuanhuan did not refuse, knowing that this woman had just broken through to the gods, and her hands were itchy. She wanted to go to see the real battle with him, and then said, You follow me, don't move without authorization. February. All armies are ready to go out. Countless armies were aggressive, with their heads held high, standing in their respective camps, waiting for the order to set off. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The people who stayed in the dynasty watched Dao's fleet take off and made a respectful voice. The expedition to the forbidden area in the east. Shenwu, Chenchu, Yushan and other warships named after Dao. All circles took off, densely packed and murderous, and the expedition fleet rushed to the forbidden area of Dongchu. How shocking was this scene! Battleship in the sky, battleship in the sky. Countless fleets shuttled fast like a torrent of steel, covering the sky and the sun, mighty and mighty, conveying an invincible will, carrying the power of a dynasty. There are even more powerful men above Shanshan carrying cave treasures and packing the army into it. Your Majesty is on an expedition. Yao Linger and Luo Yueying stayed in the Imperial city, watching the expedition fleet leave, murmured, staying in the Imperial city, we also have our mission. The Great Martial Army is on an expedition again. Sure enough, where are they going this time? Dao's expedition, such as stormy waves, the torrent of warships is too vast, and immediately swept all countries. Now, apart from the battles between several major empires, there is no doubt that Dao's movements are the most concerned by all forces. A lot of battleships. This kind of battleship, I am afraid that even the Emperor-level forces can't build it. The movement of Dao's expedition, the huge army, such as the torrent of gold and iron horses, quickly shuttled through the eternal world, passing through many forces, all trembling and daring to stop Dao's expedition. De Wu is on an expedition. The Holy Heaven Empire and the Qingmu Chongqing Empire were brewing a war, but when they saw the Great Martial Expedition, they tacitly stopped the war in their hands. The last time the Shadow Valley was destroyed, it was a bit sudden, and I couldn't see it with my own eyes. This expedition is even more powerful and larger than before. With the expedition of the army, the route has gradually become clear, and the destination is actually the Forbidden Area in the east. This time Dao wants to destroy the Forbidden Area in the east. The forces of all parties figured out the route. Although their hearts were shocked, they were not too surprised. After all, Dongchu Forbidden Land had fought against Dao many times, and it was reasonable for Emperor Wu to choose to destroy Dongchu Forbidden Land. Dao wants to destroy the Dongchu Forbidden Land. Although the Dongchu Forbidden Land is not an Emperor-level force, it is a forbidden place after all. If the Shadow Valley is not difficult to find, it cannot be compared with the Dongchu Forbidden Land by its strength. In the Forbidden Area of Longevity, the power of the Aoki Longevity Empire. A strong man gathered in the Hall of Longevity, all of them are supreme gods, and held a big meeting in response to Dao's current actions. Dao is very strange. The speed of their national fortune promotion is too fast. It seems that there is an invisible force fueling the flames. Then Emperor Wu really seems to be the protagonist of this era, unstoppable. A supreme god with white hair and white beard, an existence in ancient times, sealed himself, and only appeared in this era. Everyone, tell me, how should we act against De Wu? Someone asked. Now our biggest opponent is still the Holy Heaven Empire. If this empire is not destroyed, the Forbidden Land is not really born, but what I worry about now is that if Dao can really destroy the Dongchu Forbidden Land, their power will inevitably expand again. Very troublesome Dao. But this kind of big action, big battle, if you can use the Dongchu Forbidden Area to test out some of Dao's strength, it would not be bad. I know that there are a large number of old antiques in the Dongchu Forbidden Area who have sealed themselves and will be born. Destroying a forbidden area in the early East is nothing, the most important thing is that it consumes the power of Dao. It's a little strange, why did Dao choose to expedition to the forbidden area in the early East at this time? It's puzzling. These powerhouses couldn't guess the reason why the great martial artist would expedition to the forbidden area in the early East at this time. No matter what purpose they exist, one thing is certain, since Dao dares to expedition to the forbidden area in the early East, he has full confidence. The ancient era was the era of the 5 emperors. A strong man said coldly. Yes, the return of the great emperor is unstoppable. At this time an old man in sacrificial costume and holding a scepter came to the hall, and he said coldly, the Emperor has sent a message. In the depths of the origin of this universe, they have obtained the treasure. This time is not the return of an emperor, but the 5 ancient emperors returned together. Holy Heavenly Capital. The Imperial Conference is also being held. Dao's expedition to the Forbidden Area in the east, although we will not send troops to help them, the Emperor of Dao does not need us to send troops, this is their own war, but the Empire can't do nothing, staring at the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, so that they can't intervene in Dao's actions. Above the throne, there is a figure shrouded in light, which is the Emperor of the Holy Heaven Empire. He's under a lot of pressure. He needs a strong helping hand that can help him bear the pressure from the Aoki Longevity Empire. Hashtag C547 Beheading in Antique. Eastern Forbidden Area. On a boundless sea, lightning thundered, the wind whistled, and the tsunami rolled up. And here, there is a huge piece of land, which does not exist on the sea itself, but is artificially opened up by a great magician who moved the land and used his magic power to create the world. The land was obscured by an endless fog. It's gloomy, a place like a cemetery. A person appeared, wearing a silver-white robe, looking at this tomb, activated the ban, and said, coldly, "Everyone who is sleeping here, wake up, my eastern forbidden land is about to face the danger of extinction." This person is the Lord of the East, and his breath is at its peak, the sun at 12 o'clock. Boom. In this cemetery, an old antique woke up and climbed up from the tomb. All of them were extremely old, enveloped in a rotten twilight, and they were all about to approach the end of their lifespan. There are some ancestors who will never wake up. The East, beginning Lord, murmured. Sealing old antiques close to their lifespans in a special way is what major forces often do, but some people are really dead after being sealed for too long. Are you going to wake us all up? There are countless years of big dreams. What year is today? If it is really possible, we really hope that we will never be awakened, and we will die in the cemetery, so old. Our awakening means that the Forbidden Land will encounter an unstoppable danger and activate the final foundation. The current Lord of the First East, what happened? After these old antiques woke up, they looked at their companions and sighed leisurely. Although the lifespan of a strong person is long, there is still a limit of lifespan. Even if it is the same lifespan as heaven and earth, some companions are sent in and sealed by themselves, and they are sent in and sealed by others. The most terrifying enemy of the strong is always time. The Great Wu Dynasty. The Lord of the Eastern Beginning explained in detail what happened during this time. Telling the old antiques, he said, "Look, Dao's fleet is quickly approaching the Forbidden Area in the early East. When life and death are in danger, you have to wake up your ancestors. This is really the fleet that a dynasty should have." These old antiques are also shocked. From the transmitted images, the various warships of the Dao fleet are densely packed, and countless powerhouses are flying, with a mighty momentum, swallowing the mountains, rivers, sun and moon. If my first forbidden area in the east is really hit by such a force, it is very likely to perish. I didn't expect that the eternal world would become so chaotic. Old-fashioned way. We old guys have been awakened, and the vitality will flow faster. If we can't live for a few years, we will use our last residual heat, and at the end of our lives, the most splendid light and heat will erupt. After awakening, the old antiques will not live for a few years, and they will act more recklessly. You can't put all your strength in the forbidden area to defend against Dao. Some people stay and follow the defense of the Lord of the East, while some leave the forbidden area with me and directly enter their dynasty. According to the information, these old antiques all know that Dao has come out in full force this time, and the domestic garrison force is empty. If they entered the dynasty, they could cause great turmoil, forcing Emperor Wu to withdraw his troops. Then I'll trouble your ancestors. The Lord of the East also admired these old antiques who were sealed and thought of making the final contribution to the forbidden area. Haha, this time, we have to bury ourselves in the Great Wu Dynasty, don't bring any treasures, just explode ourselves, and set off boundless slaughter in his great Wu. These old monsters, at the fastest speed, caused the greatest damage to Dao before the arrival of the expedition fleet. It was fast, and they burned themselves all the way. Dao territory. Although the army went on an expedition and dispatched countless soldiers and horses, the country still lived and worked in peace and contentment. The benefits brought to the people by the 9 stars of the dynasty are too great. The area of the emperor's kingdom has increased dramatically, and it is about to become a small world. Although not everyone can enter, but some people's spiritual energy has begun to permeate everywhere. This is Dao. After these old antiques came to Dao, they were also shocked when they saw the atmosphere of the Dao dynasty. The people of the Great Wu dynasty are united, and their luck is magnificent, like a fiery red sun reaching its peak. Where should we attack? Someone gathered around one of the strongest antiques. Imperial City is a place with the strongest defense of the dynasty. Although the country is empty, it is still difficult to destroy it. We destroy one world and one world. Don't touch the land of their Imperial City, we will create the biggest antique. These antiques are cool. Although he knew that destroying the Imperial City would cause the greatest turmoil, he also knew that the destruction of the Imperial City was too difficult. This was not an ordinary dynasty. Just choose this world. They are Dao who entered from the demon abyss realm. Destroy, destroy, destroy this world, and make that Dao domestic unrest. These old antiques are not afraid of death, and they all burst into the strongest power and directly entered the demon abyss realm. The strength of the national movement was condensed, and just as they rushed in, an endless river surged and monitored their movements. The great warrior, Dai. The fate of the air is condensed, the river of humanity is surging, and a stalwart existence appears, guarding every area of the Dao dynasty. With the power of the emperor, condense luck and protect a country. Xuanhuan dared to dispatch a large army to expedition to the forbidden area in the early East, and he was naturally prepared, not afraid of someone coming to destroy his dynasty. The long river of humanity flows across the country, the kingdom of the emperor radiates all over the country, cultivates the scriptures of the emperor, and controls the sword of the emperor. That's the power of a country's luck. The appearance of Wei Yan's face is blurred, but they all know that it is the will left by Emperor Wu, and his incarnation in the country has long known that De Wu's domestic luck is huge and difficult to deal with. But these antiques still do. Kill the past. This group of old antiques burned themselves to create the greatest destruction with their own mana. The kingdom of the emperor. The stalwart existence directly exerted the power of the emperor's kingdom to limit the fluctuations, and then the spiritual energy of the gods gathered. During his attack, an old antique came to him and was directly suppressed by the power of a country. The 9-star dynasty has huge luck. Kill. 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 The soldiers of the national fortune condensed with the spiritual energy of the gods held the war GE, chanted the voice of immortality, killed the past, came to the old antique, and with the power of the national fortune strike, ripped apart an old antique. Blood spilled all over the place. Why is their national fortune so powerful? This is only on the border of Dao. These old antiques all roared unwillingly. The power of the great Wu national fortune suppressed them, and the fluctuation of the battle was limited, so that no matter how they erupted, they could not break through the blockade of the national fortune. The fortune is too strong. The old antiques have been suppressed. #C548 Go to war. Dongchu Forbidden Land sent old antiques in an attempt to subvert Dao's country, but he did not receive any results, and the entire army was wiped out. The horrifying news spread out, dispelling many who tried to infiltrate Dao at this time. Dao's national fortune is too strong, and if the supreme god enters, he will be suppressed by ashes. This kind of use of national fortune is incomparable to other forces, and even the Imperial dynasty cannot achieve the realm of great martial arts. The dynasty's legion expedition finally appeared in the eastern Forbidden Land. Numerous battleships were in the sky, the energy light cannons condensed, and the terrifying murderous gas turned into dark clouds and spread out. The troops were already under the city, the murderous aura was shrouded, and the void was distorted, causing people to tremble. The army appeared, densely packed, unable to see the end at a glance, stretching to the sky, I don't know how many. The army of the Great Wu dynasty has arrived. This fighting spirit is too terrifying, it washes out, the universe is turbulent, and the supreme god is involved, and it will also fall. Although many forces are concerned about this battle, they do not dare to get too close to the battlefield. The Great Wu dynasty. The Lord of Dongchu appeared from the forbidden area, crossed the army, saw Xuanhuan who also appeared, and said solemnly, Emperor Wu, do you really want to use your troops to destroy my Dongchu forbidden area? Bullying is too much, I really think my Dongchu forbidden area is easy to bully. Pushing us into a hurry, you will not end well. He didn't want to fight Dao. Even if they were to force Dao back this time, they would have suffered heavy losses. They would only exist in name only, and would die in this chaotic world to come, so they wanted to force Dao to withdraw from here voluntarily. Xuanhuan stepped on the main ship of the Shenwu, his face did not fluctuate, his eyes were cold, and he waved his hand, kill. He has a tough attitude and doesn't listen to the words of the Lord of the East. He has only one purpose in coming here, to destroy the forbidden area of the East and get the reward of the main quest. Emperor Wu was too strong, and he would kill him directly with his troops. The warships are hovering, first strike into the forbidden area of the East, and destroy their defenses. Dao's battleship legion, the eternal world, can be called the number one, and no one can refute it. Suddenly, dozens of heavily armored battleships, with super defensive power, are also larger than others, and they bombarded into the forbidden area of Dongchu first. Due to the absolute advantage of equipment, Dao. Their style of play is different from other forces, and they will suppress you to the death on the equipment, which makes people uncomfortable. Blow down their warships. The Lord of Dongchu saw Xuanhuan's determination to destroy the forbidden area of Dongchu, and knew that all words were pale, and to preserve their power, they had to rely on their strength to repel Dao. The war has begun. From the very beginning, he fought fiercely, blood stained the sky and the earth changed color, and the sun and the moon were dull. The defensive version of the warship focuses on defense, breaking through to the most dangerous places in the restricted area in the early East. The attack version of the warship waits for an opportunity to attack. The balanced version has the largest number of warships, and their task is to assist and create more favorable battlefield conditions for the Legion. Boom! The sound of bombardment resounded non-stop, Dao's battleship made a strong breakthrough, and the energy beams slammed recklessly in the forbidden area of Dongchu. In the forbidden area of the East, there are mysterious gods who stimulate the mana to bombard the warships. But they were horrified to find that the heaviest warships were bombarded, and they were only shaken a few times, but they were not affected and continued to bombard. You must know that Xuanhuan used so many precious materials in Xuanhuan for the defense version of the battleship. Kill! 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 Tread the forbidden area of Dongchu, and level this forbidden area. Make a contribution. Both Xuanhuan and the Lord of the East were standing in their respective camps and did not move. However, the army on Xuanhuan's side erupted into a roar. Under the leadership of each commander, the formed army began to attack the forbidden area in the east. The Bright Legion held a giant shield, turned it into a shield wall, and slowly advanced against the countless counterattacks in the eastern forbidden area. The Dark Legion followed. The 5 elements and 5 legions, the huge standing army of the Sun and Moon Legion, and a few elite legions also began to attack from the front. There is no room for conspiracy in this kind of frontal attack. Kill! The Scourge Legion, armed with a thunder knife, attacked the fortress frontally. Zhu Fengfeng's Fengjun is a mixed army of human and monster powerhouses, and their style of play is more varied. The elites of the two armies of Xuanhuan and demons are responsible for the attack and encirclement in other directions. Resist their attack, don't let them break through the forbidden area, and drag them to death here. When the Lord of the Eastern Beginning saw such a powerful charge of the great martial army, his heart was also cold. Even when they were at their peak, they couldn't stand such a head-to-head confrontation. There are not many dynasties that can compete with this kind of head-to-head power, and only the Imperial dynasty can have a head-to-head confrontation with Dao. The most terrifying thing is that the Dao Legion is not only not weak in its own strength, but also has crushing equipment. Tread the forbidden ground in the early East. The Dark Legion emerged from the guardianship of the Light Legion, and the spear of destruction pierced sharply, and many of the armies that stood in front of them were ruthlessly defeated, turned into corpses, and fell into the boundless sea. The war broke out completely. The world is sinking, the sun and the moon are falling, the infinite seas are separated by the light of energy, and the void is broken into chaos. Door to the void. Xuanhuan summoned the Gate of Void, aimed at the forbidden area of Dongchu, and the torrent rushed in, destroying many restrictions. The Gate of Thunder. This time, there were countless terrifying lightning strikes inside the Gate of Thunder, and the countless buildings above were destroyed and turned into powder. The impact of two special divine objects is more terrifying than the destruction of several supreme gods. No one can save us, only self-help can save us. The Lord of the Eastern Beginning knew very well that their army could not be the opponent of Dao, and no one would take a big risk to save them at such a time. Dao is weak and is dragged into the quagmire of war. At this time, there will be people who beat the underdogs and divide the benefits. But at a time like this, there are a few who dare to act casually. After all, what does the Forbidden Land have to do with others, but one of them can't handle it properly? They offend Dao and encounter the revenge of the Dao dynasty. If you don't fight at this time, when you wait, make achievements and make a career, just now, if you want to get more, you can exchange their heads for it. The generals of the major legions are encouraging their soldiers to march forward and kill the past. The major legions are also fighting with each other, and the total contribution of the legion can be exchanged for more resources. Suddenly, under this kind of inspiration, the soldiers and horses of the entire dynasty were roaring, turning into war machines and fighting fiercely. The fighting force of the Dao army is too strong. Compare the two. Dao is the hottest sun, and it is at its peak. When military morale and domestic atmosphere are the most vigorous, one person can often fight several times. The forbidden area in the early East is the evening sunset, close to the sunset. Although it has the heritage of many great ultimate moves, it has lost its vitality. You can only use the background for the background, do everything, and make Dao pay an extremely heavy price. If you don't want us to have a better life, I won't make it easier for you. If it's not just a fight, who is afraid of who? The Lord of the East is also very decisive, his eyes are also fierce, and he decides to fight, even if he uses the heritage accumulated in the forbidden area, he will not hesitate. #C549 Choose to kill. The Dao Legion marched forward with great enthusiasm, fighting bravely to kill the enemy, tearing apart the enemy in front of them. This battle was very tragic. Wars have always been cruel, and those brutal demon gods are also very humble in front of a war. There is no mercy in war, only victory and defeat. Kill, kill, kill. Use our brilliance and residual heat to inflict heavy damage on Dao. Even if the Eastern Forbidden Land perishes, they will have to pay an unbearable price. In the forbidden area of Dongchu, seeing the army that could not resist Dao, many old antiques flew out, bursting out the strongest force in the world, killing them. The addition of old antique temporarily restrained the defeat of the army. It is very tragic, and it is also commendable to dedicate everything to a force, but war is war, and it will not stop because of their mourning. Jianmei, you bring Yushan army to kill. Yu Jianmei took the divine pill, broke out the blood-burning secret technique, and took Yu Shenjun to kill her. She also set her sights on an old antique in the Supreme God realm, and wanted to kill him in the shortest possible time. There are only a few people in the forbidden land of Dongchu, who are at their peak like the Lord of Dongchu. But their advantage is that they have accumulated enough old antiques over the long years, and none of them are afraid of death. Kill. On Dao's side, Hianbo, Yushengguang, and Huyanhen also killed the three supreme gods, all of them in their peak state. Seeing the attack of Dao Zhishan, the heart of Dongchu's master became colder and colder. Dao's supreme god is very powerful, and one by one is not afraid of consumption, and will use his ultimate move. The war god army led the Chuyuan realm, and its combat power has reached the fourth level of the supreme god, which is also as powerful as Hianbo. Chuyuan and the Lord of the East still did not do anything, and looked at each other from a distance, watching the changes in the battle situation. In fact, the Lord of the First East also saw that their battle was a mess under the supreme god, and they could only rely on the forbidden area itself. The only thing to look forward to is those old antiques. How much can be recovered? Fight with you. An old antique burst into light and heat, facing Yu Jianmei. His crazy power killed Yu Jianmei. Even if he couldn't kill this person, he would seriously injure her. Yu Jianmei sneered again and again. She was wearing a special inner armor, which was woven from the silk of the chaos god silkworm. The silkworm spit out by the chaotic silkworm is not much. Chuyuan consumes a lot of the power of the source, and can only weave a few pieces for the supreme god powerhouse to wear. Transforming the immortal divine light. Shang Guangxian looked at Chuyuan. She also wanted to do it, and when she saw Chuyuan nodded, she immediately killed him. A beam of immortal transforming divine light shone on a desperate old antique, causing him to scream. Immortal transformation is dazzling, and looks sacred, but magic arts, such as the most beautiful things, are often the most deadly at times. The initiative in the battlefield has been controlled by Dawu. Boom. Hianbo was extremely ferocious. He alone faced the siege of several people who were not afraid of death, turned into the real body of Da Peng, and gained the upper hand. Since you are not afraid of death, then I will send you to death. An old antique is too old. This kind of intense consumption makes his breath quickly wilt, and finally he is pierced by Huyanbo's golden light, blood stained the sea, and torn into pieces. The Lord of the First East clenched his hands tightly. Although the old antiques are not afraid of death, Dao is not afraid of consumption, and they will directly fight with you. Now the power of the old antiques has not been completely exhausted, but if they continue, they will be beheaded one by one. At that time it will be the end. It can't go on like this. He also made the same sound. Emperor Dao, let's go back. Although I offended you in the forbidden area of Dongchu, I also paid a blood-stained price. It's time to stop. If we continue to fight, it will not benefit anyone. An old and indifferent voice came out. This sound was transmitted to the entire battlefield, and the rhythm of the war suddenly slowed down, curbing the rhythm of the war attack. The strength of this powerhouse is very strong, completely surpassing all the supreme gods present. Come out, you are the most powerful person in the Eastern Forbidden Land. Chuyuan responded calmly. There was no surprise. How could such a large forbidden area have only such a small amount of power? Emperor Dao, the protagonist of this era. This strongest background appeared, a middle-aged man with white hair, but his appearance did not look so old. He is also an old antique, his realm is very high, and he doesn't look as old as before. At every turn, his eyes are extremely sharp, intertwined with divine light, and he is not an ordinary supreme god. Ancestor. The Lord of the First East came to the man and was extremely respectful. If I guessed correctly, you are the founder of the Dongchu Forbidden Land, the emperor of the Dongchu dynasty. Xuanhuan looked at the middle-aged man and recognized his identity. The predecessor of Dongchu Forbidden Land was the Dongchu dynasty, not an emperor-level force, but a 9-star dynasty with a very deep background. It's just the past. If I hadn't encountered a crisis of extinction, I wouldn't have walked out of the seal. The middle-aged man was also very calm. He seems very dignified at the moment, but in fact it is all external. Once he appears, he can only live for a few years, but it is enough to let Dongchu Jindi get through this crisis. This person's strength has reached the peak of the supreme god, and he has touched the threshold of the main god. Hyunbo also made a surprised voice. The appearance of the middle-aged man, the power of the peak of the gods, swept out, and the faces of the strong people who watched the battle from a distance also changed. This old antique has appeared. Can Dao still destroy the forbidden area of Dongchu? I will retreat? Xuanhuan said. I know you won't retreat, and if I burst out with the strongest power, it will be difficult for you guys. I don't know how much this army will die. The choice is yours, not me. After all, I'm not afraid of death. The middle-aged man said, there are quite a few forces that are eyeing your great martial arts. I can call the shots, and you can drive the power of the Eastern Forbidden Land. The system has 2 options for this main mission. One is the complete kill option. The second is the choice of conquest. If you choose this, the system will absolutely surrender the powerhouses in the forbidden area of the East. 2 different choices, the system will give additional different artifact rewards. I don't know what that extra surprise is? Xuanhuan said in his heart. However, I prefer the option of complete slaughter. There is no need to leave the forbidden area in the East. It is completely leveled and not one is left. Xuanhuan looked at the middle-aged man and said ruthlessly, you can't stop him. It seems that you are going to fight me to the end. It's good, I won't live for many years. Unfortunately, the Lord God is too difficult to break through and cannot continue his life again, but with my current strength, it is enough to kill countless troops of you. The middle-aged man's eyes were fierce, and he was at the peak of the gods, desperate to kill. He is not an ordinary peak of the gods, and has already touched a little threshold of the main god, even the main god. I am afraid that he is not willing to work hard with a middle-aged man at this time. Die. Xuanhuan directly used the 3 swords of Slaughter God. The power of the 3 knives slashed out in an instant. The middle-aged man's eyes were blank. He was slashed by 3 swords. At the end, the spiritual sense looked at his body and knew that he was defeated. #C550 Reward Release. After slaughtering God with 3 swords, several cracks appeared on the body of the first-generation Eastern beginning Lord, and there was a dazed expression on his face. He could not imagine that he would die so easily. The essence of life was passing quickly, and his entire soul was annihilated. Xuanhuan grabbed it with a big hand, and his entire body was sucked into the heaven and earth oven. Gone? The Lord of Dongchu trembled all over and began to be afraid. The reason why he didn't panic before was because he knew that there was still the peak of the Supreme God in the forbidden area of Dongchu, and even if the Lord God exists, he has to avoid the edge for a while. This scene is also truly transmitted to the entire battlefield. The middle-aged man wanted to reverse the entire battle situation by himself, but his appearance was like a shooting star, passing by directly, and disappearing as soon as he appeared, without any record. On the contrary, everyone saw this scene, adding to the fierceness of great martial arts. The people in the Eastern Forbidden Land saw that the oldest ancestors of their family were dead, and their hearts were filled with fear. The morale that was about to collapse could no longer exist. Kill. Step through the forbidden area in the early East and create a great martial arts. The great martial army is so powerful that even the strongest ancestor in the forbidden area in the early East has been beheaded, and they will break through and level this forbidden area as quickly as possible. Heaven and earth are unrestrained, the army is bathed in blood, and the armor of the soldiers is dyed the color of blood. Jin Go Iron Horse, step in strongly. Everyone already knows that the battle has reached this stage, and it has reached the stage of the final general attack. Boom. The contact this time trampled on the defense line of the forbidden area in the east, almost in an instant. I don't know how many people were screaming, how many people were chopped in half by the bloody butcher knife, and the entire sea was stained with blood. Various warships surrounded the battlefield, and the Gate of the Void enveloped the forbidden area in the east. All of this is preventing the Dongchu forbidden area from breaking out. Chu Yuan's strategic purpose this time is to kill them all and not let one go. The tragic war fluctuations also spread to extremely distant areas. In that deep space, there is an old antique watching the battle. Sure enough, the strongest old antique in the forbidden area of Dongchu has not died, but is still alive. The strength of the Peak of the Gods is enough for Dao to drink a pot and make a comeback at a heavy price. Yeah, it's too terrifying for a supreme god to fight for his life. Although there are not many strong people in their prime in the forbidden land of Dongchu, there are many old antiques who are not afraid of death. This is also what makes people afraid of each forbidden land. Although the old antiques couldn't see the battlefield clearly, they still sensed the turbulence of the middle-aged man's breath. The greater the loss of Dao, the more happy for most people. But the breath of the middle-aged man disappeared in an instant, and a terrifying force turned into the power of the three-knife combo to directly kill the middle-aged man. They could only see the three-knife combo passing by. He died. The powerhouses of these investigations all made horrified voices. This is the pinnacle of a supreme god, the strongest under the Lord. How difficult it is to cultivate to this state, but just die like that. This terrifying fact made these people unacceptable, and at the same time, dispelled their eagerness to join in the war between Dao and Dongchu forbidden land at will. Haha, I can't escape, I can never escape. Even the ancestors are dead, in the hands of Dao, what else can we do? I'm unable to return to the sky, I can only use this wreckage of my own to burst out the last heat and leave an unforgettable trauma to Dawu. The people in the eastern forbidden land screamed, each one showed a sad mood, looked hideous, and went mad. They lost, and they lost in a mess. Without the strongest heritage of their ancestors, it is impossible to have any hope of turning over again, and they will be greeted by death. Kill. The god of war commander's scarlet eyes stared at an old antique, and stabbed him with a spear, directly flying his body. Destroy the eastern forbidden land. Chu Yuan looked down at the forbidden area at the beginning of the east, looked down at the battlefield, and had a peerless demeanor. He gave the order of final destruction. In the battle of complete destruction, the army completely let go, blowing a cruel storm, already occupying the restricted area of Dongchu, squeezing their strength, enclosing them in an extremely narrow area, and carrying out the final slaughter. I fought with you. An old antique smiled miserably, and his face was extremely ferocious. He suddenly became extremely bright and dazzling, shining like a star, tearing the front of the army, and directly impacting the place where the largest number of people gathered. The Eye of Doom. But suddenly there was an eyeball in the sky. This is the Eye of the End of the Law. A gray light beam shone on old antique's body, and the brightness of his body was also rapidly declining. The mana in his body seemed to have entered the era of the end of the law, and the explosion was completely useless. He fell into the army and was then beheaded. More old antiques are erupting, but the Eye of Apocalypse shines again and again, and the gray beam makes these old antiques fall one by one. The power of the Eye of the End of the Law broke out, and it was related to the power of Chu Yuan. The stronger his strength, the greater the impact of this eyeball. Why didn't I finish the last outbreak? I'm not reconciled. The hearts of these old antiques have collapsed, and one by one is going crazy. Go in and completely kill the counterattack force in the forbidden area of Dongchu. Hianbo and other powerhouses have all started taking the divine pill, mobilizing their state to the peak, and in the successive fights, there are not many old antiques in the forbidden area of the east, and they have reached the final attack. An old antique was stained with blood on the spot and was torn apart again and again. The last battle, Emperor Wu, I want to fight you. The Lord of the East looked at the incomparably eye-catching figure in the army. He was like a big sun, dazzling, guiding, and shining on the army. He also flew out, exploded his strength to the strongest, and fought against Xuanhuan. I will fulfill you. Xuanhuan was indifferent, seeing that the Lord of the East was coming, he punched out, and the power of the panic was monstrous. Boom! Although the master at the beginning of the East is strong, he is now just a lost dog, his last struggle. Xuanhuan's fist of supreme bombarded him fiercely, punching his whole body to the point of bowing, spitting blood, his face showing grief and misery, but he still did not retreat. In other words, at this stage of the war, he could not retreat. The Lord of the First East continued to fight against Xuanhuan. The two quickly swept up into the sky, and the sky was broken. Although the master of the Eastern beginning tried his best and spared no expense, Xuanhuan was at his peak at this moment, and the damage caused by each move was too strong. In the end, the war ended, the head of the Lord of the East was bombarded by Xuanhuan, and the whole body was caught in the oven of heaven and earth, which became the fertilizer to nourish the great Wu dynasty. The Lord of the East was beheaded, and the war came to an end. The army began to clear the forbidden area in the east, and the old antiques were all killed after their hard work. Xuanhuan looked at this scene, his face was expressionless, his eyelids didn't blink, and many people who died couldn't let his heart be turbulent. The emperor's cruel heart was vividly displayed at this moment. Ding! The host completed the main task, stepped on the forbidden area in the east, and got the reward of killing. Reward release. #C551 next main line. Ding! The host completed the main quest, obtained 200,000 fate points, the 5th level blueprint for the Divine Tribulation Cannon, the 5th level of the National Protector's Great Array, the Imperial Artifact Advance Card X1, the Magical Power Fruit X32, the Divine Pill X2, and a random lottery draw. Opportunity X1, the main god version of the 3 Swords of Slaughtering the Gods, the Slaughter Reward Imperial Artifact God Destroying Bell, the Killing God Seat X1, the Big Killing Technique X1, the Killing God Map Creation Progress 10%, the Vulcan Cave Treasure Map 6x1. After the complete destruction of the Dongchu Forbidden Land, the main mission of Xuanhuan was completed. Ding! The current main story has been released, and you will be promoted to the Imperial Dynasty. The new main line was released quickly. Xuanhuan nodded slightly, his country has reached the pinnacle of the dynasty, and the next step is indeed to be promoted to the dynasty, which is indeed the main line he must complete. He did not rush to check the reward of this mission, but let his soldiers quickly clean up the battlefield. Clean up the forbidden area in the east and open their treasures. The generals of the various legions walked quickly in the eastern forbidden area, opening up the treasures one by one. There were countless treasures piled up like mountains, and I don't know how many, which were accumulated over the long years of the eastern forbidden area. But these treasures all filled the treasury. No one dared to hide the treasure privately, and they handed over all the treasures. Give it to the country, and the country will calculate the contribution points for them, which can be exchanged for various things. Under the strong system, the Dao Corps is very orderly. Now Dao is in this state, everyone is desperately thinking about making achievements, and the welfare of the domestic people is too rich, so they need to continue to expand, to plunder other heritage to expand themselves. War is indeed the best way to supplement the foundation. This time, after destroying the eastern forbidden land, the second thing is to get the wealth they have accumulated. The most important thing is to kill a large number of masters of the other side and plunder and refine the law of their gods. Adding these laws of God to the whole country can make many people break through. The class teacher returns to the court. After the army expedition to destroy the forbidden area in the east and took away all the treasures, the expedition fleet began to return to Tiao. The forbidden land in the early east is destroyed. Completely destroyed. When the great martial army left, those talents appeared in this sea area, and the sea surface was dyed red. It was a bloody smell. A forbidden place that existed for a long time disappeared forever in the long river of history. Tiao has become a climate, and the emperor-level forces are out. No one can compete with Tiao. Even the emperor-level forces want to destroy Tiao. Many experts sighed. The shock brought by the extermination of the first forbidden area in the east is much greater than that of the Shadow Valley. Shadow Valley is just hard to find. But Dongchu Forbidden Land is really strong and powerful. Although there is no main god, there are many old antiques, and there are also the first generation of Dongchu lords that are extremely close to the main god, and they are also dying under the Imperial Master of Tiao. The great general will hold the 9-star Imperial banquet, and the Holy Land of item refining will be fully open to recruit item refiners from all over the world. This Imperial banquet is extraordinary. Tiao has proved himself with his tyrannical record, and the emperor-level forces cannot be underestimated. If you want to give Tiao this face, I don't know how many people will gather in Tiao in the entire eternal world. The wind is surging, the general trend is changing. Seeing the completely destroyed Dongchu Forbidden Land, the brows of this group of people were extremely solemn. The battle of destruction in the eastern Forbidden Land swept the world. The major forces are analyzing the power of the great martial arts, and their brows are solemn. Their warships are too powerful, and they take a lot of advantage in large-scale battles, and they can arbitrarily divide the battlefield. At this moment, Tiao's imperial teacher is on his way back to the dynasty. Only then did Xuanhuan begin to check the rich rewards brought by the completion of the main quest. The 5th level of the National Protecting Array, it can defend against the bombardment of the main power of the gods. Being able to defend against the power of the Lord God, this great formation for protecting the country is really good. The Imperial Artifact Advanced card, Xuanhuan used it to advance to the steel of suppressing and conferring the gods. Destroyer Bell, an Imperial artifact, with the murderous aura of destroying the gods and possessing the power to slay the gods. Xuanhuan looked at the god-destroying bell. It was a big bell with bright light. After it was rang, there would be a killing sound that would shake the soul. If it was covered in, there would be a terrifying god-destroying fire that would start to destroy the gods. Xuanhuan saw the divine weapon skills of the god-destroying bell, and they were all slaughter-based skills. Throne of Slaughter, a bloody throne cast with slaughter, controlling the power of slaughter, forging the majesty of the emperor, and those who offend the emperor will suffer endless slaughter. The killing god throne flashed out. Xuanhuan sat up. This slaughtering god throne is a bloody seat, as if it was made of countless corpses. On it, Xuanhuan suddenly felt a will of endless slaughter impact him, turning him into a slaughtering puppet. Snort. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, suppressed the will of the slaughter god throne, and put his hands on the armrests. What a slaughtering throne, which symbolizes the emperor. Every invincible emperor is to strengthen his country in the slaughter. The emperor's ascension is a sea of corpses and blood, and countless bones are accumulated. When Xuanhuan sat on this slaughtering god throne, he knew that this throne was suitable for him, and also suitable for the chaos that the eternal world was about to usher in. Slaughter God map, looked over. Although it is only 10% of the progress, Xuanhuan has already seen some clues. This is a treasure of the formation map, which contains the power of killing. Xuanhuan used 31 supernatural powers to raise the slaughter technique to the 7th level. Counting what was left before, Chu Yuan still left 3 supernatural powers. Great Killing Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Tao Divine Powers, a Tao Divine ability that is entirely based on slaughter. Slaughter God Emperor, Level 6, control the power of slaughter, condense the will to slaughter, transform the sword of slaughter, comprehend the slaughter of all gods, and slaughter gods and demons. Big Slaughter Technique, slaughter of all gods. Chu Yuan moved his eyes and palms, and the gods slaughtered out. It was the sword of thousands of slaughter, and it was the bloody color of slaughter. This time, the direct reward is the Great Killing Technique, eliminating the need for the system to draw magical powers. Chu Yuan said. Divine Tribulation Canon Level 5 Blueprints, the 5th level evolutionary version of the Divine Tribulation Canon, the power of the gods of catastrophe. Level 5 Divine Tribulation Canon. Chu Yuan's eyes suddenly condensed on the Divine Robbery Canon displayed by the system image. The equipment of Dao Wenfeng is mainly artillery and battleships. After the battleship evolved into a starship battleship, it gradually concealed the reputation of the cannon, and as the powerhouses faced by Dao became more and more powerful, the cannon did not keep up with the progress of the dynasty's development. But this does not mean that Dao's cannon is not powerful. At this time, Chu Yuan looked at the Divine Robbery Cannon. The whole appearance was extremely huge and ferocious. It was like the engine of the Divine Robbery. The existence that made the gods fear, directly descended on the world-destroying Divine Robbery, and destroyed all the gods by artillery bombardment. In front of the Divine Robbery Cannon, the gods will also be directly bombarded. The materials that need to be built are more cherished, but the current Dao has a profound background, and there are materials to build, and it must be equipped to the entire army on a large scale. #C552 Soul Sad Mountain. Tent. The appearance of the Divine Robbery Cannon brought a great surprise to Chu Yuan. This kind of heavy equipment, which can be equipped on a large scale to the entire army, is extremely powerful and can best improve the combat capability of the Legion. Thousands and tens of thousands of Divine Robbery Cannons blast together, and the supreme gods and powerhouses will suffer huge threats and dare not ignore them. 1 Omega Omega Omega. Chi 1Z.C. The 3 main god-level slaughtering knives contains a powerful force which can cut down the 5-level main god. Chu Yuan's expression changed again, and he could slay the slaughtering gods under the 5th layer of the main god with 3 swords. For today's Dao, this is tantamount to an extremely terrifying trump card. You must know that he also has a Master God Strength Experience card on him. This trump card is very important. When the reward arrived this time, Chu Yuan also knew that it was because he had completed a major main quest. If I choose to conquer the Eastern Forbidden Land and complete the main story, what will I get? Chu Yuan is also a little curious. The killing version of the fetish is mainly about killing. Conquering the main line, the host will get the divine artifact Tiangang Pagoda, and additional surprises will reward the God of Light, the Great Light Technique, and the progress of the creation of the God of Light. System answers. Sure enough, the reward is the reverse of the killing choice. When Chu Yuan heard the answer given by the system, his heart changed. 2 different choices, 2 different outcomes. Raise the realm directly to the 3rd level. Chu Yuan rewarded 200,000 for the main line this time, plus the remaining 20,000 or so. He could already improve to the 3rd realm, and he immediately reached the 7th realm of the Profound God. The branch line, 1000 Gods / is only a little short of it. In the continuous battle, Chu Yuan's army has killed so many strong people that the 1000 Gods / is almost completed, so he nodded. I don't know who else would not have long eyes and bumped into him. Where's the Wushan treasure map Wuhui? The location of treasure map 6 is in the Holy Heavenly Capital. I don't know where treasure map 5 will be, and I have some curiosity in my heart. Clicking on treasure map 6, a strange world suddenly appeared. Chu Yuan had never seen this world, and the buildings presented were of a completely different style from the eternal Great World, showing a deep darkness, as if it was outside the realm. Seeing the location appear, sure enough. Joyo Great World. The location of Treasure Map 6 is actually in a place called Joyo Great World in the outer starry sky. Xuanhuan's expression changed. This is getting farther and farther, the holy heavenly capital, the great world of 9 Netherworld, but no matter how far away, we have to find it. Don't be in a hurry to find these 2 divine fires. Destroying the forbidden area of Dongchu, Xuanhuan has too many things to do here. New 81 Chinese website updates the fastest computer, https:// First of all, the Imperial banquet will be held, the army will continue to expand, and other things will have to be upgraded, coupled with the weather and luck that the 9-star dynasty only has. The army class division returned to the DPRK and returned to Dao. There are too many benefits this time. The Dao court urgently calculated contributions and began to discuss meritorious deeds. Xuanhuan gave Yao Linger and Luo Yueying 2 supreme divine pills, so that the 2 could break through to the realm of supreme gods as quickly as possible. The next task of the dynasty is to build momentum and hold the imperial banquet grandly. The purpose of holding the imperial banquet is to be the pinnacle of the dynasty, and the next step is the imperial dynasty. The second is to increase the confidence of the people in the situation of the imperial banquet. The third is to use the name of the imperial banquet to make the refining holy land grow again, and there is a reason to gather the world's refining masters to Dao. Xuanhuan passed his purpose to the court. The people of the court went to do it immediately. This time, Dao destroyed the forbidden area in the east, and also made the major forces bordering Dao to take refuge in one after another. Taking this opportunity, Dao also expanded a wave. At this moment, Xuanhuan was sitting in the kingdom of the emperor. Dao's national fortune, after this battle, is no longer comparable to before. The confidence of the people is extremely strong, and the power of the national fortune is transformed into a thick sky, instilled by the rolling air. It's time for the kingdom of the emperor to be upgraded to a small world scale. The kingdom of the emperor is also expanding rapidly, absorbing faith, absorbing the source of divine power, and the area is expanding. As the mind of the creator of the world, Xuanhuan, changes the terrain, and there are caves and blessings everywhere. Now, when Xuanhuan checked the entire human sovereign kingdom, he already had the scale of a small world, and it became more and more perfect. The kingdom of the emperor is also expanding. The national fortune and the origin of the world can speed up the change of the kingdom of the emperor. Xuanhuan was very interested in the kingdom of the emperor. Because of the promotion to this scale, Xuanhuan also saw more. The kingdom of the emperor shrouded the entire kingdom of Dao, as if it was wrapped up in the kingdom of Dao. As long as he used his tyrannical power, the entire kingdom of Dao would be installed in the kingdom of the emperor. This is the power of the world of the emperor's kingdom, covering the entire world of great martial arts. With a single thought, Dao can disappear from the eternal world in an instant, become a world independently, and turn everything here into chaos. It can be said that the kingdom of the emperor is different from the secret world created by other forces. The kingdom of the emperor itself belongs to a world, it can continue to grow bigger and stronger, it can exist in the eternal world, and it can immediately become an independent world outside the territory. The wheel of time turned very fast, and the time had reached the 46th year of Dao. God Mountain World, this time the brewing time is longer than the last time. After the last shock, the Emperor-level forces have found a way to enter the middle area. When their supreme powers entered, their expressions were extremely stunned. Where are the treasures? Except for the surging sea of divine power and some terrestrial worlds, there is nothing in it, and there is no shadow of treasures. Where the treasure went, they couldn't guess at all. And now Dao is in the forbidden land of the East End, and he is also recuperating. After half a year of cultivation, all kinds of resources have been transformed into his own strength, and countless masters have also experienced blowouts. Dao's national strength is rapidly improving as a whole. Xuanhuan, the great canon of divine robbery, was also created. This divine robbery canon is more ferocious than the heavenly robbery canon. It doesn't look like a cannon anymore. It looks more like an incomparably huge fortress. One shot, the gods will be afraid. The gods are just beyond the mortal level, they are only gods, and they are even more afraid of divine calamities. Xuanhuan took the divine tribulation cannon to the outer starry sky and found a desolate star to test its power. Xuanhuan was not disappointed. The divine robbery cannon shot, terrifying energy, almost penetrated the star, penetrated into the interior of the star, and caused the ultimate damage that the robbery cannon could not match. Moreover, the divine weapon skill of the divine tribulation cannon is called divine fall. With one shot, God will also suffer catastrophe and fall. Build in large quantities at the fastest speed, and don't need to consider resources. The stronger the strength, the more resources you will get. Xuanhuan secretly said. After returning from the starry sky, Xuanhuan did not return directly to the palace, but went to Xuanhuan Mountain. It is not the first time for him to come to Xuanhuan Mountain. Whenever there is a major breakthrough in strength, he will come once. This mountain is a mountain in Dao, which has been preserved and has not been transformed. The army of 300,000 gods and the emperor died in the Mountain of Souls. Xuanhuan said. The stronger the strength, the more you can understand some things that cannot be understood. The late emperor and the army of 300,000 gods and martial arts died very strange indeed. They didn't have any injuries on their bodies, but they died suddenly. It seemed that a tyrannical force had drained their vital energy and deprived them of their vitality. This Xuanhuan Mountain seems to be a bit special. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp, and he wanted to pierce the ground. I speculate that the death of the late emperor has a lot to do with the changes in the eternal world. The existence of this Xuanhuan Shan here is also very special. The late emperor died strangely, and he had no information at all, so Xuanhuan could only start from Xuanhuan Mountain. He also sent someone to check whether there is a similar situation in the eternal great world. The answer is yes. In the vast world, there are also people who die in the same way as the great Wu Emperor. This made him more and more sure that it had a great relationship with the eternal world. I still have to check from here, and this confession has to be given. Xuanhuan said silently. Soon, at the end of the 46th year of Dao, the date of the Imperial banquet was set in the 47th year of Dao. A piece of news that excited Xuanhuan came. In the casting department, after the promotion of Dao's national fortune, Yangming led countless refiners to finally build the magic lock tower. Tent. Invincible strongest god-level selection system, P. #C553, the big roll of the lock magic tower. It can be said that the magic lock tower has placed too many expectations on Xuanhuan. After obtaining the main material, the foundry department gave countless plans and selected many materials. After the country reached the 9 stars, it was refined day and night with the fire of the national destiny. It took an unknown amount of manpower and material resources to finally complete the refining. The completion of this build is also due to the promotion of the dynasty to 9 stars. Xuanhuan visited the foundry department in person. See Your Majesty. Yangming brought people to meet Xuanhuan. B flat. Xuanhuan looked at the behemoth standing in the casting department. The Tower of Locking Demons is extremely high, with a pitch-black color as a whole. It incorporates a large amount of treasured divine materials that Xuanhuan obtained from the sacred mountain. There are 9 floors in total. You can see that there are windows one after another, depicting countless formations. It looks like a big tower, but it actually has holes and space formations. The Tower of Locking Demons, an Imperial artifact, stands here, and from a distance, it is a dazzling landmark in Dao Imperial City that cannot be ignored. Go in. Xuanhuan shook his hand, and the monsters that had been suppressed in the National Seal were put into the magic lock tower by him. Suddenly I saw that in this layer of towers, countless monsters were wailing inside, desperately trying to hit the defense of the lock tower, but they couldn't get out, they were suppressed inside, and they could be seen through the window. Struggle. Although this magic lock tower is only an Imperial artifact, its materials are too precious. Once Dao is promoted to the Scale Dynasty and continues to condense, he can become a sacred artifact that suppresses his heritage. Your Majesty, every floor in the magic locking tower is a magic locking land. We have studied it, and each floor can also be divided into compartments for detaining powerful monsters. Yangming introduced and said, not only can it imprison monsters, but also suppress those powerful warriors and turn them into prisons. This is the great effect of the magic lock tower. Xuanhuan nodded, very satisfied. With the lock magic tower, he does not need to use the National Seal to suppress the monsters, and directly detain all these monsters in the lock magic tower, layer by layer. In the future, it will be used in a major war, and this magic lock tower will be brought to the battlefield, and the power of the lock magic tower will be used to order those monsters to kill the enemy's camp. The magic of the magic lock tower is not only used to suppress monsters. Xuanhuan said, the 9-story magic lock tower, the 9-story ground, each floor has a vast space, and it can be turned into a space for experience at ordinary times, opening to the whole country, breaking through the tower layer by layer, taking those the monsters imprisoned in the tower are trained, and those hostile warriors who are captured are also locked in and used for training. Your Majesty is good, the magic lock tower can also be used for training, and it can also suppress monsters. Whoever is the enemy of Dao, lock them in and use their lives to test. When Yangming said this, he also placed high hopes on the magic lock tower, thinking of upgrading it to become a holy artifact. Xuanhuan looked at the demon lock tower again. At the top of the spire of the demon locking tower, there is an extremely bright brilliance that communicates with an eternal source. This is the heart of eternity. This eternal heart is extremely mysterious and dazzling. Why the magic lock tower is more powerful than other tower artifacts. This thing occupies a great deal of credit. With this thing, you can absorb the power of the eternal great world. Use the power of the eternal world to suppress the monsters in the magic tower. Okay, the monsters in the magic lock tower are too rare. Xuanhuan grabbed his hand. This magic lock tower is getting bigger and bigger, and it is held up in his palm. It's not that the magic lock tower has changed, but that Xuanhuan sealed it in a space with the way of the supreme void. In the demon god abyss. In his own country, Xuanhuan instantly teleported himself to the demon god Yuanzheng. This time, Xuanhuan went deep into the depths of demon god abyss. In the deep place, Xuanhuan was not stepping on that kind of floating gas, but countless terrifying abyss auras condensed together, forming a kind of abyss magic soil, constantly turbulent aura. The magic wind howls, and the coldness is thick. This is already a very deep place in the demon god abyss. When the strength of the gods comes in, they will be penetrated into their flesh and blood by this biting devilish energy, and they will turn into eroded intelligence and become a thoughtless living dead. It's not the deepest place yet. Xuanhuan knew that by breaking the demon soil under his feet, he could go to the deepest part of the demon god abyss. There is even a main god strength there, even a monster comparable to the holy god, the level of danger there, the existence of the ancient 5 emperors has also explored, and it is impossible to explore the dangerous place. He was looking. It didn't take long for him to see countless monsters gathered together. Among these monsters, there are quite a few mysterious monsters, and he also saw a terrifying monster with sharp horns on its head and screaming. This is a supreme god monster. Lock the magic tower. When the demon-locking tower was released, the eternal heart burst into eternal light, as if this tower was connected to the entire eternal great world, oscillating endless magical energy and turning it into a power of absorption. In just an instant, this group of monsters were all collected into the magic lock tower. Convenient. To collect this group of monsters, Xuanhuan does not need a big seal, just relying on the power of the lock magic tower, he can collect the monsters. He clearly saw that the monsters entered the interior of the tower and were colliding. But the tower itself is strong and abnormal, and it is suppressed by the most important eternal heart, and it is not easy to be taken out. This is just the beginning. Xuanhuan's magic lock tower swept out like a scorching sun. He used the power of the eternal heart to disperse the boundless magic energy, and his eyes were extremely bright to see the situation of the entire world of Demon God Abyss. In this place, there are too many monsters, and all kinds of strange monsters are gathering. All locked in the lock magic tower. Xuanhuan carried the magic lock tower, went directly to the sky above these monsters, and charged them in wave after wave. Fortunately, there is a heart of eternity, otherwise even if the lock magic tower is built, it is still very difficult to suppress so much at once. This artifact is the strongest in the eternal world, and it can draw on the boundless eternal power. At this moment, he was quietly suspended in the sky above Lin, which was originally a dark demon god abyss, but because of the appearance of the demon lock tower, it suddenly became extremely bright, like a sun shining on it. The spread of that eternal divine power is like the most beautiful flower, radiating light, dazzling all over the world, attracting countless monsters to gather towards him. He does not refuse anyone who comes, and as long as it is a monster that gathers by his side, it will be detained. Roar! 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 First launch https://https:// Some supreme gods and monsters looked at the eternal heart greedily and wanted to devour this crystal and strengthen themselves. 1 omega omega omega. Chi1z.c. Just in time. The lock magic tower is like a gluttonous food that can't be fed. No matter how much it comes, it can be swallowed. There are so many supernatural monsters collected, it is almost emptying this site. Just in time. Wherever the light of the lock magic tower radiates, the monsters will be taken away. #C554 Yaoguang Holy Land. There was a big shock in the demon god abyss, and countless monsters were taken in. However, Xuanhuan did not find a monster comparable to the Lord God during the collection process. The monsters comparable to the main god are very rare, and they are not in this layer. Only by breaking the magic soil under your feet and entering the core and most dangerous depths of the devil can you see the monster at the level of the main god. It's almost time to go back. Xuanhuan knew that he didn't know how much he collected. In the large area where he was located, he was all emptied, so that there were scenes of monsters wailing and slaughtering all over the magic lock tower. Back to the Imperial city. For the Imperial banquet, De Wu is preparing, using his most powerful gesture to welcome guests from all over the world. Wuza, in the future, you will sit in the Suimo Tower and control this tower. This is the largest prison in the dynasty. The enemies who are imprisoned in it are all sins against the dynasty. You can torture and practice magic skills. Let me down. Xuanhuan gave Wu Zhe the task of guarding the magic lock tower. Wu Zhe was originally a demon cultivator, and he also practiced resentment demon skills that were good at torturing others. When he came here, not only did he waste himself, but the more resentment power he could absorb, the stronger he became. He is very suitable for guarding the magic lock tower. May I give everything to the Lord? The Wraith Demon Venerable was ecstatic. After he came to Dao, he practiced faster and faster. Now he has handed over the big task of guarding the magic lock tower to him. In the realm of Dao, find some suitable prisoners, and I will listen to you. He put the magic lock tower back to Dao. Dao has now reached Jiuxing, the national fortune has skyrocketed, and major constructions are being carried out everywhere. The place where the imperial city is located was originally barren, and no strong man was born. But with the strength of Dao, buried in various divine veins, and nourished by the national fortune, it has become a holy place for cultivation. From all walks of life in Dao, the realm where the imperial city is located is the realm of Xuanhuan. Time is getting closer and closer to the day of the imperial banquet. Emperor Sister, Dawn. That day, Xuanhuan was in the palace and saw Chu Qinyao and Chu Chenxi. Brother Emperor. Brother Yuan. When they saw Xuanhuan, they hurried over. In the inner palace, they didn't need to be so restrained outside. The stronger Dao is, the princesses of the dynasty, Chu Qinyao and Chu Chenxi, are also practicing very fast, and they all have the realm of gods. Chu Qinyao's character is much more stable. She has been with Yao Linger most of the time, learning from her how to cultivate the magic medicine, and knowing that although she is a princess, she has to contribute to the dynasty to the best of her ability. She doesn't like doing nothing. In the past few months, Chu Chenxi liked to follow Shang Guangxian's side and listen to her talk about things other than Dao. Shang Guangxian is very talented. Although she has the help of Dao, she is the supreme god who breaks through by her own strength. It has been more than 10 years since Xuanhuan ascended the throne, and Chu Chenxi has also grown up. The imperial banquet is about to be held. You will follow me when the time comes, and you will also attend to meet the strong men in this world. Xuanhuan looked at it with a smile and said, Chenxi, you didn't always want to practice, the imperial banquet opened your eyes, don't worry now, wait until I find a Taoist protector for you. I will let you go out to practice, I know your little thought. Thank you, Brother Emperor. Chu Chenxi was overjoyed. May my great martial arts become stronger and stronger. Chu Qinyao said silently. Yao Linger was also very busy during this time. She led the people who adopted the medicine clan to open up a field of medicine in the entire Dao realm, and opened up a paradise. Recently, Xuanhuan has obtained a lot of cherished origin soil and various cherished seeds from Shinshan, which makes her very happy. These seeds and soil are too good, and they are all good things for breeding magic medicine. If it wasn't for the imperial banquet to be held, she should now be instructing the cultivation of magic medicine elsewhere. Thanks for your hard work. Xuanhuan was busy with expeditions, training, and state affairs. During this period of time, Yao Linger had been neglected, and when she arrived in her bedroom, she was very distressed when she saw how hard she was working. Be busy for your majesty, not hard. Yao Linger snuggled up against Xuanhuan's chest. Feeling the powerful aura of this man, she never thought that Dao had become a 9-star dynasty, and the powerful strength made the imperial dynasty jealous. Is it really hard? Xuanhuan hugged Yao Linger and smiled. The 47th year of Dao has finally arrived. Dao is very lively everywhere, and grand celebrations are being held everywhere. In Dao, they do not believe in heaven or earth, they only believe in Emperor Wu. The annual event is very important to Dao, because it is also a process of communication, and this time it is even more grand. Many guests from the outside world will be welcomed in the imperial city, and many of them are from imperial powers. The imperial court attached great importance to this imperial banquet, which was the last imperial banquet held by Dao. Those who are promoted to the imperial dynasty are called imperial banquets. Xuanwu Garden. This is a garden specially built for the imperial banquet, showing the majesty of Dao. Around the garden, there are also palaces, which are specially used as the residences of those guests. In the garden, towering trees rose up from the ground. This is a specially cultivated sacred tree that can emit divine light, and in the garden, a seat of the gods has been arranged. The infinite source breath turned into clouds and mist and lingered here. The Great Wu Dynasty. The day of the royal banquet is coming. At the border of Dao, there was a group of people on a ship shrouded in holy light. There was a figure in a white robe, who was actually the supreme god of the holy law of the Holy Heaven Empire. Xuanhuan's imperial banquet was not an ordinary imperial banquet. It was an imperial banquet held only after the destruction of Shadow Valley and the Eastern Forbidden Land. The empire had to send highly respected experts to attend, which should not be underestimated. The first time Xingfa Jishan came to Dao, and he was still at the border, he was shocked by the shipment of this country. Guests of the Holy Empire, His Majesty knew that you were coming, so he sent me to greet you. Hianbo appeared out of thin air, looking at the arrival of the people from the Holy Heaven Empire, and there was also a welcome. For the power of the empire, Xuanhuan must also pay enough attention to it. Others give him this face and send strong people to come. He can't lose the gift and let others see the joke and think that Dao is not well entertained. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your hospitality. I learned that the imperial banquet will be held, and we are going to disturb you. The Holy Spirit was also very polite at this time. This kind of alliance with each other will give each other face. At this time, in another part of the Dao border, a group of forces also arrived. Then Dao held the imperial banquet, and many forces came. The Holy Heaven Empire sent the most grand team, but none of the empires created by the ancient 5 emperors sent people. In fact, this gathering is also taking this opportunity to contact the major forces. Yeah, the oppression brought by the empires of the 5 ancient emperors is too great, and everyone is taking this opportunity to prepare for an alliance. When we arrive at Dao, we have to take a good look at Dao's weather. This new dynasty that has suddenly risen is too weird. A group of women arrived at Dao. They are all powerful, and there are several people who are the most powerful ones, from emperor-level forces. Friends of Yaoguang Holy Land, Your Majesty asked me to welcome you. #C555 His Majesty arrives. Yaoguang Holy Land has also sent people. The Yaoguang Holy Land is also an emperor-level force. It has existed for a long time. It existed before the 5 emperors' empire was established. Even if the 5 emperors were as powerful in ancient times, they were not self-proclaimed as a forbidden place like the Forbidden Land. Compared with the background of the Holy Heaven Empire, it is not as good as this Yaoguang Holy Land. They sent people to show how much they valued this great Wu Emperor banquet. Although Dao is a new force, it has only been a few decades since its establishment, but their strong and mysterious power has already made the emperor-level forces cannot ignore it. Moreover, the main thing is that the current situation, once it breaks out, will be more chaotic than in ancient times. Not only Yaoguang Holy Land and Holy Heaven Empire came, but also several emperor-level forces. For example, Dayan Ancient Religion, Jade God Empire. Today, although only the Holy Heaven Empire is at war with the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, these emperor-level forces also know that a large-scale emperor-level war is a matter of time. In the face of the return of the 5 emperors, if they want to not be destroyed, it is better to form an alliance. In Dao, taking the opportunity of the imperial banquet, the powerhouses of various forces first understand the opinions of all parties. Dao Imperial City. The divine light is dazzling, and the weather is full of thousands of stars. Pearls are suspended in various parts of the imperial city like stars, radiating sacred brilliance, and the bright and colorful rivers of belief have turned into beautiful scenery throughout the country. Outside the imperial city, there is also a huge stele, with a jade solidified character on it. What a big piece of Holy Spirit ancient jade, carved with Holy Spirit ancient jade as a stele, such a great handwriting by Dao. Everyone was shocked when they saw the ancient jade of the Holy Spirit. Others used the ancient jade of the Holy Spirit to make it into a treasure, and it was so good that it was directly used as a gatekeeper. This martial character contains immortal and tyrannical power. This martial character was written by Xuanhuan himself, and then filled in by the ancient jade of the Holy Spirit. Yaoguang Holy Land, Yulian Supreme God, you are here. Almost at the same time, the powerhouses of various forces were led by Dao outside the Imperial City and met together. Xingfa Jishan saw a woman in Yaoguang Holy Land dressed in white, pure as snow lotus, with long hair as white as snow, like a cold woman walking out of a snowy mountain. The Jade Lotus Supreme God in Yaoguang Holy Land is known as the people who are most likely to break through to the main god. New 81 Chinese website updates the fastest mobile terminal, https:/. The Holy Law is God. Yulian Jishan nodded slightly. Dian Ancient Sect, friends from the Jade God Empire, are here too. We are coming. In the vast sky, a middle-aged man seemed to be rising from the clouds and rising from the mountains. He appeared in front of everyone, carrying a sword behind his back. It was only one, but many. Dian Ancient Religion, Emperor-level forces, their sacred artifact is a set of Dian sword array, the best at using the power of the formation. The people from the Jade God Empire are two supreme gods, a man and a woman. Their bodies are filled with the brilliance of jade and the color of emeralds. The people of this empire practice very special exercises, and they are on the other side of the eternal world. Starter. Your Majesty has set up a banquet and is waiting for you to attend the banquet. Dao's humanity. Okay, let's go to the royal banquet. Although they are extremely powerful gods, they still feel a strong depression when they arrive. The power of this national destiny is too strong. Even if they are strong, they can suppress them. I had been on the road before and didn't pay much attention to the scenery of Dao. After arriving in the Imperial City, the expressions of these supreme gods from Emperor-level forces also changed. There is a lot of traffic, the Imperial City is constantly expanding, the interior is very huge, and many people are walking around. The skyscraper-like high-rise buildings also have the classical buildings of eternal large buildings. The two kinds of buildings with different styles are mixed together, but they do not make people feel incongruous, but complement each other. The towering towers of divine light stand, like neon lights, shining like rays of light. Looking up, huge sci-fi battleships were flying, interweaving scenery that other forces did not have. This great martial arts. Henry Zhang has come to Dao many times. This time what he saw was even more shocking than before. Whispering beside the Holy Law Supreme God, Dao has changed greatly. And there is a very strong world power in the void in the great martial emperor capital. I can even be sure that they have a world of their own. The most divine way of Dian ancient religion. Look. When everyone heard the voice, their eyes suddenly converged on a giant tower. This giant tower is very tall and eye-catching. Although the overall structure is dark, the eternal light radiation on the top of the tower can be seen through the window, and countless monsters can be seen screaming and wailing inside. Dawu destroyed the Shadow Valley and got the magical object of the Shadow Valley. The top of the tower should be what you can see. It's amazing. This tower is almost closely integrated with the entire eternal great world, and you can use the power of a great world. The Demon Lock Tower, an imperial artifact refined by Dao, is specially used to suppress monsters. Dao has obtained too many precious divine materials in Xuanhuan. It is said that most of them are used to build this magic lock tower, and they use the magical object of Shadow Valley to communicate the origin of the world. The monsters are imprisoned in the lock magic tower. If they are all released, it will be a chaos in the world. Dao's magic lock tower is too terrifying and shocking. When these people saw it, they were amazed, and they saw that this tower had the heritage of being promoted to the imperial artifact. Walking in the imperial city, they are also watching the temperament of the people. These people have a strong aura, and each one has an upward confidence. Under the nourishment of Dao's various resources, even the most ordinary civilians have a solid aura, which is not bad compared to the imperial dynasty. Looking at the people of a country, looking at the weather of a country, the people of Dao are bravely moving forward. Now the national strength is on the rise, everyone has the ambition to expand the territory, and the belief in making achievements and careers. It is indeed possible to be promoted to the Imperial dynasty. The most divine way of the Jade God Empire. The supreme gods of several other imperial forces also nodded. After they arrived in Dao, there was always a feeling of depression in their hearts, and they were breathless by the suppression of the national movement. Soon, they arrived in the Xuanhuan garden and sat down under the leadership of the maids. Dao's ministers also sat down, all of them with sharp eyes, sitting there, motionless like a mountain, with a fierce temperament. They know that this time is not just an imperial banquet, it is as simple as letting them eat and drink. It is the last imperial banquet of the dynasty, and the next time it will be held, that is the imperial banquet, an imperial banquet that can only be held by the empire. There was some fine food on the table, but no one went to eat it. Dawu has the means to kill the Lord God. Suddenly, the supreme divine Tao of the Dayan ancient sect, he breathed the murderous intent in the air, which made other people's hearts shudder. That is the throne of Emperor Dao. Above all the seats, there is a slaughtering throne. The light is not bright, but when everyone sees it, they seem to see an emperor who masters slaughter, controls the butcher knife, kills countless people, and casts a slaughtering god. They were shocked. It is also known that Emperor Dao is a domineering emperor. He does not need a golden throne, but only a killing throne, which is made of blood and bones. Only this divine throne fits the temperament of Emperor Dao. Time passed by, and everyone did not look impatient at all, they were all waiting. His Majesty is here. In the depths of the palace, an unparalleled aura swept out, and an emperor descended into the Xuanhuan garden. #C556 Dao Emperor Banquet. Xuanhuan garden suddenly fell silent. All eyes are focused on one person. When he arrived, Guanghong was not bright, wearing a black imperial robe, with a deep breath, holding the power of slaughter in both hands, and slowly sat on the throne that represented slaughter. From the seat below, to the killing god throne, there is a staircase. On this ladder, everyone seemed to see countless corpses paved in front of their eyes, creating the mighty existence on the throne. Emperor Dao, ambitious and domineering, used his troops to destroy the Shadow Valley, and the Forbidden Area in the east. He made a decree, I don't know how many people will die. Such is the power of the emperor. For Emperor Dao, today is a chaotic world, and his imperial robe does not need too many bright colors, only the color of slaughter and blood, so as to calm the world. At this time everyone looked up and looked at the peerless existence. His face is very young as his dynasty, but no one dares to underestimate him, this is a hero. After his arrival, several figures appeared. Several of his concubines, Yao Linger, Luo Yueying, Shang Wangxian, all wore brand new robes. There were no dragons and phoenixes on them, nor were they painted with various bright colors. They were not so gorgeous, but also had deep colors. Every country has a different style of clothing. De Wu established his country with Wu, and even more so when he arrived at Chuyuan. His concubine robes are less gorgeous and cumbersome, and more colors of martial arts, representing the domineering of the Dao dynasty and the colors in troubled times. That's Dao's concubine, the wife of Emperor Wu. The three women were dazzling, and the faces of those people also changed. The three empresses have different temperaments. Yao Linger is like the goddess of medicine and the king of elves. Luo Yueying is like Luoshan in Luo Shui Tiangong, shrouded in an ethereal aura of immortal gods, with a dignified temperament and a mysterious appearance. And Shang Guangxian, the face like a fairy, is amazing, like the most beautiful rose. And they are all powerhouses in the realm of the gods. The two princesses, Chu Qinyao and Chu Xiaonyang, also came to see the heroes in the world and the powerhouses of various dynasties. The two princesses also felt a little dreamy. The people sitting below are all the powerhouses of the eternal world. There are several from the emperor-level forces, and now they all come to participate in this imperial banquet of Dao. This was unthinkable before. "See your majesty, your majesty." The ministers immediately saluted, and the mountains roared and tsunami. Exemption. Xuanhuan stood on the slaughtering god throne, slowly opened his mouth, and swept his majestic gaze. In Dao, he is the master of the gods, and the endless national movement can easily suppress everyone on the field. "I have seen your majesty." The guests from all parties also saluted. Emperor Dao. The Xianling ancestor of Xuanlingzong also came. He took the people from his sect and sat in the back. Although he was a god-level sect, he was no match for a dynasty like Dao. It occurred to him that the people of his sect had also compared with the geniuses of Dao. Not wrong to lose. Fortunately, I didn't have a conflict with Dao that day. Otherwise it is already dead. The leader of the Wanzhou alliance in the southern region also came. He looked at Xuanhuan on the throne, majestic and domineering. In Dao, it was the sky, and he was also shocked into a cold sweat. Today, Dao has been promoted to the state banquet of the 9-star dynasty. Guests from all walks of life can come to Dao to participate in this imperial banquet. I am very happy. Today's visitors are all guests and my friends. Xuanhuan spoke solemnly and controlled the imperial banquet. This is the second time that the royal banquet for all forces has been held. But the first time they came were some 7 or 8-star forces, and it was really incomparable to now. There were several emperor-level forces, not to mention the most powerful people sitting on the seats. Like Xuanlingzong, there is only one supreme god, and he has to rely on the back seat. But that's not enough. Xuanhuan wants the eternal world to be his country, Dao to be the master of the eternal world, and there are many realms outside the territory, and all realms come to court. Your Majesty is very kind. Although the emperor in front of him is young, his methods are strong, and the holy law is the most divine way. Today's participation in the imperial banquet is also an opportunity for me, and it is also a lucky thing to see your Majesty. Then the powerhouses of the entire eternal great world will congratulate his Majesty. He thinks that Dao has the atmosphere of the imperial dynasty. If other people say that Dao can be promoted to the imperial dynasty, these people will be ridiculed, how difficult it is to promote the imperial dynasty. However, Dao's weather is really terrible, and seeing Wudi's deity is also a burst of depression. The eternal world is a mess. The storm is coming, and the war is about to start. The imperial banquet chosen to attend at such a time all wanted to be allies with each other, and could counteract the oppression from the 5 emperors. Needless to say some words, send someone to come, you will know. On the day of the emperor banquet, I also hope to see you all. Xuanhuan smiled, since it's an imperial banquet, how can there be a banquet without a banquet? Hearing the words of the banquet, everyone's expressions didn't change at all, it was nothing more than eating and drinking some cherished things. The ceremony and music sounded, the golden horse and the iron horse were majestic, and the majestic atmosphere of the battlefield popped up. One by one, the maids held the trays and brought the dishes covered by the dishes to the table of each distinguished guest. Just try Dao's food. The Holy Spirit opened a plate, and his face was shocked. What he opened was not a delicacy of mountains and seas, but a magical elixir. Emperor Grade Shindan Shinshuadan. The supreme god of the holy law opened another one, and his face changed again. This is the divine pill of divine pills. The other plates were also opened one by one, and they were not delicacies, but imperial pills. Divine pills are very precious, and the same is true in the imperial dynasty. Although he is a high-level figure in the imperial dynasty, it is impossible for Emperor Divine pills to be used for cultivation every day. Daipin Shindan, he is a supreme god, and he can use 1 or 2 in 100 years. Now that I have the resources of Shinshan, I have only a little more. His Majesty Dao actually used the Emperor-grade divine pill as the food for the imperial banquet. Divine pill, this is an extremely precious divine pill. The pill of God's blood accumulates the power of qi and blood, and the pill for nourishment nourishes the soul. These are pills that even the most gods need very much. Your Majesty is really generous. Everyone's table is on the divine pill, and the background of Dao is too deep. These powerhouses ate too much delicious food, and it was useless to put on the liver and phoenix gall, but the Daipan Shindan really made them happy. Especially the Xianling sect, which is relatively weak to the power of the gods, has no means to refine the imperial pills, and he has not seen a few in 10,000 years. This time, just by participating in the imperial banquet, you can take the divine pill, which is a big profit. There are also wines. The fine wines are by Wanong and Bingquan wine from Dao. But this wine was specially brewed by Xuanhuan. The materials were all cherished sacred flowers in the sacred mountain, and the water was the original water in the original lake. #C557 Genius Jr. Atmosphere. To entertain the distinguished guests with the divine pill, this scale is already the specification for the imperial banquet held by the imperial dynasty. The emperor's pill is the main dish, and the emperor's pill is the side dish. The drink brewed by the power of the source is really extraordinary. In Yaoguang Holy Land, Yulian Jishan opened her mouth. She was even more curious about Dao, and it was not easy to come up with so many emperor-grade divine pills. Of course, she also knew that Dao's purpose of taking out the divine pill of emperor grade was that others were drunkards, not drinking. First, to make this imperial banquet a success, and secondly, to let the world's strong people see the essence of Dao. Dao can take out the divine pill, which means that when you come to Dao, you can enjoy the divine pill. I have to say that with this one hand, I don't know how many powerhouses can be attracted. Emperor Wu was very calculated. He borrowed the imperial banquet to attract talents from all over the world. There are many strong people in the world. Dao is a powerful dynasty in the rising period. Unlike the emperor-level forces that have been solidified, it is difficult to occupy a very high position after going there. After they came to Dao, they could enjoy the dividends during the development of the dynasty, which attracted them even more. People can't see through it. This time, not only are there people from various forces, but there are also some strong people who have no strong backers behind them. They taste the wine of Dao, and their minds have also changed. After the imperial banquet is over, I can bring back some of the wine here. Xuanhuan said. It is difficult to take a low-key route for the development of a country. He used this hand to let others know the powerful heritage of his dynasty. Since Dao has become the focus of attention in the eternal world, he will pay more attention. After the imperial banquet, he would also take people to visit the holy place of refining, to attract experts in refining. Just eating and drinking is too monotonous. I have prepared some programs here to add some interest. Xuanhuan clapped his hands. Immediately from the Shenwu garden, strong men in armor filed out and came to the middle of the garden. The gold and iron horses, the bloody battle on the battlefield, and the sounds of various musical instruments are intertwined to compose a majestic but cruel picture of war. A person danced, not a gentle dance, but a battlefield. The armors collided, and the mana beams were horizontal and vertical, turning the Shenwu garden into a battlefield, as if the army was fighting. This dance composes the troubled times of the eternal world, the conquest of the army, and the elegy of the soldiers, which is very shocking. The people of the great martial arts tend to be martial, the people are fierce, and everyone is the best soldier. This dance also shows the fierceness of Dawu. After the dance, Xuanhuan nodded in satisfaction, the opening was perfect, and said, with the imperial banquet as the battle stage, I propose that, taking this opportunity, each clan will send their own outstanding juniors to the competition. The pleasure of feasting. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, they also nodded. It is really good that the geniuses of each family compete. This kind of communication is relatively friendly, and you can see the strength of the geniuses of each family. For this imperial banquet, they also brought the best geniuses from their families to open their eyes. Moreover, they have all heard that Dao genius is very strong, and they also want to see, what kind of strong magic is it? Guests are at your discretion, and everything is arranged by your majesty. They all nodded. One person fights, no matter whether you win or lose, you will step down, and you will be rewarded if you win or lose. Xuanhuan said. This fight isn't about fighting to the death, it's just an entertaining show in the royal banquet, and naturally it won't make such complicated rules. Baizhen, come on stage and communicate with these distinguished guests. Xuanhuan let one person go up. This person is less than 100 years old, and he is the cultivation base of the true god realm, but he is not in the army of the gods, and he is still in the academy and has made contributions. I'm Baizhen, the third-level true god, from the Great Martial Arts Academy. Baizhen stepped into a specially constructed battle platform. Then the first battle will be compared by the people of my Holy Heaven Empire. Holy Law to the Divine. The two were fighting on the battlefield. With hundreds of moves in the battle, Baizhen's advantage in one move was a small victory over the Holy Heaven Empire, and he said neither humble nor arrogant, I admit it. The genius of Dao is indeed amazing. According to the rumors, the most powerful geniuses in Dao are all within the divine army. This Baizhen is not the divine army. They did not send the most powerful people up. If it is the most powerful, how terrible would it be? The Great Martial God Army is the most elite army of the great martial arts, with all kinds of geniuses, countless strong men, and the weakest ones who have broken through to the true gods. My Dayan ancient sect people want to compare with Yaoguang Holy Land every day. Dayan ancient sect has a genius to play. The Yaoguang Holy Land is ancient, even older than the empire of the 5 emperors. And this generation's Holy Land Master is a peerless powerhouse, even more powerful than the leader of the Dayan ancient sect. It is good. Yulian nodded her head. Qingtan, go up and compare. A woman named Qingtan went up. She was young, and her cultivation base was already very high. She was a peerless genius, and she deserved to be from this ancient emperor-level force. The people from the ancient sect of Dayan came on the stage, and the two of them had similar cultivation levels. The woman's divine light was vertical and horizontal, and the people of the ancient sect of Dayan were proficient in the power of various formations. Seeing this, Xuanhuan nodded slightly. Each imperial power has a different style. The Dayan ancient sect took the power of the formation to the extreme. In their sect, the Dayan sword formation was unparalleled in the world, depicting countless formations and forming an extremely terrifying killing formation. The people of Yaoguang Holy Land are proficient in various ancient magical powers. The martial arts of the Holy Heaven Empire will be much more complicated. This is similar to Dao, and Dao is also like this, with magic power and supreme supernatural power. The Jade God Empire is the more mysterious of several emperor-level forces, and they send out strong people to compete. In fact, when Xuanhuan set up the Battle of the Imperial Banquet, he also wanted to see the styles of the various forces from those geniuses, and to see some clues. The competition in the Shenwu Garden is almost a competition between several emperor-level forces. The most god-level forces shake their heads. Their people go up to compete with the geniuses of the emperor-level forces, which is almost self-inflicted humiliation. However, Xuanhuan also saw the embarrassment of those supreme god forces. Specially arranged for geniuses from the power of the gods to compete together. This competition will be much more lively. No matter whether you win or lose, you can get some lucky prizes, and those who win can also increase their reputation. Biddy didn't last for a short time, and the sky was getting darker. Very good, the talented juniors of each family have also opened my eyes and added to the fun of this imperial banquet. I am very pleased and satisfied. Xuanhuan laughed. Those supreme gods are also looking at Xuanhuan. This emperor is also very young. He should have been a junior, but now he has become a powerful being who controls a country. He is the most terrifying protagonist. The night is already dark, but the imperial banquet is not over yet. I will show you the scenery of the imperial city at night, and visit Dao's holy place for refining weapons. Xuanhuan got up and moved to Xuanwu Garden. #C558 Imperial City at night. The imperial city at night is even brighter and more shocking than during the day. The lights were bright, and the Tower of Divine Light only showed its charm at this time. The holy light enveloped every corner, and it was an extremely soft atmosphere, which was very suitable for absorption and cultivation. All the tall buildings radiated light. A warship is flying in the entire imperial city Xuanwu world. And looking from the sky, the light beams ejected by the battleships themselves constitute splendid colors. The long river of the sky, the belief in the national destiny. People look up. There is a huge Tianhe running in the sky of Dao, emitting colorful and bright rays of light, and the stars are flowing in the whole territory of Dao, which makes people involuntarily shocked. They can all see that this Tianhe is the power of Dao Qiyun, which has enveloped the whole territory, and can be condensed into a powerful incarnation anywhere to suppress opponents. The power of national fortune. There are also the Holy Heaven Empire and the Jade God Empire. However, it is very difficult for them to do the same as Dao with the method of transforming air transport into Tianhe. What they don't know is that Dao's luck has turned into a long river of humanity. The magic lock tower at night. They looked at the demon lock tower again. The eternal divine heart, the eternal and immortal vitality light is diffused, very soft, and very bright in the entire Dao imperial city. And what is even more amazing is that the infinite luck of luck turns into the fire of national destiny, burning and forging this giant tower all the time, giving it a bright and dazzling color. I will take you to visit the magic lock tower, the holy land of refining. Seeing the holy place of refining is Xuanhuan's real purpose. There are many powerhouses participating in the imperial banquet this time, and many refiners have come here because of their reputation. I heard that Dao's holy place for refining has refined imperial artifacts, and they are also recruiting refiners from all over the world, and they all want to come and visit. At the Lock Magic Tower. Yang Ming and a group of refiners had been waiting here for a long time. The materials used in this magic lock tower are very precious. They are all divine gold, extremely precious resources. Some of them can be used to refine sacred artifacts, and they can be forged all the time with the power of a country's luck. It is amazing enough to see from a distance, but this time it is even more shocking to see it up close. A powerful refiner saw the clue and made a sound of amazement. The foundation of the magic lock tower is too solid. This kind of tower artifact consumes a lot of materials and is difficult to refine, but it has a great potential for growth. In the future, you can continue to smelt materials into it to improve the grade. The magic lock tower is an ancient inheritance in our country. After countless trials, the material was finally selected and refined. It absorbs the boundless power of the eternal world and achieves the power of locking magic and conferring gods. Introduced by Yang Ming. With a wave of his hand, he deliberately let this group of people see the countless monsters imprisoned in the magic lock tower, letting people see the strength of Dao. The magic lock tower can have such a miraculous effect, to a large extent because of that original divine artifact. Those refining masters nodded. In addition to the precious materials, there was also the effect of the original divine artifact. With the help of the eternal divine heart, the Shadow Valley made the Emperor level forces find no trace of them. Now that it is in the hands of Dao, the effect of this divine artifact has been fully exerted. The magic lock tower is still only an imperial artifact, but with the promotion of our country's national fortune, the refining Holy Land continues to refine, and promotion to a holy artifact is just around the corner. As Ouyangming spoke, his eyes crossed and fell on those refiners. But if you want to be promoted to a holy artifact, it is not one person's power. You need to gather the power of countless refiners to succeed. His words were obvious. I hope these refiners can join Dao. This group of people is also moved. Holy artifacts, there are not many in the entire eternal world, only the tyrannical emperor-level forces have created a few pieces to suppress the background. Being able to participate in the refining of sacred artifacts is also a great opportunity. Ouyangming continued, my great martial arts can refine such a complex magic lock tower, not only by cherishing the materials, but also by a complete inheritance, otherwise even if I give you the materials, you will be able to refine the magic lock tower. All the refiners nodded. The tower artifact is too complicated, especially the magic lock tower. The Holy Land of item refining is divided into two parts. One is the ordinary Kiching Elder system, which calculates ordinary contribution benefits, and the other is the casting division, which is the core of the great martial arts. Only those who have become great martial arts are eligible to enjoy the benefits of the casting division. The holy place of refining, Chunyuan used to attract talents, and then absorbed them into the casting department. The first and most important thing is to attract people to the Holy Land. After this introduction, many artifact refiners hesitated and dismissed a lot. Elder Kuching was relatively free. Dao's holy place of artifact refining is indeed very attractive to them. This part of the refining masters temporarily stayed in the holy place of refining, and listened to Ouyangming's continued introduction. I don't know how many refiners will be attracted by Dao this time. Seeing this scene, the supreme god of the holy law also knew that the temptation to participate in the refining of holy artifacts was too great. After these people came to Dao, they were attracted by various benefits, and I am afraid they would not want to leave. Dao's welfare system is indeed enviable. But if you want to maintain it, too many resources are consumed, and you must keep plundering. The holy law to God secretly said. Following Chunyuan to leave the holy place of refining, they also saw the prosperity of Dao and the profound background of Dao. In the Dao Academy, they also visited. There are geniuses like Rain, many of them are placed in their empire, and they are also geniuses, and the empire must be cultivated, but in Dao, there are simply too many. They simply do not understand how Dao has cultivated so many geniuses. Terrible. These people were secretly startled. Of course, they also know that this is what Chunyuan is willing to show them, and there are many things behind it that they won't show them. The so-called Imperial banquet is also to let these empires see part of the strength of Dao, so that they can cooperate better in the future. In ancient times, the 5 emperor empires occupied the most prosperous and fertile land in the eternal great world, the boundless land. The Yaoguang Holy Land corresponds to the Blackwater Monstrous Empire. The site of the Dian ancient sect is mostly the Gingjin Splitting Heaven Empire. Xingfa Zhishan followed Chunyuan to visit the imperial city, said. My Jade God Empire is very close to the thick earth Xuanhuan Empire. The strong man of the Jade God Empire said. The 5 empires have reappeared, and I will be attacked by the Aoki Chongqing Empire, together with the Holy Heaven Empire. Chunyuan said. According to the possibility speculated by the High Priest of Yaoguang Holy Land, the 5 emperors chose this time to come back. First, it was because of the turmoil in the sacred mountain. Yaoguang Holy Land has the oldest and longest existence, and Yulian Supreme God revealed some secrets to Chunyuan and several other powerhouses in the empire, according to the instructions of the Holy Land. The origin of the sacred mountain is mysterious. This is only one of them, and the second is for the eternal world itself. The divine artifact obtained by His Majesty should be able to feel the vastness of the origin of the eternal world. Jade Lotus is the divine way. Xuanhuan nodded. Although the 5 emperors dominated the eternal world in ancient times, they could not control the origin of the eternal world. Their real purpose this time is to join forces to control the source power of the eternal world, so as to cultivate to an amazing realm. #C559 for lucky draw chances. The eternal great world is huge, magnificent and vast. And in such a big world, the source is so powerful and terrifying, even the existence of the main god realm cannot control this super-large world. Even if the 5 emperors are the Holy Spirit, they can never control the origin of the eternal world. The supreme god of Dian ancient sect was shocked. This is also speculation, but my Holy Land High Priest has already speculated that there will be a huge change in the interior of the eternal great world, perhaps because of this change, but the specifics have not yet been calculated. Yaoguang Holy Land knew that if it was really planned by the 5 emperors, it would be successful. Suppressed by the original divine power of the eternal great world, their Yaoguang Holy Land will eventually be destroyed. This is what they worry about most, to stop the plan of the 5 emperors. For whatever reason, they must not be allowed to succeed, otherwise this will be our disaster. The Holy Law said coldly. No one can be alone, and everyone will be involved. The most divine way of the Jade God Empire. Yeah, I can't be spared either. Xuanhuan said, everyone, you can stay in my imperial city for a few more days. The imperial banquet was over, and after staying in Dao for a few days, Xingfa Jishan and others said their goodbyes. But there are also some people who have no background behind them and choose to join the forces of Dao. Time flies. Dao 47 years. In the past 6 months, the entire eternal great world has been very calm, the sacred mountain is even more calm, and the actions of the major forces seem to have stopped. On Xuanhuan's side, the influence of the Shadow Valley, the Eastern Forbidden Land, and the Imperial Banquet attracted a large number of artifact refiners to gather in the artifact refining Holy Land. The holy place of refining is refining holy artifacts. How many of those refiners who dream of seeing holy artifacts do not want to join in? Dao's welfare also makes some people tempted. All kinds of artifacts, all kinds of precious materials, all kinds of magical pills, as long as you have a contribution degree, you can exchange them. With this wave of influence, Xuanhuan absorbed a lot of geniuses. Xuanhuan was in the Imperial City, watching the changes in the national fortune and the impact on the secret realm of the Emperor. After the Emperor's kingdom expands to a small world, more people can enter it to cultivate at the same time. For more chances to draw. Xuanhuan felt that the dynasty's national fortune strength was almost consolidated, and it was time to use up the lottery chance in his hand. The host starts a random lottery and gets the Starry Sky Temple X1. Starry Sky Temple, an ancient temple in the starry sky. With the existence of the temple, a starry sky is constructed and a cosmic scene is created. He saw that there was a huge and mysterious temple in the system space, which was the temple of the starry sky. After pushing it open, there was a huge vacuum universe inside. Ding! The host will start a random lottery and get the Holy Product Revival Pill X1. Resurrection Pill, with the power of resurrection, as long as there is even one breath left, Resurrection Pill can condense remnants of souls. Depending on the realm and injury, the effectiveness of Resurrection Pill will have different discounts. Holy Pill. Somewhat similar to healing potions. However, what is worse than the healing potion is that as soon as the potion is taken, it will take effect immediately. However, the healing potion will only be effective if it is refreshed to the corresponding realm. After the host is promoted to the Imperial dynasty, open the high-level mall, and you can refresh the things used above the main god. The system prompts. It might be useful to keep it. Xuanhuan put away the revival pill. Ding! The host starts a random lottery and gets the forbidden device Cave Mirror X1. Cave Sky Mirror. It is a forbidden area, powerful, and contains the divine light of the cave sky. Every time it is used, the mirror surface will crack. When the mirror surface is completely broken, it will be destroyed by the cave sky mirror. In Xuanhuan's hand, an ancient mirror appeared, and the mirror surface was blurred. This cave mirror is very powerful, surpassing the divine artifact of the emperor, almost reaching the level of the saint, but unlike the divine artifact, it can be used countless times, and it will be completely broken after only a certain number of times. However, this powerful forbidden weapon has a very strong power sealed inside itself, and it does not cost much mana to activate it. Last chance to draw. The host starts a random lottery and gets an Auxiliary Management Puppet X1. Auxiliary Management Puppet, a very special kind of puppet, but it has no combat power, but it can calculate huge data, store countless knowledge, and help the host to assist in management. Auxiliary Management Puppet? Xuanhuan was also a little surprised. He released the Auxiliary Management Puppet, and saw that it looked like a wise old man, with a dazzling prismatic chip in its head, which could record and store knowledge. Light Brain? Xuanhuan thought of the word Light Brain. This auxiliary management puppet is very useful. Xuanhuan is deeply aware that the role of the auxiliary management puppet is even greater than that of a dozen supreme gods. The dynasty has developed to a certain extent, and the data that needs to be calculated is too large. This random lottery did not disappoint me. Xuanhuan nodded. This time he got a few good things in the lottery. Starry Sky Temple, Resurrection Pill, Cave Sky Mirror, and Auxiliary Management Puppet. Another half-month has passed. His Majesty. Xuanhuan asked to see Xuanhuan, his face solemn. There is some trouble in the holy place of refining. Say. Xuanhuan said. Recently, the Magic Lock Tower has attracted many craftsmen from all over the world. Some craftsmen do not want to leave when they come. There are even those who call friends and bring their disciples and grandchildren to Tiao. They are willing to join the casting division and become a member of Tiao. Tiao's holy place for refining is very famous, and many people come here because of it. Especially in the construction of the Magic Lock Tower with the heritage of the whole country. Those refiners who are exclusive to the Emperor-level forces will not move yet, but they will be more attractive to other refiners. So some people can't watch it anymore. Xuanhuan was very calm, and he had long known that such a thing would happen. Your Majesty said it is right, some forces want to communicate in the Holy Land of Great Weapon Refining, but the masters of those forces are worried that they will come and will not leave, so they use tough means to forcibly block and even imprison those refining masters. Xuanhuan reported. Indeed, the more refiners that Tiao attracts, the more people's cakes will be moved. After all, Tiao's treatment is incomparable to some forces. After those Keqing artifact refiners came to Tiao, it was strange that they wanted to go back with a better artifact refining environment and more generous treatment. What do those forces think? I don't care. The opening of the Holy Land of artifact refining has never been by means of forcibly kidnapping people, but by the attraction of the dynasty itself. Those artifact refiners came on their own initiative, not by force. Xuanhuan said, I can't keep those guest ministers, just use my brains there? There are even more troublesome things. Some people saw that Tiao attracted so many refiners and specially sent people to kill them. Some people have been assassinated, and people are panicking. Some people want to come but don't dare to come. Xuanhuan continued. This thing has been done, and it touches my bottom line. Those refiners are attracted by Tiao. If their safety cannot be guaranteed, how can the world's refiners come here with confidence and boldness? Xuanhuan said coldly. I can't ignore this matter, Xuanhuan. I will let the War God Army and the Prison Suppression Army follow you to see who dares to forcibly imprison these refiners, send battleships, and I will personally bring them over with a large army. Xuanhuan said. #C560 Boom. The attraction of the great weapon refining Holy Land is too strong. In refining holy artifacts, it has become the center of several major refiners in the eternal great world. 1 past 10, 10 past 100, the first group of people who came to Dao spread the news, and the benefits they got would make other people excited. There are more and more refiners gathered on Dao's side. However, doing this is to move the interests of many forces, and their guests have all left and went to Dao. All kinds of means, blockade, imprisonment, assassination, were used. 9-star sect Shaking Heaven sect. The Heaven-shaking sect is very powerful, with as many as 5 or 6 supreme gods in the sect, which is much stronger than the previous Yushan sect. Elder Yun, have you thought about it, whether to stay in my Shaking Heaven sect or go to Dao? I have given you many opportunities. Over the years, as a guest of my Shaking Heaven sect, I have not given you any chance. I gave you little favors, but now you have to abandon me. In a heavily blocked palace, there were 2 people at this time. The cold words of the Heaven-shaking sect master were extremely displeased. Shaking Heaven sect master. That Elder Yun is an old man, a supreme god, and his face is also cold. I, Yun Qi, are not the person who shakes the Tianzong, but you invite you to shake the Tianzong. There are dozens of Imperial artifacts, and the divine artifact of your Heaven-shaking sect, the Heaven-shaking clock, was also made by me, Yun Qi, so it's easy to get together and disperse. Do you really want to stop me from leaving? Yun Qi is a god-level weapon refiner. I heard from a friend that Dao has too many rare treasures, and there are also Emperor-grade pills that can be taken. I also want to go. But the Heaven-shaking sect master did not let him leave, which made him very angry. No, I just ask you to think about it calmly. You have to leave. I can't guarantee the safety of your disciples and grandchildren. Heaven-shaking sect master said coldly, he couldn't let Yun Qi leave. As a supreme god-level artifact refiner, Yun Qi was very important to his Heaven-shaking sect. Without Yun Qi's helper, several of his Heaven-shaking sect's emperor-grade artifacts could not be refined at all. Since I can't get it, I won't let others get it. When the sect master Shaking Heaven turned and left. Leave this sentence. Shaking Heaven sect master. Yun Qi's face was also very ferocious. As a supreme god and a craftsman who can refine Imperial artifacts, he felt that he had been humiliated by this kind of treatment. Hateful. I, Yun Qi, are not from your sect, but I use each other. You give me materials, and I will give you refining tools. I have refined so many artifacts for the sake of refining, isn't that enough? Yun Qi is going crazy. Dao, holy artifact, I must participate in refining. Let's vent, either die, or refine tools for me forever. Die, you also belong to my Shaking Heaven sect. Heaven-shaking sect master is cold. Blocking Elder Yun Qi, he dared to rush, and killed his disciples and grandchildren. Shaking Heaven sect master ordered. Boom. But at this moment, his pupils suddenly contracted violently, and he saw that in the distant sky, a huge shadow was approaching quickly, followed by a ferocious battleship of incomparably huge battleships. The Dao fleet is here. Shaking the Heaven sect. Yu Shengguang stood on the deck of the battleship, and said coldly, Yunqi item refiner, I am Dao Yu Shengguang, I am under the order of your majesty to pick you up and return to Dao today. All talents who take refuge in Dao will be protected by Dao. The great martial fleet was aggressive and surrounded the Heaven-shaking sect. The powerhouses of each legion appeared one after another from the battleship, with murderous aura, showing their weapons and facing the Heaven-shaking sect. The Great Wu dynasty actually called. It's not enough for them to destroy the Eastern Forbidden Land, do they want to destroy the Heaven-shaking sect? The Great Wu dynasty has even united with several emperor-level forces. Although the heaven-shaking sect was strong, when they saw the arrival of the great martial fleet, those disciples and elders were still terrified. Haha, Your Majesty, Dao has sent someone to pick me up. Yunqi appeared from the palace, and when he saw the arrival of the Dao battleship, he was shocked and laughed wildly. Great martial feather divine light. The heaven-shaking sect master did not expect that they would dare to send a battleship directly to pick up people, and shouted angrily, "You are treating my heaven-shaking sect as nothing, so you can trample it at will? Although my heaven-shaking sect is not as good as your Dao dynasty, it is also not to be humiliated. Yunqi item refiner, are you willing to return to Dao with my dynasty fleet?" Xuanhuan ignored it, but asked Xiang Yunqi. Dao does not rob people by force, but only uses his own strength to attract people. If Yunqi is unwilling, the fleet will leave immediately, and he will not force it. Yes, I will. Yunqi said quickly. Okay, then leave with my Dao fleet. Xuanhuan nodded. Don't leave. The heaven-shaking sect master was trembling with anger. If he was taken away directly from his sect by others, what would he have become, and could he be trampled on at will? Shaking the heaven sect? I will level your sect, let's see how you shake the sky. Xuanhuan raised his hand, and the starship battleship energy cannons condensed. A giant cannon made of gods was also pushed onto the deck. You dare. Seeing these weapons of war being pushed out, sect master shaking heaven's pupils shrank violently. Boom. Xuanhuan was too lazy to pay attention to him. The divine robbery cannon spewed out the terrifying energy of divine calamity, and the sect of the heaven-shaking sect was smashed to the ground, and the palaces built by the mountains were instantly turned into powder. God robbery. Dozens of lights of divine calamity roared out, and the ancient building and the sect that was like a heaven and a blessed earth were all traces of destruction. The commander of the god of war and the commander of the prison town, two masters of the 7th level of the supreme god, also appeared, coldly watching the sky-shaking sect master. Stop. The heaven-shaking sect master was also frightened. Dao was too domineering. The domineering made him breathless and shouted, I will let them go. Yunqi will take your disciples and grandchildren to lead with them, don't do anything. He was only at the 6th level of the supreme god, and when he saw two supreme gods at the 7th level, and saw the equipment of the battleship, he knew that he would perish in the sect of ignorance. Master Yu, I'll go with you. Yunqi brought his disciples and grandchildren to the Dao battleship. Withdraw the army. Xuanhuan left with the fleet. Sect Master Shattering Heaven looked at the ruined sect, and he wanted to cry without tears. He not only paid the price this time, but also offended Yunqi to death. In the face of Dao's overbearing, he was helpless. These equipments are too shocking, too surprising, a refining technique that I have never seen before. As soon as Yunqi entered the battleship, he was also attracted by the sophisticated and complex instruments inside the starship battleship. With his attainments as a god refiner, he could not understand the structure of a star warship. There are also these giant cannons, which seem to be in a higher dimension. Another refining method, which is different from the way of converting energy in the eternal world, seems to use a power called technology. He had heard of Dao's equipment for a long time, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was a completely different feeling. Yunqi item refiner, Your Majesty takes your safety very seriously. After arriving at Dao, Your Majesty will meet you in person. Now I have to pick up item refiners from other places and come to my Dao safely. Xuanhuan led the fleet to continue to receive those refiners. Hashtag C561, who dares to stop? Boundless Sea. There is a huge city overlooking the past, in the shape of a furnace, burning with raging flames all the time. You really have to give way? There are a large number of strong men gathered in this city at this moment, and the whole city is on alert, guarding against countless strong men who surround them. This city is also a city of artifact refining. The city owner's surname is Su. Knowing that Dao is refining sacred artifacts, he originally wanted to move the whole city to Dao, but some people were unwilling. Several god-level forces surrounded them. Master Suqing, I advise you not to move. Item refining city is good here. You see, we will choose to refine items in item refining city if we have the resources. Life is so comfortable, why do you want to leave? A large number of strong people were besieged, and the meaning was very clear, and Su Qingzhu was not allowed to take the refining city with him. After all, after this walk, there is no one who is proficient in refining in the surrounding land. I'm going to refining city, do I still need your approval? This city Lord Su was a hot-tempered old man, and was very angry that these forces were besieging them. You must know that his item refining city is independent, relying on his own item refining ability, attracting countless item refining masters to gather together, and gradually become the center of several great powers of the gods, not their ministers. What he dreamed of was to make a holy artifact by himself. Now that Dawu has this opportunity, how can he continue to stay here? As soon as you leave, what shall we do? A supreme god looked at them coldly. Wouldn't they know that once Master Suqing left, he wouldn't be able to come back, and the major powers of the gods would have fewer people to help them refine artifacts, which was not what they wanted to see. For Dawu, they also felt a headache. With his own welfare and the news of refining sacred artifacts, he has attracted many refiners. I don't care what you do. If you don't let me go to Dao and refine sacred artifacts, I won't make you feel better. Su Qingzhu was so angry that his whole body's mana exploded. Then let's try. The will of these forces is also very firm, and they want to make the refining city calm, but at the same time, they do not want to offend them too much. Just try it. Covering the sky and traversing the void, the endless fleet suddenly arrived at the item refining city. The huge battleship was difficult to see at a glance. The arrival of the great martial fleet and the huge and ferocious battleships suppressed the momentum of these forces at once. According to His Majesty's order, pick up the refiners. Mighty and mighty, the army came out together, and he drank, the momentum was unparalleled, and there was an invincible confidence in his body. Dao's fleet. Lots of people screamed in shock. The Great Wu fleet, unparalleled in the world, is an army that cannot be formed by the eternal great power empire. Yu Shengguang said, those who dare to detain and block Dao talents are my enemies of Dao, and will be severely hit by Dao dynasty, and all talents who are willing to join Dao will be protected by Dao. Kill, kill, kill. The army roared in unison, shaking the sky and setting off huge waves. Haha, Lord Suqing. Yunqi stood on the battleship and saw Su Qingzhu. Suqing said, Yunqi, you are here too. It seems that you are no longer a guest of the heaven-shaking sect. I did not invite you to join the item refining city that day, and now choose to join the item refining holy land of Dao directly. The Great Wu dynasty, you really want to take the refining city. These forces also turned gloomy and fearful. Dao's reputation is not inferior to that of the Imperial dynasty, and the sensation caused by the flat push of the forbidden area in the east is not afraid of those who have the power of the main god. The great martial army set off. Yu Shengguang didn't talk too much nonsense with them, and just put on a stance. Inside and outside, cooperate with Dao to fight, let's go out. Lord Suqing said irritably. Farewell. There are forces who see Dawu's murderous and aggressive approach, and they are also afraid. How fierce just now, and how fast they run now, this kind of army is simply not something they can face. I'm afraid only the Imperial dynasty can fight against these great armies. Running faster than one. Master Suqing was disdainful. He thought how tough these people would be, but he didn't expect the Dao Legion to come and run away. Master Xuanhuan, get on the battleship and meet your majesty with me. The people from Refining City were taken away. The undercurrent of the eternal world is surging. On the bright side, there may be few forces that will directly deal with Tiao, but there are many people who make trouble secretly. After training, the Shadow-Killing Legion was baptized by the Void Gate, and they also began their battles, staged the Battle of Assassination and Anti-Assassination. Inside the Temple of God. On this day, Xuanhuan sat on the majestic slaughtering throne and saw a group of refiners headed by Su Qing and Yun Qi entering the Xuanwu temple. I have seen your majesty. These refiners looked at the throne of God, the majestic and domineering existence. He controlled great power in every move, such as the rulers of the gods sitting on it. This strong imperial power also made them respectfully salute. Welcome everyone, come to my great martial arts. The holy place of refining is a place for exchange of refining, and all those who join the holy place of refining will be protected by me. Xuanhuan saw so many refiners coming, among them there were 2 or 3 of them, also smiled and made a sound. This is the first to arrive. With the delay of time, countless people have ushered in the holy land of item refining. It is also our luck to come to Tiao. Master Xuanhuan said quickly. In front of Emperor Wu, he did not dare to show his irritable temper. Yes, it is our greatest luck to be able to participate in the refining of holy artifacts. Yun Qi said. On the first day of their arrival in Tiao, they visited the holy place of artifact refining under the leadership of Ouyang Ming. When they saw the magic lock tower, they were shocked. They felt that the treasures they had refined before were just like garbage. They are all clear. When the lock magic tower is promoted to the holy artifact, their refining attainments will also go up a ladder. In Tiao, as long as you contribute, you can get what you want in exchange. Regarding the detailed system, I have printed it as a manual, you can take a good look at it. Xuanhuan raised his hand and asked for the manual to be sent to them. He is also very satisfied that these supreme gods refiners can join the refining of the magic lock tower. And the disciples and grandchildren they brought, that is, the labor force, one by one had to work hard to extract materials for him in exchange for contributions, which greatly alleviated the embarrassing situation of the foundry's shortage of manpower. Contribution can be exchanged for so many things. When they opened the manual, they were also very excited. In particular, they also know that Tiao has a magical secret realm, where there is a peerless energy. After entering it, the speed of cultivation is greatly accelerated, and it can also improve their talents. But that is a place that only those who belong to the Great Wu can enter. They came to Tiao and found that they had no contribution at all. Moreover, I also saw that the treatment of the guest in the holy place of refining is completely different from the welfare treatment of the people who become the casting division and the great martial arts. It all tempted them. #C562 to go abroad. Tiao this time, Xuanhuan had been watching the fate of the dynasty. Now, after the transformation of various resources in the hands of Tiao, many strong men have been born. After the baptism of the emperor's kingdom, countless geniuses have appeared. He saw that the national fortune was huge, like cooking oil on fire, prosperous and prosperous. From all over the territory, a large number of beliefs rolled in all the time, poured into the river of humanity, and gathered in the kingdom of the emperor at the end. He looked at the change and nodded. In the blink of an eye, it was the autumn of the 47th year of Tiao. The news from the extraterritorial exploration fleet. Xuanhuan received a message from an extraterritorial fleet that day. The content of the message is also very simple. During several years of exploration, the fleet discovered other worlds. The extraterritorial fleet, Xuanhuan sent people to explore in the 40 years of Tiao. The purpose was to expand the channels for the dynasty to obtain resources. Don't look at the fact that he got a lot from Xinshan, and he may have destroyed a lot of Shadow Valley and Dongchu Forbidden Land. However, the consumption of a country is also very fast, And if you want to maintain the current speed of development, you need to constantly plunder and replenish. Without resources, development is slow. The vast starry sky outside the territory is a good supplementary channel, but the exploration time is very long, and now after several years, good news has finally come to him. The country is developing steadily now, and there is still some time before the turbulent war. The location of Treasure Map 6 is in the Great World of Nine Serenities. If you don't get it now, it will be difficult to find the location of this treasure when there is chaos. When? Swish! As soon as his body moved, he appeared outside the domain. From outside the realm, looking at the eternal world again, it is a completely different feeling than before. In the past, when he looked at the world, he only felt that it was incomparably huge and boundless, but now he continued to look at it, and he felt the vast and majestic source in the eternal world surging, exuding unparalleled power. That's where my great Wu dynasty is. From outside the domain, Xuanhuan saw the Dao dynasty. The luck was at its peak and it was extremely bright. In his eyes, he saw a splendid tianhe flowing, wrapping the dynasty in it. Kongmi Dao Kuan was swimming beside him, and when it arrived in the starry sky, it was extremely excited, as if a fish had entered the water and was swimming freely. The outer starry sky is the most suitable place for you. Xuanhuan smiled and looked at Kongmi Dao Kuan as happy as a child. Kongmi Dao Kuan grew very fast. Xuanhuan had the gate of the void, baptized it with the power of the void every day, and his strength became stronger and stronger. Whoosh! Kongmi Dao Kuan casts a tyrannical space shuttle and turns into a starry sky beast. The speed is unbelievably fast. At its speed, even the starry sky battleship is far behind it. Void Overlord, so powerful. Pinch the stars with one hand. In the outer starry sky, Xuanhuan saw a crystal bright, diamond-like star, the size of the moon. With the grip of the god of war, he grabbed it with one hand, and immediately held the star with huge mana, and then in an instant, the star was actually crushed, revealing its star core. This star nucleus was crystal clear and was happily swallowed by Kongmi Dao Kuan. Resources outside the territory are indeed abundant. Xuanhuan sat on Kongmi Dao Kuan and looked out of the realm. There are colors like vacuum black holes everywhere, and occasionally you can see some bright stars appearing, but super-large worlds like the eternal world are still very rare and very rare. Navigating abroad is boring. Not to mention the supreme god, that is, the main god, who cannot find where the end of the universe is in his entire life. Therefore, although the ancient 5 emperors have received the news of their return, they still did not appear in the eternal world, mainly because the outer starry sky is too large, and their strength will take a long time. Now, the people in the 5 forbidden areas are also preparing for the return of the 5 emperors. Fortunately, the world discovered by the exploration fleet is not too far from the eternal world. Traveling outside the territory, without a tyrannical cultivation base, is really too long. Under the nourishment of the national fortune in recent years, Kongmi Dao Kuan has become stronger and stronger. The fleet can only sail in a few years. It can catch up with it in a few months. Arrive. Xuanhuan sailed for several months in the outer starry sky, and finally saw the exploration fleet. The exploration fleet is now staying on a dead star. I have seen your majesty. Yuan, the man who was appointed by Xuanhuan as the fleet commander back then, saw his majesty's arrival and hurriedly saluted. Flat body. Xuanhuan looked at the battleship and nodded slightly. In the past few years, with the rapid growth of the country's national strength, the exploration of foreign investment has also increased, and the scale of the fleet is now very large. When Yuan saw Xuanhuan again, he was shaking with excitement. He never dreamed that when he left, the dynasty was only a 7-star dynasty, but now it has become a terrifying 9-star dynasty, and even a tyrannical force like the Imperial dynasty must form an alliance with Dao. As a minister of Dao, he also felt that this was an extremely honorable thing. And the power of the dynasty, the investment in this fleet of him is also very large, so he does not dare to have any dereliction of duty, to let His Majesty see the value of the exploration fleet. It's been hard to explore outside the territory in the past few years. Xuanhuan said. For Dao, don't work hard. Yuan said firmly. Tell me about the situation you explored. Xuanhuan said. It's like this. The scale of the world we have explored is not too large, and it is far less than the eternal world. To be precise, it is not one world, but two worlds. There is a situation where the power of the world is merging. Yuan Dao, the spaces of these two worlds are colliding, and the powerhouses of the two worlds are fighting. Two worlds at war. Xuanhuan became interested. The bigger the world, the more powerful people, and the richer the resources. According to you, these two worlds should belong to small and medium-sized worlds. Although there are many extraterritorial worlds, super-large worlds like the Eternal Great World are very rare. There are not many in the entire starry sky, and more are small and medium-sized worlds. But even the small and medium-sized world has a lot of resources. There are ancient and powerful empires that control some small and medium-sized worlds outside the domain, in addition to their own sphere of influence within the big world. The more small and medium worlds you control, the more resource wealth you have. Such is the background of the Imperial dynasty. Many are not visible on the bright side. Although we have explored these two worlds, we have not dared to expose ourselves, nor have we sent anyone in to explore, so we sent the news back to China, and everything is waiting for His Majesty's arrangement. Yuan Dao. This is his prudence. Xuanhuan chose him as the leader of the fleet because of his prudence. This person is not greedy for merit and does not take credit. In exchange for Hanbo, he has already sent someone in to check, and he can even kill all the fleets. You're doing the right thing. It's good to be cautious when you don't know the specifics. Xuanhuan said, I will go and see these two worlds. #C563 World of Swords. At this moment, the two small and medium-sized worlds exude an extremely strong world power, which seems to be pulling and merging, and the world void is about to merge together. Small and medium world size. After Xuanhuan found it according to the coordinates of the starry sky, he looked at the two worlds from a distance. Although the world in front of them is huge, it is far from the oppression brought by the eternal world, and it is much smaller than the eternal world, and it will not give birth to the miracle of the superlarge world. Each world is roughly the size of a dozen feather god realms. And these two worlds. A world bright. A world is dark. A world where you fully practice kendo? Xuanhuan stepped into that bright world. Although this world cannot be compared with the eternal great world, its vitality is also strong. In the cities, the sculptures of swords are made of swords, and there are no warriors who practice other exercises. The strongest in this world is the Supreme God, a terrifying existence without a main god. Xuanhuan came to this world and made a brief investigation. He turned the gate of the void and hid himself in the void. Even the main god would find it difficult to find his existence. If you want to give birth to the Lord God, a creature that dominates the world, the scale of this small and medium world is not enough, at least it must be very close to the big world. Battle. Xuanhuan saw it. In the middle of the intersection of the two world powers, a terrifying world power is formed. Countless powerhouses from the two worlds flew over with their respective armies. He could see that one world was mainly practicing kendo, while the people in the other world were mainly cultivating magic. Xuanhuan called them the sword world and the demon world. The two worlds are now too close together. And their cultivation methods are different. Naturally, there will be wars to decide who is in charge. The swords of the heavens swing. My sword master, the sky. Everyone in this sword world cultivated a long sword. Under the leadership of the Supreme God, they were neat and tidy, and the sword energy was vertical and horizontal, and they violently slashed towards the strong man in the devil world. Cut demons and eliminate demons. This sword chi spread out, and the damage caused was too strong. The powerhouses of the demon world were swept away, and countless people were immediately wiped out. Kill these sword cultivators and occupy their world. Kill, kill, kill. This world belongs to us. The powerhouses in the demon world were not panicking. They in Sword World had already fought countless wars in order to compete for world dominance. Exorcism. A supreme god sword cultivator, whose cultivation base has reached the 3rd level of supreme god, carries a long sword on his back, and the sword light sweeps down. Li Jiando. There are also peerless powerhouses in the demon world. A supreme god and demon cultivator waved his big hand, covering the sky and the sun, and the countless sword cultivators were caught by him, their bodies turned into mummified corpses and fell, showing supreme magic power. The devil, court death. The eyes of this strong man named Li Jiando were burning with anger, and his sword was very sharp. People in the entire sword world practiced a sword of destiny. The sword chi ripped apart the sky, and the frontal combat power was too strong. Jianguang Tiando. There are peerless sword cultivators with long swords and swords coming, just like peerless sword cultivators. There are also demons who teach demons to destroy the world. This battle was fought for 3 days and nights before it stopped. Then, 10 days later, several battles broke out, and the two sides temporarily retreated to their respective worlds to rest and fight again. The fusion of the power of the two worlds and the power of the world has passed thousands of years. According to my speculation, in another 100 years, they will be completely integrated, and then the two worlds will become one. In the sword world, in a temple, the supreme gods of this world gathered together to discuss major matters. This is not only about the fusion of the world, but also about the future of our world. If we win the battle with that group of demon cultivators, it will be a victory for one world. If we devour the origin of the demon world and refute it to us, our world will become a better place. Powerful. A strong man said, "The world we live in is too small to compare with that kind of big world. Cultivating to the supreme god is already the limit, and there are not enough resources to give birth to an existence above the master god. We must kill those magic cultivators before the power of the two worlds merges, and change the two worlds into a world of swordsmanship. Yes, the fusion of the two worlds may be able to cultivate to the Lord God. Our sword is enough to slay that group of demons." When they were talking, they all looked at a middle-aged man on the main seat who was holding a long sword and closed his eyes and did not speak. This man is called Li Jianqing. His sword intent is the most domineering and extreme, and he is also the strongest in this world. A single sword can cut off the sun, moon, and stars. "My sword is mighty, and my sword is prosperous." Li Jianqing only said 8 words, but it was enough to express his will. The Temple of 10,000 Swords. This group of people was discussing how to deal with the demon world, but they didn't find out at all. There was another person watching them in the void and listening to their words clearly. This Li Jianqing is at the 7th level of the gods, but his sword is so extreme that he can also cut the 8th level of the gods. Xuanhuan was looking at the world with the power of the void in this time and space, and he also found it very interesting. The extraterritorial starry sky has a lot of resources. The sword world is not very far from the eternal world. If you can occupy this world, you can use this place as a transit base and a bridgehead to explore deep outside the territory. Xuanhuan already had a lot of ideas. If you want to gain a foothold outside the domain, you must have a stable foundation. In this sword world, whether it is distance or strength, Xuanhuan is very satisfied. The development of Dao in the eternal world has actually fallen into a bottleneck. Unless it is promoted to the empire, it will be difficult to expand greatly. In the sword world, there are all sword cultivators, which also made him want to create a large army that is entirely dominated by sword cultivators. However, conquering a world is a major event, and even a small and medium-sized world is not that easy. The wars between the two worlds are very frequent. Only 5 days have passed, and the two sides have begun to fight. The battle between the sword cultivator and the magic cultivator. In the battlefield of the two worlds, the extremely deep battlefield, at this time, Xuanhuan was watching the battle between the two worlds with his hands behind him. His state at this moment seems to be dominated by the gods, completely looking down at others to fight. Sword Master Sky. The powerhouses of the sword world formed a sword formation, and even the gods dominated, and an incomparably terrifying long sword slashed down, and the sword light was soaring, hitting everything. The powerhouses of the demon world and the sword world powerhouses have fought countless times, and they are very familiar with their methods. Huh? The sword energy of this sword world? While watching the battle, Xuanhuan keenly felt that a strong world force was turbulent. After the sword energy was shot in all directions, it was absorbed by another force, and then disappeared. The fluctuation is within the origin of the sword world. #C564 Peerless Sword Tire. Kill. The powerhouses of the two small and medium worlds were instantly killed together. But they didn't know that when their war broke out, an invisible existence had penetrated deep into the sword world, directly entering the depths of the origin of a world. Xuanhuan is no stranger to the power of the world, but is quite familiar with it. He also controlled the small world of the Emperor's kingdom, and it was constantly getting bigger and stronger. If it is a super large world like the Eternal World, the terrifying impact will be crowded out. With his current strength, it is still difficult to enter, but this sword world is only small and medium-sized, so it can't stop him. He went straight to the ground with the power of devouring, as if he was exploring an abyss. Wherever the power of devouring goes, the soil and rocks are annihilated and disintegrated. I don't know how deep it was. Xuanhuan's eyes were suddenly dazzling. He suddenly broke through a layer of obstacles, and the infinite sword chi beheaded him, mighty, and a vast river flows in the depths of the origin of the entire sword world. This river is turbulent, with sword energy emitting. It is a long river of sword energy. People in the entire sword world are cultivating swords. The long years and the will of Kendo have also affected the origin of this world. The source of the sword world, the long river transformed by the source energy, is indeed much worse than the source energy of the sacred mountain. Indeed, there is no way to compare these two worlds. What I entered in the eternal world may only be just the tip of the iceberg in the world of Xuanhuan is not the whole. Xuanhuan's hand held up some water of origin. This water is fierce, but analyzing the energy of vitality, it is much worse than the world of Xuanhuan. Like the kingdom of other emperors, it also has the origin of the world, and it turns into water. It is the supreme humane water that condenses the spiritual energy of people and gods. It is most suitable for human warriors. Devouring the origin of other worlds can strengthen the kingdom of the emperor. Xuanhuan's eyes were dazzling. However, in the sword world, he wants to conquer and build a frontier base for Dao outside the territory. It is better not to swallow the origin here. Otherwise, without the source, there is no way to emit majestic energy. Just like a person without blood, there is no vitality. Wow. Covering himself with the power of devouring, Xuanhuan jumped directly into the long river of sword energy. Along this long river, Xuanhuan sensed the place where the sword energy was the strongest, and soon saw a group of extremely strong sword light in front of him, wrapping what looked like a huge egg, the core of this world. The change is here. He opened the world with one palm and entered this core. As soon as he entered, the sword chi danced to the limit, and the infinite sword light condensed into one after another flying sword, flying vertically and horizontally. The monstrous and terrifying power could kill a supreme god at will. It is also difficult for the main god to come to the core of a world. But Xuanhuan is different. He himself controls a kingdom of emperors, and he has a big swallowing technique, which devours and transforms all energy. This is. Xuanhuan suddenly looked ahead, his eyes changed drastically. He saw that there was a long sword in the sword Chanha. The long sword has not been refined by any traces of human beings. There are many sword marks on it. It is the scouring of the power of the source, the traces of nature. This is the original divine artifact that exists in the sword world. Xuanhuan knew that this sword embryo had been nourished by sword energy for countless thousands of years, and it was extremely terrifying. How precious is the original divine artifact nurtured in a world? Although this sword world is only a small and medium-sized world, the body of this sword body is also the top Imperial artifact. Peerless sword embryo. Xuanhuan moved. Not every world can breed original artifacts, and he didn't feel it in the world like the devil, and the super-large world like the eternal world contains the original artifacts, and if the Lord God dares to go in and take it, he will surely die. He was lucky this time. Come on. His big hand grabbed the peerless sword embryo directly. This grab caused a strong turmoil in the origin of the sword world. The infinite sword light condensed, and the will of a world suddenly flew up and slashed at Xuanhuan. Unite the power of one world to kill Xuanhuan, and the master of the 7th or 8th level of the gods will also die. But Xuanhuan's face didn't change at all. He held the emperor sword in his hand, and with a light blow, the peerless sword embryo was knocked out, and a whining sound was heard. The human sovereign sword is a supreme artifact, and it is also an extremely special supreme artifact. His big hand grabbed hard at this time. The peerless sword embryo erupted with endless cutting sword light, trying to smash through Xuanhuan, but Xuanhuan's hand was like the sky, boundless. No matter how the sword fetus struggled, he couldn't break free from his big hand, but instead was caught tightly. Outside world. Boom. The sword world is turbulent inside, and the vitality of the whole world is running wild. All the fighting powerhouses saw this scene, and their faces changed dramatically. What happened? The world is in turmoil. Have the two worlds truly merged? Impossible, it's not so fast. This wave of fluctuations occurred from the very depths of the sword world. The war stopped in an instant, and the powerhouses in the demon world also sensed this change and knew that a big change had occurred in the sword world, but they couldn't understand it for a while. The sword world is turbulent, you see their vitality is running wild, maybe this is a good opportunity for us to directly enter. Those demonic giants communicated with each other. They also want to turn the sword world into a larger demon world. Don't move for a while, maybe they have ambushed a trap and want to kill us in one fell swoop. Although the number of strong swordsmen in the sword world is not as good as ours, the attack power of these sword cultivators is very terrifying, especially that Li Jianqing, even our strongest demon. Zundu is very jealous of him. In terms of the number of powerhouses, there are many more demon worlds than sword worlds. But in terms of combat power, one sword cultivator can kill several demon cultivators. This group of people has practiced swords since they were young, and they have cultivated very powerfully with a natal sword. The turmoil in the sword world is still continuing, and there are more and more violent shocks. The earth map is shaking, a big earthquake has occurred, and rivers have seeped out from the ground. This is. Yu Zhishan was shocked and said, the long river of sword energy flowing in the depths of the world, the water of the source, my God, something has changed and the source has flowed. Could it be that the source is shaking? Is it threatened? Could it be that those demon cultivators did it? Impossible. As the strongest person in this world, Li Jianqing affirmed, it's definitely not what they did. They don't have the ability yet. Continuing turmoil in the world is not a good thing for us. I will go deep into the core of the world and see what happened. The core of the world is so chaotic, it's best not to go in. If you have an accident, how will you fight against that demon lord? There's no other way, I have to see what changes the world has done. Just as Li Jianqing was about to enter, a sword chi exploded and flew everywhere. In that surging energy, they actually saw a person holding something in his hand, appearing there. Hashtag C565 These two worlds. In the sword energy, a supreme and magnificent aura shocked, and a stalwart figure appeared here. As soon as he appeared, the minds of the powerhouses in the two worlds were severely shocked. The aura of this man made them dare not even look directly. There seemed to be countless voices in their hearts saying surrender and surrender. That is. Li Jianqing's sword eyes were sharp, and he was shocked, the original gods born in our world. Hearing this, people from both worlds looked at the peerless sword embryo in Xuanhuan's hands, and their eyes flashed with disbelief. The turmoil in the sword world must have been brought about by this person when he took the original divine artifact. This kind of strength, they dare not imagine. Who are you? The powerhouses of the two worlds are still fighting bloody battles, but at this moment, with the appearance of Xuanhuan and giving up the war, there is a faint alliance. This person is definitely not an ordinary powerhouse, but an emperor who controls all living beings. I, the Lord of Great Martial Arts. Xuanhuan waved the peerless sword light, booming, an earthquake occurred in the whole big world, and the sword energy surged and washed away violently. Surrender and submit to me, become my subject, and the subject of great martial arts. Xuanhuan's words are the imperial decree, the words of heaven, and cannot be changed. The overbearing emperors will also shrouded this group of people at this time. These two worlds are very important to Dawu, and he wants the base in the extraterritorial starry sky. Dawu? It's not the force here, maybe it's a tyrannical force in a superlarge world. The majesty in front of me is too powerful, more terrifying than our strongest demon master. He actually wants us to surrender? How is this possible? These people's thoughts suddenly communicated frantically. Xuanhuan's power was too strong. Although there was only one person, they were so oppressed that they couldn't breathe. I won't give you too much time to think about it. Xuanhuan held the peerless sword embryo tightly, as if he was holding the lifeblood of the people in the sword world. This is a divine artifact born in their world, but now it is in Xuanhuan's hands, making their faces very ugly. Li Jianqing's sword intent was to save, but he was still not sure that he would be able to do it. How to do? The fact that this great martial master can go deep into the depths of the world and obtain the original divine artifact means that his strength is superior to us. He wants to make our whole world surrender. How can he resist? Sword world powerhouses were furious. Although there were so many people, they had no confidence in the face of such powerhouses. Their eyes all turned to Li Jianqing. Haha, Your Majesty, we won't mix here, let's say goodbye today. In the demon world, a demonic demon with a strong sense of energy opened his mouth. He is called Kongming Demon Venerable, and he is the most powerful person in the demon world. In fact, there was originally a supreme god and demon in the demon world, who opened up one demon gate and fought each other. Because of the sword world, they formed an alliance and were led by Kongming Demon. Although this Kongming Demon Venerable is greedy for the peerless sword embryo in Xuanhuan's hands. But I know better that a person who can obtain a fetish from the depths of a world is not something he can afford, and it is the best policy. With his eightfold cultivation, it doesn't matter if he leaves this demon world. He rose into the sky, gave up the demon sect alliance, and ran away alone. Kongming Demon Venerable ran away. He ran away. He was afraid of the great martial master, and he didn't even want the alliance. He has abandoned us. The demon world powerhouse screamed in anger. Grip of the god of war. Seeing Demon Venerable Kongming fleeing, Xuanhuan's face did not fluctuate. He suddenly grabbed his palm out, his mana solidified, and a supreme smashed the void. In an instant, he grabbed Demon Venerable Kongming and locked the void, leaving him without runaway. Damn! Demon Venerable Kongming saw that the great hand of the Supreme God was grabbing him, and roared back. Boom! Supreme's big hand clapped down, Kongming Demon Venerable screamed, and his whole person was shot and fell, and everyone was torn apart, and it was extremely tragic. How is this possible? Even the Demon Venerable of the 8th layer of God, can't bear the power of your palm. Demon Venerable Kongming roared mournfully. Chuyuan's blow was unstoppable, as if the power of a world had slapped him, and the mythical blow condensed by the belief in the infinite national destiny easily shattered his counterattack. Can't be caught by him. Demon Venerable Kongming was extremely frightened, and his body was about to turn into nothingness. Obviously, he had to pay a great price for this forbidden technique. Void magic. When the demon world powerhouse saw Kongming Demon Venerable turn into nothingness, he exclaimed in surprise, "This void magic is the most powerful means of Kongming Demon Venerable, obtained from an ancient great world." With this move, Li Jiangqingyi, even a single sword after sublimation, can't help him. Eternal exile. But Chuyuan's aura alone overwhelmed the audience, with a peerless elegance and a peerless hero. He stood in the void, his eyes pierced through the eternal nothingness. A force was not chasing after Kongming Demon Venerable, but opened up a void of eternal exile, and banished the air of nothingness into it. Unleashing eternal banishment with the void gate, the power is simply unbelievable. Escaped. Demon Venerable Kongming breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes saw a dark space, without a single light or light, a space with no way out. Where am I? Demon Venerable Kongming thought that he had escaped, but when he reacted, he knew that he had entered a larger cage, and his face was contorted into a ball because of it. Hand of the Supreme. The glorious light of glory suddenly illuminated this exiled space. The sky was spinning, and Demon Venerable Kongming was horrified to see that a radiant existence was looking at him coldly, as if the ruler of the gods slaughtered him with a heavy palm. He tried his best to resist, but he was still slapped by this big hand and shook out of the void. Kongming Demon Venerable didn't even escape. Oh my god, how could it be so powerful that the strongest Kongming Demon Venerable has no resistance in his hands, and how powerful is his cultivation base? Run, it'll be too late if you don't run. The defeat of Kongming Demon Venerable frightened the group to the core of their horror. I see who dares to run. Chuyuan said indifferently. He attacked at will with a peerless sword embryo, and suddenly the sword gas turned into a long river, breaking the void, and oppressing the group of people back. None of them dared to cross this long river. Knowing that this long river is the line of life and death, there is no doubt that if you cross it, you will die. Your Majesty, let us go. This group of demon cultivators trembled with fear, and they all begged for mercy in the face of the strongest. Your Majesty, do you insist that I submit to you? Demon Venerable Kongming gritted his teeth, trembling all over his body, but he didn't dare to utter a word of resentment in his mouth. I give you two paths, surrender or die. Chuyuan came to Kongming Demon Venerable with the power of the void, looked down at him, and grabbed one at him. When my hand fell, you haven't made a choice, and I will make a choice for you. #C566 give you new life. Submit. I choose to surrender. The choice of life and death, the great oppression of Chuyuan. The unstoppable power made Demon Venerable Kongming roar when his heart was about to collapse, made a choice, and roared, Great Majesty, don't kill me, I am willing to surrender to you, with all the forces under my command. It is not easy to cultivate to the 8th level of the Supreme God in a small and medium-sized world. Kongming Demon Venerable just wants to live. When you die, you really have nothing left, even if you linger on and live. Your Majesty, if any of these demon venerables dare to resist, I will kill them for you. As soon as the choice was made, Demon Venerable Kongming's fierce gaze immediately stared at the other powerhouses in the demon world. Kongming Demon Venerable surrendered. The demon venerables of the demon sect were also frightened. With the surrender of Kongming Demon Venerable, the other demon venerables also know that they are powerless to return to heaven. They are all demon cultivators. They do things unscrupulously. The supreme gods of the entire demon world chose to surrender to Xuanhuan, and they brought the power of a world into their command. This group of demon venerables took refuge so easily. Damn, the devil is the devil. Now that this group of devils have voted for the Lord of Great Martial Arts, they can mobilize the power of a world to kill us. What should we do? The Lord of the Great Martial Arts has control over the source artifacts and can mobilize the power of the source of our world. The sword world also panicked. If Xuanhuan hadn't gotten the peerless sword embryo, they would never have been so flustered. Everything obeys His Majesty's orders. The faces of this group of demon venerables became very fast, and they handed over their soul beliefs to Xuanhuan, and those who knew the times were Junjie, so they could live longer, knowing that they could not get rid of Xuanhuan's control now. What about you? Xuanhuan looked at the people in Sword World. Sword Master Starry Sky. Li Jianqing, who had been forbearing and kept silent, suddenly slashed out a sword. His sword intent dominates the starry sky, and a burst of sword energy erupts, the lore sword condensed by exhausting all the strength of the whole body, with the strongest destructive power of Jianxiu, for his final resistance sword. This group of sword cultivators really has a lot of potential. Xuanhuan also has some appreciation. Instant brilliance. Xuanhuan held the peerless sword tire, and with a brilliant strike in an instant, the most dazzling force swept across the sky, and collided directly with Li Jianqing's sword energy. Boom! Although his sword chi was powerful, when he encountered Xuanhuan's power, it collapsed in mid-air, and the sword chi was scattered. My sword is not his sword. However, this sword is not the end, only the beginning. Li Jianqing also burst out with a stronger sword. This was his ultimate move. Suddenly, in the scattered sword energy, he appeared out of thin air, holding his divine sword in his hand, shattering all magic, and slashing the sky with his sword. The sword of the sky, the sword cuts the sky. The power of this sword made the demon lord Kongming's complexion change. Li Jianqing's comprehension of the sword has reached an unimaginable level, even to the point of being a master. However, Xuanhuan acted calmly in response to the sword. He lifted the peerless sword tire, lightly, and collided with the sword light. Click! Like a collision, like a yuan point, Li Jianqing's sword could not be cut down. He was horrified to discover that after his divine sword touched the peerless sword tire, cracks appeared and it could not withstand the power of the original divine weapon. The sword shattered, shards scattered. Isn't that okay? Li Jianqing was bitter. The sword he had been brewing for a long time before erupted, but he didn't even shake it, and said with a sullen expression, I am defeated, my sword is undefeated. Li Jianqing was defeated easily. The powerhouses of the sword world also seemed to see an invincible legend collapsed in their hearts. Li Jianqing has always been a legend in the sword world. Today, he was defeated easily, helplessly, and without any means. Li Jianqing, you have already lost, surrender to our majesty. Demon Venerable Kongming forced a roar. The people in the sword world didn't know what to do, and they all looked at the swordsmen who were in the realm of the gods. Is there any other choice? Li Jianqing didn't show the kind of hideousness that he was desperate to die and would not surrender. On the contrary, he was extremely calm at this moment. His sword was destroyed, and he couldn't shake the majesty in front of him, that is, he lost completely, which was equivalent to his heart dying. I'm willing to take refuge, but I only have one request, it's a plea, I hope your majesty will not anger the creatures of our world. He knew that when Xuanhuan mastered the peerless sword embryo, he controlled the lifeline of the entire sword world. He mobilized the vitality of a world. With the peerless sword embryo, he could mobilize boundless power in this world. With a single wave of his hand, he can create boundless disasters. What does he have to resist? He could see even more that His Majesty in front of him was not a soft-hearted person. If he continued to resist his will, the entire sword world would be bloodily cleaned. Emperor, I am afraid he is the most ruthless and most affectionate existence in this world. You can be kind to your own people and love your people like a son, but you can't even blink an eye when you clean up a world with blood. Seeing that Li Jianqing gave up his stubborn resistance, the swordsmen of this world also looked at each other, lowered their heads, and began to salute. With the peerless sword embryo in hand, Xuanhuan is actually equivalent to the Lord of the world. Their resistance is to resist the will of the Lord of the world and go against the world in which they live. I didn't expect that after fighting with you for so many years, in the end, all of them surrendered to His Majesty's command. Demon Venerable Kongming also sighed that the war that could not end for thousands of years ended in a short period of time, and became a powerful person with the other party. You didn't win, and we didn't win either. We lost completely. Li Jianqing said. The origin of the two worlds is attracting each other, swallowing and strengthening each other. Now we are in the fusion period of two space barriers. The war between these two worlds will stop immediately from this moment, all previous rules will be abolished, and the laws of Dao will be implemented. Xuanhuan said, soon, I will send people from the Imperial court to take over the transformation, and both realms will become the transit base for the Imperial dynasty to explore outside the territory. Everything obeys His Majesty's orders. Kongming Demon Venerable said respectfully, what Your Majesty says, we will do it. This group of demon cultivators is still very useful. Li Jianqing. Xuanhuan suddenly looked at Li Jianqing. His Majesty. Li Jianqing was shocked. Your sword is ruined, I gave you the sword embryo bred in the sword world, and gave you a new life. This sword is your sword, and I gave it to you. Xuanhuan flicked his fingers and let the peerless sword embryo suspend in front of Li Jianqing. Everyone saw that Xuanhuan directly rewarded the peerless sword embryo, and his pupils were also dilated, as if he did not believe it. In the face of such a peerless treasure, the Majesty in front of him said he gave it and gave it. Li Jianqing was stunned. How could he, a failed person, get such a powerful thing? What is Your Majesty thinking? #C567 The Demise of the World. Don't take it yet? Xuanhuan has an emperor sword, so he doesn't need it. Moreover, the peerless sword embryo is a world for a long time, countless people practice swords, and the will of Kendo influences the origin. It is most suitable for sword cultivators, and only sword cultivators can fully exert its power. Xuanhuan is not a sword cultivator, he is an emperor who controls countless lives and deaths. Dedicate allegiance to His Majesty. Li Jianqing woke up, trembling, and took the peerless sword embryo. With this sword embryo, he can recast it into the original sword that suits him, absorb the sword intent, and even have the possibility of becoming the main god. The Lord God, the God who dominates the heavens and the earth, this is the realm that many people dream of and want to cultivate too. Demon Venerable Kongming is also very envious, and at the same time secretly marvels at His Majesty's atmosphere, so the divine creature will reward it if it is said to be rewarded. What if you did great work yourself? There will also be great rewards. I come from the eternal world, and the foundation of the dynasty is also in the eternal world. You two worlds don't understand the system of our great martial arts, and the Imperial court will soon send people to build it. The strong in the sword world can create a special army, focusing on building a sword army, based on sword cultivation. The powerhouses of the demon world can be absorbed into the various legions of Dao to supplement their combat power. He has already thought of such a picture. Countless pure sword cultivators on the battlefield at the same time display sword skills. The sword light is vertical and horizontal, the sword energy is long, how dazzling and vast. Everything obeys His Majesty's orders. The powerhouses of both worlds know that the sky has changed. You return to Dao, and by the way, notify Yuan to come over. After returning to Dao, let someone quickly send someone over to take over the two worlds. and let the casting division send its own people to build a teleportation array leading to these two worlds. Xuanhuan instructed Komi Dao Kuan to let the fastest it report the news. Soon, Yuan led the fleet and learned that His Majesty had conquered the two worlds, and his heart was even more revered. Is this the battleship of the Great Wu Dynasty? Demon Venerable Kongming has also been to other great worlds. But I have never seen such a battleship, and I really want to go to the Eternal World to see the real foundation of the dynasty. Now, with this foundation, Xuanhuan can do things better. This place is built as a transfer station. When exploring the outer starry sky, you can first come to these two worlds to replenish and cultivate. All resources from outside the domain are transferred from here, and it is also the bridgehead for Dao to contact other worlds outside the domain. It can be seen that in a short period of time, many buildings similar to Dao style were built. The formation of belief in the gods has also been built, infiltrating all aspects of Dao. Transforming a world is not a matter of a moment and a half. I can't stay here for a long time. I stay here and develop slowly. My purpose is to go to the great world of Jiuyou and find that divine fire. Xuanhuan said, Li Jianqing, Kongming selects the elites and accompanies me to the great world of 9 serenities. This time, the two worlds were conquered, and it was pure surprise. A battleship sailed in the dead starry sky. In order to save time, Xuanhuan did not hesitate to use the most precious source of divine stone to drive this voyage, to activate the fastest speed of the battleship, allowing the battleship to quickly shuttle in the depths of the void, turning into a rainbow of nothingness, and the stars were quickly passing by. This speed is too fast, which is equivalent to using the means of void shifting and jumping all the time. The 9 netherworld is coming soon. Continue in the outer starry sky. Fortunately, the Jiuyou Great World is not that far away from the Sword World. Your Majesty, this is the Sea of Meteorites, which is very long. If a supreme god wants to pass through, it will take 5 days to move the starry sky. And there are many dangers in the Sea of Meteorites. Several huge worlds. Demon Venerable Kongming has traveled outside the domain many times, and he knows the situation better than Xuanhuan. Crossing the meteorite sea, you will arrive at the great world of 9 serenities. Xuanhuan knew that super-large worlds are also very rare in the outer starry sky, with a very large area, very vast, and countless resources. Through the screen of the battleship, he saw that in the dark and boundless void ahead, there were huge meteorites everywhere, as if countless stars had collided and exploded with each other. The battleship shuttled, bombarding beams of light, smashing the meteorites that blocked the way. Be careful, Your Majesty, there is a big world that has already gone to ruin, collapsed to the end, and the interior space is very violent. The most powerful people who enter this world of destruction must be careful. Empty underworld demon Venerable Dao. Extremely far ahead, the infinite void collapsed in what seemed to be a funnel-like shape. Experts can see that the void there forms a Jedi like a black hole, and other places are densely packed with meteorites. But here, not a single meteorite was seen, and it was swallowed by the black hole. This black hole has become bigger again. It wasn't this big before. Demon Venerable Kongming said, if this continues, perhaps this sea of meteorites will cease to exist in thousands of years. It's 1,000 miles away. It will take a few more months to get around to the great world of 9 netherworld, and I am also very interested in a world that is going to perish. Xuanhuan looked at the world, which was much larger than Sword World, but far less than the Eternal World. Rush in. Immediately, the battleship was enveloped by a beam of energy, and under the control of Xuanhuan, it crashed directly into this world. Boom! The two forces were fiercely rubbing against each other, creating a terrifying conflict. Even the Supreme God would not forcefully enter a world that was under destruction in this way. Only the Supreme God could ignore this danger at will. The starship battleship is now made of precious divine gold obtained in the world of Xuanhuan, and its defensive power is amazing. After rushing into this world, Xuanhuan saw what is called destruction. He saw that there was no bright color in the whole world, it was extremely dim, filled with the aura of doomsday decay, and there was no spiritual energy. There are cracks in the sky, and cracks are also torn out in the ground. Thunder and fire, volcanic eruptions, black sea water roar, earthquakes are everywhere, and we have entered the real apocalypse. A world has come to an end, and it is no longer possible for people to continue to practice and survive. Xuanhuan appeared from the battleship, and with the power of devouring, any terrifying fluctuations disappeared strangely in front of him. This world is extremely old. Before I practiced, I saw records that a world, from breeding to prosperity, to destruction, is actually the same as a monk, but their time is longer, but the final fate going to destruction. Li Jianqing also appeared, only by continuous cultivation can we survive in the world. Yeah, when both the heaven and the earth are destroyed, even if the heaven and the earth have the same lifespan, the heaven and the earth will die if they are destroyed. Only by transcending this world, creating a heaven and being the master of the heaven, may it be possible to survive in the world forever. Xuanhuan's kingdom of emperors has become a small world, and he can feel the changes in this world even more. A world like the eternal great world, although it has gone through several ancient times, is still in its heyday, because it is still expanding and growing, and when it will not expand, it is the sign of the eternal great world entering the end stage. But it was unimaginably long. What is it like in the depths of the origin of this world that is heading for destruction? Xuanhuan had seen many deaths of living beings, but he had never seen the demise of this world. At this moment, he suddenly moved and entered the depths of the world along the cracks in the ground. Your Majesty has entered the depths of the world. Demon Venerable Kongming was shocked. Go, follow in His Majesty's footsteps, let's go over and take a look. Li Jianqing's endless sword energy immediately followed. #C5689 The Great World. When a world comes to the end of its life and is destroyed, flowers bloom and fall, and it reaches the cycle of destruction. He came to the depths of the origin of this world. This place is full of decay, death, decay. All kinds of breaths that are not suitable for the existence of living beings. In front of him, this place was supposed to be a place full of divine power, and the power of the source was flowing everywhere, but what I saw in front of me was that the river-like cracks had dried up, and I couldn't see the slightest source of power. Without the power of the source, it is impossible to support the operation of a huge world. Here is like a person who has run out of oil, the rest is already the corpse of a world, no more oil can be squeezed out, and he can only wait for the changes of the years to completely collapse and destroy. Destroyed world. Xuanhuan sighed. His kingdom of emperors is also expanding and growing, that is because Xuanhuan continues to acquire resources with the power of a dynasty, supplementing the power of this world. If there is no supplement of strength, it will also fall into this end. Faith, the source, is the most needed power in the kingdom of the emperor. The cycle of a world. In an instant, Xuanhuan thought of a lot. Let's go, this world has no value. Xuanhuan shook his head. However, when he left this world, the battleship stayed here, and only took Li Jianqing, Kongming Demon Venerable and a few other masters to the great world of Joyo. The starship battleship is too eye-catching, and rushing into a world of the level of the Joyo Great World will cause shocks. Time cannot be wasted on the road. Door to the void. The infinite void was opened, as if the portal had been opened. Xuanhuan used tremendous mana to shuttle at the fastest speed with the gate of the void, and the speed reached an incredible, almost miraculous state. Moved directly in the void. The fetish controlled by His Majesty. The void demon is shocked. This speed is too fast, even if it is the main god. Your Majesty cannot speculate. Li Jianqing also felt more and more that Xuanhuan was unfathomable. After moving an infinite distance, the 9th netherworld has finally arrived. At this moment, he has seen the existence of the nine netherworld. In an extremely distant place, there is an incomparably huge world. Like the eternal Great World, this Nine Serenity Great World also belongs to the super-large world scale. Outside the big world, an extremely thick crystal wall is also shrouded, but the crystal wall of the eternal world is bright everywhere, and there are eternal bright colors everywhere. But this nine netherworld is a bit different. The divine light was gloomy, with some colors similar to dark gold, conveying a completely different look. Outside the big world, Xuanhuan also saw a lot of spaceships appearing, and many masters entered and appeared in the Jiuyou Great World with their own mana. One after another light beams also impacted from the crystal wall one after another. Big world. The world we exist in is like an egg in front of the scale, it cannot be compared. Li Jianqing was shocked. Yeah, their sword world is too small and resource poor. We enter the nine netherworld. Xuanhuan was ready to feel where the treasure of Treasure Map 6 was located. With their cultivation, there is no obstacle to entering a world, and there are many people entering and leaving the great world of Nine Netherworld. As long as they do not deliberately display their cultivation, they will not cause any alarm. Different divine aura. From the extremely high sky, Xuanhuan saw that the Nine Netherworld was also very prosperous, with densely populated cities and strong people like rain. The mountains, rivers, and vegetation here are relatively deep, and there is no bright and gorgeous color. Even the entire sky is a deep color. Countless stars are sealed in the crystal wall, bringing light to the world. Every big world has a different style. Xuanhuan was not surprised. Your Majesty, what is the purpose of our visit to the great world of Nine Netherworld, and what should we do? Li Jianqing was at a loss at this moment. He was a pure sword cultivator. Su Dao in the army of gods was just like him. He only knew how to practice. Listen to your Majesty. In contrast, Kongming Demon Venerable is much smoother. I do have a lot of plans right now. When Xuanhuan arrived here, he did have a lot of ideas in his heart. It was not just as simple as getting the treasure. He said, first understand the specific situation of this world and how the forces are distributed, so that we can deal with it. Your Majesty, leave these things to me. Empty underworld demon Venerable Dao. He went out for a while, then came back soon, and said, Your Majesty, I just caught some strong men in this world and searched their souls, and I have learned something about the situation here. There is only one huge power in this world, called the Nine Yu Empire. What's interesting is that the Majesty of the Nine Yu Empire is a woman, the Empress of the Nine Yus. Empty underworld demon Venerable Dao. Jiuyou Empire, Jiuyou Empress. Xuanhuan's face was interesting. The eternal great world, the nations competing for hegemony, the empires, the holy places, the major religions, and now the imperial dynasty of the 5 emperors is about to set off a big war, which is very chaotic. And the great world of Nine Netherworld is a unified world, there is only one empire of Nine Netherworld, and there are no other sects. The difference between division and unification. Empress Jiuyou. Xuanhuan said silently. However, I also learned that although there is only one Jiuyou imperial dynasty in the great world of Nine Netherworld, it is not as harmonious as I imagined. There is one imperial capital, 9 holy cities, and the imperial capital of Jiuyou where the empress sits. Demon Venerable Kongming continued, besides, there are 9 holy cities, representing the 9 Nether Empire, apart from the 9 most powerful forces in the imperial capital. All of them are equivalent to the size of an empire, and they all want to be the 9 Nether World. The Emperor. Xuanhuan is in charge of a country, he knows. The Empress Jiuyou is the strongest in the world, and there is also the existence of the 9 holy lords under her command. Each of the 9 holy cities is a country of its own, not as good as the 9 Serenity Empress. But Empress Jiuyou couldn't completely overthrow the 9 holy cities, so she allowed 9 huge vassal states to exist in her empire. The 9 great holy cities also knew that they could not overthrow the empress. Although they were planning some small moves, they did not dare to compete with the majesty of the empress. There are hidden dangers in such a system. Xuanhuan is very clear that if the country cannot achieve complete unity, it will be very fragile. If there are such princes and princes in his great army, he will not let it go, and the will of the country must be unified. However, on the bright side, there is only one empire in the 9 nether world, and the 9 nether holy cities cannot really resist the 9 nether queen. Since it is a unified world, some plans cannot be implemented, and other means must be implemented. Xuanhuan now has to make plans according to the situation in the 9 nether world. The imperial capital of Joyo is in the center of the great world of Joyo, and the treasure location is also in the imperial capital. Xuanhuan is also quite interested in the imperial capital of the 9U Empire. After all, this is the imperial capital of a world, the core of the entire world. #C569 Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce. Joyo Imperial Capital. The most majestic and prosperous imperial capital in this super-large world, Xuanhuan, has finally arrived. An incomparably magnificent giant city, slammed by divine light, shrouded in endless national fortunes, everywhere is the deep color of God, and the atmosphere is myriad, directly suppressing the fortunes of the entire 9 secluded world. It is huge and unimaginable. The city is shocking at first glance. But Xuanhuan is proficient in the way of the void. He has seen that in the imperial capital, there are layers of worlds, layer by layer, each place contains powerful restrictions, and the Lord God does not dare to be presumptuous in an imperial capital. Majestic indeed. Xuanhuan also knew something about the 9 netherworld. That female emperor, a peerless figure, created the 9 Serenity Empire with her own strength and unified the imperial dynasty. Although there are still some flaws, it is enough to show her terrible horror. Moreover, the luck of the entire Joyo Empire is constantly rising. Your Majesty has disappeared. Kongming Demon Venerable saw Xuanhuan suddenly disappear. Found it. The treasure location of Treasure Map 6 is in the sky of the Joyo Imperial Capital. He directly opened the cave with the treasure map, and saw a group of crystal walls of the same color as the Joyo Great World. Deep and full of magic. Joyo Divine Fire contains the Joyo Divine Prison, dark and deep, and the ultimate power of the fire. Let the Buddha Divine Fire devour this group of Joyo Xuanhua. Xuanhuan felt that the power of the Buddha's Xuanhua increased again. He blew it out in one breath, landed on a supreme god, and burned into ashes in an instant. It is good. Although he found Joyo Xuanhua, Xuanhuan did not intend to leave immediately. It is not easy to come to the great world of 9 netherworld. Seeing the prosperous scene of this world, plans emerge in his heart one by one. Have a taste of the style of this imperial capital. Xuanhuan looked at the imperial capital and walked in directly from the huge city gate. There are no guards at the city gate, and it also shows that the female emperor is not worried at all, and someone dares to make trouble in the imperial capital. The incomparably spectacular imperial capital. After entering, there are people everywhere, the crowd is turbulent, the traffic is busy, and the entire imperial capital can have an aura belonging to the origin at will, and every street is paved with divine veins. In other words, the emperors are all built under countless divine veins. Cultivation Holy Land. This is the best place to practice in the 9 Serenity world. And there are countless masters in the city, but they are very orderly, and no one dares to make trouble here. After all, it is the capital of a country, the place with the most strict order, and everything here must pay attention to the rules. The strong are like clouds. Xuanhuan nodded. He looked up and saw a scene in his eyes that ordinary people could not see. The incomparably majestic and vast national fortune was surging like a frenzy in the sea. In the national fortune, there was a vague figure, that is a domineering woman with peerless elegance, as if holding a divine lotus, suppressing the power of a world. The Nine Nether Empress. Condensing the strength of the belief in the national destiny to practice. He walked in the Joyo imperial capital, completely admiring and observing, and remembered the layout of this imperial capital. This big world is very rich in resources. Xuanhuan praised. The eternal world is extremely rich in resources. However, countries are fighting in chaos, and there is no unified force, so various resources are scattered and cannot be exploited in a unified way, so they can really be used for their own use. Joyo Great World is different. Empress Joyo ordered, and other 9 cities must obey, and Jedi in various worlds can also organize forces to explore together. This is the benefit of a unified empire. But who can call the emperor emperor, who wants to be ruled by others, just like Xuanhuan? He is definitely not willing to hand over his country and obey the orders of the 5 emperors. Demon Venerable Kongming and Li Jianqing followed, not daring to ask anything. Soon Xuanhuan came to an extremely prosperous street. There are many shops here, doing various businesses, restaurants, medicinal herbs, magic weapons, and practice secret rooms. It is a place where people gather in the imperial capital. It's good here, Kongming, by this street. Xuanhuan said suddenly. By a street? Demon Venerable Kongming was stunned. Your Majesty wants to do business here? Open a chamber of commerce to obtain the resources of Joyo Great World in another way. Xuanhuan said lightly, in troubled times, there are laws in troubled times, and in prosperous times, there are laws in prosperous times. There are too many resources in Joyo Great World, and Xuanhuan is walking in the imperial capital to check the resources. If Joyo Great World is in troubled times, he will choose the way of subduing the supporting forces and get the resources of this world, but this world is different. If he dares to support the forces, he will immediately be beaten to death by the power of the empire. Then, another way. Demon Venerable Kongming didn't dare to ask any more questions, so he went to do it immediately. The imperial capital was rich in land, but with Xuanhuan's wealth, he still bought a street with the temptation that others could not resist. At the time of the Chamber of Commerce, Kongming and a puppet of Zhen were in charge here. Xuanhuan did not stay in the great world of Joyo, but left, returned to the outside world, and exiled himself into the eternal void, leaving only his own will, attached to the temple of the starry sky. The fate of this world is controlled by the 9U Empire, and it is impossible for him to put himself in a dangerous situation. What Xuanhuan wants to do is to control behind the scenes. Have you heard? Just a few days ago, a street in Dongqing district was suddenly acquired and completely remodeled. I heard that the street has been replaced with a new sign, and it will open tomorrow. They specialize in selling medicine pills. It seems that it is not the forces of the 9U Empire, but the chambers of commerce from other worlds. If it's selling medicinal herbs, we'll go and see it. A huge street was transformed into a place dedicated to selling medicinal pills, which also alarmed the warriors in the imperial capital. After all, medicinal pills are something that everyone is scarce, and no one will think too much. Shenwu Chamber of Commerce. This is the business that Xuanhuan opened after buying the entire street. He first bought an entire street, opened a chamber of commerce, mainly selling medicinal pills, and started Dao's channel to obtain resources in the great world of Joyo. In the eternal world, although the Chamber of Commerce managed by Xuanhuan ordered Ji Fuling to expand in various countries, it specializes in the business of acquiring resources. But after all, Dao's reputation is too loud in the eternal world, and some people are unwilling to do his business. Joyo Great World is different, he can open it freely. First build a reputation, then acquire all kinds of resources in this world, take this world's magic medicine, refine it into elixir, buy it back, and gradually take advantage of the Taidan furnace to control the circulation of this world's elixir. His Chamber of Commerce is in this world, only doing business and not involved in the internal affairs of this world. No one can resist the temptation of medicinal pills. Even if the forces of the 9U Empire want to develop, they must buy medicinal pills from various channels. Xuanhuan's current focus is all in the eternal Great World. He regards the 9 Serenity Great World as a source of resources. Even if the people in this great world reject his Chamber of Commerce, he doesn't care. Right now, the establishment of the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce here is actually with some tentative purposes. No, he will go. A few days later, the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce opened in Jiuyou Great World. Your Majesty, there are a lot of people outside, all waiting to buy medicine pills, and it's time to open for business. Kongming Demon Zun is a slick person. Compared with a sword idiot like Li Jianqing, he is more skilled in managing this kind of thing. Suddenly letting him preside over the Chamber of Commerce is also interesting. #C570 Fame. Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce officially opened. During the publicity, Xuanhu Commerce said that it would release a large amount of Imperial elixir and a certain amount of Imperial elixir. As soon as the news came out, it immediately attracted a large number of powerful people. Both the Emperor Grade Shindan and the Emperor Grade Shindan were the most needed medicinal pills by experts above the gods. Everyone. A white-bearded, wise-looking old man stood outside the Chamber of Commerce to solicit business. This is an auxiliary management puppet, and Xuanhuan asked him to be the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. Manage the business of the Chamber of Commerce, input a large amount of data, just a business of the Chamber of Commerce, he can do very well. Today is the first opening day of my Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce. In the next 3 days, the Chamber of Commerce will release a large amount of medicinal pills. Each medicinal pill will be 20% lower than the price of the same medicinal pill in the Imperial capital within these 3 days. President Xuanhu said. This is the Star Chamber of Commerce. Kongming Demon Venerable and Li Jianqing led people to the market, attracting everyone's attention. It can be guarded by a high-level Supreme God powerhouse. This Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce is powerful, and there must be a huge force behind it, but the most important thing is to see if they have so many pills to sell. These Imperial capital powerhouses don't care about the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce itself, they only care about whether they can come up with medicinal pills to satisfy their appetite. Please come in. Chamber of Commerce is open. Many warriors poured into it. Oh my God, there really are so many Emperor-grade pills. God blood pills, soul-raising pills, and the extremely partial Bibo pill. Some of those Emperor-grade pills are even extremely rare and difficult to refine. It is very difficult to find the Imperial capital. The Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce has a complete range of medicinal herbs. The price is 20% lower than usual. Except for the Imperial and Imperial items, other items such as the spiritual items are sold in batches. The Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce has a complete range of medicinal herbs. It shocked these Imperial capital powerhouses all of a sudden. They found that although there are many companies selling medicinal pills in the Imperial capital, none of them can be as complete as Xuanhu, and the most important thing is the price. For example, the Divine Blood Pill and Soul-Raising Pill, which are used the most by the most divine warriors, are sold in many chambers of commerce. Some cherished divine pills, even the main gods and powerhouses needed them. In just half an hour, the medicine pills in the Chamber of Commerce were sold out. No yet? Some of the late-arriving powerhouses in the Imperial capital were anxious. As soon as they heard that others had bought a lot of divine pills, they rushed over, but they were still a step late. Today's medicinal pills have been sold out, and the owner will continue to replenish tomorrow, and the opening time is still the same as today. President Xuanhu said with a smile. We're staying here and not leaving. Yes, just wait here, the Xuanhu Chamber of Commerce has a complete range, the key is that the price is favorable these 2 days, we can find everything we need. Look at what the guildmaster is saying about the master. It must be the master, behind the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce, who can release so many medicinal pills. The strength of this master is not simple. These people wait to open here. The second day, the third day, as soon as the medicinal pills were placed, they were immediately sold out. Even if the price returns to normal in the next few days, there are still many people waiting here. Without him, the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce is too complete, almost everything. Moreover, the number of divine pills was not comparable to other chambers of commerce, and this street immediately became the focus of attention in the imperial capital. It's time to summarize and report the intelligence of the past 2 days to the master. President Xuanhuan pushed open the deepest temple door. The vast starry sky, the color of the vacuum. After pushing the door of the temple, the shopkeeper Xuanhuan came to a starry sky that seemed to be empty, where there was a starry sky temple, exuding mysterious colors. On the starry sky temple, there is Xuanhuan's will, manifesting a majestic and vague existence. It walked through the rolling torrent of void, and said to the existence in the temple, Master, the reputation of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce has been opened in the Jiuyou Emperor, and many gods are received every day, and a large number of warriors are waiting every day. Do we increase the volume of goods? Hearing this report, Xuanhuan was not surprised. The volume of goods is gradually increasing, and a notice is posted, saying that the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce not only sells pills, but also accepts all kinds of magical medicines, minerals, and even artifacts. In addition, the emperor-grade pills only accept holy-grade gems, and low-quality gems are not accepted. Xuanhuan said. He purchased the magical medicine of the 9 netherworld, refined it into a medicinal pill, sold it, and bought their resources in turn. This should form a favorable cycle. During this time, the Chamber of Commerce will gain a firm foothold, and then the resources can be transferred back to the Dao dynasty. With the supreme treasure of the Tai pill stove, Xuanhuan can only earn it. When the resources obtained in Xunshan will eventually be completely consumed, Xuanhuan wants to open up new channels in the great world of Jiuyou, and even open the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce to other big worlds after the Chamber of Commerce matures. The Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce served the dynasty and deployed forces in other worlds. Master, resources are not a problem. What I am worried about is that the Chamber of Commerce has invaded the interests of other chambers of commerce in the imperial capital, which will make them hostile to us. President Xuanhuan has outstanding computing power. It doesn't matter, the emperor is an orderly place, the empress is very powerful, and the orderly management of the originally chaotic Jiuyou Great World, they did not dare to take action in the face, and my foundation is not here, you can give up at any time, and you can leave if you want. Can go. Xuanhuan is not worried, since the fame has already started, then it is scheduled to hold an elixir auction in 5 days. The soul resurrection pill had little effect on Xuanhuan. Divine pills can satisfy the healing of the most divine warriors, be promoted to the imperial dynasty, and can also open the high-level mall and refresh to the main god healing potion. Tasteless, really tasteless. It's better to sell it and build the reputation of the Chamber of Commerce, so that more and more people rely on the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Time is running out, and Xuanhuan also urgently needs a lot of resources to feed the dynasty back, otherwise he will choose to slowly figure it out, and now he can only strike while the iron is hot. What? The Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce is going to hold an elixir auction, and it actually took out a holy pill. The Chamber of Commerce that can auction the sacred pills is not simple. There is indeed a mysterious and terrifying force behind the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce, and I also heard that the Emperor's pills that appeared this time are in better condition and are more cherished. As you all know, the holy grade divine pill that I took out this time is called the Resurrection Pill, which is an extremely rare healing pill. Even the sacred and magnificent gods can take it to heal their wounds, and they can continue their lives even if they are seriously injured. It's exciting now. Holy rank divine pill, even in the imperial capital, is rare. I am afraid that your majesty and the 9 holy temples will send people to compete. As soon as the auction news came out, the imperial capital was shocked again. The Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce has only come to the imperial capital for a short time and will hold an auction of this scale. With a holy product as the finale, even the rulers of the 9 Empire will be alerted and send people to participate in the auction. Sure enough, the news passed like a hurricane. Emperor Joyo entered the boiling water. After receiving this news, many masters gathered in the imperial capital from all over the 9 netherworld because of the temptation of Shandan. #C571 Frost China Lord God. Imperial Palace. In the depths of the imperial palace, in a dark palace, the light was dim, and a vague, but majestic, supreme existence faintly appeared. His Majesty. A woman, looking at the vague existence, was extremely respectful. This woman is the main god, and the only person who can make her so respectful is the Empress of the 9 Empire. Xuanhuan. Although the voice of the female emperor was calm, she could hear the domineering power of controlling a big world and founding the Joyo Empire. Every word could arouse the echo of the origin of the entire Joyo world. Recently, there is a chamber of commerce in the imperial capital, called the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. It's a bit mysterious. It has brought out a lot of divine pills, and an auction will be held to auction the holy grade divine pills. The Holy Master of the 9 Holy City has sent people to come. Imperial City. This is called the main Shinto of Xuanhuan. Resurrection pill is a fine product among the sacred pills. With this pill, even if this emperor is injured, it can be used for healing. It is reasonable for the 9 holy lords to be moved, but the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce can take out the pill. Resurrection pill has some meaning. Empress Joyo said slowly. She has no interest in the holy masters of the 9 holy cities, and it is the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce that arouses her interest. Back then, she used her strength to intimidate the 9 holy masters, ending the chaos in the great world of Joyo, and became the empress herself, creating the Joyo Empire. Your Majesty, are we going to send someone? Xuanhuan said. Go. Although the 9 holy masters were overwhelmed by this emperor's strong hand, there are still many ideas behind them. Now this emperor does not move them, not because of their strength, but because they are worried that strong movement will cause the empire's luck. However, this emperor uses the 9 nether god lotus to refine the origin of the 9 nether great world, and gradually deprives the 9 holy city of its use of the origin, and after fully controlling the origin, there is no need for the 9 holy city to exist. Empress Joyo said very calmly, if possible, contact the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce more, get more medicine pills from it, and strengthen the strength of the Joyo headquarters of the empire. Go ahead, fight for your financial resources and strength, who can compare to this emperor in the 9 Serenity world? Inside the 9 holy cities. The 9 holy masters also sent their henchmen to the imperial capital. Inside the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Your Majesty is still amazing. Kongming Demon Venerable looked at the gathered powerhouses and sighed, if it were us, we only knew how to buy medicine pills, but His Majesty has great ambitions and directly established a business and held an auction to obtain Joyo Dao in this way. Resources of the world. So he is your Majesty, and you are not. Li Jianqing's words were heart-wrenching. Demon Venerable Kongming didn't care when he heard it. Everyone who participates in the auction, please enter the main hall. President Xuanhuan is solely responsible for all this. Haha, Lord Xuanhuan, the right-hand man next to His Majesty, what kind of wind is blowing you here? Participate in this auction. At this moment, 9 people came together, and they all had an aura that shook the universe, and they were the main gods who ruled the heavens and the earth. The main god of the 9 holy city. Xuanhuan said lightly, I am under the order of your Majesty to participate in the auction. We are also under the order of the Holy Lord. These 9 main gods know that the main god Xuanhuan is very powerful, and he is also an absolute powerhouse among the main gods. Your Majesty has even sent the Lord God of Xuanhuan, and it is inevitable to obtain the holy pill. This time we want to get it. The main god of the 9 main cities communicated with the spiritual thoughts. They also know that the richest person in the 9 netherworld is the 9 nether empress, and he asks for the resources of the entire world. The Holy Master's intention, participating in the auction this time, is just one of them. The biggest purpose is to get in touch with the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Since the Chamber of Commerce can come up with the Soul Resurrection Pill auction, it means that they have a lot of medicinal pills. Yes, this force will definitely win over us and do business with us exclusively. It is even possible that it can give more benefits to the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. They then entered the main hall. Whoa! The entire main hall is a torrent of void, scoured, and the positions are condensed with the power of the void, and are constructed as an auction hall. There is a cave inside. After these people saw the interior, their expressions also changed. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce actually used the void as a torrent to build an auction house. This accomplishment shows that he has a deep control over the power of the void. They suddenly saw that there was a temple in the distance. In the temple, only a vague figure was seen, which seemed to be formed by the condensed starlight, mysterious and vague, and his true form could not be seen clearly. The owner of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce is a little weird. The main god of Jiuxing City used the spiritual sense to spy on the spiritual sense, but found that the spiritual sense suddenly disappeared when it entered the temple, as if it was swallowed by a force. I even feel that the owner of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce is just a thought, not the deity. He exists in an extremely special void. You see, the torrent of void here is the power of the deepest void, all kinds of things, like the world. We want to win over the owner of this Chamber of Commerce. Now, wait until the auction is over before we talk about it. The 9 Saints City Lord was fascinated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone to participate in the auction held by my Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Today's finale is this revival pill. President Xuanhuan appeared, and as soon as he shot, the resurrection pill was suspended in midair like a pearl, and the medicinal power of the holy pill was released, telling the people who came here that the Chamber of Commerce did have the holy pill. There really is a resurrection pill. Sure enough, they took it out. Having a resurrection pill on your body is equivalent to an extra half of your life. After affirming that the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce will have a revival pill, these people are all excited. Since Xuanhuan dared to take out the soul resurrection pill and show it in front of this group of people, he was not afraid of them taking it with a twisted mind. After all, this is His Majesty's territory, and who would dare to make trouble on the territory of the 9 Serenity Empress? And if you dare to take back the soul pill, you are rejecting a powerful Chamber of Commerce to do business on your site. It's not that no one does the thing of killing chickens to get their eggs, but a majestic emperor like Jiuyo Empress will not do such extremely stupid things. The mind of the emperor will not be placed on petty profits. Not much to say, now we have entered the divine elixir of the first auction item. The auction has started. In this auction, Xuanhuan did not take out the more common emperor-grade pills, and the auctions were all the rarest emperor-grade pills. Many of them were pills that could be used by the main god to cultivate, and they were very precious. His purpose is also simple. Attracting the big figures in the 9 netherworld with the auction, forming a delicate balance between the Empress and the 9 holy masters, allowing them to see the value of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce and willingly sell all kinds of resources to him. Of course, Xuanhuan would not let them suffer. It is just a medicinal pill made from the divine medicine of the 9 netherworld and sold to them backhand. The first one is to take out the Qingxin Mingxin pill, which can suppress inner demons, cleanse the mind, and calm the restlessness in the body. The most fearful thing in cultivation is to get into the devil, but with the pure heart and mind pill, you can reduce this hidden danger, and the main god can also use it. Even the refiners in the imperial capital have a very low success rate in refining the Qingxinming Shendan. What is the origin of this Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce, and they came up with this rare Shendan? The powerhouses of these imperial capitals were also shocked, speculating that the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce was unfathomable. #C572 can't fight. As soon as the Qingxinming Shendan appeared, it immediately caused the madness of this group of imperial powerhouses. Auxiliary medicine pills are very precious and rare, and more difficult to refine. Cultivating medicinal pills is not a big deal. Slow down the cultivation speed, but auxiliary medicinal pills can save your life while cultivating. This group of people was afraid that the Qingxinming pill, which was not in stock enough, would be bought by others, and they reported staggering prices one by one, which shook the atmosphere of the auction hall. This group of imperial powerhouses has a lot of resources, and what is lacking is something to convert resources into resources. Qingxinming Shendan Xuanhuan was refined with the magic medicine obtained in the sacred mountain, and the price was very small, but he was also very satisfied with the amount of magic stones he harvested when he auctioned it out. Sure enough, only auctions and competition among many powerhouses can obtain the greatest benefits. The Qingxinming Shendan was taken away, and the Xuanhuan firm took out the more precious emperor-grade Shendan one by one to extract the wealth of the powerful people in the Jiuyou Great World with the greatest value. The appearance of these pills ignited a frenzy in the auction house. At the same time, the powerhouses in the imperial capital became more and more curious about the abilities of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Because there are many chambers of commerce in the imperial capital, even from other worlds, but no chamber of commerce can come up with so many divine pills at once. Those who can come up with so many divine pills are definitely not easy to mess with, and there is a big background behind them. Kongming Demon Venerable was also stunned, thinking that as a powerhouse of the 8th level of the Supreme God, he would break an emperor-grade pill in half on weekdays. It would be extremely difficult to obtain some holy-grade god stones, and he would take risks to enter other worlds. Snatch. But today he realized what is called wealth like rain. As far as this auction is concerned, the amount of sacred stone that has been calculated and recorded is piled up like a mountain, and I don't know how many. The auction lasted for most of the day, and finally came to the final finale. Holy Grade Divine Pill, Resurrection Pill, only the original source stone. President Xuanhuan said lightly, the starting price is 100,000 yuan Divine Stone. Original Divine Stone. This Divine Martial Chamber of Commerce has a big appetite, but it is true that the Holy Grade Divine Pill is too precious, and it is a life-saving medicinal pill like the Soul Resurrection Pill, and they do have the confidence to auction it. Not afraid that no one will buy it, a Lord God, or even the life of the Lord is not comparable to some source god stones. The main god of Jiuxing City couldn't help but look at the main god of Xuanhuan. Our Majesty also wants to get the resurrection pill. No one can fight for the origin divine stone alone. They all know that the richest person in the Jiuyou Great World is Jiuyou Bindi, who controls the source of the world's sacred artifact and has boundless power. Back then, the 9 holy masters could only take her as their emperor and listen to her instructions. Everyone, my holy master of Bo Holy City needs this revival pill and has been looking for holy level healing pills. You all know about this. I hope you can work together to auction the revival pill to the 9 holy cities. The main god of Bo Holy City said solemnly. They nodded. It is not a secret that Holy Master Bo has injuries, these people all know some. Of course, the 9 holy cities are united in the same spirit and jointly safeguard their interests. Before we came, the Holy Master also told us to act together and join hands. Otherwise, the future will become more and more difficult. The main gods of other holy cities also nodded. Empress Jiuyou is earth-shattering, talented and wise, and she was the first to unify the great world of Jiuyou, ending the chaos of war, and the 9 holy cities that were persecuted with cruel and ruthless means had to be dominated by her. The Empress Joyo has also been strengthening the centralization of power, weakening the strength of the 9 holy cities, and returning all the power to her subordinates. Empress Joyo also knew that using the toughest method would cause turmoil in the empire and would be bad for her, so she adopted a method of boiling frogs in warm water, which made you very uncomfortable, and it was difficult to oppose it. 3 million origin divine stones. Bo Holy City's main god bid has been negotiated, and the other 8 holy cities will not participate in the competition, and will even lend a helping hand when necessary. 3 million origin divine stones. Demon Venerable Kongming was so shocked that his eyes popped out. The value of the Source God Stone condensed by the source power of a big world is much higher than that of the Holy God Stone. That's it? The Lord God Xuanhuan looked at the 9 Lord Gods with disdain, and said coldly, 10 million origin divine stones. 10 million. Demon Venerable Kongming's tongue was about to be swallowed into his stomach. These powerhouses in the Imperial capital are richer than each other, and the Lord God Xuanhuan shouts out the sky-high price of 10 million without batting an eyeball, which is an understatement. Hateful. The Lord God Bo was also angry when he heard it. Ordinarily, a holy grade divine pill is around 1 million original source stones, and a special 2 or 3 million like the resurrection pill is about the same. But the Lord God Xuanhuan directly increased the price to 10 million, making it clear that he would not get it. Comparing wealth with Empress Joyo? The 9 holy cities can't be tied up either. Your Majesty, relying on the control of the source gods, can enter the depths of the world unscrupulously, obtain a large number of source god stones, and fight for financial resources. We simply can't fight it. Although His Majesty did not show up, her intention was already obvious. Keep up with the price of 10 million? They can't keep up. If it was other forces, they would make a ruthless calculation, deliberately raise the price, and then not buy it, making others suffer a big loss. But in the face of His Majesty, they didn't dare, they didn't have the guts. Since Empress Joyo can create Joyo Empire, how can she be a soft-hearted character? A series of laws have been formulated. It's fine if you don't violate it, but if you violate it, even the existence of the Lord God realm can put you to death. To rebel against the law is to rebel against the Joyo Empire, to master the righteousness, and even if you are executed, there is no place to pity you. Joyo Great World can develop so prosperously, but His Majesty's actions over the years are inseparable. The laws he formulated protect the rights and interests of many people, so that those chambers of commerce can do business with confidence. Otherwise, Xuanhuan would not choose to open a Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce in the 9 Netherworld. You are vicious. The 9 Lord Gods knew His Majesty's will and did not dare to resist, so they could only withdraw from the competition unwillingly. Interesting. Xuanhuan, who stayed in the Starry Sky Temple with his will, also made such a voice. Although Jia Shengqing knew that the Empress Joyo was suppressing them, it did not dare to resist Her Majesty, the strong-armed Empress. A small auction interprets a battle within an empire. This revival pill belongs to the Lord God of Xuanhuan. After the auction, President Xuanwu said with a smile, "Today's auction will come to an end. When my Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce will hold another auction in the future, I will notify you and give you more precious Shindan to give back, so you won't be disappointed." The auction is over. Your Majesty is still amazing. Yeah, what if the Lord God of the 9 holy cities wants to auction the resurrection pill? He was not directly frightened by His Majesty. If there is no Your Majesty, there will be no prosperity and current order of the 9 Serenity world today. Although the auction is over, the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce will come up with more divine pills, which is good news. An individual withdrew from the auction. President Xuanwu looked at the 10 people who were still here and said, "Everyone, is there anything else? We want to meet the owner of the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce. The main Shinto of the 9 holy cities." Hashtag C573, only talk about business, nothing else. You want to see the owner of my Chamber of Commerce? President Xuanhuan said. Exactly, we are not only here today for the auction, but also to give the owner of the Chamber of Commerce a big deal. Let's see if he is interested in eating it. The main Shinto of the 9 holy cities. Wait, I'll ask the master's will to see if the master is willing to meet you. President Xuanhuan did not agree immediately, but entered the Starry Sky Temple. It's so troublesome for us to give him a big deal. It depends on whether his master is interested. The origin behind it is really mysterious. There's no way around this. After all, people can take out holy-grade divine pills for auction at will. How can there be so many emperor-grade pills? Would it be a simple roll? Now we are asking others to control the technology, and we are in control of everything. The owner of the 9 holy city was not angry, but felt that the reason was right. Such a mysterious existence, how could he have no character when he does things? The master has already replied, you can enter the Starry Sky Temple and meet the master in person. The voice of President Xuanhuan came. Let's go, let's meet the owner of the Chamber of Commerce. The main god of the 9 holy city immediately entered the Starry Sky Temple, and the brilliance before his eyes changed greatly, and he came to the vacuum of the universe, which was hidden in the void, dotted with countless stars, like a model of the universe. What a great palace! The main god of the 9 holy city is solemn. This palace is built to simulate the universe starry sky, and from this, it can also be inferred that the master is extraordinary. You asked to see me? In the starry sky, a great blurry figure appeared, like a giant, in the bright starry sky. They could see that this was by no means his deity, but the will of a divine power incarnation that appeared in the great world of 9 Netherworld. Meet the Lord of the Chamber of Commerce. They elected a representative. Said, I came here on behalf of the 9 holy cities, to meet the Lord of the Chamber of Commerce. There is a big business to do. We are willing to provide various magical medicines and resources for your Chamber of Commerce. I hope that your Chamber of Commerce can transfer the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce to the 9 Saints City. Selling Shindan to us, everything, we will give the best benefit for your business. Their meaning is very simple. The Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce asks for resources, and Jia Shengqing exchanges its own resources for medicinal pills. Even in the great world of 9 Netherworld, it is impossible for the master gods to eat the emperor medicinal pills as food every day. Refining Imperial pills is very troublesome. They have enough pills, but not so many alchemists convert them into pills. I already know your request, but my Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce only does business in the great world of Joyo, and does not participate in any disputes in this world. The visitor is a guest, and whoever has business, we will do it. The words of the owner of the Chamber of Commerce made the Lord God of Jiuxing City a little disappointed, but what he said immediately made their faces look better. But if you bring the corresponding resources, I will convert them into medicinal pills and give them to you. Then let's say goodbye first. Although the owner of the Chamber of Commerce did not agree to do business with them alone, he did not refuse either. After going back this time, they will trade those that they have not had time to convert to the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce as a channel to obtain divine pills. Master of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce, presumably the main god of the 9 holy city has already talked to you, and I hope you only talk about business with them. After the Lord God Xuanhuan came in, he stared at the will. Yes, you also want to discuss business with me. Chu Yuan said. But I hope you'd better not do business with them, and only deal with the imperial capital. After all, your majesty is the master of this world and controls everything in the 9 Netherworld. Xuanhuan Lord Shinto. Really? Chu Yuan said. After all, the 9 Netherworld belongs to His Majesty, the Empress. If you want to do business well, you better obey His Majesty. Otherwise, it will not be so easy for you to establish a foothold in this 9 Netherworld. The Lord God of Xuanhuan is threatening. Choose 1. Exit Jiuyou Imperial City. Choose to cooperate with the Holy Master of Jiuxing City for a long time, get 3,000 fate points, and build the Slaughter God map by 10%. Option 2. Promise to do business with Empress Jiuyou, get 3,000 fate points, and make 10% progress in the creation of the Slaughter God map. Option 3. Neither party agrees, and do business with both parties at the same time. From the point of view of the Chamber of Commerce, choose neutrality, obtain 3,000 fate points, and build the Slaughter God map by 10%. The selection rewards are the same this time around. If the Jiuyou Great World can't do business, the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce can only withdraw. There are so many big worlds in the extraterritorial starry sky. There will be suitable for the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce can have a foothold anywhere. The world also values the stability of this world. I think your majesty will not be so short-sighted and refuse a chamber of commerce that can provide a lot of magic pills to settle in. Xuanhuan made a choice. Ding. The host made the third choice, obtained 3,000 fate points, 10% progress in the creation of the Slaughter God map, and 20% in the current progress. I understand. I will tell your majesty what you have to say. Lord Xuanhuan left. Your Majesty, this is the answer from the owner of the Chamber of Commerce. The Lord God Xuanhuan looked at Empress Jiuyou in the dark depths and reported. This emperor will indeed not refuse a Chamber of Commerce that can provide a large amount of imperial pills. Xuanhuan, this emperor is very satisfied with his answer. What this emperor hates most is that someone deliberately supports the 9 holy masters and disrupts the situation in the empire. Empress Jiuyou said, by fighting for resources, can the 9 Saint Lords be able to compete with this emperor? Because of the Great World, this emperor still needs the contribution of the 9 Saint Lords. Dutian Great World. The Lord God Xuanhuan said in shock, Your Majesty, the army of Dutian Great World is about to reach my Jiuyou Great World. The Holy Master Xianbiyo enters the imperial capital, and the emperor wants to give her a favor. Empress Jiuyou held the revival pill. Sure enough, after the auction ended, Xuanhuan received resources from the 9 Serenity Empress and the 9 Great Holy Cities. In the situation of the Chamber of Commerce, gather the resources in this world, transfer them to the Dao dynasty in the Eternal World, and then explore and draw a map of the entire extraterritorial starry sky from here as the center. His Majesty. Kongming Demon Venerable and Li Jianqing came to an extremely secret place outside the territory, and were picked up by a force of eternal exile. In fact, Jia Shengqing also wanted to find out where the owner of the Chamber of Commerce was, but Xuanhuan used the Gate of Void to urge eternal banishment to banish him, and it was very difficult to find his position. The situation of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce in the great world of Jiuyou is too good. Both parties do business with us, and they can earn a lot of resources every day. Kongming Jishan said excitedly. In all his years, he had never seen so many resources. Since the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce has stabilized, and with the help of the Jiuyou Empress to obtain resources from it, things will develop slowly in the future. The most troublesome thing now is how to quickly transfer the resources back to the Dao dynasty. Xuanhuan is thinking about this problem. If you move quickly outside the domain, you can only consume a lot of resources and build a super long teleportation array. This move of the Jiuyou Great World can be regarded as a temporary stabilization, and it should be fixed. #C574 2 Worlds at War. Building a teleportation formation is imperative. Otherwise, with the distance between the Eternal Great World and the 9 Nether Great World, with his powerful mana, it would take a long time to master the existence of the Void Gate. How to deliver the goods of the 2 worlds in a short time. But building a teleportation array is not an easy task. It requires an extremely sophisticated master of space arrays, as well as a lot of materials that can withstand long-distance space transmission, and the consumption of each space transmission. He established the Holy Land of Item Refining. There are item refining masters, and there is also a record of the teleportation array. Long-distance teleportation. With the current power, it is impossible to teleport to the 9 netherworld at one time. It must be teleported in multiple stages. Build a world of swords, a world of magic. Xuanhuan said to himself. It is impossible to place the teleportation point in the great world of 9 netherworld, starting from the sword world and demon world, and then setting up dozens or hundreds of teleportation formations in the middle. After many times, the terminal can be placed in the world of destruction to create a great martial art. A base. Xuanhuan had an idea. He has the materials, and so does the refiner. For space transmission, ordinary god stones cannot provide this kind of energy. The best energy is the source god stone, but there are too many source god stones needed for each transmission. Moreover, each teleportation is also a damage to the teleportation formation, and it takes a lot of manpower and material resources to repair it. Therefore, ordinary forces, even some 9-star forces, do not have the ability to build, and only the Imperial dynasty can afford this price. The value of this value, Joyo Great World has already laid the foundation, and now it is necessary to operate slowly and reap the benefits. He had already sent people to follow Kongmi Dao Kun to return to the Eternal World first, and brought Dawu's refiner over to set up the formation. After making a plan, Xuanhuan did not rush to return and exiled himself into the Eternal Void. After the auction, there is no doubt that the fame of the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce has been greatly expanded. The forces of Joyo Great World are also looking for Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce to cooperate, as long as they can provide them with a sufficient amount of Emperor-grade Shindan, they are happy to cooperate. They were happy, and Xuanhuan was even more happy. There are also many people who want to investigate the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce and go to the Chamber of Commerce to find where those alchemists are, but they are disappointed. Inside Xuanhuan's Tai Pill Furnace is a huge space, a supreme artifact, a complete refinery factory. Where is there any alchemy master? The 8th level of the Profound God. Phew. Xuanhuan let out a long sigh, and with the help of a large number of origin divine stones and divine pills from the 9 Serenities Great World, he slowly raised his realm by 1 level. Calculate the time, Dao's refiner should be arranging the formation. Xuanhuan said silently. The Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce is also on the right track. There are intelligent puppets there to calculate data. This kind of puppet creature has no other thoughts, and he is also very relieved. Smell of war. Xuanhuan was in the outer starry sky not far from the great world of Joyo, and suddenly smelled a wave of war. He suddenly saw that there were countless fleets in the faraway place of the infinite starry sky, sailing over, exuding the fluctuations of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and the stars were directly destroyed by the power of the fleet. He also saw it. There are countless powerhouses in the fleet, true gods, mysterious gods, supreme gods, and even fleet captains in the realm of the main gods. This should be the army of Dutian Great World. Xuanhuan's Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce has been in the great world of 9 nethers for some time, knowing that they have fought many times with the forces of this great world. The conquest of the forces in the great world is more intense than the evaporation of ordinary imperial dynasties. Xuanhuan was in eternal exile, and he was also watching the army of the great world of Dutian go to the great world of Joyo. The great world of 9 nethers. The Empress of 9 nethers, you must conquer and plunder all the resources of this world. The powerhouse of Dutian Great World said coldly. Joyo Empire, set off. At this time, the great world of 9 netherworld also responded immediately. There were also countless fleets, and countless powerhouses emerged from the great world, arranging into square formations one after another, facing the Dutian Great World Legion. Damn, this group of lunatics from Dutian Great World is here again. Last time, His Majesty shot and repelled them. I didn't expect them to dare to come. A lunatic, a group of lunatics, what reason can you tell them? This is the world of the great world attacking other worlds, and every time a world is broken, all the resources of a world will be plundered, and then they will go away. These looters. Never let them break through. Dutian Great World, Dutian Empire. Among the countless armies of the 9 Serenity world, there were also 9 magnificent and holy beings, which turned into 9 groups of rays of light, echoing together. These are the 9 holy masters of the 9 Serenity Great World, and their faces are also extremely ugly. The last expedition of the Great World of Dutian happened just when His Majesty had just unified all the forces in the Great World of 9 Nethers and established the Empire, and it was precisely because of that battle that they were repelled, which laid the foundation for His Majesty's momentum. After many years, the Dutian Empire has not given up and is making a comeback. The 9 Saints exchange ideas. The Dutian Empire has been unified for a long time, and its strength is extremely powerful. Unlike the Joyo Empire, the 9 Holy Lords' orders to the Joyo Empress are still somewhat disobedient. But within the Dutian Empire, there is only one absolute voice. Bio, I heard that His Majesty summoned you not long ago. A Holy Master looked at a woman with an outstanding body. This was the Holy Master Bio. Nothing happened. Holy Master Bio said, Your Majesty gave me the resurrection pill. She didn't say anything, but I know what she meant. The army of the Heavenly Empire is here. Your Majesty doesn't want to see other discordant voices in the Empire. Your Majesty's strength is getting stronger and stronger. The other Holy Master said, She is the first His Majesty to unite Joyo. With this kind of strength, we can't let the Dutian Empire attack, but with our strength, we can't stop it at all. Your Majesty's pro-army will also take action. Let's see what kind of realm His Majesty's strength has reached. Yes, the Dutian Empire is killing us, and it is also an opportunity for us. It is best to consume Your Majesty's strength and obtain the resources of the Dutian Empire. It should be like this, but some orders must be obeyed by His Majesty. His Majesty is also a ruthless existence. At this time, whoever deliberately makes trouble is not only against His Majesty's will, but also against the will of the Empire. The 9 Holy Masters are clearly distinguished. Their purpose is to use this war to strengthen themselves and weaken the strength of the Imperial capital. Boom! The powerhouses in the realm of the main gods in the Dutian Great World took action, displayed their invincible power, and arranged a large formation to isolate the rays from the vacuum universe, so that the army under the false gods could also fight in the starry sky. The dense army also appeared from some cave treasures and killed them. The war between the 2 empires has begun. #C5759 Nether Queen. Xuanhuan is very keen on war. The countless armies of the Dutian Empire swiftly attacked the 9 Serenity Great World like locusts, and like locusts, wherever they went, the resources were uprooted and swept away by the grass. A world's resources are always limited. So if you want to strengthen yourself, you need to constantly replenish from the outside world, occupy other forces, strengthen your empire, and you can also add to your own world to make your world origin more and more powerful. The same is true of Xuanhuan's Dao. If he wants to maintain the welfare of the domestic people, he must continue to replenish from the outside world. Kill, kill, kill. The Joyo Empire is also a unified force. The Empress Joyo ordered the power of the entire empire to be supreme. Her words were the will of a big world, and she instantly slaughtered with the army of the Dutian Empire. Spectacular and tragic scene staged. The Dutian Empire also knew that the Joyo Empire was strong and that a strong attack would have to pay a huge price, but they still chose this place, not only to plunder resources, but also to train troops with the Joyo Empire. Yes, it's training. In the tragic war, the most powerful soldiers are those who survive, and they are qualified to be trained by more soldiers. Those who die are not qualified to waste resources. Taking an empire from a big world to train troops, it is no wonder that the 9U Empire calls them lunatics. But having said that, it still makes people shudder to hear how fierce the soldiers who are trained in such a cruel way will be. Xuanhuan looked through his eyes, and also felt the fierce will and brutal style of the Dutian Empire. He was not afraid to fight against the 9U Empire's homeland, and dared to fight several. Crazy empire, crazy big world. Xuanhuan said silently. These hateful lunatics. The face of the 9 saints became more and more gloomy. As soon as they fought, they suffered huge losses. The strongest legion of the empire. The 9 Nether army is here. They suddenly looked into the distance. Countless wearing black armor, it seems that from the depths of the 9 Nether, the 9 Nether Legion in the ancient demon abyss wears helmets with only one pair of eyes, and their eyes are cold, and they directly kill into the battlefield. Empress Joyo controls the source artifacts of Joyo Great World, and uses the power of source to sharpen this army, and the best resources are used on them. As soon as the Joyo army came out, it immediately stabilized the situation, killing the Dutian army to retreat again and again, showing a superhuman fighting strength. Also send our most powerful army. The 9 holy masters understand very well that when His Majesty sent his own troops, he just told them that she sent out the most powerful legion. You should not hide your strength, and quickly follow the Joyo Legion, to kill them. They all know very well that although His Majesty is an empress, he is very domineering and powerful. Humph. In the Dutian army, there are also main gods who have acted. Although they saw that the army suffered a lot, they didn't care. Their philosophy is that those who can survive the tragic war are elites. Every year in the world of Dutian, I don't know how many strong people are born, how many troops are recruited, and they are trained in this way. The vast war, the bloody fight between life and death, is the best opportunity to sharpen people, and those who survive are the elites. The Dutian Empire is constantly looking for the powerhouses of other worlds to fight to strengthen itself. It is called a madman-like empire. Duotion Divine Pillar. In the depths of the army, a tall figure shrouded in infinite rays of light, as if a tyrannical existence that could hold up the heavens and the earth waved a world-destroying beam of light directly across the infinite void, and was about to strike the Joyo Great World. This refers to the annihilation of heaven and earth, and the stars will shatter in an instant in front of this light. This is the action of the Grand Marshal of the Dutian Empire. The face of the 9 saints changed drastically. The Grand Marshal of the Dutian Empire leads countless soldiers and horses, and he is the strongest existence except for the Dutian Emperor. A single holy master will not be the opponent of this Grand Marshal, and will even be beheaded. Joyo Divine Light. In the great world of 9 serenities, a female emperor shrouded in black Juyuengua, with a remarkable figure and a cold breath, pointed to her. These two forces collided and radiated the cosmic starry sky, but the strange thing was that the starry sky was not destroyed, and the army was not affected. Xuanhuan could see that the control of the power between the two had reached a subtle level, and it seemed that they were fighting, but in fact the fluctuations existed in another layer of the void, so they did not affect them. Empress Joyo, a woman. Xuanhuan looked at the Empress in the black brilliance and became very interested in her. The Empress waved her hand lightly, and a black divine lotus flew out from the great world of Joyo, and the power of Joyo fell on each army of Joyo, forming a field similar to Joyo, blessing the halo. Joyo Shenlian. The hearts of the 9 holy masters trembled, and they were extremely envious and greedy. This is the most important source of divine artifact in the great world of the 9 netherworld. Control is much stronger than when she first became emperor. Xuanhuan also saw Joyo Shenlian and felt this power. That peerless sword embryo is also a divine artifact of origin, but it is incomparable to the 9 nether god lotus, which is a star in ground soil made of gold condensed. The original divine artifact of the 9 netherworld. Grand Marshal Dutian also made a very greedy voice. Good thing, this thing is wasted in your hands. If it is obtained by my Dutian Empire, it will be able to play the greatest role of Jiuyou Shenlian, which is bound to be one. You can come and try. The goddess of Jiuyou Empress drowned the starry sky. Her voice contained a strong domineering voice. I want to train troops with this emperor's Jiuyou Empire. This emperor also has this intention, not breaking, not standing, not blood-stained, not strong. Then we will see who wins the army. Stronger. Haha, how many worlds in this extraterritorial universe can compete with the army of my Heaven Empire? The Grand Marshal's voice was strong. Their army once again fought and fought together. Although the 9 nether gods were in the battle, the Dutian Empire was not easy to mess with. For a war of this level, death is just a number to those in power. In order to achieve their goals, they don't care how many they die, they only care about whether they can obtain benefits. This war is not over so soon. Xuanhuan knew. I don't know how long this tug-of-war between empires will last, and it won't end in a moment. However, since the Dutian Empire dared to attack the Jiuyou Empire directly, it means that they are very confident and have a way to deal with the Jiuyou Empress. It seems that the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce will play a big role in the great world of Jiuyou. Xuanhuan said. When 2 empires fight, countless strong men will die, and a lot of resources will be obtained from the opposite side. The Jiuyou Empire is facing war, and naturally it needs to obtain more resource reserves in the shortest time. Shendan is very good, especially the healing type. And now, Xuanhuan can help them and provide a large number of divine pills to the great world of Jiuyou. #C576 Roselle. The Battle of the 9 Serenity Empire was very tragic. To maintain the intensity of this war, countless resources were consumed every day. At this time, the Jiuyou Empire is buying divine pills in various chambers of commerce. Whoever provides them with more pills will be valued by the Jiuyou Empire. Also because of the war with the Dutian Empire, Xuanhuan also purchased a large number of magical medicines, mainly refining the Taiyidan furnace into various healing medicines, which were supplied to the Jiuyou Empire. Because of the stable efficacy of his elixir, the price did not rise due to the war, which was the most popular. And this war is not destined to end so quickly, it will last for a long time, and Xuanhuan has no interest in watching these 2 empires battle slowly. After a few months, he left behind a large amount of divine pills. According to the daily ration, he calculated the time, which was enough for the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce to sell in the great world of 9 nethers for a period of time. Kongming Demon Venerable, you stay in the great world of 9 netherworld, assist the management of the Chamber of Commerce, Li Jianqing, you and I return to the great world of eternity. Xuanhuan went back. This time, he used the Gate of the Void, the vast and infinite mana, to carry out a long-distance movement and began to return to the eternal world. When he returned to Sword Universe, the teleportation array had been built here. I have seen your majesty. In the Sword Universe, a large number of refiners are arranging teleportation formations. Xuanhuan nodded and asked, how far has the teleportation formation progressed? Reporting to your majesty, the teleportation formation is progressing very quickly. A transit hub is set up on each star, and people are left to maintain it. This kind of teleportation formation across the starry sky has very strict requirements on materials. Fortunately, there is no shortage of resources, like the dynasty. A refiner reported, now we are setting up a lot of transfer hubs in order to catch up with the progress. The disadvantage of this is that the material consumption is very wasteful. The advantage is that it is easier to arrange than the super-large teleportation array, and the time is faster. Considering the consumption, the fastest passage to the 9 netherworld can be opened up, and when there is time in the future, we can gradually reduce the transfer hub and carve a super-large teleportation array, and now the fastest speed is the main priority. Although Xuanhuan is not proficient in refining, he also knows that if there are too many hubs, at least half of the resources will be wasted. Now, Xuanhuan doesn't plan any of these. I need you to quickly set up a transmission channel to the 9 Serenity Great World. This is urgent. Don't be afraid of resource consumption, use as much as you have. Xuanhuan said. Follow His Majesty's instructions. The refiner said, we are stepping up the debugging of the teleportation formation, so that it is absolutely stable, and after a while, we can build it into the 9 Nether World. This time I returned to Tiao from the teleportation array. Xuanhuan saw that there was a huge formation in the sword universe, with precise stripes, and he stepped into it immediately. The moment the formation was activated, the powerful energy burned and moved him to a faraway place. To Tiao, it probably takes more than 30 formations to transfer before arriving at a dead star in the eternal world. Teleportation doesn't mean that you can move to the destination point all at once, but there is a force that quickly shuttles you in the void. This time is about a day or so. The consumption is astonishing. This time the teleportation consumes about 10,000 yuan stones, not counting the loss of the formation method. Therefore, although those imperial dynasties have the ability to build teleportation formations, they will not use them often. Xuanhuan calculated. Of course, this is due to too many transfers. If it is a super large teleportation array, it will save the cost of transfer, and it will be about a few thousand yuan. You must also know that the source god stone needs to be used for cultivation, even for the main god powerhouse. Not only for the transaction with Joyo Great World, but also for the quick communication with the dynasty between Sword Universe and Demon Universe, it is all worthwhile. Now the dynasty has opened up a legion called the Sword Army. Send the strong men in the dynasty who are suitable for practicing kendo to the Sword Universe for unified training. He returned to the Imperial City. During this period of time, nothing major happened in the Eternal World, but everyone knew that this was a brief calm before the storm, and the major forces were accumulating strength to meet a big war. The Great Eternal World has not ruled for too long. And Tiao, the development is also extremely rapid. With the help of many resources, the national fortune, the spiritual energy of human beings, and the divine pills, the speed of breakthrough of domestic powerhouses is also very fast. When Hianbo was with Xuanhuan, they were only at the 2nd level of the Supreme God, but now they have broken through to the 5th level of the Supreme God. My lord, I also led the powerhouses of the Dapeng clan to return to the land of the Demon clan during this time, and surrendered many small tribes, so that the powerhouses of the Demon clan all belong to the rule of the dynasty. As soon as Xuanhuan came back, Hianbo couldn't wait to come over to take credit. Xuanhuan saw through his thoughts at a glance, and said, you did a good job, subduing the Demon clan with the power of the Demon clan, and part of the strong Demon clan will be added to the Feng army, and part of it will be led by you to expand your Pun clan. Military. Xuanhu realm, which is the realm where the Imperial City is located, is very close to the land of the Demon clan on one side. I see. Hianbo nodded. He knew that Zhu Fengfeng of the Feng army, although her current cultivation level has not yet broken through to the Supreme God, but her bloodline is extremely high, and she has the origin of a pure phoenix. The phoenix is the supreme of the Demon clan. Chancy, if you are bored, use the teleportation array to play in the Sword Universe. After Xuanhuan dealt with the state affairs squeezed in his hands, he saw Chu Xiaonyang, who was bored and dazed in the Imperial City. Chu Qingyao followed concubine Ling and was busy with the cultivation of magical medicines in Tiao, while Chu Xiaonyang was a bit free and easy and had no interest in doing these things. Sword Universe? Well, I listened to my brother. Miss Chu nodded. Harem. His Majesty. Luo Yueying saw Xuanhuan coming to her side. Moon Shadow. Xuanhuan said, in Tiao, I will build a Luotian river for you, move the stars from outside the domain to embellish it, and build the Luotian palace in the endless mist. You are the palace owner, I will give you the right to recruit people who are suitable for entering the Luotian palace, you to teach and manage them. He could see that after Luo Yueying became his concubine, he lost his goal and didn't know what to do. Concubine Ling planted medicine and led her clansmen. She was very busy every day. She shared her worries for Chu Yuan, and she was also very happy. Shang Guangxian is obsessed with cultivation. As long as she can cultivate, she doesn't care. And Luo Yueying used to manage a case, and now Chu Yuan asked her to be the palace master of Luotian Palace to find something for herself, so that she would not be lonely in the deep palace. Your Majesty wants to build Luotian Palace for his concubine? Luo Yueying was also a little surprised, but also very happy. That's right, because you are my Luo Fei, and managing the Luotian Palace is also a dedication to the dynasty, cultivating excellent powerhouses. Chu Yuan smiled and hugged her. Time goes by. At the end of the 48th year of Dao, the eternal Great World was still calm, but the undercurrent was even more turbulent. The news came that the 5 forbidden places have released their own power in all parts of the eternal world, and they have begun to appear. The banner of the ancient empire has been reproduced, and the chess pieces hidden in the ancient times have been activated. The 5 ancient empires retreated too suddenly, and no one knew how much power they had hidden. On the other side of the 9 netherworld, Chu Yuan asked Komi Daokuan to temporarily stay in the outer starry sky, and quickly brought Dao's refiner to set up a formation. Your Majesty, we found a city in the sea, similar to the ancient city we saw in the Sea of Dongxian a long time ago, the same size, but the scale we found this time is bigger. Suddenly, someone reported this news to Chu Yuan. #C577 Illegible Ancient Script. Another ancient city found. The last time I discovered the ancient city was when Dewu was in Dongxianyu, and he got a lot of stone statues and puppets from it. What bothered Chu Yuan the most was that the distance between this ancient city was so different for the first time, it was too far apart, and it was actually in the sea on the other side of the Feather God realm. After preliminary exploration, the styles of the 2 cities are almost the same. Obviously from the same power. Yangming brought some people from the casting department and Xuanhuan to the ancient city with me. The same style, Chu Yuan cannot ignore. The lost city was also enveloped by a layer of chaotic power of the void, but Chu Yuan directly suppressed it with the national fortune, and there were already many carefully excavated there. Your Majesty, this is the ancient city that was discovered in the sea of the Feather God realm. Xuanhuan looked at the city that was deeply buried under the sea, and this time it was also a fluke discovery. Looking at the scale of this city, it is much larger than the one in Dongguanyueu. The stone statue puppet was unearthed last time, and maybe it is also in it. Yangming knew clearly that His Majesty wanted him to come because he was a stone puppet. Wait to dig out and find out. Chu Yuan waited quietly. Due to the fact that this ancient city was buried deep under the sea for countless years, and it was so large that it was afraid of being damaged, the excavation speed was slow. It took a few days for the whole city to gradually appear in the eyes of everyone. The city is ancient and the style is exactly the same, but the area is at least 10,000 times larger. The underwater giant city that is 10,000 times larger is lost and buried under the sea. If it was said that what was excavated before was just a small city, then this one is a main city. A city of the size of the main city. Chu Yuan led people in. It was silent and dead, and no trace of life could be seen. Time has stopped here. Although it has been buried for countless years, there is no trace of corrosion. It seems that this city was originally built on the ground. Due to the changes in the sea, it was buried under the sea. The shelter that should have been shrouded in tyrannical prohibition was suddenly buried under the sea. Yangming speculated based on the terrain. There are traces of text here, such an ancient text, I can't even recognize it. I don't know which era these words were left behind. It is an era that is farther than ancient times, and even the words about that era have been erased. Only from such ancient cities can some traces be found. Perhaps there are secrets hidden in these words. Someone keeps speculating. Your Majesty, I know a few of these words. The one who spoke was City Lord Su Xing. He frowned, identifying it carefully, and reading it very hard. Your Majesty, I like to collect all kinds of refining tools and study all kinds of ancient writings. Although such ancient writings are ancient, I have seen and studied them before, and I don't know much. You see, these two words joined together mean eternity. Eternity? Is it the meaning of the eternal world? Ouyang Ming said. Maybe it is. Su Xing continued to identify. As for these, this word reads God, this word reads sign, and this is extinction. These two words are connected together, meaning disaster. He looked at the few traces of the text, and identified them intermittently. There is the last one, it's heaven, and I can't identify the others. Su Xing shook his head, indicating that there was nothing left to do. Eternity, God, sign, extinction, disaster, heaven, these words alone are difficult to connect the meanings, and only some uncertain guesses can be made. Chu Yuan was not disappointed. Someone could read a few, which was beyond his expectations. There are other ideas in his mind. A country needs to do a lot of things. For the strong, resources are tangible and intangible, such as knowledge, and there are many carriers for recording knowledge. It is to build a national library. After Chu Yuan thought about it, he felt that it was imperative. He said, "Come on, let's continue to see." Stone statue. As expected, in this huge main city, there are still countless stone statues. There are only 1 million stone statues in that small city, but here there are billions of stone statues, forming a huge war army. The stone statues are silent, standing still in an eternal way, but they can feel a vast, chilling aura from their bodies, and they are tools of war that destroy the world. Billions of stone statues. Ouyang Ming was also shocked. Many. Too much. These stone statues are just like a legion. There are strict levels. The most common soldiers are ordinary soldiers, and then they go to the general level, commander level, and master level. Those refining masters knew that these stone statues were a kind of puppet, and immediately walked over to start research. Come and see these 3 stone statues. The power of these 3 stone statues. My God, these 3 statues can withstand the power of the Lord God's bombardment, and the power of a punch can reach the level of the Lord God. Although it is far inferior to the real Lord God, it is still a big killer on the battlefield. God, what kind of existence is this ancient force that can create this kind of stone puppet? Unimaginable. The group of refiners were shocked. Not to mention the huge scale, there are actually stone statues that can compete with the power of the Lord God. What a superb refining skill is required to create it, which is almost beyond their imagination. If the stone statues here can be unsealed and awakened, the combat power of the dynasty will almost increase exponentially. The people in the casting department must do their best to start unsealing the statue. Ouyang Ming made a decision. The current foundry department is not what it used to be. Instead of 2 or 3 big cats and kittens in the past, it has an extremely large number of refiners who can allocate a large number of people to come here to unseal the statue. Your Majesty, we have other discoveries. Someone searched back and reported, although we did not find traces similar to ancient corpses, we found a lot of materials. After analysis, these materials were used to build stone statues and puppets. These materials are very old, and some of them are difficult to find now. The divine gold exists in the depths of the eternal world. I didn't see it in the small city, but found it in the main city. Chu Yuan nodded. It seems that this place is the base where the ancient forces built stone statues and puppets. There is in Dongguanyueu. In Yushan realm, it seems that the ancient powers once ruled more vast and vast than I thought, and there are traces of these traces in other parts of the eternal world. Xuanhuan thought a lot. Yaoguang Holy Land once speculated that a huge change is taking place in the depths of the source of the eternal world. Perhaps these changes have made these ancient cities gradually appear at such times. Xuanhuan had to make these guesses. It suddenly occurred to him that there had also been a death method in the Feather God realm similar to the death of the late emperor and the army of 300,000 gods and martial arts, where all the vital energy of life disappeared. The distance between today's Xuanhu region and the sea where the first ancient city was discovered is not very far away. The Foundry Division will do its best to unseal the puppet of the stone statue, and I will provide a lot of manpower and material resources. Xuanhuan issued the Imperial Edict. #C578 National Library. A large number of stone statues and puppets were found in the ancient city, and the Foundry Department entered a busy stage. Fortunately, there is a puppet division in the Foundry Department that specializes in puppet research, and immediately sent a large number of refiners to settle in it, unsealing the stone statues, and conducting deeper research, using the obtained materials and refining it by yourself. The core principle of technology is to control it in your own hands. And the holy place of refining. With the end of the Imperial banquet, De Wu personally sent the army to pick it up. His fame became bigger and bigger, and the siphon effect became stronger and stronger. After those artifact refiners came to Dao, they were stunned to find that they not only devoted themselves to studying the art of artifact refining, but also had a completed inheritance of artifact refining. Who doesn't like such an environment? Especially those excellent ones, following Ouyangming's transformation of the magic lock tower, adding bricks and pieces, the refining attainments have progressed rapidly. Those refining masters also reciprocated, knowing that with the rapid development of Dao, there is a huge demand for various talents, and they also launched their own relationships to win over their friends and disciples. No way. A good environment is what these refiners need. Of course, some people are still cautious, not directly joining the casting division, but staying in the Holy Land to serve. The whole territory of Dao is filled with the smell of divine medicine. Looking at it from a high altitude, you will find that magical medicine gardens have been opened up everywhere in Dao. These are the masterpieces of Yao Linger. Yao Linger is also very happy to open up a magical medicine garden. Planting magical medicine can not only be used for alchemy, but also to add spiritual energy. My beloved concubine is ingenious. Xuanhuan smiled. And there is a place in Dao, which also adds a long river, with bright spiritual light and hazy fog, which is Luoha, like the Tianhe in the sky. And within the Luo River. Xuanhuan also saw the palace that was shrouded in clouds and mist, and it was the Luotian Palace. Luotian Palace has fairy-like figures flying around, adding a different scene to Dao. His Majesty. Xuanhuan went into Luoha and saw Luo Yueying. Luo Yueying recently built Luoha, managed Luotian Palace, recruited disciples, and was also cultivating talents for the dynasty. The Luotian Palace is well built. Xuanhuan appreciates it. He held Luo Yueying's hand and stepped on the Luo River, like a parade ruled by heaven and earth. The time has come to the 49th year of Dao. His army of gods has expanded to 250,000 people. For other legions, although the number is small, the combat power is too strong. Even the weakest have the cultivation of the true god realm and belong to the strong in the same realm. Other regiments are also training supplements. It seems that there has been no war in Dao in the past few years, but the legions of the dynasty are all stepping up their training and preparing for the war. In addition to expanding, Xuanhuan also began to build a national library. The general library is in the Imperial city. Countless books represent countless knowledge, record the traces of history, the rise and fall of epics, and all kinds of knowledge. For a country, in addition to having a hard background, it also has a soft background. Xuanhuan stepped into the library in one step. In the library, there is boundlessness, and a secret world has been specially created, and the infinite spiritual energy of people and gods also flows in it. At a glance, all he saw were books and various carriers. Some of the books in this collection record the knowledge of martial arts, some record the history of the eternal world, and some are all kinds of ancient characters, such as the characters found in the ancient city are also recorded here. In some ancient empires, the world of books was also built. Xuanhuan roamed in the library. Because of the long time in their library, they have collected too many spiritual things, and even things like book spirits have been born. Like a sage of knowledge, they teach Taoism. Countless people study, there will be various wills, which will give birth to book spirits and serve the dynasty. This is the general library of Tao. In all walks of life, a sub-library has also been opened up, like a library, for the people of the dynasty to learn knowledge. He not only stayed in the Imperial city to handle state affairs, but also used the power of transmission to see the development of all walks of life with his own eyes. Tao Academy has developed for more than 10 years, and various systems have matured. In the junior college, a big competition is being held. The junior academy is where Tao trains young juniors under the age of 100. Students who have not graduated will not be recruited into the army. But everyone in the junior academy knows that the war is coming. Although they are students, they can't just stay in the academy. They must also organize their own strength, train the academy legion, and let these juniors go to the battlefield to experience bloody experience. Only in the struggle of life and death can you grow. Upon receiving this request, Xuanhuan did not refuse, but agreed. However, only those students who passed the academy assessment could enter the battlefield. Letting them go to the battlefield is not to die, but to endure all kinds of forces. People's College is also in action. It is impossible for the Tao Legion to recruit all the subjects into the army. These people have been trained to be very fierce, and after the instructions of the People's Academy, they are also starting to train themselves to contribute after the war. This is very good. In troubled times, the folks are still martial, and they dare to fight, and they are not afraid of death. The biggest difference between a country and a sect is that it has a strong ruling power. Li Jianqing. Xuanhuan saw Li Jianqing in the kingdom of the emperor. He was surrounded by a fierce and extraordinary sword energy, each leaping, possessing an extremely terrifying ability to pierce, and his cultivation had also broken through to the 8th level of the Supreme God, and he was heading towards the 9th level. In the barren world of Sword World, he is the strongest, and being able to cultivate to the 7th level of the Supreme God is enough to see his talent. When he arrived at Tao, it was the fish leaping from the dragon gate. He wanted to become a real dragon. After being cultivated with so many resources, he immediately showed his extraordinary talent. His Majesty, Li Jianqing said. His peerless sword embryo has also been cast into a divine sword. With his kendo strength, Li Jianqing's ultimate attack power can cross several small realms and kill the powerhouses who are at the peak of the gods. This is terrible. He is a powerful warrior. Swordsmanship is good. Xuanhuan praised. It is impossible for me to practice this kind of swordsmanship without your majesty. Li Jianqing is upright, like his sword is inexhaustible. He also knew that in the eternal great world, there would be wars of various countries, and there would be countless tragic battles. When he thinks of the war, his swords are clanking, and he can't wait to use his sword to take the powerhouses of the eternal world to practice swords. If you want to fight, there will be times when you fight. Xuanhuan saw what he was thinking. Follow me to the sword world and see how the sword army is training. From the teleportation array to the sword world, I got there very quickly. See my sage. Xuanhuan arrived at the sword universe and reviewed the sword army. Countless swordsmen stood in a huge square, their voices were uniform and mighty, and the will of Kendo was also rolling out, forming a sword that slashed the enemy. The will of the Sword Army, the sword soul of the Sword Army. #C579 Awaken the Forbidden Land, destroy it. Jianjun's breath is sharp and straight. The cue is very neat, and everyone has a sword of destiny. The tyrannical sword energy of this sword cultivator can cut through the sky. Xuanhuan did not equip them with any other equipment, nor did the divine robbery cannons that other legions have, because it was not necessary for this group of sword cultivators. They only need a natal sword to unleash their strongest attack. Originally, the sword universe was only a small and medium-sized world, with poor resources, and no powerful divine sword could be cast. But Xuanhuan allocated them a lot of divine gold that could be used to forge divine swords, and sharpened his natal divine sword stronger and stronger. He already had this picture in his mind, a legion that used all swords, neatly and uniformly, and at the same time slashed a sword. The sword chi god blocked the killing god, the magic blocked killing the devil. Thinking about putting it on the battlefield is a nightmare for the enemy. The sword world has great potential. Xuanhuan said this sentence after reviewing the sword army. Time does not stop, Dao is developing, it has reached the end of the 49 years, and it will soon usher in the 50 years. The transmission channel to the great world of 9 Netherworld has been basically opened, and those refiners are also relieved. After all, connecting the two great worlds is not a simple matter. They are also transforming and optimizing the teleportation array. Of course, the task of optimization is not as urgent as it once was. The Jiuyo Great World and the Dutian Great World fought extremely violently over there. Even the powerhouses in the main god realm lost several statues. After the channel is opened, the medicinal pills on Xuanhuan's side can be quickly transported to the Shenwu Chamber of Commerce for sale in exchange for more resources. There was a tragic fight over there, and the eternal great world was not calm, and it was in chaos. Inside the Temple of God, one by one, bright divine beads are embellished like a vast starry sky. Your Majesty, the forbidden land of Qiling has been destroyed, all the main gods and powerhouses have been beheaded. Their sacred artifact was also taken away, and the entire forbidden area was full of doors, and no one was alive. The forbidden land of awakening spirit was destroyed. Xuanhuan is also no stranger to the forbidden land of Qiling. When he was in Shinshan, he joined forces with Dongchu Forbidden Land to deal with him, and now he is destroyed like this? You must know that the Qiling Forbidden Land is an ancient force, powerful, with the existence of the main god, and the holy artifact, which can resist the means of resisting the holy god. But the whole house was destroyed, and there was not even a single living bird, which was extremely miserable. And the Forbidden Land is also the first power of the fallen Lord God in the eternal great world in millions of years. The Forbidden Land of Qiling was also destroyed suddenly, because no one expected that the raging fire and burning heaven empire would directly attack such a powerful force. Although the Forbidden Land was turned into a Forbidden Land, it was not as strong as it was in ancient times, but it was once an emperor-level force. Although their holy master is old, half of his feet are in the tomb, his blood and energy are exhausted, and he is self-proclaimed. There is no emperor who is at the peak of the holy heaven. Helmsman. The fire-burning empire is indeed the most warlike of the 5 empires. The inspirational Forbidden Land has been removed. Upon receiving this news, Xuanhuan urgently convened a court meeting. The Forbidden Land was destroyed by the hands of the fire-burning empire. After they destroyed the Forbidden Land, they officially announced the rebirth of the empire. Lu Qianfu, as the commander-in-chief who mobilized the great troops and horses, had a solemn expression on his face. Among the 5 ancient empires, the raging fire-burning heaven empire was also the most ferocious and most warlike. Under the leadership of the great fire-burning heaven emperor, it destroyed an unknown number of forces. It's not just that. Xuanhuan said, the Gingjin-splitting Heaven Empire, the Blackwater Monstrous Empire, and the Hutu Xianhuang Empire also announced their reappearance at the same time. This is preparing to start a chaotic era of hegemony, and the destruction of the Forbidden Land is just a prelude. Chaos is here. The 5 strongest empires in ancient times have all announced their reappearance. His Majesty Xingfa Zhishan learned of the news, and as the person who contacted Dao from the Holy Heaven Empire, he also went to the Shenwu Temple. My Holy Heaven Empire also received the news that they divided the Eternal Great World into 5 regions. The Sky-Splitting Area, the Monstrous Area, the Burning Sky Area, the Xianhuang Area, and the Longevity Area where we are. The 5 major regions represent the 5 major empires. Have they already divided the Eternal Great World? Then each empire is responsible for a region, gathering strength, and wanting to eradicate all the forces in each region, which is more thorough than in ancient times, not one. Lu Qianfu said solemnly. Although the 5 emperors were also strong in ancient times, they were not as thorough as they are now, so the ancient power of Yaoguang Holy Land still needs to exist. But this time, their will is also very clear, no other forces are allowed to exist in the 5 major regions. What do you think of the Holy Heaven Empire? Xuanhuan asked. Our sage is naturally unwilling, the longevity area? No, it can't be divided like this. Holy law to the divine. Then according to the division of the sacred mountain, divide this place into the east area. Xuanhuan said. As expected of His Majesty, the wise Lord, our sage also thinks so. This is the eastern region of the Eternal Great World. In the eastern region, there are only 2 emperor-level forces, the Holy Heaven Empire and the Aoki Longevity Empire. If it is directly called the Xingtian area, what other forces will think? Only the eastern area is the most perfect. East area is fine. Dao's courtier was also ambitious and nodded. After the reappearance of the 5 empires, in the eastern region, many forces have chosen to submit to the Xianwu Eternal Life Empire and merged into it, such as the Blood God sect, Jinkanmen, obey the dispatch of the empire, and fight with us. The Supreme God of the Holy Law had a worried expression on his face. Too much pressure. The Lord of Holy Heaven should also be prepared. After all, he and the Holy Heaven Empire are both in the eastern region, and they are facing the same enemy. There are indeed preparations. Although there are forces who have surrendered to the Qingmu Chongqing Empire, there are also forces who do not want to be ruled by them. After all, it is much more comfortable to be their own king and hegemony than to be their ministers. The Holy Law Supreme God continued, for example, Wanlingzong. Although this Wanlingzong is not an emperor-level force, it also has a main god. Wanlingzong. Xuanhuan nodded. With the main god in charge, it is already the top 9-star force. The alliance formed in the eastern region is relatively loose, and the purpose is to protect itself and not be destroyed by the Aoki Chongqing Empire. I wonder what your Majesty's plans are for this war. The Holy Law to God asked. The Qingmu Chongqing Empire is the great enemy of all forces in the eastern region, and naturally, it is also our enemy. How can there be any eggs under the nest? In order to protect ourselves, we will also send troops to bear the pressure from the eastern region. Xuanhuan conveyed his will. Indeed, this situation is impossible to watch from the sidelines. His Dao is also the primary target of the Aoki Longevity Empire. I see. Holy law to the divine. He knew for a long time that Dawu would not obey the orders of the Holy Heaven Empire and choose to fight on his own. After all, this majesty in front of him is also a hero, and he has his own planning strategies and ambitions. Our alliance is called the Eastern Region Alliance. All major battle plans in the alliance and various combat operations of the Aoki Chongqing Empire must communicate with each other, so as to fight oppression. The purpose of this time is to communicate Xuanhuan's will. There's no problem with that. Xuanhuan nodded. He also knew that the main pressure of the Holy Heaven Empire was to endure the most powerful experts from the Aoki Longevity Empire, but if there was a mistake in any aspect, the whole game would be lost. No one can afford to lose this battle. Great martial arts will be the most important position in the alliance, which is related to the victory or defeat of the entire battle. The supreme god of the Holy Law is a wise man, and he is responsible for conveying news and making connections in the Eastern Region Alliance. #C580 Victory. After sending away the Holy Law to the gods, Xuanhuan also convened important officials, held a meeting, and arranged the specific matters of various wars. At this time, Xuanhuan sat on the main seat and listened to the discussions of the courtiers. Everyone, let me make it clear that don't put too much hope on the so-called Eastern Regional Alliance. This loose alliance sounds nice in name, but in fact it's okay when the war is good, and once the war is lost, it will collapse faster than us. As fast as you can imagine. Lu Qianfu said, we can only believe in ourselves. The latest news has come. The Qingmu Chongqing Empire has launched an all-out attack on the Holy Heaven Empire, which is more violent than ever. The two main gods have already fought, and a large number of supreme gods are fighting bloody battles. The news was said, and the atmosphere was a little dignified. Although wars broke out between the two empires in the past, it was more of a shopping battle between the gods, but this time it was different. The gods fought each other so quickly. This is the war to destroy the country, not a small fight. Yu Xingguang said, I see the entire Eastern Region Alliance, the only one that is determined to dare to go shopping with the Qingmu Chongqing Empire is the Holy Heaven Empire. The Emperor-level forces will never rely on others, and my great martial arts will not surrender to others, and the rest don't report any confidence. The current situation is like this. There is basically no neutrality in the Eastern region, and this kind of war is not allowed to have neutrality. The Qingmu Chongqing Empire will lead the army to attack the Holy Heaven Empire, and the Holy Heaven Empire will bear the greatest pressure, and the other part is to surrender. Their supreme god power forms an army, oppressing Dao, the former Biling forbidden area. There is a main god, the main, bringing this part of the power to gather the army, forming the Biling alliance, and oppressing my Dao. In addition, the Aoki Longevity Empire also sent the main god to settle down for the ancient family, bringing the army and this power to reconcile. The news is all presented. The situation is very serious. There are already two main gods in the forbidden area of Biling, Anjia, and Dao, which is enough to show the importance of Dao. Once Dao is broken, the Holy Heaven Empire will face attacks from more forces, and it will definitely not be able to resist. Therefore, in the strategy of the Holy Heaven Empire, the power of other sects in the alliance is only a supplement, and the great force is the most critical part. After all, Dao is very mysterious in the eyes of the Holy Heaven Empire. The two main gods. Xuanhuan's eyes were cold. He has the trump card of killing the Lord God, and he is also looking for opportunities to kill the other Lord God and break through the great realm. But I also know that now is not the time to find opportunities to release all the power of the whole cards. If you use it now, it will probably be wasted. The lips are dead and the teeth are cold. They are closely related. The Holy Heaven Empire attracts the strongest firepower and the most master gods of the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. We must stabilize the situation here. Xuanhuan said, how is the progress of the foundry's unsealing of the stone statue core? It's very fast. After all, we are just unblocking, not rebuilding. Day and night, a large number of stone statues and puppets have been added to the army. Ouyang Ming said, no one thought that the situation would develop so badly, so the people of the Holy Artifact Refining Land are a little flustered now. It is normal to have fluctuations. Xuanhuan said, at the time of the war, the connection with the outside world was also blocked. We have an advantage. They did not dare to directly send strong men into Dao to cause chaos in the country. They could only attack from the border and disintegrate. If the main god dared to enter Dao, Xuanhuan would be able to suppress it with the fortune of the country, using the 3 swords of the slaughtering god, and directly beheading him. It is true, they are numerous and powerful, and the army will attack in many places. Lu Qianfu said, the purpose is obvious, to break down the national fortune of Dao. The army is ready to attack at any time. Before each major battle, countless small battles will break out. King Loyalty, as the commander of the various legions of Dao, you must do a good job of coordinating the attack. Xuanhuan said. This minister understands. Lu Qianfu asked, I have an idea about the sword army, and I don't intend to use it in small battles. That's right. The sword army is a powerful army hidden by Dao. It has never fought before, and has not exposed a trace of it. This army is used in major battles, and their strongest ability has erupted. Xuanhuan wanted to make Jian Jun a blockbuster. It's a waste to use it for small battles. However, there are many demons in the demon universe that can be used. You can deploy this combat power, King Zhongyong. You can fight against the prison army and the war god army. You can fight those who are not afraid of death. You can hand over those tough bones. They do it. These 2 special legions, even if they die, Xuanhuan can use the Source Stone to be reborn as quickly as possible. The higher the level of the God Stone used, the faster the rebirth in the War God Pool and the Prison Pool. With the original Source Stone, it would cost hundreds of thousands of yuan at a time, and Xuanhuan didn't care to meet the war. And Li Jianqing, your sword is very strong, and your mission is to cooperate with the army and specialize in the beheading mission. Xuanhuan said, the shadow-killing army has been training for so long, so it's time to move and assassinate in each army. The shadow-killing army, Xuanhuan completely cultivated them as ghost assassins. I will understand at the end. Chen Jian nodded, his breath became more and more gloomy. His dagger has not seen blood for a long time. Get ready to go, this battle will be won. Xuanhuan said. Definitely. The ministers saw Xuanhuan with a calm face and no panic, and they also had a strong sense of self-confidence. The prelude to the war has begun. The entire eternal great world has officially ended a long period of peace and entered a real era of war. Who is in charge in times of war? Splitting and combining is always to usher in the real master. The 5 emperors chose to join forces this time, to first eliminate all discordant voices in the eternal world, and what they will do after that is unknown. The heroes are fighting for the deer, and the war is chaotic. Although the era of war came quickly, no one was surprised. It was already expected that when the 5 emperors' restricted area showed signs, this battle was inevitable. Those who are in high positions and control huge forces, no one wants to be a subject, and if they obey the orders of others, they may kill countless people, but they must fight. The Holy Emperor is not willing. Xuanhuan was even more reluctant. A person like him, in addition to controlling the country himself, no one dares to absorb him. After all, the hegemonic ambition on him is too strong. Once a country is defeated, anyone can accept refuge, but an emperor like Xuanhuan can never be spared. The troubled times have begun, and the troubled times will produce heroes. Only in troubled times can great achievements be made. Xuanhuan felt the arrival of troubled times. For people like him, only troubled times are the opportunity to show their talents. Dao is moving all over the country. Under the orderly deployment of the various legions, they gradually reached the borders. This time they faced many and complex forces. It is false to say that there is no pressure. Fortunately, Xuanhuan subdued the sword world and the devil world, so that he has a large number of masters to mobilize. As for each legion, the divine robbery artillery is also issued. According to the role of each legion, the number of equipment is also different. For example, the legion that undertakes the frontal attack is equipped with the most shadow killing corps, who are responsible for assassination, don't need it. In the inevitable battle, Xuanhuan sat in the Imperial city, analyzed information from all sides, and controlled the overall situation. Your Majesty, this is a photo record of the battle between the Holy Heaven Empire and the Aoki Longevity Empire just sent by the Holy Fa. Hashtag C581 Ghost Assassin. Cruel wars and beacon fires of death are being staged in the territory of the Holy Empire. Facing the attack of the Aoki Chongqing Empire, the Holy Heaven Empire was completely on the defensive, and it was extremely difficult to fight. This is also normal. After all, the Aoki Chongqing Empire has existed for a longer time, and the accumulation is thicker than them. There is also the existence of the Aoki Chongqing Emperor that shocks the ancients. The retreat of ancient times is for the grand strategy of this era. The photo formation method appeared in a huge main city. The armies on both sides fought fiercely, the sun and the moon were dark, the gods and demons were crying, blood rained everywhere, and they converged into rivers. Each country has a different style. The army of the Holy Empire was wearing that kind of holy light-colored armor. The armor of the Aoki Longevity Empire is blue-gold. Dao's armor is stern. This city is called Xuanhuan City. The Holy Heaven Empire has opened up this place as an important defensive battlefield, and dispatched the most elite Holy Heaven army, and the Aoki Longevity Empire has also dispatched the Longevity Army. Two elite armies fight, the strongest collision between the Empire and the Empire. Although it was tragic, Xuanhuan looked calm. Because this is war. The Holy Heaven Empire gave me the shadow formation, so that I could understand the fighting strength of the Aoki Chongqing Empire and their fighting methods, know themselves and their enemies, and sent me a lot of information about various sections. This is to hope that I will not be defeated and help them contain them. Part of the power. Xuanhuan certainly knew the purpose of the Holy Heaven Empire. Originally, their battle was very difficult, and they could no longer afford attacks from other directions. If Dao is defeated, the masters of the entire eastern region will all attack the Holy Heaven Empire and will be wiped out. In the eastern region, Dao has always been the most trusted ally of the Holy Empire. Because Dao, like them, has a characteristic, he will not surrender even if he destroys the country, and Emperor Wu is also on the list of mortal deaths. Infinite luck condensed. Xuanhuan was in a huge light and shadow map, with Dao as the center, radiating the forces in the eastern region, and every local army that moved towards Dao appeared at a glance. Let's fight for a glorious road, and cut out an immortal emperor's road. Xuanhuan's figure has existed forever, like an immortal mountain, staring at it all. The battle has begun. Countless small battles add up to big battles. The Holy Empire and Dao are the two cores of the eastern region. This world is difficult, and the heroes are competing. For those hegemons, the troubled times are a time for them to fight for hegemony, but for those of us, when the troubled times come, it means that the family will be destroyed. In this world, even if you cultivate to the gods, you can't protect yourself. Yeah, the Holy Heaven Empire is in a bloody battle, and other forces are blocking the passage to Dao. We will be forcibly arrested by them and consumed as cannon fodder. Howling. But what can be done? The entire eternal world is in chaos, and there is no pure land. Either join the Eastern Region Alliance, or join the Aoki Longevity Emperor. In the eternal world, people are in a panic, everyone is afraid, and suddenly one day there will be a strong person who will obliterate them. North Ridge, Forbidden Area. Countless powerhouses gathered here first to discuss the war strategy for attacking Dao. These people used to come from various forces. Because of the strength of the Aoki Chongqing Empire, they had to surrender to them. They were integrated into the Biling Legion, and then divided into small legions. The Empire has launched a full-scale attack on the Holy Heaven Empire. According to the instructions, we will also do it. However, the situation of Dao is special, and the shroud of the national fortune is too strong. If you enter their country to fight, you will be 100% suppressed. A powerhouse at the peak of the supreme god, looking at this group of people. This is the contemporary ruler of the Biling Forbidden Land, Baichen. He also knew. It seems that there are a lot of people, but in fact it also means a rabble, but because of the suppression of the empire, they joined together. We can't directly enter the territory of Dao, we have to divide it into several steps. A strong man said abruptly, first block Dao, prohibit the strong men of other forces from entering Dao, lock their country, and then attack from the border step by step, nibbling away the territory little by little, until the national destiny is disintegrated. As soon as the Great Wu is broken, the Holy Heaven Empire will be isolated and helpless, and there will be no doubt that it will be defeated. At that time, the rolling wealth will be plundered by us. However, how do we fight and how do we attack? The Great Martial Army is extremely powerful. The rabble is the rabble, and they are tough together, and no one is willing to make a big effort. Humph. Let me tell you, put away your calculations, this is not the past. The Empire has given me full authority over the North Ridge Forbidden Land to command you people. Whoever doesn't listen to fate will destroy them all, as an example. Baichen said coldly, no matter how hard the bones are, they will be chewed. Yes, yes, we all obey the orders of the Empire. The group nodded. If they really dared to resist the Aoki Longevity Empire, they should join the Eastern Region Alliance, and would not directly surrender. The most difficult part of Dao is the Yugad realm. The Emperor God has led the army to oppress it, and we will start from the Flame Demon realm. Of course, I will take the lead in the forbidden area of Biling. You follow us. Baichen said, the preliminary strategic plan has been told to you, and I have not treated all of you as cannon fodder. If you fight, my Biling forbidden area will charge ahead. Yes, yes, yes. The group did not dare to refute the order. The North Ridge Forbidden Area really had to have a main god. The war started. In a war, all means must be used, conspiracy and conspiracy, as long as it can be won, it is a good means. The various legions of Dao are ready to go out and collect information at all times. At the military plane, various orders were issued in an orderly manner. Qingjiang City. The city is in a very critical position. The lord of Qingjiang City, Xianshan Bajong, took refuge in the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. His mission was to provide supplies and training for various armies in Qingjiang City, and to monitor the movement of Dao's troops. City Lord, that group of people is so hateful. They came to Qingjiang City to disturb the people everywhere, and even suppressed our people. This is a coalition of forces from all walks of life, there is no strict order, and they look down on each other and fight everywhere. City Lord Qingjiang also had a headache. Can't afford it, we can't afford it. Now I look forward to the end of this war, send these uncles away, and let them go to scourge Dao's territory, don't toss in my small place. Qingjiang City Main Road. Suddenly his pupils changed drastically, he covered his neck, blood splashed out, his hand and then his entire head fell off in an instant. Not only him, but the entire Qingjiang City was assassinated like a ghost. Countless shadow armies appeared, and they suddenly appeared in the city. Before the armies temporarily stationed in the city could react, they were wiped on their necks and cut off by the ghost assassins. Whether it is the gods or the mysterious gods, they are all beheaded. This group of ghost assassins came and went quickly. After beheading the strong men in the city, they stepped into the void and left. #C582 Nightmare. The battle is on. The Shadow Killer came on stage and began their ghostly assassination. Chu Yuan had high hopes for the Shadow-Killing Legion. In the past few years, they have been training them, supplying a large amount of resources, and obtaining the assassination method of Shadow Valley, which has also organized this assassination-based legion and started their real battle. A large number of masters in Qingjiang City were assassinated, and the army stationed there was also killed. The news spread back, and it also alarmed the Biling coalition army. And the assassination of the Shadow Killing Corps is not only like this. The city strongholds of the Aoki Chongqing Empire all over the country encountered the assassination of the Shadow Killing Corps. In a short period of time, I do not know how many gods and mysterious gods were assassinated. Some people retreated in their own homes, and they were silently assassinated by the Shadow Killing Corps and beheaded in their own homes. This is all bloody, but it is an extremely proud record for the Great Martial Army. Be careful recently. The Great Wu Dynasty has an extremely powerful assassination corps. Many people have already adopted their way and have their heads beheaded. Not to mention those of us who don't even have the strength of the gods, even the mysterious gods have been assassinated by them. Many respected. Yeah, this kind of assassin is too terrifying, it's a ghost, no one knows when they will appear. I don't dare to go out without authorization now. I thought we could loot arbitrarily in this attack, but who would have this kind of thing? Dare to shoot at will. Just wait for the order above. This is a military camp where the army is stationed, and there is a supreme god guarding it. Their plan was temporarily disrupted by the action of the Shadow Killing Legion. Inside the barracks, people panic. But at this time, a terrifying shadow appeared on the edge of the barracks, in the depths of the void, moving cautiously. Qin Jian, wearing various Imperial artifacts that are suitable for assassination refined by the master of the Shadow Valley, sneaked into this military camp with strong concealment skills. With no expression on his face, he is a god of death, reaping life. The Imperial coalition did not even scream, and they were killed in a single blow, and they were beheaded in the barracks. A mysterious god was cultivating, his pupils suddenly opened, and he saw a shadow and cut off his head. One after another, in a short period of time, countless necks were wiped off. Withdraw. The Shadow Killing Corps retreated, not greedy for their achievements, and after assassinating a group, they quickly moved to the next place. Died. When the supreme gods were investigating the barracks, they found that the strong men who assassinated the barracks were trembling with anger. In their own territory, they were silently assassinated and killed so many people, but they didn't find it. Great martial assassin. Although they were angry, they also knew that this group of assassins had come and gone without a trace, and they had already run away. This kind of thing is not staged in one military camp, but assassinations are being staged in many places. The large-scale battle has not yet started. In the initial contest, Dao has already gained the upper hand. The front line shrinks, and the supreme god exists in a group to search the void and resist the assassination of the assassins on the opposite side. It's really frustrating now. Their idea was to directly attack Dao with the most powerful force, but unexpectedly, the other party sent a group of powerful assassins, disrupted the deployment, and assassinated many of their own masters first. Although they responded in a timely manner, the Shadow Killing Legion would not have easy access to water. But the existence of the Shadow Killing Legion itself shocked them and became their nightmare. In the face of opponents who don't know where to hide or when to shoot, who is not afraid, they have experienced a greater fear than Shadow Valley. Because behind the Shadow Killing Legion is the Dao dynasty. Ding. The host completed the side quest Qianshan / obtained 70,000 fate points, the advanced card of the divine artifact, the divine ability fruit X32, the divine pill X2, the intermediate version of the 3 swords of slaughtering god X1, the random lottery chance X1, and the creation of the killing god map. The progress is 10%, the current progress is 30%. The repeated assassinations allowed Xuanhuan to complete the mission of 1000 gods / 2 supreme elixir, one with Qin Jian. Xuanhuan rewarded Qin Jian with the divine pill. If he breaks through to God, he can assassinate the existence of God. There is one more, which Xuanhuan gave to Zhu Fengfeng. This is a veteran of Dao. He has been following Dao since the time of the first emperor, and he has deep feelings for Dao. And Zhu Fengfeng got an unincubatable phoenix egg before, absorbing the purest phoenix origin. The bloodline level is no longer the ancient phoenix, and is evolving towards the real phoenix. She broke through, and with her power as a phoenix, she could subdue the powerful monsters. Monster race, in the super-large world of the eternal world, although it does not occupy a dominant position, it is still a powerful force. 32 magical fruit. Xuanhuan immediately raised the big cutting technique to the 7th level. Ding! The current branch line has been released, Wanchen / beheaded above 10,000 gods. Remarks: people killed by people of great martial arts are included in the progress of the task. Everyone is on guard. A projected map of the battlefield was transformed into Xuanhuan's Imperial study room. Although the 3 mid-level slaughtering swords are useless to me, they can be placed on Chen Jian's body, and with his own strength and the power of this sword, he can once again destroy a line of defense. The Void Air Corps was established, and the Shadow Killing Army is a special elite. It belongs to the Void Air Corps. Chen Jian serves as the commander of the army. The Imperial decree of Xuanhuan was issued. The Shadow Killing Army has a special selection method. It uses the Void Torrent training in the Void Gate to select those who are suitable for Void talent, but not everyone is qualified to be a harsh assassin. In this way, a large number of people have been brushed down. When the war came, all the armies of the dynasty had to expand. Therefore, Xuanhuan was preparing a long time ago, picking out some Void talents for special training. Now it is only officially established, and it is added to the Imperial Legion system. I will live up to His Majesty's expectations, and I am willing to use my life to dedicate to the dynasty. Chen Jian was rewarded by Xuanhuan, holding the seal of the Air Force Regiment in his hand, knowing that this was what Xuanhuan valued him. All sorts of infighting continued. The current situation is like this. Although both the Biling Coalition and the Anja-based Imperial Legion are oppressing Dao, the strange thing is that there is no trace of the main gods of these two legions. It is the Supreme God who appears and dominates. This is also the case with Dao. Although he attacked again and again, Xuanhuan did not do anything. The two sides formed a tacit understanding and did not do anything. How could Xuanhuan not know the reason for this situation? The main gods of these two legions are also afraid of themselves, and they dare not take action at will, for fear that he will suddenly burst into the background of being able to kill the main gods, and he can also contain and shock him in secret. It would be very difficult for me if you didn't show up. Analyzing the situation of the war, Xuanhuan also shook his head. Those who can cultivate to the main god are not fools, they just don't show up. Even if De Wukong has a whole card, it is useless. But the Lord God doesn't show up, and there are ways to play without showing up. We have our advantages, so we must maximize the advantages of war. Xuanhuan has been looking at the map, analyzing the direction of the army. Li Jianqing, you should move. #C583, create opportunities. The eternal great world is huge, and there are many forces, big and small. Even in the eastern region, there are 2 emperor-level forces. There are more powers under the emperor level. Xiang sect, the most god-level sect. There are also a lot of powerful people in this sect. This time, I also know that the 5 emperors have returned with great determination, great will, and a more terrifying cultivation base than in the ancient times. They were unable to resist, and they were very decisive. Half of their supreme gods were mobilized to the front. Eternal Great World, this is my first battle to join Dao. The first battle must be done perfectly to satisfy your majesty. Li Jianqing's face was stern, carrying the divine sword and stepping on the sword rainbow. He came to the Xiang sect relentlessly. It should be destroyed. Li Jianqing pulled out his long sword. The sword master was in the sky, and the sword energy was mighty, like a peerless sword river, and his sword power slammed into the entire Shiyang sect. Is the sound of death. The disciples and elders left by the Shiyang sect, including several ancestors of the Supreme Being, had not reacted, and the sword energy had already drowned the Shiyang sect. A sword swept through a sect, and when the sword light disappeared, there was no one alive in the Shiyang sect, not a single animal was left, and the real chickens and dogs were not left, such as their sect, which became a fallen one. Shiyang. After Li Jianqing killed him, he immediately disappeared here. His task is also very simple, taking advantage of the fact that a large number of strong people from various sects have been transferred away, and specifically destroy their rear. War is anything to go by. At the same time, the Shadow-Killing Legion also started their new round of assassination. Although in the military camps, the supreme gods were all on guard and searched for the void at all times, but this time Qin Jian brought the intermediate version of the 3 swords of slaughtering the gods and the strength after breaking through to the supreme gods, and hunted again. Kill. The Shadow-Killing Corps suddenly appeared. A large number of assassins carry out the first wave of assassinations. Qin Jian appeared from the void without warning, and stabbed a powerhouse of the first-level supreme god. The assassin's peerless strike. No, the great martial assassin strikes again. Those supreme gods were also confused when they saw the Dao assassins taking the head of the enemy general among the millions of troops, but they calmed down immediately. Don't mess up, leave them all here. These supreme gods shouted loudly. Suddenly, the 3 knives of Tushan flew out of Qin Jian's hands, and a supreme god was slashed by the power of the 3 knives. He opened his eyes wide and watched his life and energy quickly pass, and he was already dead. Taking this opportunity, Qin Jianxian swallowed a divine blood pill, burnt his whole body violently, pierced the head of a supreme god and destroyed the soul. Afterwards, the Shadow-Killing Legion evacuated here, through the chaos. Fear. Although preparations have been made, under De Wu's assassination, 2 supreme gods were assassinated, and they were assassinated in the military camp. This cruel deed made this group of supreme gods also afraid. Silence. In the forbidden area of Bailing, in a dimly lit hall, a master was sitting here. My Shiyang sect was actually destroyed, and all the disciples and elders were not left behind, all of them were killed. The patriarch of the Shiyang sect was recruited. Hearing the news, a mouthful of blood spurted out, his eyes darkened, and he almost fainted. He was fighting outside, but his hometown was taken over and the sect was destroyed. I'm gone. Li Jianqing not only destroyed the Shiyang sect, but also destroyed several 9-star sects and a large number of 9 stars. How to fight? Tell us how to fight this battle. We will fight in the front, and Dao will attack and kill our sect in the rear. Why, the Lord God still doesn't do it. This group of people was shocked and angry. They took refuge in the Aoki Longevity Empire, not to die, but to protect their own interests. The Lord God can't do it yet. Beichen said slowly, the main gods have their own tasks. They have to beware of the emperor who is holding back Dao. Therefore, the battle between the gods is our responsibility. Hateful. After the group of strong men vented, they calmed down. Do you want to let Dao unscrupulously attack our rear? We must know that a large number of our elites have been mobilized to the front line, and they have a strong and powerful swordsman, but I don't know the details. Strong. Li Jianqing came from a small and medium-sized world, and naturally no one knew his information. Of course not. Beichen said, everyone, the reason why they can act recklessly in the rear is precisely because they are too scattered to form a suppression. Now I propose to send strong men to escort the disciples and elders of various forces to the forbidden area of Bailing. That's the only way to do it now. If they don't, they will all be killed by Li Jianqing in the rear. Hateful, Dao's national fortunes are too strong. They stay in the country and can shoot without any scruples, but we can't send strong men to assassinate them. Who dares to assassinate? The group of old antiques sent out by Dongchu Forbidden Area, still dying, is the bloodiest example. If you can do whatever you want and enter the Dao country to assassinate, the Lord God would have done it long ago, and he will wait until now. Plans for the next phase. Beichen also knew that the situation couldn't be allowed to go on like this. The situation is serious now, and the army can't continue like this. It must be in close contact, form a group, resist the assassination from Dao, and then gradually attack Dao. Agree. No problem. The times are different now. At this time, those who have dissent will be beaten to death by the tide of the times. There will always be a day when they are divided and merged. If you still hold on to your previous thoughts, don't blame me for not reminding you, you will surely die. It is very miserable. This time the 5 emperors return, the will to sweep the eternal world is unstoppable. Beichen warned the group. The return of the 5 emperors is a general trend and cannot be stopped. Dao Military Aircraft Office. King Zhongyong, those forces have all started to migrate, and the elites have entered the forbidden area of Biling. Li Jianqing's actions have shocked them, and the shadow-killing corps has had a hard time finding opportunities to continue assassinating. Dao's ministers are all having a discussion. If there is no chance, we will create it. King Zhongyong said coldly, the shadow-killing legion has become a nightmare in the opponent's heart, and it is a shock to not move. This time, the assassination of the Supreme God is a warning to them. If we hadn't used the assassination and raiding methods this time, the core of the battlefield would have reached the border of the country, and the big battle would always start. Before that, we would have to launch countless small battles to determine our advantage. Zhu Fengfeng said coldly, simple assassination is already very difficult to achieve, and the next step is to use the army's attack to increase the advantage. Commander Feng said what this king thinks. Lu Qianfu said, I can't make them feel comfortable before the big battle, don't they want to attack? Then, on the route of their attack, they will fight one after another. Everyone. When he said these words, he led the whole group to stand up. Block the void, and give full play to the mobility advantages of the Dao Legion. Some of the army will not move. The strong golden winged Dapeng, the Destruction Legion and the Demon God Elite Legion. In addition, the battleships and the battleships of the various legions have been transferred and started to launch strong attacks on their strongholds along the way. Lu Qianfu ordered, Li Jianqing is mobilized to come back, go out with the army, and is responsible for always attacking the strong opponents. He has the strongest combat power for this battle, and the other legions guard against the Imperial army on the other side. C584, Divine Catastrophe Cannon. The war is never achieved overnight, unless it is really overwhelming strength, can the world be settled in one battle. The North Ridge Legion changed its strategy, from a full-scale attack, it has now turned into a condensed force and a heavy attack with a fist. Their army also started from the forbidden area of Biling, spreading from the sky to the sky, unable to see the end at a glance. They were not in a hurry to rush to Dao as quickly as possible, but were growing their momentum and conquering the forces along the way. Very good, just attack like this, the army marches hand in hand, closely unites, oppresses them, makes them unable to assassinate, and burns the fire of war into their land. The power of national fortune is most afraid of war chaos. The prosperous dynasty and the chaotic dynasty are completely different. Beichen knew that Dao was difficult to attack. Only when there is war everywhere and in chaos can they disintegrate their national fortunes. We must be cautious in the battle with Dao, and we must not be greedy for achievements. In fact, all our actions are just to cooperate. What really needs to be attacked is the Imperial Legion. If Dao is broken, the Holy Heaven Empire will definitely be destroyed. Keep the army advancing. They did not receive the army into the cave treasure and took it away directly. Because the treasures in the cave are good, but once they suddenly encounter a blow and bombard the army from the cave, the scattered lineup will encounter massacres, and Tiao will not give them time to set up their battles. Boom! The movement of the army could not be concealed. Dawu did not sit still. Just after they left the Biling Forbidden Area, halfway through the army's action, a huge star warship appeared endlessly as far as the eye could see. The number of star warships built in recent years is increasing. Attention, the Tiao battleship is here. Don't panic, they will send strong people, everything is in our plan. Okay. Now that they are here, let's put on a good posture and fight with them, otherwise we will be in trouble if we have the protection of the national destiny. This is exactly what we want. When they suddenly saw the arrival of the Tiao battleship, the Biling Legion did not panic, but became excited and shouted loudly. This was exactly what they hoped to see. Attack! Get ready to fight back. The Biling coalition army took action, and they marched on such a large scale, just to be able to fight Tiao at any time. The huge army has turned into a torrent, carrying rolling power. The reason why the Imperial army has not made a move is precisely waiting for the first battle between the Biling coalition and Tiao, and they will be the first to start the war here. They also know something about the powerhouses of Tiao. Even if you don't know, it won't be too much. If it weren't for the fear of Tiao's powerful equipment and endless background, the number of coalition powerhouses would far exceed Tiao's. The robbery cannon, the calamity is coming. Hundreds of huge battleships were placed with a large number of cannons for divine robbery. After they appeared, the captain of the battleship did not hesitate to directly activate the strongest skills of the cannons to launch divine robbery strikes. The level of divine stone consumed this time is extremely high. It is a holy grade divine stone, and millions of pieces will be burned in one wave. The beam of the catastrophe of the gods was launched from the ship, and the rays of light were mighty. Miserable. At the moment when the divine robbery was launched, the energy evaporated the sound, and the screams could not be heard. However, it can be seen that Xuanhuan, who had suffered the catastrophe of the gods, ruthlessly passed through the Biling allied forces, and a large blank appeared, and all the gods and mysterious gods were involved, and they disappeared in an instant, and there was no residue left. With this wave of blows, too many strong opponents were wiped out. The coalition forces were also stunned. The power of such a huge cannon had never been seen in the first battle to destroy the Forbidden Area in the east. Kill. The Tiao Legion appeared aggressively and forced the past. The experts of the demon world were transferred and added to each legion. At this moment, the force of destruction was launched, and the war of destruction was launched against the Biling coalition. The bloody war machine runs, bringing horrific slaughter. Where did these supreme gods come from? The powerhouses of the demon world are very unfamiliar with this group of people, and with the sudden entry of the army, the coalition forces that were in chaos have become even more chaotic at this moment. In addition, the Great Martial Army Corps cooperated closely. For the combat power of a dynasty, although people were not as good as each other, but relying on the advantages of cooperation and equipment, a strong combat power broke out in an instant. Don't panic, hold your ground. A supreme god saw that the army was in chaos and suffered more losses, and immediately roared, using his own mana to contain the panic of the army. The whole army of Tiao, retreat. As soon as the opponent's camp calmed down, the army rushed in and withdrew suddenly without entanglement. Let us pay such a huge loss and just leave? Baichen was also very annoyed. In this short period of time, the damage caused was huge. His mana condensed into a huge war dagger, beheading the fleet fiercely. Boom! When the battle fell, a sword light passed by, and Li Jianqing was in the fleet. He shot and blocked the blow. What a tyrannical kendo cultivation base! Baichen suddenly looked at Li Jianqing, his face dignified. The 8th level cultivation base of the Supreme God can block my power. Your sword is very powerful, and your understanding of Kendo is also very strong. This is a pure sword repair. Shaking the world. The divine artifact broke out with the power to break the mountains and rivers. Beichen held Ge, and pressed down heavily. He was a few small realms higher than this person, which was his advantage. Sword Master Sky. The cold sword light made Li Jianqing like the master of the sword in the universe starry sky. He dominated the starry sky. The power of Shench fell, collided with his sword, and the spark soared into the sky. Beichen's actions were extremely ferocious, and he was heavily oppressed by his battle fighters. Where the sword goes, it will break mountains and rivers. Li Jianqing poured all his power into the divine sword, and every time he slashed out, a long river of swords would appear, and the tyrannical sword energy between the two fluctuated, and ordinary masters could not get close at all. It's amazing. This person's sword is not an ordinary sword, but a Kendo treasure, which contains the origin of sword chi, and the tyrannical combat power of Jianxiu makes him have the ability to hurt me. Beichen was stunned in his heart, not daring to be careless. Sword of Tianhe. Li Jianqing knew that when he was not entangled with Beichen, the Tianhe of his sword swept over to cover the retreat of the battleship. A supreme god in the world of demons took action to block it. The sword of slaying god. Suddenly, Li Jianqing unleashed an extremely powerful sword, instilling energy, looking at Beichen, and slashing past him at an instant speed. Not good. Beichen hurried back. He knew that if this sword was hit, although he could seriously injure Li Jianqing, he would have to pay a huge price, even death. After hesitating, he finally chose to avoid it. His evasion gave the army a good opportunity to retreat, and suddenly disappeared from the battlefield and entered the vast void. #C585 Do Everything. Dao has an extremely sword cultivator, with terrifying killing power, and the power to cut to the pinnacle of God. In addition, Dao also has a stronger cannon, which can unleash the power of divine calamity, kill the mysterious god, and threaten the gods. There have been many tyrannical magic cultivators in Dao. They came out of nowhere. Could it be that they also control the power of other worlds behind them? All the information was gathered, and the Biling coalition could only comfort themselves in this way. Although the losses were not small, they knew some of the strength of the other party. Although the Great Wu Legion retreated, they couldn't stay here and continue to march, and something that made them even more angry happened. Dao did not confront them head-on. Every time, the warships came forward and launched a wave of calamity bombardment. This series of attacks continued, and they were exhausted. So annoying. The intention is obvious, every time it seems that it can only kill a few people, but if you continue to kill, the skin will be stripped down for you, and the damage to morale is huge, and many people's hearts will collapse. After all, these people are coalition forces, but they were forced to surrender due to the strong surrender of the Aoki Longevity Empire, not a well-trained legion like the Imperial Army. And even worse. Dao's attack also made the forces of the Eastern Region Alliance smell the benefits. Like a pack of wolves, they followed the Biling allied forces, and every time Dao made a bombardment, they would suddenly attack and kill a wave to expand the results and snatch the benefits. Dawu did not take the initiative, and they did not dare to directly attack the coalition forces. However, with Dawu taking the lead, they also became bold. What's even worse is still behind. As soon as your front foot army leaves, their back foot starts to sabotage, burning, killing and looting behind you, destroying everything in your territory, and using all possible means. Damn it. Our army was held back by the Great Martial Army, and the progress was slow. Those people dared to do damage, behind us. Burn, kill, loot, no grass grows, those people are like locusts, even more hateful than Dawu. It can't go on like this. Our strong men are all on the front line, and the rear is empty, so the entire rear will be destroyed by them. All the masters of the Biling coalition army let out an angry roar. Stop attacking Dao, change the strategy, ask the Lord God of the Empire for help, and ask them to send more troops to contain Dao, and we will allocate some of our forces to destroy those who don't know what to do. The Biling allied forces changed their strategy. Instead of marching towards Dao, they divided their forces, first destroyed other forces in the Eastern Region Alliance, and then concentrated their advantages to enter Dao. Otherwise, these flies are buzzing all day long, which is really annoying, and they will be disgusted to death. Once the strategy is changed, Dao has to respond quickly. King of loyalty and brave, welcome to the strong of Wanlingzong. At the Dao military plane, Wanling sect sent someone over. This is also a very strong sect of the Eastern Region Alliance, with the Lord God in charge, and its main task is to help the Holy Heavenly Empire to defend and support the Eastern Region Alliance. C. Loyalty and bravery. I have seen the great Wu Zhongyong king. A supreme god came here and said, I am the messenger of Wanlingzong, I don't know if I can meet your majesty. Your majesty has other things to do. You can tell this king if you have anything. This king is responsible for the mobilization of the various legions of the Great Wu. Lu Qianfu refused his request. Now, Chuyuan's existence is very special. He is the big guy behind the scenes, who uses the world as a chessboard and the army as chess pieces, controls the overall situation, and moves the chess pieces. All right. This god was a little disappointed, and said, my Wanling sect's main force is in the Holy Heaven Empire. I learned that the Biling coalition and the Imperial army are oppressing Dao at the same time. The suzerain is willing to send a strong army into Dao and obey Dao's deployment. Thank you for the kindness of Sect Master Wanling. Lu Qianfu said, but I, Dao, have the ability to handle the current situation. We are not the ones who need support the most. The current situation is severe for other sections. They have been attacked and retaliated. To help. He refused the Wanling sect army to enter Dao. Who doesn't keep an eye out for this kind of time? The mobilization of the domestic army, shrouded in the national fortune, is like a fog, and it is difficult for the outside world to detect. Okay, we know what to do. He left Dao. Emergency meeting. Lu Qianfu held a meeting and said, right now, their attack on Dao will be slowed down, and they will turn to clearing up other forces. But this strategic goal cannot be achieved by them, otherwise it will be detrimental to us. Now, the frame of the Eastern Regional Alliance is still needed. Send a battleship as a maneuver. The trouble is that Li Jianqing can't support him at will, otherwise the other party knows that Li Jianqing is not there, and the army is bound to start again. If we can help, we still need to save. After all, we still need them to contain and harass. As for how much we can save, it depends on their fortunes. The Holy Heaven Empire is directly under the greatest pressure from the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. The Lord God is fighting. Their own situation is very difficult. They have no spare energy to open up the battlefield. Only we have the spare energy to lend a helping hand. The commanders of Dao are still willing to send part of the army to rescue. The Great Martial God Army, the War God Army, and the Prison Suppression Army are responsible for mobile operations and support the Eastern Region Alliance. Chuyuan's voice came over. The elite of the Xinjun Army, except Chuyuan, no one can mobilize this army. The number of people is only 250,000, but the strength of the battle is terrifying. In addition, civilian warriors are uniformly assigned tasks by the military department. Right now, Dao is the force that wants to break down the most except the Holy Heaven Empire. To prevent people from using inside and outside to conspire, everything must be prevented. The ruler of Chuyuan said in a voice that controlled the world's chess pieces. Yes, Your Majesty. The flames of war continued, and the beacon fires burned. When the Biling allied forces suspended their march towards Dao and turned to clean up those small and medium forces, it was a disaster for these people. Kill, 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 kill this group of people. Eat the guts of bears and leopards, and dare to play sneak attacks behind our backs. Don't let them die so quickly, let them suffer the greatest fear of death. Without these people holding back, we can better attack Dao. An ancient sect has evolved into a battlefield of death, and many people have gathered together. Those Eastern region alliances knew that the Northern Ridge allied forces were going to attack them, and they were not unprepared at all. The various sect forces gathered together, but they were still slaughtered by them, and now they are besieged here. Tianxia, I'll wait, do you really have to die here? No. I don't want to die here. There must be a chance to fight with them. In a desperate situation, seek a lifeline. These people were not reconciled to this fall and launched a resistance. However, the strength was too disparate. Many strong people in the alliance were recruited by the Holy Heaven Empire, and the rest were difficult to resist. But at this most dangerous moment, their rescue finally came. Like a divine soldier, he came with the halo of a savior. #C586 Yunsha Dajiao. The Dao dynasty's rescue has arrived. Boom. The battleship was in the sky, extremely ferocious, spraying out energy beams. Intertwined into a fiery rainbow. The God Army and 2 special corps rewarded by the system appeared here. Dao's rescuer is here. This group of desperate people let out a sound of joy. Damn, the people of Great Wu dare to send troops to rescue. Do they really regard themselves as saviors? Don't be afraid of them, their army is still in the country, and only a small part of them come here. We have the strength to contain their attacks. Countless strongmen of the Northern Ridge Alliance roared loudly, stabilizing the camp, knowing that Dao could not divide too much power. Kill. Xuanhuan, the most elite legion of Dao, and the 200,000 soldiers of the Xuanhuan army have displayed their most powerful talents, and all kinds of energy have been suppressed. Small meaning, although it is powerful, the number of people is too small. This group of people sneered again, and suddenly there was a supreme god who displayed boundless mana to resist the attack of the army. Destroyer Bell. A demon venerable, called the Bone-Eating Demon Venerable, is the second-ranked powerhouse in the demon world. Under the training of Dao, he has reached the 8th level of the Supreme God, and has used the Divine Destroyer Bell, an Imperial artifact. What? A huge divine bell was continuously enlarged, and a large number of people were loaded into it. Immediately, an incomparable scream was heard, and he was killed by the refining of life and life in the God-destroying bell. This Imperial artifact. Although the God-destroying bell is not a sacred artifact, it is also the top Imperial artifact. Hand of the God of War. In the War God Army, the strength of the 50,000 War God Army was united and sent out by the commander of the War God. The big hand grabbed it fiercely, covering the void. Several Supreme God powerhouses were caught at once, and they were directly pinched into blood mist. The hand of suppressing prison. The prison army also launched the same attack. Damn. The Biling Coalition powerhouse made an angry voice. The 2 supreme gods are 8 level, how can this be? How can Dao still have such a powerful master? Why have I never seen it before in the first battle in the Forbidden Land in the east? Retreat, retreat quickly. The cultivation base of the group of people that Dao came to rescue is too tyrannical. If they continue, they will suffer heavy losses themselves. This is not their strategic purpose. Immediately, they began to retreat. Bone-eroding demon venerable, they retreated. The organization of the God Army is special. It does not have the position of commander-in-chief. Siege, where should we go? Don't worry about Wanlingzong. Although they have also been severely attacked, they look serious, but they are actually able to save themselves. The real danger is one place, the site of Yunsha Great Sect. Go to Yunxia Great Sect first and defeat their conspiracy. The bone-eating demon Venerable is an old antique. In the world where the resources of the demon world are so poor, he has a deep scheming and immediately decides to go to Yunxia Great Sect. Yunxia Great Teacher. Although the ancient great sects are not emperor-level forces, there are very few great sects with master gods. Originally, these forces with the main god would be the key targets, but because of the great martial arts, they were not so conspicuous. At this moment, in the Yunxia Great Sect, there are powerful enemies everywhere, and countless people are chaotically fighting here. At the most tragic moment, Dao's battleship arrived, erupting a rainbow of giant cannons, and the giant cannons blossomed everywhere, giving Yunxia Great Sect a strong support. With the support of Dao, Yunxia Grand Sect immediately changed from defensive to offensive, and started to counterattack towards the army that had come over. The war was fierce and lasted for several hours. Both Yunxia Dajiao and the Biling Coalition army paid a huge price and ended with the retreat of the Biling Coalition army. Many thanks to His Majesty Dao for his help, I remembered it, by Master Yunxia. The leader of the Yunxia Great Sect was a woman, and she expressed her gratitude at this moment. Without Dao's help, the price they would pay would be even greater. This battle is not a battle of one religion and one country. We need to fight together to resist the counterattack of the 5 ancient empires in this era. The Xinjun did not stay and retreat for a long time. They were the mobile army left by Xuanhuan, and they had to support the battle at any time. The Great Wu dynasty is getting more and more terrifying. Cult Master Yunxia made such a voice. Holy Heavenly Capital. Your Majesty, the Dao dynasty has been attacking continuously, sending the divine army to support the various sects in the eastern region, and its own army has also contained the Biling coalition and the Imperial army within its own front, and is now at a stalemate. A main god looked at a great existence shrouded in holy light. My Xingtian has no strength to assist other forces in the alliance. Fortunately, Dao helped us bear some of the pressure, otherwise the situation would be worse, and they would also be targeted by several main gods. The Emperor Xingtian said slowly, a new round of tragic war is about to begin. If Dao can break the balance, it will be a good thing for us. Your Majesty, Wanlingzong and Zhou dynasty have also encountered the crazy retaliation of Qingmu Chongqing Empire. Geographically, they are closer to our Holy Heaven Empire, and they are gradually moving closer to us. The Lord God reported. Wanlingzong, Zhou dynasty. The Emperor Xingtian thought about it. For these 2 powerhouses, they can help, but they cannot be allowed to approach the core of the empire. It is best to use their power to consume the Qingmu Chongqing Empire. We still have a lot of tough battles to fight, and we can't consume too much of our own strength. Dao Palace. His Majesty. Lu Qianfu entered the palace, met Xuanhuan, and said, although my Dao sent the army of gods to support the various sects, those sects also took away a large number of their own people with the treasures of the cave, and now they are all gathering towards Dao, asking your Majesty to let them go. They entered the country and fought together. Those sects have moved closer to Dao. This is also normal. If they continue to disperse, they will be retaliated by the Biling coalition forces. Only by approaching Dao and gathering strength can they resist. They also did not dare to go to the Holy Heavenly Empire. Because the battle over there was even more tragic than Dao's side, the Lord God fought recklessly, the sacred artifact collided wildly, and scattered some aftermath could make the profound god die without a place to be buried. In contrast, although the battle on Dao's side was also tragic, it was not as cruel as the other side. No one is a good stubborn fool, and they also know that by surrendering to the Aoki Longevity Empire, they will promise them many benefits, but at the same time, they must also be cannon fodder and pay a huge price of casualties. There are live examples in front of us. The Imperial army that attacked Dao had not suffered a single bit of damage. On the other hand, the Biling coalition army has suffered heavy losses, and many people in the realm of the gods have been killed. If they want to get closer, let them get closer. Those strong people will not be brought into the country. They will be placed on the front line of the Biling coalition army, that is, several giant islands on the side of the flame demon realm. When the war begins, let them bear some of the pressure. Xuanhuan Dao, the forces from the Yushan realm have also been transferred to the front line of the flame demon realm. The battle with the Imperial army must be presided over by Dao. They only need to deal with the Biling coalition to avoid causing us trouble. #C587 70% of the force, Feather God Realm. The situation of the war changed again. Many small and medium forces began to gather around Dao to seek the protection of Dao. After all, with their strength, those who fail to get closer to the stronger forces will definitely be brutally attacked and retaliated. The situation is developing too fast. The Holy Heaven Empire and Dao have become the two cores of the eastern region. Both are indispensable. Although Yunsha Great Sect has a main god, it is far less important than Dao in terms of the situation. The Yunsha Great Sect also gathered in the area of the Flame Demon realm. We can only win and not lose. If we lose, the foundation of our operation for countless years will completely collapse. However, we must be prepared with both hands. Eggs cannot be put in one basket, leaving some strong people to lead this battlefield. Yunsha Dajiao has long been prepared. Although they have the ability to stay away from the eternal world, where can they go after leaving here? Their roots are in the eternal great world. For example, the eternal world is the ocean. They are the overlords in the ocean. Without the ocean, they cannot grow stronger. Do you want to go into a small pond and slowly trap yourself to death? Other big worlds can't tolerate them either. Do you want to become a wanderer in the outer space? Now we will listen to Dao's arrangement. You see, they deliberately arranged us on the side of the Biling coalition army, but did not put us on the side of the Imperial army. The intention is obvious. They are willing to use our strength, knowing that in the Imperial army, we are not opponents, so we put it here to defend the Biling coalition. In this way, we can't become cannon fodder. To be honest, these forces are still very satisfied with Dao putting them outside the Flame Demon realm. If they gathered in the Feather God realm, they would have the idea of using them as cannon fodder, and the minds of these people would also change, and they might surrender before the battle. And if it was the Biling coalition, they would not be afraid and dare to fight with them. Dawu is also worried that we will collapse when we fight with the Imperial army, so that's fine, we will quietly wait for the war to come. Imperial army. The time has come, the war has been divided, the Empire has completely suppressed the battlefield of the Holy Empire, and there is no helping hand to intervene in the battlefield here. During this period of war, the Aoki Eternal Empire dominated the direction of the war, deliberately dividing the battlefield into two areas, cutting the connection between each other, and unable to help each other. They can nibble and solve them one by one. Is this the national luck of Dao? The Imperial army went outside the Feather God realm, and when they saw the fate of the Dao dynasty, they were shocked. Dao's national fortune is extremely thick, covering the whole country, like a crystal wall covering the eternal world, countless beliefs flashing bright colors, and a stream of light surging like a sea of fury. If the other 9-star dynasty luck is just a big lake, then Dao is a vast ocean. The war in the eastern region not only did not affect the national fortune of Dao, but it was more closely united, prosperous, and beams of light shot into the infinite sky, interweaving amazing visions. Dao is not an ordinary 9-star dynasty, this is the consensus of the empire, so it is also very cautious to deal with them. And this time, Xuanhuan did not use the Human Emperor Sutra to cover up the country's transportation, but fully revealed it. Everyone knows that Dao's national fortune is terrifying, it is better for people to see it with the naked eye and inspire confidence. It's terrible. Although this kind of weather has not yet reached the scale of an empire, it already has the potential of an empire, especially that Emperor Wu's manipulation and control of the country's fortunes has reached a level that is very unpredictable. The powerhouses of the empire observed that although they were opponents, they had to make a sound of admiration. It's no wonder that our Lord God dare not enter Dao to destroy it at will. If it goes, the Lord God will also be suppressed. They said, I have a hunch that breaking the Great Wu Hui will get more benefits than destroying Xingtian. Yes, Xingtian has only existed for a long time, and there are more powerhouses, while Dao is mysterious. Think about it, in just a few decades, Dao has been promoted from a 1-star dynasty to 9-star, will it be simple? This is the unity of national fortune. The methods are incomprehensible to the empire. A strong man nodded, the potential of Dao is endless. In order to defeat them, the empire has made a careful plan. We are actually just the first wave of advance troops. In the strategy of the empire, Xingtian is not as important as Dao. Let's attack from the Feather God realm first, destroy their cities, slaughter their people, and collapse the country's fortunes. If we attack here, the Biling allied forces will also do it. Okay, go in, no matter how much you pay this time, it will destroy the country and the great martial arts. The horn of attack sounded. Woohoo, woohoo, that's the sound of war. Kill, kill, kill. The main force attacking Dao was the Imperial army, and the Biling coalition was just a support. Suddenly, countless armies wearing blue-gold armor were uniform and came in from the edge of the Feather God realm. In the army, there are still many antique-level existences. Many of these old antiques are ancient powerhouses. Before the end of their lives, they took the initiative to band themselves, in order to fight for the empire in this era. How terrifying the foundation of an empire is. Not to mention the Aoki Longevity Empire. They also know that the first battle to enter Dao is the most cruel, and the more people die. In the Feather God realm, in an instant, countless huge cannons appeared hideous, and the energy beams condensed, aimed at the army, cut through the sky, and blasted fiercely towards the center of the Imperial army. Cannon. The Imperial army was already prepared and pushed forward with huge artillery. This is not the rabble of the Biling coalition army. When they encounter some setbacks, they will be in chaos and flee in a panic. The Imperial army carries the spirit of the ancient emperor. Even if the last person is killed in the battle, it will not retreat. Even if it is an opponent, seeing such a will to war, they must give an appreciation. Defend the enemy outside the country. Lu Qianfu sat on the side of the Feather God realm, commanding the army to take a stance. His cultivation is not the most powerful in Dao, but he is the commander who leads the army, the mind of the army, who can control the battlefield situation and bring out the combat power of each legion. He couldn't just put the Imperial army into the Feather God realm, and the flames of war would burn into his own country. Although the country is suppressed by the national movement, once it enters, the Imperial army will inevitably ignite everywhere, destroying the people's livelihood of Dao. I don't know how many hidden powerhouses will appear and start to destroy. It is very likely that it will get out of hand. National fortune is strong, but it is not omnipotent. The opponent's main god is actually waiting. Dao used the national fortune to suppress the various legions, and after the power was greatly weakened, it was time to take action. The army went out. The line of defense on the Feather God realm was the most stressed. After all, it was the Imperial army that they were fighting against. The 3 elite corps of the Xuanhuan army, the Divine Scourge army, and the Feng army are all arranged here. In addition, there are also the 5 elements and 5 legions, the Light Legion, the Sun Moon God army, and the realm armies from all walks of life have also been mobilized here. It can be said that at least 70% of Dao's troops have been mobilized to the front line of Feather God realm. And relying on Dao's territory to fight, there is another advantage. The rapid mobilization of the army in the kingdom of the emperor is more convenient than the teleportation array, so that it can be replenished at any time. C588 sawing repeatedly. The battle in the Feather God realm was very cruel, and the armies on both sides were constantly fighting each other. The Imperial army was well equipped, well trained, and fought bravely. If it were replaced by the army of the 9-star dynasty, it would have been defeated long ago when they encountered Dao's turbulent counterattack. But the Imperial army did not. They caused great damage to Dao with their tyrannical strength. This is really the army that the dynasty can have? Why do I think they are more elite and more difficult than the army of the Holy Empire? Aoki Longevity Empire roared. The Great Martial Army Corps is well equipped, and it has a great cannon. The Starship Battleship is a big killer. Every time they attack, they have to pay the price of blood. Well equipped, the Cultivation base is not weak. And the morale is amazing, dare to fight and fight, not afraid of death. Don't worry, no matter how strong they are, after all, they are only the heritage of the dynasty. They can't compete with the heritage of the dynasty. Over time, they can be dragged down. The Imperial army roared. Kill, kill, kill. A chilling aura erupted from the Great Martial Army Corps. Their bodies were shrouded in the spiritual energy of man and God. Their eyes were firm and fearless. Even if their companions fell, they were not afraid at all. Dao focuses on contribution, and every time he cuts off the head of an Imperial army is a lot of military merit. If you die in battle, your contribution will not return to zero, but will be inherited by your descendants. If you don't contribute, you can't enjoy better benefits. Backed by the Feather God realm, the Dao Legion can make the fastest replenishment. At the same time, the direction of the Flame Demon realm. The Imperial army has already taken the lead in attacking Dao. We received news that a large number of Dao's elites have been placed in the Feather God realm. The number of legions here is only 20 to 30%. Let's start to check and balance their strength. The Northern Ridge Allied forces also launched an attack. In order to supervise this mixed army, the Emperor Aoki Chongqing also sent strong men to fight. In a two-front battle, Dawu had no choice but to fight two battles at the same time in the Feather God realm and the Flame Demon realm. Good opportunity. Just now, I got the news that the Imperial army is the first to break out into a war, and here is more of the Biling coalition. We want to take advantage of the war between Dao and them to loot and snatch the benefits. The various forces gathered oversaw the battle between the Dao army and the Biling allied forces, and strategies emerged one by one. They will definitely not fight to the death for Dawu, but if there is a bargain, they will not miss the opportunity. Dawu never expected this group of people to follow instructions, and he liked to see them go to disrupt the Biling coalition army. Kill. Destroy the North Ridge Alliance. Even if the largest number of legions were in the Feather God realm, where only 30% of Dao's troops were, it was enough to fight against these forcibly put together coalition forces. Our legion is behind the Dao Legion. After they defeated each other, they immediately went over to make up for the knife. Don't let it go. The last time I attacked my Yunxia master, this account has not been settled yet, and we have to settle it with them. Yunxia Dajiao is also not a good person, and has a heavy mentality of revenge. The last time the coalition forces entered the Yunxia Great Sect, it also caused them great losses. The number of Biling coalition forces is large, but Chu Yuan also has a large number of forces from the Eastern Region Alliance gathered here. Moreover, the Great Wu Corps fights for the country, defends the family and defends the country, and this spirit is completely different. The battles on both sides were also extremely tragic. But even though the fight was so tragic, Chu Yuan did not use the sword army and still regarded it as an ace. He knew very well that the truly brutal battle had not yet begun. Inside the palace, Xuanhuan sat on the slaughter god throne, looking at the two light curtains in front of his eyes. This is just the beginning. The Qingmu Chongqing Empire has divided me and the Holy Heaven Empire, and is brewing a bigger conspiracy. Those main gods still haven't done it, which means that the time for the conspiracy has not yet appeared. He is very calm. Although the battle presented on the light curtain was tragic, it was far from the worst. There must be something planned. Xuanhuan said silently. In the early 50s of Dao. This year is very unsettled, and it has officially entered the era of war. The battle in the Feather God realm has been going on for half a month. In the past 2 weeks, although Dao was not lightly damaged, but after killing the enemy, he took the opponent's treasures, refined the enemy's law of God, and then added it to the army across the country. It can be said that Xuanhuan also got a lot. And the more the battle between life and death, the easier it is to break through, and everyone who survived broke through the great realm in the desperate situation. Feng Lei of the Scourge Army, after years of resource training, got stuck at the 10th level of the Profound God. But this half-month bloody battle, coupled with the help of the law of the Supreme God, and the tempering between life and death, did not allow Xuanhuan to use the magic pill, so he broke through to the Supreme God. There is a saying that says that in troubled times, there will be heroes, and many strong men will be born. That's why the Emperor Du Tian went on an expedition to the great world of 9 serenities. Kill, give me all to die. On the battlefield in Yushan realm, Feng Lei swallowed the divine blood pill, and the divine light surged. His body was blood red, forming a blood scab, with his blood and the blood of the enemy, turning into a blood man. He held the blood-colored thunder sword in his hand and slashed away angrily. He had a stern face, with hideous scars all over his face. The elite Scourge army also suffered heavy losses, but they also had a proud record, and they were famous for killing blood with the thunder knife in their hands. The Void Regiment supplements the battlefield. The most intense is still the Feather God realm battlefield. All the time, both sides are fighting bloody battles. The Imperial army also fought hard. After a full-scale confrontation with the great military corps, they were dragged into the quagmire of war and bitten hard. Once the army is withdrawn, the previous results will be lost. Even the army of the Emperor-level forces is just like this. They made this sound. Time flies, it's been a month. The two sides have been fighting bloody battles in the Feather God realm for a month. Supplement from the People's Academy and enter the various legions of Dao. Of the 3 major colleges in Dao, the Min College seems to be the most inconspicuous, but in fact the number is the largest. After the war entered the stage of repeated sawing and meat grinder, the role of the Minority Academy was completely released. Everyone in Dao is a soldier, and everyone is good at fighting. He usually trains army formations in the People's Academy. During this time, according to the strength of each person, he trains the cooperation between the army. Therefore, the people from the People's Academy added to the battlefield, replacing the exhausted soldiers who had been fighting hard on the battlefield for a month. The people of Dao are too tenacious, too good at fighting, and too afraid of death. The Imperial army also had to admire the temperament of the great military legion. They knew that they were facing an imperial war, but they still had no fear. They dared to fight to the death. It's more difficult than the Holy Empire. Although the Holy Heaven Empire is strong, the spirit of their soldiers is indeed inferior to that of Dao. Just when the entire eternal world was in a chaotic mess, a shocking change occurred in the mountain. #C 589-33 Towers. The world of Xuanhuan, because of the chaos in the eternal world and the lack of fetish objects for several years, has not been paid attention to. But at this time, the changes in the mountain once again attracted people's attention. Boom! As if the chaos had broken, there was a great existence that opened up the world. The middle area was originally shrouded in infinite divine light, but now the middle area is broken open, and due to the drastic changes there, everything has been submerged by a sea of divine light. The world of Xuanhuan is gone. After the divine light was submerged, the huge divine mountain world disappeared, as if it had completely turned into powder. But another shocking change occurred. An incomparably ancient giant tower, with vicissitudes of ancient times, demonstrates the changes of the years, the reincarnation of time, as if it has been baptized by many epochs, leaving traces of the years. The existence of this tower is very strange. It is not like an ancient artifact. It exists in a very special time and space, and it is unimaginably tall and majestic. Could it be that the core of the mountain is a tower? What is the origin of this tower, and what is hidden? Why is it opened at this time? Could it be that this tower hides the biggest secret? Many masters have seen it, and they are shocked by the majesty of the ancient pagoda, which is not like it can be refined by ordinary means. The core of the mountain? Xuanhuan personally saw the core. It was a huge egg-like thing before, and it turned out to be a tower wrapped inside. It's hard to tell how many floors this tower has, unlike the magic lock tower, which can be counted very well. But in Xuanhuan's eyes, the layers of time and space seem to be divided into 33 layers of time and space, and 33 layers of heaven. Boom! Suddenly, a vast force appeared in front of the 33 heavenly pagoda. Time shattered. An incomparably huge dragon actually appeared, exuding the breath of the Lord God. He coiled his body around the tower, trying to roll up the tower and bring it back. But the tower won't move, and the power of the Lord God is also difficult to shake. Good wait. The main god of the dragon family felt that his body was about to be broken, and the dragon scales began to shatter. It gives me the feeling that this is not a tower, but a world. No, it is the power of the 33rd world. Is the main god of the dragon clan so stupid? I still want to take this tower away with my own power. The ancient blue dragon master has no power, but no brains. There was a main god who made a mocking voice at the ancient blue dragon master. This is the main god of the dragon clan, Xuanhuan clan. The strong monsters do not have a strong sense of existence in the eternal world. In the eternal world, although the demon clan also has strong power, the human clan is the strongest in this world. The major empires suppressed the demon clan to the death, and the demon clan could only occupy their own territory. In this war, in fact, the strong men of the demon clan also keenly sensed the opportunity and began to act, wanting to take advantage of it. In this era, the demon clan rose and became the dominant clan of the eternal world. However, although they know their purpose, it is difficult to be distracted to deal with them, and more tactics are used to win over them. Humph! Gu Xuanglong turned into a burly black-haired old man, and said coldly, "This tower naturally knows that this tower is strange. There are as many as 33 floors, and it contains an ancient number, the division of the 33 heavens. 33 heavenly pagoda." Needless to say, those powerhouses at the main god level also saw the secrets hidden in this tower. Could it be that there are 33 worlds in this tower? Just as they were thinking, the tower blazed again. The light is divided into 10 layers, the meaning of the 10 layers of heaven. It seems that there are 10-story towers open, and you can enter. The remaining 23 layers were blocked by a closed force and could not enter, and the Holy Spirit could not bombard them. The ancient pagoda is open. What is hidden inside? At this moment, those powerhouses who were staring at the ancient pagoda appeared one after another and entered the open, 10-story pagoda. What's in there? Xuanhuan opened the gate of the void, and immediately entered the first layer of heaven and earth from the great Wu Emperor. The boundless and huge world is unimaginably large. From the outside, it is just a tower, but when you really enter it, you will find that it is a huge world inside, which is a miracle. Xuanhuan glanced at this world roughly, and the topography was roughly the same as the Xuanhuan world he entered before. But what Xuanhuan saw in front of his eyes, the whole world was full of emperor-grade divine veins, and holy-grade divine veins existed, and the divine gold here was also very cherished, and there were many ancient temples standing. The vastness, majesty, and resources are unimaginable. He suddenly felt a strong aura, crossed in an instant, and saw a lake more than 10 miles long. The water is jagged and bright. This is actually the water of the source. There are resources everywhere, and they are everywhere. It seems that they all erupted from this 33rd heavenly tower before. Xuanhuan was also shocked. Because there are too many resources here. You must know that there are 33 layers of heaven in this tower, and he came in only one of them, and the 23 layers of heaven were closed by extremely strong forces and have not yet opened. Ding! The current branch line has been released, occupying 1 to 10 layers of heaven, and any layer of heaven. The system beeps. Oh? The mission has been released. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp, piercing the sky. Even if there is no system task, I will occupy the first layer of heaven. As a resource supplement for Dao, the world of Xuanhuan is just at the right time. The opening of the 10th heaven has made the eternal world even more chaotic, and countless powerhouses have entered each heaven. And the things that are the same in these 10 days are obviously at the same level. Enclose the heaven and the earth in a tower with a full 33 layers. This tower has traces of artificial refining. It is a treasure. This sacred mountain hides a big secret. Xuanhuan also speculated. The secret is hidden in the 33rd layer, and I don't know what is hidden there. At this moment, he was using his devouring power to the fullest, plundering it wildly in this heavy day, grabbing it with the devouring hand, and a huge mountain of gods rose from the ground, and all the resources he saw were taken into the system space by him. He swept the leaves like the autumn wind, and the locusts flew over. There was no grass in the place he went, and even the ground was dug 3 feet, and everything he saw was taken away by him. Look, there is a place full of magical medicines. Many magical medicines, nourished by the rich spiritual energy, can be directly used to refine the Imperial pills, and some do not need to be refined, just swallow them. There are also a large number of masters here. When they saw a man reigning over the world, no grass grew anywhere, and they roared, "Who is it? Keep the treasure, or I will kill you." But they had just started when they saw that the person who came was wearing a chilling imperial robe. The young face with boundless majesty, one by one fell to the ground in fright, and kowtowed to his knees suddenly. "Forgive me, we didn't know it was your majesty, forgive us for this offense." The Emperor of Dao, they dare not provoke them. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless, his heart was cold, and he smothered it casually. He looked at this Chongtian. With the emergence of the 10th Chongtian, the battlefield will spread here again. The resources here are too important for the major forces in the melee period. #C590 Holy Change. The appearance of the 33 Heavenly Pagoda disrupted the original deployment of the various forces. But no one ignores it and cannot ignore the 33 Heavenly Pagoda. There are too many resources in it, and it is extremely important to the Emperor-level forces in major wars. Therefore, the battlefield must be opened up again. There are a total of 10 layers of heaven this time, and it is impossible for all Emperor-level forces to enter the same layer of heaven. Keep an eye on the powerhouses of Dao and the Holy Heaven Empire. We will send people to stop them when they enter. The Aoki Longevity Empire issued such an order. Inside the Holy Empire. Your Majesty, the appearance of the 33 Heavenly Pagoda has given the Empire a channel to obtain resources. Although the battlefield has to be opened up and the battle will be more intense, we cannot help but go. The battles over the past few months have consumed us too much. There is a main god to the Holy Emperor. War has always been the most consuming of wealth. A mortal empire would have to use up the wealth accumulated over the past tens of hundreds of years to fight a big war, not to mention this kind of emperor-level war. In the past, the resources of 10,000 years can be used to support a war for a few days. With the expansion of the war situation, this consumption will increase sharply. After all, there are so many strong people who need to be healed after the war. The whole country must quickly cultivate strong people, and the consumption of various artifacts is also very fast. The consumption of the Holy Heaven Empire is too great. After all, the Qingmu Chongqing Empire has existed since ancient times, and the accumulated resources are only a lot more than theirs. If they continue to drag on, they will be consumed alive. We must enter within the 33rd level, but now the key is which level to enter. Humane. Negotiate with Dao, enter the same heavy day together, and fight together? After all, the combination of the two countries can jointly bear the pressure from the Aoki Chongqing Empire. Inappropriate. The Emperor Xingtian spoke up, this time I will not enter the same heaven with Dao, only the 10th heaven will be opened, but there are not only 10 Emperor-level forces, so our war still has to be in the 33rd Heaven Tower and Aoki Chongqing. The Empire continues. Why? Someone wondered. The consumption of Dao is also very large. Emperor Wu is a person with big ambitions, and he also needs a lot of resources. The Lord of the Holy Heaven said, and once the alliance enters the first layer, it will give the Qingmu Chongqing Empire the opportunity to condense its strength. Now let's see where they focus on. De Wu is also planning and preparing closely. Sua Demon Pagoda entered the battlefield of Feather God Realm, the Void Air Force Regiment, and the Feng army withdrew from the battlefield, brought the Golden Winged Dapeng clan, and entered the 7th heaven. Li Jianqing entered with the God army, and put all the recently unsealed stone statue army into the battlefield. The Sky Puppets, and the Vientian Puppets are all put on the battlefield. The background of Chu Yuan's side also began to move. The Magic Lock Tower officially entered the battlefield, and countless monsters wailed, wanting to drink blood. The Dao Sua Demon Tower has been dispatched, and they are starting to prepare to enter the 33 Heavenly Tower. Put more pressure on them and hold them back. The Imperial Army saw the actions of the Dao Legion and also launched a new round of war. The People's College organizes a civilian legion, and everything listens to the mobilization of the military. This time the strategy is to stick to the mountain, go to the mountain, and seize resources. Chu Yuan took control of the overall situation. The Sword Army is sent back to the country, always on standby, and ready to enter the battlefield at any time. He didn't move the other elite legions, but he singled out Feng Jun, a mix of human and monster elites. The appearance of the 33 Heavenly Pagoda this time was actually a carnival for the demon powerhouses. Now the various empires of the human race are fighting fiercely. They are not involved in the battlefield, and they can use the strongest force to seize resources wantonly as a war reserve for the hegemony of the eternal world. The demon clan also has great ambitions, and they don't want to continue to be suppressed. Kill. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Terran Empire this time is our best opportunity to plunder all the resources. Yes, the harder they kill, the better chance we have. But be careful, these human races are not good people. In the other few days, there have been human race legions uniting together, and even several empires have stopped fighting, and turned to the move to clear our monsters first. Don't let their goals succeed. We're going to disrupt the battle. In the 7th heaven where Dao entered, a large number of powerful monsters appeared. In the 7th day, the chaos was incomparable. Various forces, large and small, as well as various emperor-level forces sent some strong people to enter, and there were countless conflicts that broke out in order to seize resources. Only 10th heaven. It looks a lot, but in fact, for so many forces, it is not enough. Grab resources and replenish consumption. The Feng army led by Zhu Fengfeng arrived. She fought with Chu Yuan for 20 years, and she became more and more cold and loyal. The resources here belong to our monster race. Where Feng Jun first came, there were a large number of demon clans, each of them fierce and brutal. Court death. Boom. Fire of Nirvana. A vision of a phoenix appeared behind Zhu Fengfeng, and she grabbed it with Nirvana's big hand, and the raging flames burned, immediately shrouding the group of demon powerhouses. Ah, the Phoenix family, God, why are there Phoenix descendants, with such a strong bloodline, in the eternal great world? There are also several supreme gods in this group of monsters, but they were shocked by this Phoenix breath, and they all trembled. Fight for my great martial arts and seize resources. Zhu Fengfeng suppressed this group of monsters and made a cold voice. The supreme bloodline allows her to absolutely suppress the weaker demon clan. We are willing to obey the orders of the descendants of the Phoenix. It is difficult for this group of monsters to resist Zhu Fengfeng, who has reached the ultimate god. As expected of the descendants of the Phoenix, the power of the bloodline is too strong. Hianbo sighed. However, his Golden Wing Dupeng clan is also the supreme among the demon clan, a clan that can fight real dragons and dare to hunt phoenixes. Your Majesty has a purpose, this battle will supply resources for the country. Feng Jun began to seize resources within the 7th day. Zhu Fengfeng also knew the intention of Chunyuan to send her in. A large number of demon clans poured into the heavy days. She has a strong phoenix bloodline, can suppress the low-level demon clan, and then force this group of demon clan troops to do things for Dao. Therefore, she forcibly suppressed a large number of demon clans after she entered the 7th heaven for a few days. She is also very smart, knowing that if she does this, it will cause a counterattack from the demon clan. Therefore, when she drives the demon clan army, she will not expose herself, hide herself, and only let those demon clan who have been forcibly suppressed go out to do things. A large amount of resources continued to be transported back to Dao. It is most suitable to send Zhu Fengfeng to the 7th level genius. I improved her bloodline and did not disappoint me. Chunyuan smiled. Zhu Fengfeng did a good job, trying to preserve Dao's combat power and subduing the demon clan to face the strong. The 7th heaven is only a part of the battlefield, the real battlefield is still in the eternal world. Chunyuan knew that he wanted to occupy the first layer of heaven, and he couldn't be in a hurry. His vision was more on the domestic battlefield, and he only regarded the 33rd layer of heaven as a place to supplement materials. But not long after the 33rd heavenly pagoda appeared, something happened to the Holy Heaven Empire, and a big change occurred.